If you had to choose between scoring 750 on the college entrance exam or receiving 75 billion, which would you choose? It's an obvious choice. Of course, I'd choose the 75 billion. With 75 billion, I could just spend money to get the hottest girls. With 75 billion, I can't even imagine how amazing my college life would be. But unexpectedly, this frustrating system tells me that the 75 billion won't be given all at once. I have to complete the system tasks first before it's given as a reward. Just when I couldn't help but want to curse, a voice that seemed to suck the life out of me called from behind, asking me to help carry a suitcase. I turned around to see a girl who would score a perfect 10 for her figure and a 7 for her looks, wearing tight jeans and a white t-shirt, with her hair tied up. She had an incredibly hot body, especially her full hips that made one think wild thoughts. Stop staring and come help me carry this suitcase. I could tell at a glance that she was the legendary countryside fairy. Feeling quite pleased with myself, if a guy looks at her too long, he might think others have ulterior motives. But this girl in front of me was indeed a beauty, with a figure that could be called stunning, and she exuded a mature charm that suggested she had been developed. With a worth of 75 billion, helping you carry your suitcase? I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If she had a better attitude, I might have helped her out, but I said, "Sorry, I've got something to do, it's not convenient." Lu Ruyan didn't expect me to dare refuse her, and she immediately got angry. She always considered herself a goddess. Even though she was still in school, she often sold real estate near campus at a high-end property called Bihue Lanting, and was said to be the top seller there. She knew quite a few wealthy people, but as for how she became the top seller, many people were aware of the truth. So for someone like me, who looks pretty ordinary, to actually dare to refuse her request, she was furious, shouting, "You disgusting loser, what are you staring at?" I knew these countryside fairies were unreasonable, but I didn't expect her to be this unreasonable. "Who the hell is even looking at you?" My words completely infuriated her, and she immediately shouted, "Help! There's a guy here who is shamelessly harassing me and staring at my chest." Lu Ruyan shouted. Immediately, a large crowd gathered around, attacking me without distinguishing right from wrong, even pulling out their phones to record. "Looking at you, you must be a freshman reporting to our art university. I'm really useless. I've never seen a beautiful girl before." Soon, a group of fairies started angrily shouting at me. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind, detecting that the host was being looked down upon. Reward, a brand new Maybach S680 worth 12 million. The system will distribute it in a reasonable manner shortly. Upon hearing about the Maybach S680 reward, I immediately stood up straighter. A guy who drives a Maybach S680 can't possibly be someone who's never seen a woman. Ha, typical country boy boasting. Do you even know what a Maybach looks like? How shameless. Upon hearing my words, many people began to chatter loudly. I didn't care at all. I snorted softly and thought to myself that as long as I complete the system tasks, a mere Maybach worth tens of millions is nothing. I'm worth 75 billion. I could buy the entire art university if I wanted. Ha, just wait and see my Maybach. The driver will be here soon. The crowd burst into laughter. If you can drive a Maybach 680, I'll let you do whatever you want with me, and I can even announce an apology over the school broadcast. At that moment, a plainly dressed woman in a white dress walked over. This woman could be described as a goddess, noble yet elegant, polite, and exuding a pure aura, instantly overshadowing all the other fairies. Fellow students, we're all alumni, there's no need for this. I just saw this junior. He's not the kind of person you think he is. It's better to let it go. Making a scene will affect everyone and the school's reputation. The woman's name was Lin Hanyue, an exceptional art student with a stunning figure and looks, and she came from a well-off family. Moreover, it was said that the school's well-known rich second-generation heir, Wang Qi, was madly pursuing her. Sister Lin Shui saw that it was Lin Ruoshua, and the fairies clearly respected her, becoming much more subdued. Hearing the fairies gossip, I felt a twinge of curiosity. On a scale of 10, Lu Ruyan could at least score a 7, especially with her body. Even though she's still a student, she has a touch of mature allure, definitely a gem. But Lin Hanyue is undoubtedly the dream goddess of countless men. She deserves an 8 for sure. Unexpectedly, the 8-point goddess didn't ridicule me like those gold-digging fairies. Instead, she spoke up for me. However, at that moment, the sound of a car horn interrupted this group of stunning fairies. A brand new Maybach F680 was honking as it slowly approached. The aura and elegant, noble presence of the car made many luxury vehicles at the entrance of the art university seem dull in comparison. The Maybach stopped, and a man in a suit got out of the driver's seat, adjusting his tie and smiling as he approached. Wow, this F680 is so handsome. The top model starts at least at 10 million and requires a custom order. I wonder which prince or princess's driver is here to pick someone up. The fairies were all drawn to the Maybach. They all started to exclaim in envy. In life, you have two IDs, one is the Maybach, and the other isn't about your in-laws being unfriendly, it's that you don't drive a Maybach. Excuse me, which student is Mr. Jiang Bin? The suited man looked around and asked. The fairies immediately looked around, searching for their Prince Charming, especially Lu Ruyan, who deliberately pushed her ample figure forward, already plotting to use all her charms to get close to this Prince Charming. Hello, I'm Jiang Bin, and this Maybach 680 is mine. I decided not to pretend anymore and spoke up loudly. You must be renting it, this is the first time you've seen me, and you're so confidently delusional. Upon hearing my words, the fairies erupted into a chorus of mockery and sarcasm. I snorted coldly and pulled out my ID to hand it to the driver. The driver took it, bent down, and respectfully announced, Mr. Jiang, congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of a Maybach. Suddenly, the fairies looked as if they had eaten something unpleasant, their faces filled with disbelief. I watched in amazement as the driver respectfully handed me the keys to the Maybach. Mr. Jiang, here are the keys, along with my business card. You are our esteemed owner, and we will serve you 24/7. I was overjoyed, suppressing my excitement as I thanked him and took the keys. The presence of this Maybach S680 is truly impressive. It's a rare sight even at the entrance of the Kyoto Art University. Congratulations, host, on successfully claiming the Maybach 680 reward. Now please fulfill the system's first task. Properly deal with the little fairies who look down on you. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in my mind again. A sly smile crept onto my lips as I thought to myself, it's about time. I've wanted to teach these little rural fairies a lesson countless times. It's true, so handsome. I knew our art university was full of hidden talents. Jiang Bin must be playing low-key, pretending to be a fool while actually being a tiger. Suddenly, the little fairies who had just mocked me completely changed their attitude, surrounding me and trying to get close, especially Lu Ruyan, who approached me with a flirtatious smile, pretending to feel faint as she leaned against me. I let out a cold laugh and stepped back. I've seen too many gold diggers like her, but Lu Ruyan really is something else, and it's obvious she's throwing herself at me. Ignoring such a beauty would be a crime. Mr. Jiang. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then walked over gently and pulled out a business card from her bag, handing it to me. This is my business card. If you need to buy a property in Kyoto, remember to contact me. Alright. I took the business card without a second thought, secretly laughing to myself. So she's a real estate agent, nice. I can contact you, but you need to tell everyone what just happened. Hearing my words, Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, but after seeing the imposing luxury of the Maybach 680, she regained her composure. Junior, I was just confused earlier. You're so handsome and gentle, I must have misunderstood you. Lu Ruyan put on what she thought was a seductive gaze and looked at me, then proceeded to recount exactly how she had slandered me and made disrespectful comments. Not a word was left out. After finishing, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, thinking she had hitched herself to a rich man and would become the mistress of the Maybach. I couldn't help but laugh coldly inside, thinking I had to take this gold digger down at the sales office. I won't hold back with a beauty like her, who has both looks and a scheming mind. Ha, classmates, you all heard her recount the whole process just now. He actually accused me unjustly. Do you think I'm the type to bully girls? I asked the group of little fairies loudly. These little fairies would love to have one less competitor, giving them more chances, so they immediately turned their guns on Lu Ruyan and started attacking her. Bah, shameless. How dare you falsely accuse our Jiang brother? Truly worthy of being the sales champion of Billion.I Lanting. TSK, just here to sell herself, huh? Our Jiang brother is handsome, kind-hearted, and has a pleasant voice. Clearly, you were trying to set him up. Lu Ruyan quickly realized she had been played, but it was too late for her to argue anymore, so she had to leave in anger. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating magic with magic. Your task completion rating for this time is 90 points. You will receive a luxurious house in Kyoto Billion-I Lanting, valued at 50 million. Please note, the system has now issued a luxury car worth 12 million, along with a 50 million mansion, totaling 62 million. Please proceed to claim your house as soon as possible. Note that you can designate which salesperson receives the credit for the mansion. I couldn't stop smiling. I never expected to complete the system task so easily and receive a 50 million mansion. This is amazing, whatever I want just comes to me. Just as I thought of Lu Ruyan being the salesperson at Billion-I Lanting, my mood improved, and I ignored everyone as I headed straight for the car. As I felt the luxurious interior, a wave of comfort washed over me. This was the second ID card of my life. It's true that there is no place the Maybach can't reach. Driving the S680, I confidently entered the campus. Even the security at the entrance came out from their booth to personally greet me and open the gate. Along the way, many little fairies in the campus stared at me intently, including several beauties scoring at least a 6 in looks and figure. It's so damn refreshing. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand, I felt exhilarated. It's an indescribable feeling. After circling the campus, I pressed the gas and navigated straight to Billion.I Lanting. The Billion.I Lanting sales office in Kyoto may not be the top-tier property, but an ordinary person could never afford even a restroom in their lifetime. Following the system's instructions, I quickly arrived at the sales office and, to my delight, spotted Lu Ruyan among the staff. On the wall, there was a poster of Lu Ruyan in her professional attire that would definitely catch any man's eye. Though young, she wasn't naive. Typically, female sales champions in such luxury properties and cars often play the field. I had a 50 million mansion gifted by the system, and based on commissions, the salesperson could earn at least 500,000, an amount most would need years of hard work to earn without eating or drinking. Besides, the system said I could designate the credit for the mansion sales, which means, with so many beautiful saleswomen, I could choose one like a king selecting his consort and assign the credit to her. Just as I was pondering, Lu Ruyan descended the stairs in high heels, swaying her alluring figure. As soon as Lu Ruyan appeared, the other saleswomen were overshadowed. Many customers who were originally viewing properties with other agents were drawn in by her presence. They actively approached Lu Ruyan, expressing their intent to buy. Almost every man's gaze was fixated on Lu Ruyan's chest, mesmerized. Lu Ruyan seemed completely unfazed by this. She maintained a cold demeanor towards the customers who surrounded her. She didn't even acknowledge them, clearly possessing the discerning I expected of a sales champion, with exceptional skills in assessing people. He knew very well that most of these customers weren't wealthy and likely wouldn't make a purchase. Even if they were buying a house, it would probably be a pitifully low down payment. Lu Ruyan spotted me instantly, her heart racing with joy as she quickly walked over, saying flirtatiously, "Junior, you came. Why didn't you let me know? I was wrong earlier. Don't take it to heart, okay?" She had seen for herself that I owned the latest Maybach S680. Someone who drives such a luxury car definitely comes from a wealthy family. Even though I had embarrassed her publicly, the fact that I personally came to the sales office meant I still had a chance. Chuckling, I snuck a glance at Lu Ruyan's figure and said, "Senior, I already bought the house. I'm here to handle the paperwork." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, clearly still wanting to reel in this big catch. At that moment, a middle-aged balding man saw Lu Ruyan and immediately pushed aside the saleswoman he had been talking to for a long time and walked over. "Miss Lu, I want to buy a house worth 15 million. Do you have time to accompany me to see it?" "Sure." Lu Ruyan immediately agreed. With his years of experience, he could tell at a glance that this balding man needed to be maintained. So, he turned to me with an apologetic expression and explained, "Junior, why don't you wait a moment? I'll accompany Mr. Lee to finish viewing the house first." I understood Lu Ruyan's calculations. On my way here, I had already learned about the 50 million mansion gifted by the system, which was a rare all-cash deal at Billion.I Lanting. In comparison, Mr. Lee's 15 million would require financing, which was on a completely different level from mine. "Senior, are you sure you've thought this through?" I asked coldly. Unexpectedly, Li Guoqing became displeased, eyeing me and saying, "Look at you, so young yet quite the show-off. Are you threatening Miss Lu?" I couldn't be bothered to respond to the balding man. Instead, I calmly looked at Lu Ruyan. Casually, I said, "Senior, since you want to accompany someone to view a house, I'll have to find another saleswoman for my 50 million mansion." "Ha, you're quite the talker for someone so young." My words immediately drew laughter from Li Guoqing and the other saleswomen. Lu Ruyan was also at a loss. Although she knew I drove a Maybach, the last 50 million mansion at Billion.I Lanting had already been reserved by a mysterious tycoon. Just earlier, the manager had reminded everyone in a meeting that the mysterious tycoon would come today to handle the paperwork and designate the credit. "I'm Li Guoqing, the general manager of Tianlong Hotel. I've seen all kinds of braggarts, but it's the first time I've met someone your age who can boast like this." Tianlong Hotel. Tianlong Hotel is a renowned top-tier hotel in Kyoto. But in front of me, he's nothing. I'm a man with 75 billion to my name. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan, who had been hesitating about whom to accompany for the house viewing, upon learning that the balding man was actually the general manager of Tianlong Hotel, became even more decisive. "Mr. Lee, so you are the general manager of Tianlong Hotel. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go view the house now," Lu Ruyan said with seductive eyes, clearly making her choice. "I'm sorry, Junior, but you wait here for a moment. I need to accompany Mr. Lee to see the house first." Lu Ruyan is even more realistic than I imagined. I chuckled, dropping the act completely. "Well, Senior, since that's the case, I won't trouble you anymore. It seems my 50 million mansion, which was already paid for, will have to be credited to someone else. As soon as I finished speaking, all the saleswomen at the sales office were instantly dumbfounded, their brains racing as their eyes lit up. They had just finished a meeting where they learned about the mysterious tycoon, and to their surprise, I was the very tycoon the manager had mentioned. Suddenly, all the saleswomen surrounded me. They intentionally puffed up their chests, deliberately showcasing their impressive curves. They swarmed around me. "Brother, I'll accompany you to view the house right away." To view the house? Lu Ruyan was also taken aback and immediately pushed Li Guoqing's hand away to link arms with me. She deliberately used her curvy figure to brush against my other hand, pulling my hand towards her waist. She pretended to accidentally let my hand touch her thigh, as if afraid of being snatched away by someone else. What was being snatched wasn't just the credit and commission, it was the future, youth, and more. Driving a Maybach without making a fuss while securing a 50 million mansion outright showed that my capabilities far exceeded Li Guoqing from Tianlong Hotel. "Hello, Junior, how annoying. So you are the mysterious tycoon the manager mentioned. Junior, I'll accompany you to view the house right away." Lu Ruyan's face turned red as she intentionally raised her tone when saying view the house. "Lu Ruyan, didn't you just say you'd accompany Mr. Li to see the house?" "Yes, Zhang brother, it's fine for us to accompany you," a group of saleswomen chimed in. Upon realizing I was the mysterious tycoon mentioned by the manager and so young, they were eager to leap forward to assist me. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, tightly linking her arm with mine to assert her claim. "Junior, please help me out, okay? I'll accompany you to view the house." I wore a cold smile on my face. This was exactly the feeling I wanted. The other saleswomen were also decent, but compared to Lu Ruyan, who scored a 7, they were still lacking. Especially today, Lu Ruyan's professional attire paired with black stockings was just to my taste. "Alright, since we're alumni, I'll give you the credit." Not wanting to waste time, I took out my ID and handed it to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan immediately arranged for someone to take my information and print the documents. Then, linking arms with me, she walked out while sweetly asking, "Junior, are you satisfied with my outfit today? If you're not satisfied, I'll change into something you like right away." I couldn't help but feel excited inside, thinking that this luxury salesperson really knew how to play the game. So I intentionally asked, "I'm very satisfied, but do you have any other styles?" Lu Ruyan said with a flirtatious look, "Lowly, mature woman, business attire, whatever you like, I have it all." It seems that the days of bliss are about to begin, I mused inwardly. Soon, the two of us arrived at a serene mansion, which was fully furnished and ready for move-in. As soon as we entered, Lu Ruyan bent down to pour me some water. She deliberately stuck her curvy backside towards me, her fitted skirt failing to conceal her ample figure, causing me to stare in awe. Moreover, Lu Ruyan deliberately took a long time to pour the water, twisting and turning, and after several minutes, she finally brought me a glass. With a myriad of charms, she looked at me and handed me the water. Oh no! Suddenly, Lu Ruyan accidentally spilled water on my pants. "I'm sorry, Junior. I bent down for too long, and my leg went numb. Let me help you clean that up." Without waiting for my response, she unexpectedly knelt down, kneeling in front of Zhang Bing's legs, gently wiping with her hands. Zhang Bing was already losing control. "Senior, is this how we view the house?" "Yes." "Junior, don't move, let me wipe the water off first." Lu Ruyan flicked her hair, and her white shirt had unknowingly come undone at one button, revealing a stunning view. "Junior, are you satisfied? If you like it, Senior, I can accompany you to view houses every day, okay?" 2 hours later, the house viewing ended. Lu Ruyan tidied up, smiling as she linked arms with Zhang Bing, and they left the mansion together, returning to the sales office. At this time, the other staff had already completed the handover procedures. All the salesgirls looked at Lu Ruyan with jealousy and envy. Lu Ruyan's looks and figure were superior to theirs, and her skills were much more refined, which is why she was the top seller. "Junior, I have a little something to take care of. Let's contact each other tonight, okay?" Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Zhang Bing nodded, indicating that he would definitely come to view houses often in the future. He held his head high and quickly walked out, damaging his Maybach S680, stepping on the gas and leaving gracefully. Lu Ruyan, you're really shameless." "Yeah, eating meat by herself and not even letting us have a sip of soup." Facing her colleague's resentment, Lu Ruyan said nonchalantly, "This world is very realistic. Only those with superior skills can survive. Zhang Bing is my man, so I advise you to give up on that thought. What makes you so special?" "Lu Ruyan, don't get too complacent. Just now, when President Li left, he made some harsh remarks." Lu Ruyan chuckled, not caring at all. She knew very well what middle-aged men like Li Guoqing were after. A little sweetness offered back, and they would still bow down at her feet. On the other side, Zhang Bing was still savoring the house viewing, marveling at how luxury sales in big cities really knew how to play the game. He headed straight back to the art university, planning to familiarize himself with the dorm environment first. Just then, at the intersection ahead, a familiar figure appeared. It was Lin Huanxue, the goddess who had helped him speak up at the school gate not long ago. Upon seeing her, Zhang Bing immediately leaned over and rolled down the car window. "Senior," Zhang Bing called out politely. Lin Huanxue glanced at Zhang Bing, her eyes no longer filled with the shock that others had when seeing the Maybach. She nodded slightly and responded politely, "Junior, so it's yours." "Yes, senior, the sun is so bright, get in the car quickly." "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride," Zhang Bing said with a smile. Lin Huanxue hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Bing's mind, issuing him a task. "Please pay attention, host, new task, new task. System reward, 80% shares of Tianlong Hotel. Assist the host in pursuing the beauty of the art department, Lin Huanxue." Damn! Zhang Bing was almost stunned by the system's generous offer. He didn't expect Lin Huanxue to be the beauty of the art department, in the same department as him. Even more surprising was the direct reward of 80% shares of the Tianlong Hotel in Kyoto, which he understood to be worth at least 2 billion. Even in Kyoto, 2 billion would definitely make one a super rich person. Moreover, the arrogant bald man, Li Guoqing, whom he had just encountered at Bishilanting, was the general manager of Tianlong Hotel, right? "Alright, I'll take this task." Zhang Bing didn't hesitate and accepted the task directly. "Senior, don't be polite, you helped me before, so it's only right for me to give you a ride." "It's nothing, just get in the car." Seeing that Lin Huanxue hadn't agreed, he immediately stopped, ran down, and opened the back door of the car, sincerely extending the invitation. Lin Hanhua looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, finally nodded, and got into the car, softly saying, "Junior, thank you, just drop me off at the girls' dormitory." Meanwhile, on the basketball court of the medical university, a handsome young man was sitting there smoking a cigar. Several younger-looking students hurried over. Wang Xiao, it's not good. Just now, someone saw a freshman driving a Maybach S680 drop Lin Hanhue off at the dormitory entrance. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately exploded with anger and stood up abruptly. "Damn, who dares to steal a woman from me, Wang Chang?" At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, the brand new luxurious Maybach S680 was parked there, attracting the attention of many female students. These art university girls came from decent backgrounds and were particularly materialistic. Seeing a vehicle usually driven only by the wealthy, they gathered around to discuss, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Hanhue was very polite. After thanking Zhang Bing, she planned to head back to the dormitory. At that moment, several male classmates hurried over. Leading the group was the well-known rich second generation of the art university, Wang Chang, along with a few of his followers. "Hanhue, who is this person?" Wang Chang questioned Lin Hanhue, his attitude very displeased. Lin Hanhue remained calm and replied, "Wang Chang, this is Zhang Bing, my boyfriend." Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Wang Chang was instantly furious, disbelief filling his eyes. Even Zhang Bing was surprised, but he quickly understood. It was obvious that Lin Hanhue had said this on purpose, using him as a shield to get rid of the other. Wang Chang clenched his fists, immediately harboring hatred towards Zhang Bing. "Zhang Bing, right? I see you're also a new student just reporting in. You dare to steal a woman from me? Do you know who I am?" "Humph," Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He already had a good impression of Lin Hanhue for standing up for him, and now that he had accepted the system task, he considered Lin Hanhue a goddess with at least an 8 out of 10. Who wouldn't be moved by a beauty with such a score? "This classmate, you just heard that Hanhue is my girlfriend, so please watch your mouth. Kid, do you want to get kicked out of school? How dare you speak to Wang Xiao like that?" Several of Wang Chang's followers immediately jumped out to loudly accuse him. Wang Chang's face turned ashen with anger. He had pursued Lin Hanhue for quite some time, and they were high school classmates, with both families being well-matched. Their parents approved, but Lin Hanhue had always been indifferent to him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bing suddenly appeared. "Zhang Bing, you have guts. Do you think you're impressive just because you drive a Maybach S680? Wang Chang clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Zhang Bing. Then he loudly told his followers, "Immediately, go get my car." Lin Hanhue shook her head. The more Wang Chang acted this way, the more she disliked him. "Wang Chang, can you stop being so childish?" "Hanhue, shut up." Wang Chang was quite displeased and shouted, "Isn't it just because you saw him driving a Maybach S680? What's the big deal? If you like it, I can give you one anytime. Look at his demeanor, he's just a country bumpkin. The car is probably rented to show off at school. Hanhue, you better open your eyes and not get fooled." Childish. Lin Hanhue was already fed up with Wang Chang and angrily said, "Whether it's rented or not, what does it have to do with you? Even if it's rented, I still like it. This statement nearly made Wang Chang explode on the spot, as he clenched his fists tightly. In front of the 8-point goddess, Zhang Bing was not willing to back down either, coldly saying, "You say my Maybach is rented. What evidence do you have? If it's not rented, what do you plan to do?" Wang Chang disdainfully glared at Zhang Bing, dressed plainly, a freshman. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like someone who can afford a Maybach S680. In such prestigious art schools, beautiful women are everywhere, and there are often unknown individuals who painfully spend money to rent luxury cars to impress others. Therefore, he was convinced that Zhang Bing was definitely one of them. "Just you wait." Wang Chang did not respond directly to Zhang Bing but instead made a threatening remark. At this moment, more and more students gathered around. Many people knew Wang Chang, his family had power and influence, and the top-tier Tianlong Hotel in Kyoto belonged to them. Many girls racked their brains daily trying to attract him. Soon, a striking red Ferrari roared over. The car quickly came to a stop, and Wang Chang stepped out. "Wow, so handsome. This is Wang Xiao's ride, I love it." The red Ferrari was indeed flashy, a different style from the luxurious comfort of a Maybach. Instantly, it caused a group of young women to scream. Wang Chang snorted coldly, looking at Zhang Bing, and mocked, "Kid, you went through so much trouble, not eating or drinking, to rent a Maybach S680, which is indeed nice, but a car of this level, I can change it every day without any pressure. And you, this country bumpkin trying to save face, has already reached your limit. Remember, today in front of Hanyue and so many classmates, I will show you what grandeur is, what big spending is." Zhang Bing smiled, thinking that Wang Chang really didn't know how to die. Daring to flaunt wealth in front of him? His net worth was 750 billion, enough to rank among the top in the entire Dragon Country's Forbes list. However, he knew that to pursue a literary goddess like Lin Hanyue, the more ostentatious the display of wealth, the more money spent, it would not only fail to gain favor but also provoke the opposite reaction. Lin Hanyue was definitely not the type like Lu Ruyan, who could be won over just by throwing money at her. "So, kid, do you now know my strength? That rented Maybach, if it gets a scratch, you'll probably be so scared by the exorbitant repair costs that you won't be able to sleep at night, right? With just a few coins in your pocket, you dare to show off in front of me, daring to have designs on my woman, country bumpkin." Just then, a school leader saw so many people gathered and hurried over. "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here?" The newcomer was Vice President Qin Ming of the Art University. "Principal Qin, it's like this. This new student Zhang Bing rented a Maybach to show off and is competing with Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao is teaching him a lesson. Country bumpkin, scared now? With your little strength, you dare to compete with Wang Xiao? We advise you to hurry and return the car. Renting a Maybach S680 for a day costs several thousand." Ha! Hearing Zhang Bing's words, many boys and girls began to laugh. "Who the hell told you that the Maybach is rented?" Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then looked at Qin Ming and said, "Principal Qin, can this Maybach be directly donated to the school, converted into cash as scholarships for students from families in need?" Upon hearing this, both Qin Ming and Lin Hanyue's eyes lit up with surprise. "Of course, but it requires the owner's consent," Qin Ming said. "All right then." Zhang Bing didn't waste words, directly took out the still warm car key and handed it to Qin Ming, saying, "Principal Qin, the car is mine, and in front of so many classmates, I will donate this car to the school foundation to help every student from a difficult family. As for the specific operations, I'll trouble you with that." Seeing all this, even the most stunning T0 fairies were dumbfounded. Wang Chang and his group also showed expressions of disbelief. "Wow, brother is so handsome. Brother is amazing. Not only good-looking, but also high quality and so kind-hearted." Instantly, many female students admired and applauded him. Lin Huanxue looked at Zhang Bing with great admiration. "Classmate Zhang, on behalf of the impoverished students at our school, I sincerely thank you." Qin Ming also praised Zhang Bing and took the initiative to shake his hand. "Principal Qin, you're too kind. It's just a luxury car, nothing much. As long as I can help others, that's enough," Zhang Bing said humbly. Qin Ming nodded repeatedly. The materialistic atmosphere in art schools was often severe. He rarely encountered a student as humble and cultured as Zhang Bing. At that moment, Wang Chang and the others were completely at a loss, their faces looking worse than pig liver. Especially when he saw Lin Huanxue's gaze towards Zhang Bing had changed. His sixth sense as a man alerted him to the trouble. "Zhang Bing, right? You've got guts, comparing strength with me. Do you know the Tianlong Hotel? That's my family's." "Oh, I'm so scared. So the Tianlong Hotel is yours," Zhang Bing couldn't help but sneer. Lin Huanxue could no longer hold back and stepped forward to mock. "Wang Chang, there are always people better than you. Don't think just because you have some money that you can look down on everyone. Unexpectedly, the Tianlong Hotel was actually Wang Chang's family business, and she had just received a special reward from the system, which would grant her 80% of the shares in the Tianlong Hotel. Lin Huanxue. Wang Chang gritted his teeth and directly threatened, "Just wait, I'll notify my dad right away. You Lin family can forget about cooperating with our Wang family's Tianlong Hotel. Don't come begging me later, Wang Chang, I didn't expect you to be even more despicable than I imagined." Using this to threaten me, Lin Huanxue was very angry but also somewhat helpless. The Lin family had many collaborations with the Wang family, and the Wang family's influence was stronger. The Tianlong Hotel under the Wang family had a significant impact, contributing at least half of the Lin family's revenue. If the cooperation were really cancelled, it would be a considerable blow to the Lin family. Wang Chang knew Lin Huanxue was very filial, and he was afraid. "Huanxue, don't you like Zhang Bing? Why don't you let him help your Lin family find a way out?" Is that so? Zhang Bing looked at the smug Wang Chang and said coldly, "Wang Chang, as far as I know, your Wang family's Tianlong Hotel is probably going to change hands soon. I advise you not to be too pleased with yourself." "Idiot, are you trying to make me laugh to death?" Wang Chang burst into loud laughter. The Tianlong Hotel was the core business of the Wang family, and it was doing very well. How could it possibly change hands? "Zhang Bing, you wait for me, I will remember you. And Lin Huanxue, I will wait for you to come and apologize to me. This time, I definitely won't be polite." With that, Wang Chang waved his hand and left with a few followers. After Wang Chang and his entourage left, Principal Qin immediately dispersed the onlooking students. Zhang Bing then accompanied Lin Huanxue out of the school, casually hailing a car at the school gate, intending to take Lin Huanxue home first. Lin Huanxue did not refuse. The two sat together in the back seat, and Zhang Bing looked at this artistic goddess in front of him. Although she exuded a sweet aura, her figure was only slightly better than Lu Ruyan's, but certainly not worse. "Zhang Bing, I'm sorry. It seems Wang Chang won't let this go easily and has brought you trouble." Lin Huanxue broke the silence first, speaking softly. Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. He didn't take Wang Chang seriously at all. What he was thinking about now was how to quickly win over this innocent goddess and see what rewards the system would randomly grant him this time. As for Wang Chang, the Tianlong Hotel at home now had 80% of its shares belonging to him. In other words, Wang Chang's father would have to respectfully call him Zhang Zong in the future. "Senior sister, no need to be polite," Zhang Bing asked calmly. "I could tell earlier that your family seems to be afraid of offending the Wang family." Lin Huanxue nodded and then sighed. Between her brows, there was an added sense of gloom and worry, which prompted her to open up. She spoke of the matters concerning the interactions between their two families. "Our Lin family indeed relies heavily on the Tianlong Grand Hotel owned by the Wang family. I've known Wang Chang since we were children. My family actually dislikes him a lot, but for the sake of the family, I guess we have tacitly accepted that we are a couple." As Lin Huanxue spoke, her tone was filled with helplessness. Zhang Chang clenched his fist, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth, secretly muttering, "He's just a low-quality rich second generation. What level is he? Competing with me for women? Just wait until I take the shares of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Let's see how arrogant he can be." Then he pondered, "Senior, I think you don't need to worry too much about this matter. Things will naturally work out. I should be able to help you." Upon hearing Zhang Bing say this, a glimmer of light quickly flashed in Lin Huanxue's eyes, but it soon dimmed. "Zhang Bing, thank you, but I think you won't be able to help with this matter," Lin Huanxue said in a very low voice, perhaps due to the insufficient air conditioning in the back seat. Lin Huanxue naturally took off her coat and tied up her hair, wearing a white camisole underneath. Suddenly, her snow-white skin and curvaceous figure made Zhang Bing secretly marvel. He didn't expect Lin Huanxue's figure to be far more perfect and alluring than it appeared. Just as Zhang Bing was stealing glances, the car suddenly jolted, and Lin Huanxue let out a soft scream. Her body tilted to the side, leaning entirely against Zhang Bing's arm, her ample chest pressing against him. In an instant, Zhang Bing felt an unusual softness and the faint scent of a woman. "Senior, are you okay?" Zhang Bing quickly supported Lin Huanxue. "I'm fine." Lin Huanxue was clearly a bit embarrassed, a blush appearing on her fair face. She immediately placed her coat in front of her chest, not daring to meet Zhang Bing's eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhang Bing secretly laughed. From his experience, although the earlier physical contact was an accidental bump, judging by Lin Huanxue's reaction, capturing this pure school beauty would definitely be no problem. Just then, they arrived at their destination. Lin Huanxue hurriedly got out of the car, thanked him softly, and then jogged into the upscale community. Watching Lin Huanxue's steep and full figure, Zhang Bing clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "In 5 days, I, Zhang Bing, will definitely win her over. After dropping Lin Huanxue off at home, he checked the time and then planned to head to the Tianlong Grand Hotel to claim his system rewards first. Meanwhile, at the Tianlong Grand Hotel, one of the most luxurious hotels in Kyoto, it offered a full range of accommodation, leisure, and entertainment, with everything imaginable available. Those who came here were wealthy and influential, willing to spend lavishly. It was said that all the beauties inside were model level, excelling in every aspect. Zhang Bing took a taxi directly to the hotel. This was also his first visit. Looking at the resplendent and imposing entrance ahead, surrounded by luxury cars, Zhang Bing chuckled to himself, thinking that such a lavish place would soon belong to him. He did not go directly to find the hotel's behind-the-scenes owner, who was Wang Chang's father, but instead thought to conduct a discreet visit first. The 8th floor is a private club. Zhang Bing looked at the floor index and immediately understood what the entire 8th floor was for, so he decisively decided to go to the 8th floor first. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he was greeted by extreme luxury, and the air was filled with the scent of money. As expected, the 8th floor was indeed engaged in that kind of service. A front desk receptionist immediately walked over with a smile, politely greeting him. "Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation?" Zhang Bing was taken aback by the appearance of the hostess. He didn't expect that even a random hostess here would have such a figure, looks, and temperament. Zhang Tingting, he noticed the name tag in front of the hostess. "Sir, hello. If you don't have a reservation, you can't come here to play," Zhang Tingting explained politely with a smile. Zhang Bing coughed lightly, thinking to himself, he was the owner of the entire Tianlong Grand Hotel, and he couldn't come to play? But he didn't want to make things difficult for a hostess, especially since Zhang Tingting was at least 1.68 meters tall, and those long legs and black stockings were simply longer than most people's lives. Her sexy yet modest makeup, and her curvy figure, scored a perfect 10, at least an 8, and could rival Lin Hanhua. "Can I make a reservation now?" Zhang Bing asked. Zhang Tingting smiled slightly and shook her head to indicate it wasn't possible. "Is it not possible even if I pay?" Zhang Bing continued to ask. He knew that such private high-end venues usually operated on a membership basis, and there were definitely various customized services inside. As long as one paid, whatever type or style the guest wanted, it would be tailored to them. Just thinking about Zhang Tingting, such a perfect 8-point girl, actually doing this made Zhang Bing feel a pang of regret. At least he didn't have this kind of regret regarding Lu Ruyan. "Yes, but our membership starts with a minimum initial charge of 1 million. Do you need to apply for a card now, sir?" Zhang Tingting asked. 1 million. Zhang Bing thought to himself, it seemed the profits of the Tianlong Grand Hotel were quite considerable. Although the system had given him 950 billion, the rewards were coming in gradually, and he couldn't even take out 1,000 right now. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Bing calmly said, "Miss Zhang, I want to ask, if I apply for a membership now, can I choose anyone here?" "Yes, you can," Zhang Tingting nodded and explained. "All the staff on the 8th floor who provide massage and bathing services can be chosen as long as they are available. And you can also inform us in advance about your preferences regarding the staff's attire, figure, looks, accent, and likes, and we will accommodate them." No, Zhang Bing waved his hand, looking at Zhang Tingting, and asked, "Miss Zhang, what I mean is, if I apply for a membership now, can I choose you to serve me?" Zhang Tingting was slightly taken aback but quickly regained her composure. She smiled and refused, saying, "Sir, I'm sorry, I just started working here, and I'm not doing that." Hearing this, Zhang Bing felt a bit relieved. "Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood," Zhang Bing explained awkwardly. "It's fine, sir." Zhang Tingting maintained her smile and asked, "So, do you want to pay to apply for a membership?" Well, Zhang Bing suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't take out 1 million to apply for a membership right now. Moreover, he was there to take over 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Grand Hotel today. The whole hotel was his, so why would he need to pay for a membership? But in front of a beauty like Zhang Tingting, he couldn't lose face. Just then, he suddenly saw a woman in a revealing bikini, who was at least a 6 out of 10, walking over. "Zhang Tingting, manager Li wants you to go to room 88 right away." Zhang Tingting immediately looked very uncomfortable and said softly, "Fanjia, I won't go. I'm just here to be a hostess, not to do anything else." This revealing woman was about 30 years old, although she looked a bit tacky. Her figure was exceptionally hot. It was clear she was a supervisor here and had been working in such places for at least 5 years. "Xiao Shang, don't say I didn't warn you. Manager Li specifically requested you. If you offend Manager Li, do you think you can keep this job? Think about it carefully. You can earn at least 20,000 yuan in a month by welcoming guests here. What is it all for?" Wang Fan spoke in a tone of someone who had been through it, educating Zhang Tingting in front of Zhang Bing. "Sister Fan, Zhang Tingting bit her lip, lowering her head, clearly very reluctant. "Xiao Shang, don't think too much. Serving General Manager Lee is better than us doing this specifically, right? And General Manager Lee is the manager of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. With him backing you, isn't it just a matter of a word for you to get what you want? Your father's illness, coming to Kyoto for hospitalization and surgery, General Manager Lee can arrange it with just a phone call. Wang Feng continued to persuade, and her words left Zhang Tingting with a very complex expression. At this moment, Zhang Bing was somewhat surprised and had understood everything. He didn't expect that this General Manager Lee was the bald man, Li Guoqing, who he had slapped in the face at the Bishui Lanting sales office. It was obvious that Li Guoqing was trying to use his position to take advantage of Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting wasn't doing this. She came here to welcome guests to earn money for family reasons. Damn it, how dare he take advantage of my beautiful employee? Zhang Bing cursed inwardly. Fortunately, he came today, otherwise, judging by the situation, Zhang Tingting would likely be forced and suffer at the hands of that bald man, Li Guoqing. Sister Fun, please tell General Manager Li that I won't go to room 888. Hey, Xiao Zhang, why are you so stubborn? You need to be more open-minded. This world is very realistic. Do you know how many young women in our hotel actively want to please General Manager Lee, and he doesn't even look at them? Alright, stop thinking so much. Just listen to your sister. As long as you go today, you'll be well taken care of in Kyoto in the future. While saying this, Wang Fun urged Zhang Tingting to hurry to the room. Sister Fun, right? At this moment, Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. If she doesn't want to go, why are you pushing her? I'm not against this, but forcing someone into it isn't right, is it? Who are you? Wang Fun glanced at Zhang Bing, seeing that he was young and clearly still a student, yet he was lecturing her. Little brother, you still look like you're in school. Hurry up and leave, this doesn't concern you. Zhang Tingting quickly explained, Sister Fun, he's a guest here, planning to spend money to become a member. Wang Fun became even more curious. Zhang Bing didn't look like a rich second generation who could spend $1 million to become a member. Alright, little brother, society is complicated. Hurry up and leave, go back to your studies, and don't get involved. Saying this, Wang Fun grabbed Zhang Tingting's hand and was about to take her to the private room where Li Guoqing was. Sister Fun, let go of me, I won't go. I'd rather not have this job, Zhang Tingting said angrily, struggling desperately, determined. At this moment, Wang Fun was no longer gentle, her expression changed, and she threatened, Zhang Tingting, are you being given face? I'm telling you, whether you want to go or not, you have to go today. Offending General Manager Lee will not only mean you won't get your salary, but do you believe you won't be able to stay in Kyoto either? Ha! Zhang Bing could no longer listen and sneered. What a big talk, isn't he just a mere general manager of the Tianlong Grand Hotel? You're just an old madam. How can you say someone won't be able to stay in Kyoto? Wang Fun's expression darkened, completely disregarding that most of her body was exposed. Little brother, what did you say? Do you know where this is? I know. Zhang Bing's expression tightened, becoming exceptionally serious as he said, do you believe I can make you lose your job right now? You? Wang Fun couldn't help but laugh. Not only was she the supervisor on the 8th floor, but she was also one of Li Guoqing's many mistresses. It can be said that every woman who comes to work here basically has an unclear relationship with Li Guoqing. As soon as Zhang Tingting arrived, she caught Li Guoqing's eye. Today, he happened to have some free time, so he assigned this task to Wang Fun. You dare to cause trouble here. It seems you won't be leaving here easily today. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, completely dismissing the situation. He grabbed the bewildered Zhang Tingting and said loudly, today, I want to see what you can do to me. Just then, the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened. A beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, dressed very sexily, and carrying a designer handbag walked out. Junior, what are you doing here? The beauty was Lu Ruyan. As soon as Lu Ruyan stepped out of the elevator, she spotted Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect to run into Lu Ruyan here. Senior, I'm here to check on something. Zhang Bing casually made up a reason, pondering whether Lu Ruyan not only worked part-time selling luxury apartments at Bishui Lanting but also came to the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel for a part-time job. If that were the case, he really had taken a bus ride for nothing. Lu Ruyan took off her sunglasses, revealing a look of suspicion, clearly not believing Zhang Bing's words. Especially when she saw Zhang Bing holding Zhang Tingting's hand, she noticed that Zhang Tingting's height and looks, as well as her figure, were absolutely comparable to hers, even more seductive. A hint of jealousy appeared in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Junior, what are you and Sister Wang doing? Zhang Bing snorted again but said nothing. However, Wang Fun clearly recognized Lu Ruyan and had a very respectful attitude towards her. As the top madam here, Wang Fun's ability to read the room was top-notch. She could tell from Lu Ruyan's gaze at Zhang Bing that Lu Ruyan wanted to curry favor with him. Someone who could make a young beauty like Lu Ruyan, who was extremely materialistic, Want to please him, must have a significant background. So she immediately changed her tone and smiled, saying, Miss Wang, is this little brother your friend? We had a bit of a misunderstanding earlier, but since he's your friend, it's all good. Lu Ruyan nodded thoughtfully and said, Mr. Zhang is my junior and also a VIP client at Bishui Lanting. As soon as these words came out, Wang Feng was taken aback. Bishui Lanting was a well-known luxury residence, and VIP clients were those who could afford at least a 50 million yuan property. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Wang Feng immediately changed her demeanor, even her gaze towards Zhang Bing became flirtatious. Zhang Bing felt a wave of disgust. He had no interest in this madam who seemed eager to take advantage of him, especially since her outfit was too revealing. Losing that sense of mystery only made him feel more nauseated. Alright, I don't want to waste time with you. Go tell Li Guoqing to stop having ideas about Zhang Tingting. Wang Feng smiled awkwardly, then leaned in to whisper something in Lu Ruyan's ear for a moment. Lu Ruyan seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, Junior, I'm actually here to talk to President Li about something. How about I help you communicate with him later? Zhang Bing didn't refuse and said, that's fine, but tell Li Guoqing to come down for a meeting in 10 minutes. After saying this, Zhang Bing took Zhang Tingting's hand and headed towards the elevator. Zhang Tingting didn't refuse, on the contrary, she felt a sense of solid security. After getting off the 8th floor, Zhang Bing brought Zhang Tingting to the lobby of Tianlong Hotel. Due to the bright lights in the lobby, he took a closer look and found that Zhang Tingting could only be described as having an angelic face and a devilish figure. Such a stunning beauty working in that kind of place would inevitably lead to trouble. Miss Shang, you shouldn't work there anymore. With your looks and figure, aren't you just walking into a trap? Zhang Tingting nodded, her eyes filled with grievance and helplessness. Zhang Bing also understood in his heart, having just heard Wang Feng mention a little about it upstairs. Don't worry, if anything happens, come to me. Your salary won't be short a single cent, no one can touch you, but you have to wait a bit first. Bing-gu, thank you. Zhang Tingting raised her head and glanced at Zhang Bing. Although they were about the same age, the way she called him Bing-gu was gentle and sweet. Zhang Bing felt a jolt in his heart, a primal impulse surged within him. You're welcome, just wait for me in the lobby for a bit, I need to handle something upstairs. After saying that, Zhang Bing took the elevator again, this time heading straight to the president's office. At that moment, in the president's office of the Tianlong Hotel, Wang Chang's father, Wang Ba, along with Lin Huanshua's father, Lin Jin, and others had already gathered. They had received the notification long ago. Someone had used means to buy 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Hotel, and someone would come today to complete the transfer. President Wang, I wonder which big shot managed to quietly buy 80% of the shares before, and you actually agreed to it, Lin Jin asked curiously. The Lin family also held a small stake in the Tianlong Hotel, which they had exchanged at a great cost, but in reality, the Wang family held the absolute majority of the shares. Wang Ba's expression was inscrutable, and he didn't explain anything. This matter is already settled, saying more is pointless. Just wait for the behind-the-scenes boss to come and sign the confirmation. Lin Jin smiled awkwardly, guessing from Wang Ba's reaction. With such a powerful big shot, Wang Ba definitely couldn't afford to offend him and had to comply. Lin Jin, I heard your daughter Lin Huanshua recently got to know a rich second generation at school, and it made my son lose face. Is that true? Lin Jin's heart tightened, and he hurriedly explained, President Wang, that's not true. Huanshua has nothing to do with that rich second generation. Humph. Wang Ba snorted coldly, with a hint of warning, saying, that's best. After the behind-the-scenes boss signs the confirmation, you immediately have your daughter come over, or else Wang Chang will be unhappy. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, understood. I'll call to arrange it right now. Lin Jin felt very uncomfortable, but the Lin family couldn't afford to offend the Wang family. If they lost the Wang family's industrial support, the Lin family would fall drastically, so he had no choice but to sacrifice his daughter Lin Huanshue. At that moment, Zhang Bing was alone in the elevator, having arrived at the door of the president's office. He hesitated not at all, directly pushing the door open and walking in. Inside, Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and several staff members were startled, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was just a young man. Who are you? Is this a place you can come to? Wang Ba said with an unhappy face, immediately instructing someone to notify the security to expel Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, sizing up Wang Ba, and seeing the resemblance to Wang Chang, quickly guessed. This man must be Wang Chang's father. Zhang Bing looked disdainful, walked in, and directly sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs, pulling out his ID, and casually said, let me introduce myself, my name is Zhang Bing, and I'm here to take over 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Hotel today. Upon hearing this, Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and the others immediately perked up, straightening their backs. They had received information about the mysterious wealthy individual beforehand, including that he was young and his name, President Zhang. President Zhang, so it's you. Zhang Bing smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said, no need for pleasantries, just handle the paperwork immediately. Okay, President Zhang, please wait a moment. Wang Ba was extremely respectful, personally going to get the prepared transfer agreement, bending over as he walked to Zhang Bing. President Zhang, the agreement has been prepared long ago, just waiting for your signature. Zhang Bing didn't waste words, took the agreement, and swiftly signed his name. From that moment on, he became the largest shareholder of the Tianlong Hotel. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring 80% of the shares of Tianlong Grand Hotel, valued at 4 billion. Just after signing, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. He never expected that 80% of the shares in Tianlong Grand Hotel would be worth 4 billion. This was indeed impressive. Mr. Zhang, please give your instructions. Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and several minor shareholders stood respectfully in a row, waiting for Zhang Bing to speak. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment and said, immediately have the hotel's general manager, Li Guoqing, come up to see me. Upon hearing Zhang Bing's tone, Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and the others guessed that Li Guoqing must have offended him. However, since Zhang Bing had spoken, they dared not disobey. Wang Ba stepped aside and directly pulled out his phone to call Li Guoqing. Mr. Zhang, did Li Guoqing offend you? Wang Ba asked cautiously after hanging up. Zhang Bing sneered inwardly. Li Guoqing couldn't be said to have offended him, but since Li Guoqing wanted to use his position to take advantage of a beautiful employee like Zhang Tingting as the newly appointed boss, he certainly had to intervene. It's not really an offense, you'll understand when Li Guoqing arrives. At that moment, Li Guoqing was relaxing in a private room on the 8th floor. He had planned to use his power to coerce the stunning newcomer, Zhang Tingting, into submission. For someone in his position, most beautiful women had become tiresome, but a natural beauty like Zhang Tingting, who was both alluring and a bit innocent, was indeed rare. He never expected that Zhang Bing would suddenly appear and interrupt his scheme. Originally, Li Guoqing was ready to explode with anger, but fortunately, Lu Ruyan showed up just in time. Lu Ruyan had come specifically to apologize for the incident at the sales office, to maintain their relationship. After all, she had indeed made Li Guoqing lose face in public, and he was the manager of Tianlong Grand Hotel. With Lu Ruyan's various reassurances in the private room, Li Guoqing's anger finally subsided a bit, but he still had Zhang Tingting on his mind. However, after a man is done, he usually enters a sage mode. Miss Wang, this time I'll give you face and temporarily let that guy named Zhang go. You better tell him to keep his eyes open next time. Alright, Mr. Li, you were amazing just now, Lu Ruyan said, her face flushed, quickly putting on a sexy bodycon dress and acting coy. He's just a rich kid who doesn't know better. How can he compare to a successful man like you? Li Guoqing chuckled and gave Lu Ruyan's ample backside a firm squeeze, saying, you little vixen are really something, even better than our professionals. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, Mr. Wang must have something urgent that needs my attention. Tianlong Grand Hotel. President's office. Li Guoqing hurriedly pulled up his pants and rushed over. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and several minor shareholders all present. Sitting in the boss's chair was a young man, casually crossing his legs, while everyone stood respectfully behind him. Li Guoqing focused his gaze and was filled with shock. Kid, how is it you? Impudent! Li Guoqing, are your eyes blind? This is the new big boss of Tianlong Grand Hotel, Mr. Zhang Bing. As soon as Li Guoqing finished speaking, Wang Ba scolded him angrily. Mr. Wang, he is our hotel's new big boss? Li Guoqing could hardly believe it. Just a moment ago on the 8th floor, he had wanted to go out and call someone to deal with Zhang Bing. He had only calmed down a bit because Lu Ruyan had clung to him, not to mention the last time he was publicly mocked by Zhang Bing at the Bishi Lanting sales office. Li Guoqing, what's wrong? You don't want to keep your job? Is this how you treat Mr. Zhang? Lin Jin also reprimanded him with a stern face. At this moment, Li Guoqing finally snapped out of his immense shock, and he gasped inwardly. I never expected that Zhang Bing was actually the mysterious wealthy tycoon behind it all, who directly acquired 80% of the shares of the Tianlong Grand Hotel through various means. Zhang, hello, Li Guoqing, being a seasoned figure in the underworld, immediately changed his demeanor, bowing and greeting Zhang Bing. Poof! Zhang Bing scoffed disdainfully and then stood up. Li Guoqing, right? We actually have no conflict, but you dared to use your position to coerce and entice Zhang Tingting, so you know what to do now? Yes. Li Guoqing nodded frantically, smiling. Zhang, please give your orders. Zhang Bing didn't waste words, saying, you, right now, go to finance and settle the accounts, and get out of the Tianlong Grand Hotel immediately. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Li Guoqing was instantly dumbfounded. Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and several small shareholders were also shocked. After all, Li Guoqing was cultivated and promoted by Wang Jin, and his business capabilities were decent. Zhang Bing coming in and directly wanting to get rid of Li Guoqing was clearly too unexpected. Zhang, please give me another chance, Li Guoqing panicked. The position of general manager of the Tianlong Grand Hotel was quite desirable, and he was unwilling to let it go. This matter is non-negotiable. Settle and get out immediately. Zhang Bing reprimanded with considerable authority. Hearing this, Wang Ba immediately exchanged glances with Lin Jin and the other small shareholders, pleading for Li Guoqing. After all, Li Guoqing was his man. Occupying this important position would benefit him in the future. Zhang, you just took over the hotel, and Li Guoqing has been in position for many years. He does have some capability. How about you cool down a bit? Yes, Zhang, if you like that Zhang Tingding, we can arrange it right away. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhang Bing glanced at Wang Ba, sneering inwardly. Up to now, Wang Ba still didn't know that his precious son Wang Chang had already clashed with him over Lin Huanxue. Wang Ba, did you not hear what I said clearly? Wang Ba trembled inside, swallowing the words that were about to come out. Li Guoqing is to be dismissed immediately, and as for the Tianlong Grand Hotel, I want a complete reshuffle. Anyone who has any objections can keep them to themselves. The major shareholder has a veto right, and with Zhang Bing holding 80% of the shares, he basically had the final say, and no one could oppose him. Soon, Li Guoqing was unwillingly kicked out. Zhang Bing gave Wang Ba a warning, and then intentionally or unintentionally hinted at Lin Jin in various ways. This left Lin Jin completely confused. Anyone with eyes could tell that Zhang Bing was deliberately supporting Lin Jin. He also clearly stated that from now on, all suppliers for the Tianlong Grand Hotel would be entirely managed by Lin Jin, establishing exclusive cooperation. Thank you, Zhang, Lin Jin said ecstatically. This way, he would no longer be bullied by Wang Ba. Wang Ba's face turned ashen, but he didn't dare to say anything. After finishing these instructions, Zhang Bing indicated that he would arrange for someone else to be the hotel's general manager later, and then he swaggered out. Meanwhile, in a presidential suite of the hotel, Wang Chang had arrived half an hour ago, eagerly waiting for Lin Huanxue to come and admit her mistakes. Today he had already decided that, whether through coercion or temptation, or even drugging, he would have his way with Lin Huanxue. He was still unaware that the Tianlong Grand Hotel had changed ownership. Now it was entirely up to Zhang Bing, who had already made strong arrangements, meaning the Lin family no longer needed to curry favor with the Wang family or be threatened by them. Lin Huanxue, today I must have you. Let's see how you usually pretend to be a pure and innocent girl. Saying this, Wang Chang took out a blue bottle, grinning wickedly. On the other side, after Zhang Bing went downstairs, he went directly to find Zhang Tingting. Bing Gu. Seeing Zhang Bing come down, Zhang Tingting immediately stood up and sweetly called out. Zhang Bing smiled and said, "Your matter has been taken care of. Li Guoqing has been dismissed. If you need, you can stay at the hotel for an administrative position. Don't go to the 8th floor to greet guests anymore. As for salary and benefits, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing in disbelief, surprised. Although she didn't know Zhang Bing's true identity, she could guess that all of this was definitely due to his influence. "Brother Bing, thank you, really thank you. It's a small matter," Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Just then, Zhang Tingting's phone rang. She told Zhang Bing and stepped aside to answer the call. In less than a minute, Zhang Tingting hung up, her face filled with terror and worry. "Brother Bing, I need to go to Kyoto Hospital first. My dad's condition has worsened. Go quickly, don't delay, we'll talk later," Zhang Bing reminded her. Zhang Tingting nodded and quickly left with her bag. Watching her leave, Zhang Bing felt a surge of excitement in his heart while also calculating. Now that Li Guoqing was out, this hotel was still his property, and he needed to arrange for a reliable person to take over. After thinking for a moment, he slapped his thigh and said, "Got it, Lu Ruyan, it's her." Lu Ruyan personally came to the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel. After Li Guoqing vented his anger, she didn't leave immediately. Li Guoqing's status was considered high-level connections for her as a socialite. She certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, thinking that once Li Guoqing was free, he could provide her with some help. At the same time, Lu Ruyan also wanted to use this to gain favor with Zhang Bing. When Zhang Bing took the initiative to call, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, and they quickly arranged to meet on the 8th floor. Zhang Bing felt a thrill, knowing what Lu Ruyan meant. The 8th floor was a club. If she deliberately invited him to discuss business, there was definitely something to gain. However, thinking that she had probably just been playing with Li Guoqing, he wasn't very interested for the moment. After all, he wasn't that hungry yet. Senior, the 8th floor isn't a place for business discussions. Come down and find a quiet place. I have something important to tell you, Zhang Bing said calmly. Oh, Junior, don't say that. Are you saying you find your senior dirty? Lu Ruyan pointed out over the phone. This made Zhang Bing a bit embarrassed. He suddenly thought about asking Lu Ruyan to be the general manager of Tianlong Hotel, mainly because this woman had outstanding social skills, was open to anyone, and had a first-rate ability to read people. Junior, I'm waiting for you at the Supreme Treasure Room. Don't worry, your senior won't eat you, Lu Ruyan said before hanging up. Zhang Bing sighed and decided to go to the 8th floor to talk. In the Supreme Treasure Room on the 8th floor, the lighting was filled with ambiguity. It was Zhang Bing's first time here, and seeing the occasionally passing sexy women made him feel a bit excited. Any one of these women could definitely be considered a goddess. They had the right figure and height, and it was said that at least a bachelor's degree was required, along with proficiency in Chinese and English. The more foreign languages one mastered, the higher the commission would increase by 10%. Damn, who would have thought Wang Ba and Li Guoqing had some business acumen and knew how to play, Zhang Bing cursed inwardly. He walked directly into the Supreme Treasure Room. Lu Ruyan was wearing a white camisole and a half-length bodycon skirt, her hair down. At first glance, Zhang Bing felt that Lu Ruyan had a hint of a seductive aura, and it was a pity she wasn't in this line of work. Junior. Seeing Zhang Bing arrive, Lu Ruyan walked over with a smile, very proactively wrapping her arms around his neck. Do you think you find your senior unappealing? Senior sister, I'm not the kind of boss you think I am. As a weak woman wanting to live a good life, I naturally have to let those men take advantage of me, but it's not as exaggerated as you think. He. Zhang Bing clearly didn't believe it. Last time when they were looking at houses, Lu Ruyan's skills were proficient, her movements fluid, that couldn't have been faked. Junior, I'm telling the truth, I'm still a virgin. Lu Ruyan wrapped her arms around Zhang Bing's neck, speaking seductively. A virgin. Zhang Bing couldn't believe it at all, especially since he was there to discuss serious matters. Senior Wang, stop. I have something important to talk to you about. Lu Ruyan smiled, then sat down on Zhang Bing's lap, whispering, what could be so important, Junior? Li Guoqing has been kicked out. From now on, you'll take his place, managing the daily operations of the Tianlong Hotel. Your original salary remains the same, and as long as you do well, I can give you a share. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ruyan jumped up, her eyes shining, but then a hint of doubt appeared. Junior, are you serious? The Tianlong Hotel belongs to Wang Chang's family from our school. Do you mean what you say? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, it used to belong to Wang Chang's family, but now it's mine. Do you understand? Really? Lu Ruyan's heart raced. She felt like she was about to hit the jackpot. Absolutely. Zhang Bing, too lazy to waste words, said directly, I chose you to be the general manager because I value your social skills. Additionally, the Wang family still holds some shares in the hotel. I need you to quickly and reasonably get them out, but the Lin family must not be touched. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Lu Ruyan's mind was blank, immersed in immense joy. As an art school student, she worked part-time selling luxury homes, relying on her beauty and natural social skills to become the top seller. Every day she dealt with various wealthy people, going to different viewings, and today she came to apologize to Li Guoqing, all just to climb higher. She never expected Zhang Bing's words would make it happen. Junior, no, President Zhang, thank you for thinking highly of me. I will not let you down. From now on, everything I have is yours. Saying this, Lu Ruyan squatted down, slowly unbuttoning her lingerie, then gently lifting her fitted skirt. President Zhang, let me repay your kindness. No, pause for a moment. Zhang Bing firmly refused. We need to focus on business. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. President Zhang, do you have a grudge against the Wang family? Zhang Bing didn't deny it, replying, it's not exactly a grudge, but I had some conflicts with Wang Chang back in school. Today, expelling Li Guoqing was a warning to the Wang family. Lu Ruyan seemed to ponder, then said, President Zhang, I heard Li Guoqing say that Wang Chang is in the presidential suite of the hotel today, apparently waiting for our school's art department's beauty, Lin Huanxue, to come and apologize. I've heard that you seem to know Lin Huanxue and even sent her in a Maybach. Damn! Zhang Bing cursed inwardly, immediately standing up and rushing out. At that moment, in the presidential suite of the Tianlong Hotel, Lin Huanxue was wearing flat shoes, tight blue jeans, and a plain white t-shirt on her upper body. Despite such a low-key and simple outfit, her devilish figure was irresistibly tempting, especially her oval face, which looked incredibly endearing, combined with her perfect figure, was enough to make any man lose his mind instantly. She looked very unhappy, even though she was unwilling in her heart. But her father had forced her to come and apologize to Wang Chang in person today. She wasn't foolish. She knew that today's apology was not so simple, and she was destined to jump into the fire pit. On one side was her future happiness and innocence, and on the other was her father and the entire family. She had no choice but to come, bracing herself and silently praying for a miracle. When the door opened, Wang Chang's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Huanxue. However, Wang Chang still coldly snorted, "Oh, Lin Beauty, I thought you were tougher than this." "What? That new rich second-generation friend of yours who drives a Maybach S680 isn't helping you?" Lin Huanxue lowered her head and said softly, "Wang Chang, I'm sorry, please don't make things difficult for my dad, for our Lin family, okay?" "Poof." Wang Chang snorted coldly and suddenly grabbed Lin Huanxue's ample backside. "What are you doing?" Lin Huanxue struggled violently, angrily questioning him. Wang Chang had long stopped pretending, threatening, "Lin Huanxue, if you're going to act like this, just get lost." Lin Huanxue's face turned even uglier, but in the end, she still didn't leave. Seeing this, Wang Chang sneered, turned around, and went inside to bring out 2 glasses of red wine. He handed one to Lin Huanxue and said, "Actually, we've known each other since childhood, and my family knows too. What is there to talk about? Besides, I've always been sincere with you. Drink this glass of wine, and we'll talk slowly." Lin Huanxue nodded, took a deep breath, and gently sipped the red wine. Wang Chang's face was filled with greed, and then he directly threw away his own glass of wine and leaned in to kiss Lin Huanxue's face. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me." "Lin Huanxue, stop pretending. I don't believe you don't want to do those things." In the presidential suite of the Tianlong Hotel, the door was left wide open. Wang Chang directly began to act forcefully towards Lin Huanxue, maintaining a semblance of respect at first. However, Lin Huanxue had always looked down on this kind of spoiled rich kid, so she had been putting on a brave face. This time, Zhang Bing's appearance completely provoked him, which is why he used his family's influence to coerce Lin Huanxue into coming alone to apologize. And that glass of red wine, he had already drugged. "Wang Chang, you're a beast. Let go of me. I won't let you succeed. Stop pretending. Let me tell you, there's a drug in the wine, and you just took a sip. Soon, you might end up begging me." Lin Huanxue was shocked, struggling violently, trying to run outside. But soon, she felt her whole body heating up, as if millions of ants were crawling over her. Her breathing became rapid, and her body felt weak and limp. At this moment, Wang Chang laughed triumphantly, knowing the drug was taking effect. This drug had cost him thousands to obtain from abroad, and its effects were powerful. Indeed, Lin Huanxue's remaining consciousness was gradually being shattered. She gritted her teeth and shouted for him to stop, but her body twisted uncontrollably like a water snake. "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you, ha ha ha." Wang Chang rubbed his hands together, brutally tearing Lin Huanxue's t-shirt. Her full, white skin was almost completely exposed to the air, and he couldn't help but lick his lips, wanting to throw Lin Huanxue onto the bed and planning to close the door. Just then, the elevator in the middle of the corridor chimed. Zhang Bing rushed out urgently, heading straight for the presidential suite. "Wang Chang, you are worse than a beast." Just as Wang Chang was about to close the door, he was startled by Zhang Bing's sudden appearance. However, he quickly regained his composure, thinking that the hotel was his family's. This was his territory. Even if Zhang Bing had some power, they wouldn't be afraid. "Is it you again?" Wang Chang, holding Lin Huanxue who was only in her underwear, threatened viciously, "Mind your own business, get lost right now. Otherwise, with one call, I'll have someone come and break your legs." Zhang Bing glanced at Lin Huanxue's current state. Her eyes were dazed, her body twisting and turning, and the pure girl didn't even care that her t-shirt had been torn. It was obvious at a glance that she had definitely been drugged. "Trash! How dare you drug Huanxue?" Zhang Bing shouted angrily and rushed in. Lin Huanxue was the pure goddess that the system had instructed him to pursue. How could she be insulted by a wastrel like Wang Chang? Soon, the two were locked in a scuffle. Wang Chang, who had long been pampered, was no match for Zhang Bing, especially with Lin Huanxue, who was under the influence of the drug, in his arms. He didn't expect Zhang Bing to be so straightforward and attack him directly. In less than 2 minutes, he was beaten to the point of seeing stars, covering his head while cursing and fleeing. Seeing this, Zhang Bing paid no mind. Wang Chang would at most just call for help. The hotel was now his. Who would dare oppose him? He closed the door and then carried Lin Huanxue to the bed. Let go of me." Zhang Bing, is that you?" Lin Huanxue mumbled, her eyes hazy, breathing heavily as if she were drunk, a flush appearing on her fair face. Coupled with the t-shirt that Wang Chang had just torn, she was only wearing a black lace bra on her upper body. Zhang Chang couldn't help but take another look, nearly bleeding from his nose. The department flower was indeed the department flower, In this state, she was simply perfect. However, he didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability. Otherwise, how was he any different from Wang Chang? Lin, wake up, you've been drugged, hold on, Zhang Chang shouted. But at that moment, Lin Huanxue couldn't hear anything, feeling unbearably hot, tightly clenching her legs, her body twisting uncontrollably, continuously shouting that she was so hot. Seeing this, Zhang Chang directly picked up a bottle of water and splashed it on Lin Huanxue's face. However, it was still useless. This foreign drug was like a dream. The water soaked Lin Huanxue's hair, flowing down her snowy skin, making her look even more tempting. I'm so hot, Lin Huanxue cried out, suddenly hugging Zhang Bing's waist, her fingers instinctively trying to undo his clothes and pants. Lin, hold on. Zhang Bing struggled to control himself. Although she was the goddess the system had instructed him to pursue, he didn't want to take action at this moment. Ding! The system has detected that Lin Huanxue has been drugged. If the host can resist the temptation of female beauty, the system will issue a mysterious prize. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. A mysterious prize. Zhang Bing felt delighted, but at this time, Lin Huanxue's movements became more intense. With her dazed eyes, she actually began to take off her jeans. Her skin, as white as milk, was revealed, and her hands tightly clung to his waist, actively pressing against him. Damn, the system really knows how to pick its moments. Who can withstand this? Zhang Bing cursed. Wasn't this deliberately testing him? No, I can't take advantage of her vulnerability. I must hold on. Meanwhile, Lin Huanxue had also removed her jeans, her skin a rosy white, wearing only a black bikini, her whole body pressed against him. She leaned in closer and kissed him. Lin, hold on, the drug won't last that long, Zhang Bing shouted, but his body remained frozen in place. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a loud knock on the suite door, followed by it being opened with a room card. Wang Chang burst in, accompanied by Wang Ba, Lin Jin, and hotel security personnel, all looking furious. Zhang Bing, how dare you ruin my good deed? Today, I'm settling old and new scores with you. Wang Chang shouted, especially furious at the sight of Lin Huanxue in a bikini actively kissing Zhang Bing, her whole body pressed against him, which nearly made him explode with rage. At the moment the door knocked, Zhang Bing's mind instantly cleared. He pushed Lin Huanxue away and quickly grabbed a blanket to wrap her up. When Wang Ba and Lin Jin saw Zhang Bing, they were both stunned, frozen in place. Dad, Uncle Lin, it's him. He went against me at school last time, and just now he ruined my chances with Han Shui and even hit me, making my head bleed. Wang Chang shouted angrily, pointing at Zhang Bing, completely unaware of the situation. Shut your mouth. Wang Ba shouted, his mind racing. He never expected that the rich second-generation kid who had clashed with his son over Lin Huanxue at school was actually Zhang Bing. Dad, what do you mean? I want to break his legs today. Wang Chang continued to yell, ready to order the security to rush in. You brat. Wang Ba quickly made a decision and slapped Wang Chang across the face, stunning him. Zhang Bing is the new owner of the Tianlong Hotel. What? Dad, he is the new boss? In an instant, Wang Chang froze, unable to believe what he had just heard. You brat. Why aren't you apologizing to Mr. Zhang immediately? Wang Ba's neck was bulging with veins, and he slapped Wang Chang again. As a billionaire, Wang Ba's experience was certainly far greater than that of Wang Chang, who only knew how to indulge in pleasure. He knew Zhang Bing had a significant background, and now being the new owner of the Tianlong Hotel, he definitely couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Chang's heart was a mix of emotions, his expression shifting from anger to shock and confusion. Lin Shen quickly stepped forward and said coldly, Wang Chang, you may not know, but an hour ago, Mr. Zhang already signed the transfer documents, and now he owns 80% of the Tianlong Hotel. Humph. At this moment, Zhang Bing had one hand pressing down on Lin Huanxue, who was wrapped in a blanket, while coldly staring at Wang Chang. We'll settle the new and old scores later. How dare you drug Miss Lin? Get out immediately. After hearing Zhang Bing's reprimand, Wang Ba made a quick decision and dragged the still-dazed Wang Chang out. Several security guards followed them out, and Lin Jin hesitated for a moment before deciding to leave as well. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. Seeing Lin Jin about to leave, Zhang Bing immediately called out, your daughter has been drugged by Wang Chang, and the effects are kicking in. Hurry and call a doctor. To his surprise, Lin Jin suddenly revealed a strange smile and said, Mr. Chang, since Han Shui has already been drugged and the effects are already showing, she should be fine in a while. There's no need to call a doctor. Since you and Han Shui are classmates, please continue to look after her. Zhang Bing was somewhat taken aback. He could certainly understand what Lin Jin meant. He felt disdain for a parent who treated their daughter as a bargaining chip. Mr. Lin, this won't do. Miss Lin is still a young lady, and this drug is very potent. I'm afraid something might happen. Mr. Zhang, I trust you. Even if something happens, it doesn't matter. Lin Jin smiled slightly, retreating as he spoke. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I'll handle the rest. After saying that, Lin Jin didn't forget to close the door behind him. Zhang Bing sighed, feeling something was off, and once everyone had left, he quickly lifted the blanket to let Lin Hanxue breathe. At that moment, Lin Hanxue looked as if she was completely intoxicated, her body flushed and curvaceous, breathing rapidly. Any man would find it hard to resist, unless he were a eunuch. Zhang Bing felt his heart racing, but recalling the system's prompt, he knew that as long as he could resist temptation, there would be a mysterious reward. Moreover, he truly disdained taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state, even though Lin Jin had just hinted at it. Damn it, if I'm going to pursue you, I will do it openly and honestly, never taking advantage of you when you're drugged. Zhang Bing cursed and then directly picked Lin Hanxue up in his arms. Lin Hanxue was completely lost, her proactive hands wrapping around his neck. Zhang Bing could no longer hold back and directly carried Lin Hanxue to the bathroom, then turned on the faucet, spraying water on her with the showerhead. At the same time, he sprayed himself madly, trying to calm down. About half an hour later, Lin Hanxue gradually regained her awareness. Ah! She screamed, clutching her chest, then squatted in the corner and began to cry. Seeing this, Zhang Bing felt relieved and said, "It's good that you're awake. If you hadn't woken up, I really wouldn't have been able to take it anymore." Lin Hanxue wiped her tears, looking at Zhang Bing with a very complex expression, then stood up. She wrapped her arms around her chest and ran into the room like a thief. Zhang Bing watched her perfect, snow-white figure, especially her bare feet as she hurried into the room. That large backside was definitely a man's temptation. Hey, I'm too much of a gentleman. Thinking this, Zhang Bing pinched himself, then cleared his throat and shouted into the suite, "I'm going out first. I'll have the staff bring you some clothes later." Just as Zhang Bing was about to open the door to leave, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind again. "Congratulations, host, for successfully resisting the temptation of beauty. The system will reward you with an ancient medical technique." What the hell? Zhang Bing muttered to himself. The promised 75 billion, a mysterious reward, turned out to be a set of medical skills? The ancient medical technique is extremely precious, its value currently immeasurable, and it has been imprinted in the host's mind. The host only needs to agree to accept it to instantly learn the ancient medical technique. Wait, Zhang Bing became anxious. He didn't want any medical skills, he just wanted real money. According to the system, this ancient medical technique was invaluable, so if it suddenly exploded to 7.5 billion, wouldn't he be at a loss? Please decide immediately whether to accept, host. The system's prompt sounded again, starting a countdown. Accept. Zhang Bing steeled his heart, suddenly realizing that money had become just a number at a certain level. Now that he owned the Tianlong Hotel, he wouldn't be short on cash. Thinking that since it was a mysterious reward from the system, and the system said it was invaluable, this medical technique should be extraordinary. Ding, the ancient medical technique reward has been issued. Please check and learn, host. As the system's prompt ended, Zhang Bing suddenly found many strange things added to his mind. In an instant, a vast amount of information merged into his brain, requiring no memorization, as if these things were innate. He briefly comprehended it and was immediately astonished. I've hit the jackpot. With this medical technique, the world will be mine. He collected his thoughts, unable to suppress his inner joy, secretly sighing with relief that he had resisted Lin Hanxue's temptation and agreed to accept the system's reward. He then opened the door and walked out, where Lin Jin was smiling at him, but Wang Ba and Wang Chang were nowhere to be seen. Mr. Zhang, Lin Jin called out with a smile. Zhang Bing paused and said, "Mr. Lin, the effects of the medicine on Hanxue have worn off, but we need to notify someone to bring her a set of clothes." Lin Jin nodded and asked, "Mr. Zhang, are you satisfied with Hanxue? What do you mean?" Zhang Bing replied somewhat displeased, "Mr. Lin, I think you misunderstood. I, Zhang Bing, am definitely not a petty person who takes advantage of others. I did nothing with your daughter." Hee, it's fine. Lin Jin clearly didn't believe him, then suddenly clasped his hands together and said, "Mr. Zhang, you are young and accomplished, with a strong sense of justice. If it weren't for you, Hanxue would have been ruined by Wang Chang. I have an idea. I don't know if I should say it or not." Zhang Bing nodded, indicating Lin Jin to go ahead. Lin Jin clasped his hands and suddenly said with a serious expression, "Mr. Zhang, if you don't mind, I would like to take you as my son-in-law." Zhang Bing felt a wave of frustration. He never expected Lin Jin wanted to be his father-in-law. First of all, he had to admit that he really liked Lin Hanxue, a pure and alluring beauty, a goddess with both virtue and talent, and it was a genuine affection. But he was only 19 this year, just finished the college entrance examination, with a net worth of 75 billion, and had just received a set of incredible ancient medical skills as a system reward. How could he hang himself on one tree? Marrying so early would surely lead to regret later. Not to mention, he had just met Zhang Tingting, who was absolutely no less than Lin Huanxue in every aspect. Mr. Lin, don't joke around. I'm only 19 this year, not even of legal marriage age. Mr. Zhang, these are all minor issues. I will definitely handle these small matters well. Lin Jin was eager to cling to Zhang Bing's sturdy leg and naturally did not want to let go easily. How about letting Huanxue drop out of school to be your personal secretary? Or, how about Huanxue having a child for you first? A young genius like you must leave behind excellent genes early. Zhang Bing cleared his throat and said, Mr. Lin, I consider you a friend, but you want to be my father-in-law, that won't do. Let's not bring this up again, everything depends on fate. Lin Jin was still not giving up. He had already made up his mind. Even if he couldn't tie Zhang Bing down today, he would properly educate his daughter Lin Huanxue later, no matter what it took. He must ensure she got pregnant with Zhang Bing's child first. By the way, Mr. Lin, I have already arranged for someone to take over the general manager position that Li Guoqing held, and the relevant personnel from the Wang family at the hotel hope you can assist the new general manager in getting rid of the old one as soon as possible. Everything else remains the same. You can discuss it among yourselves. Any major changes or investments related to the hotel must be approved by me. Okay, Mr. Zhang, everything will be done as you say, Lin Jin replied respectfully. At that moment, Zhang Bing's personal phone rang. He opened it to see an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Brother Bing, it's me, my dad. He's not doing well. Can you lend me 500,000? I'm begging you, I'm willing to work for you. On the other end of the line, Zhang Tingting's urgent voice, tinged with tears, rang out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing immediately reassured her, Tingting, don't worry, 500,000 is a small matter. I'll prepare it and come over right away. After hanging up, Zhang Bing quickly instructed Lin Jin, Mr. Lin, help me prepare some money. My friend's father is in trouble, and I need to go see him immediately. With that, Zhang Bing rushed to the elevator. Not long after he left, a female hotel staff member came up with a set of clothes to deliver to Lin Huanxue in the suite. 10 minutes later, Lin Huanxue, with her hair still damp, wearing sandals and the outfit sent by the hotel, looked radiant, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her figure was perfect with curves in all the right places. Daughter, how is it? Did you have any relations with Mr. Zhang? Lin Jin immediately asked. Lin Huanxue glanced at her father, feeling disappointed. Although she had been drugged by Wang Chang, she was still clear-headed about what had happened and knew that Zhang Bing was now the big boss of the hotel. She understood her father's intentions all too well. You've been let down. Zhang Bing is an upright person and didn't touch me at all. Ah, so what Mr. Zhang said was true. Lin Jin felt a bit disappointed but quickly put on a smile. Daughter, Mr. Zhang is about your age, young, handsome, and wealthy, and most importantly, he has good character. You must find a way to keep him. You absolutely must. Find a way to get pregnant with his child as soon as possible, do you hear me? Lin Huanxue ignored her father, but a ripple stirred in her heart. If last time at school she only felt that Zhang Bing was somewhat different from ordinary rich second-generation kids, this time, she had a strange feeling inside. Especially when she recalled the series of actions she had taken when the effects of the medicine hit her, her face instantly flushed, and her heart raced. Kyoto, First People's Hospital. Zhang Tingting was desperately pleading with a middle-aged attending physician, who wielded his power with great precision. Miss Zhang, this is not a charity hospital. There are no service fees, and I really can't help you. The attending physician Peng Biao firmly refused while staring intently at Zhang Tingting's long legs, barely holding back his drool. Director Peng, please, I've already called my friend to borrow money, and my friend promised to send it over right away. Zhang Tingting was on the verge of tears. Her father's condition was already very serious. If they didn't perform the surgery immediately, he could be in life-threatening danger at any moment. She worked as a hostess on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel precisely for the money. However, although Kyoto had medical resources, the costs were not something an ordinary family could bear. After piecing together a lot of money, she finally found Peng Biao to be the attending physician, but the exorbitant service fees left her feeling hopeless. Hee, then let's wait until your friend brings the money, Peng Biao said, pretending to be casual as he reached out to Zhang Tingting's thigh. Miss Zhang, 500,000 is not a small amount, and there will also be follow-up care costs. I think you should consider my offer. As long as you study with me for 3 years, I can lend you this 500,000. Zhang Tingting felt extreme disgust and immediately took a few steps back. She wasn't foolish. She knew that Peng Biao's studying for 3 years actually meant being his mistress for 3 years. Seeing that Zhang Tingting refused to yield, Peng Biao was not angry. He crossed his legs and said, if you don't gather the surgery fee today, your father is definitely doomed. In Kyoto, there is no shortage of beautiful women, Miss Zhang, you should think it over. Director Pang, please respect me and yourself, I will not agree to your terms, Zhang Tingting firmly rejected, feeling nauseated. At that moment, she was thinking of the Zhang Bing she had just met, hoping he would be reliable and keep his word. Fine, then just wait for your father to suffer to death, Peng Biao said and got up to leave. Just then, Zhang Bing arrived at the Kyoto hospital. He called Zhang Tingting using her phone number, and after a brief exchange, he hurried to the 10th floor. The moment Zhang Tingting saw Zhang Bing, she almost cried, her eyes reddening. Bingdu, I really had no choice but to disturb you. It's okay, we share the surname Zhang, this is fate. 500,000 is a small matter. Saying this, Zhang Bing directly took out his bank card and handed it to Zhang Tingting. Before coming, he had informed Linjin, believing that Linjin would not dare to delay and had probably already transferred the money. After receiving the money, Zhang Tingting immediately went with Zhang Bing to pay at the hospital and then directly found Peng Biao to arrange the surgery. Peng Biao looked at Zhang Bing, surprised that such a young man could take out 500,000, finding it hard to believe. However, since the surgery fee had already been paid, he had no choice but to prepare for the surgery for Zhang Tingting's father according to the regulations. Watching the busy doctors and nurses, Zhang Bing and Zhang Tingting followed closely behind. Zhang Tingting's father had already fallen into a deep coma, and the situation was very serious. Miss Zhang, come over and sign here, Peng Biao called out. Your father's chances of a successful surgery are only about 30%. If you are sure you want to proceed with the surgery, sign here. The hospital will not be responsible for any issues that arise. As soon as she heard this, Zhang Tingting immediately became anxious and hurriedly asked, Director Peng, didn't you say yesterday that the success rate of the surgery is very high? Peng Biao snorted coldly and said, Miss Zhang, yesterday was yesterday, today is today. If you delay any longer, your father's surgery success rate will be even lower. Zhang Tingting hesitated. A 30% success rate was no different from gambling. She was just a 19-year-old girl and couldn't make up her mind at that moment. Just then, several nurses pushed Zhang Tingting's father on a stretcher over. One of the young, attractive head nurses shouted, Where is the family of Zhang Yunfeng? Is the surgery going to be performed? If so, sign the papers immediately, don't waste time. Head nurse Qin, the family of Zhang Yunfeng is here, Peng Biao responded politely, waving his hand. Head nurse Qin Yuan clearly favored Peng Biao, but she looked at Zhang Tingting and said, Sister, your father's surgery can't be delayed. Since you've raised the money, hurry up and sign. Zhang Tingting was indecisive. Peng Biao interjected with a hint of schadenfreude, Head nurse Qin, you don't know this. The success rate of her father's surgery is only 30%, and I have to perform the operation myself. If it were someone else, the chances would probably be even lower. If you're so capable, what are you waiting for? Qin Yuan retorted angrily. Peng Biao looked embarrassed. Nurses and doctors usually stayed in their own lanes and didn't want to offend each other. Just then, Zhang Bing walked over and took a look at Zhang Tingting's father's condition. With just one glance, he could tell that Zhang Tingting's father's illness was indeed very serious. For some reason, many strange methods floated into his mind. Each method corresponded perfectly to Zhang Tingting's father's condition. This made him feel delighted while also confirming that this must be the ancient medical technique rewarded by the system, unexpectedly powerful. Tingting, sign it. It's fine, he isn't talking nonsense. The normal success rate for the surgery is indeed about 30%. But if we first treat him with acupuncture, the success rate can reach at least 90%. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing in shock. Her subconscious told her that Zhang Bing wouldn't lie to her, but she couldn't believe it at that moment. A guy her age was proficient in medicine? Even head nurse Qin Yuan showed a look of surprise, looking at the young Zhang Bing with some astonishment. Although he was wearing a mask, Zhang Bing was sure that this head nurse couldn't be more than a few years older than him and was definitely a stunning beauty. What is your relationship with the patient's family? Do you understand medicine too? Qin Yuan asked. I'm a friend of Tingting, and as for medicine, I know a little, Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Qin Yuan gave Zhang Bing a meaningful glance and said nothing more, turning to persuade Zhang Tingting to hurry up and sign. Zhang Tingting took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, took the document, and signed her name directly. Soon, everything was ready. Despite Peng Biao's various sarcastic remarks, he could only fulfill his duties. Zhang Bing followed along. He had a clear judgment based on the medical skills given by the system. If they proceeded with the surgery directly, the risk would be very high, and Zhang Yunfeng might really die. Therefore, acupuncture needed to be done first before the surgery. Get out, is the operating room a place you can come to? Peng Biao scolded Zhang Bing harshly. Zhang Bing didn't have time to pay attention to Peng Biao at that moment and explained, didn't you just say that the direct surgery only has a 30% success rate? But I can tell you clearly that if treated with my acupuncture first, the surgery will basically have no risk. He. Pang Biao sneered, mocking, kid, you're not old, but your tone is quite big, you can really brag. Whether I'm bragging or not, you'll know if you try. Zhang Bing remained calm. With the system in place, everything was absolutely fine. Young man, get out immediately, medical skills are no joke. Talking about treatment in front of Director Pang is like showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong. The other residents stopped, and the nurses began to laugh as well. Head nurse Qin Yuan coldly said, brother, Pang Biao is our hospital's expert in this area. If acupuncture could make surgery virtually risk-free, then there wouldn't be so many people dying from failed surgeries due to this illness every year worldwide. Get out, the surgery is about to start. Zhang Bing sighed helplessly, knowing that everyone didn't believe him, but the system would never deceive him. I am willing to take responsibility for all consequences. Responsibility? Pang Biao scoffed, kid, you haven't even grown all your hair. What are you going to take responsibility for? Hurry up and get out. I originally had a 30% chance of success, but if you mess around, I might not even have that. If a medical accident occurs, will it be your fault or mine? Get lost. As he spoke, Pang Biao was about to notify the nurse to call security. At that moment, Zhang Bing also got angry, showing no respect for Pang Biao, and retorted, who do you think you are? Why are you acting so arrogantly here? Don't think I don't know how you coerced and seduced Tingting. What did you say? As the director of the capital hospital, Pang Biao still cared about his reputation. Seeing his disgraceful actions exposed by Zhao Feng, he was furious. What I said, you know in your heart. At that moment, Zhang Tingting walked in, looking at Zhang Bing with gratitude, though she was still uncertain. Bing Gu, do you really understand medicine? Tingting, I'll tell you the truth. I'll do acupuncture first, then the surgery. Your dad will be basically fine, but if we go straight to surgery, the success rate might not even reach 30%, Zhang Bing said directly, relying on the medical skills rewarded by the system. He was very confident, with a clear plan. Okay, I believe you, Bing Gu. At that moment, Zhang Tingting finally made up her mind. Zhang Tingting, don't say I didn't warn you. If your dad dies, it has nothing to do with us. This is your own doing. Hearing that Zhang Tingting, a family member, agreed, they no longer cared. Zhang Bing glanced at Zhang Tingting and reassured her, Tingting, don't worry. Saying this, he went directly to the front of the ward and asked the nurse for some sterilized silver needles. Then, based on the medical skills that emerged in his mind, Zhang Bing formed hand seals and began to insert the needles into specific acupoints on the unconscious Zhang Yunfeng. The technique was very profound, incomprehensible to ordinary people, but to Pang Biao, Qin Yuan, and others, it seemed similar to street performances. Zhang Tingting clenched her fists tightly, quietly watching from the side, her palms sweating with tension. She chose to trust Zhang Bing because he not only helped her escape from Li Guoqing's underhanded rules but also had borrowed 500,000 from her without saying a word after just getting to know her. Meanwhile, Pang Biao coldly snorted, I thought he really had some skills. He's just a little con artist who watches too many TV dramas. If your random poking works, then all our medical training has been in vain. Director Pang is right. This kind of traditional Chinese acupuncture is mostly a scam. This kid is so young, instead of learning something useful, he learns to be a con artist. The crowd began to mock and ridicule. Zhang Bing ignored them, his technique becoming faster and faster, with each needle inserted in reverse positions, making it impossible for others to understand. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Bing finally stopped. Alright, I have connected the patient's major hidden acupoints with the silver needles. Now, performing the surgery will be very safe, and the results will be particularly good. The next part is up to you. Zhang Bing put away the silver needles, wiped his hands, and said confidently, Heh. Pang Biao was the first to walk over, threateningly saying, Kid, you'd better stay honest in the hospital and not go anywhere. Right now, we're performing a normal surgery on the patient. If everything goes well, that's fine, but if something goes wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences. Whatever. Zhang Bing was unconcerned. Based on the acupuncture techniques recorded in the system's rewards, he could only describe it as miraculous, and there was no way he could make a mistake. You guys notify the hospital security to keep an eye on this kid, don't let him run away. Now we start preparing for the surgery, Pang Biao instructed. Seeing this, Zhang Bing didn't say much and retreated with Zhang Tingting. The two sat on a long bench in the hospital corridor, and sure enough, a few hospital security guards came and stood watch from a distance. Zhang Bing ignored them, looking calm. Brother Bing, thank you, Zhang Tingting said softly. Can that 50,000 give me some time? I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. He. Zhang Bing smiled and said, no need to be polite. it doesn't matter whether you pay me back or not. Tears shimmered in Zhang Tingting's eyes as she murmured, Brother Bing, you're really a good person. Everyone I've met in Kyoto wants to take advantage of me, but you're the only one who asks for nothing and is willing to help me. Zhang Bing was taken aback for a moment, looking at Zhang Tingting, secretly amused. Facing such a stunning beauty, any normal man would have impure thoughts, and he was no exception. It's fine. Once your dad's surgery is over and he rests for a while, he can be discharged. As for the Tianlong Hotel, I've already arranged everything. Your salary will be paid as usual. Just consider it a paid vacation. It's a small matter. Although Zhang Bing spoke lightly, it warmed Zhang Tingting's heart. She stole a glance at Zhang Bing, feeling a flutter in her heart. Brother, thank you. Zhang Tingting expressed her gratitude again. Zhang Bing pretended to be indifferent, but inside he was secretly pleased. He had a feeling that Zhang Tingting would definitely be able to handle it herself. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At that moment, the operating room door opened, and Peng Biao, Qin Yuan, and several doctors and nurses walked out. Zhang Tingting immediately stood up and ran over to ask, Director Peng, how did my dad's surgery go? Peng Biao took off his mask, looking pleased, and said, Miss Shang, you must treat me to dinner tonight. Your dad's surgery was very successful. I've done quite a few of these surgeries, and today was exceptional. Your dad will wake up soon, and after a bit of rest, he will be fine. Really? Zhang Tingting was overjoyed upon hearing this, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you all, thank you so much. At this moment, Zhang Bing also stood up, a cold smile on his face as he looked at the scheming Peng Biao. It was obvious that this guy wanted to take all the credit for himself. Director Peng, are you sure it's your credit? Peng Biao frowned, sizing up Zhang Bing, his eyes clearly showing a hint of strange color. Kid, if it's not my credit, could it really be due to your casual acupuncture just now? Ha! Zhang Bing scoffed, of course, I said long ago, acupuncture first, then surgery, basically safe and sound. Didn't you say yourself that there was only a 30% success rate? Humph. Peng Biao was actually very shocked inside. He had been astonished during the surgery. Although the illness of Zhang Tingting's father was not rare, it was indeed very complex. The success rate of the surgery was really low, but this time it went unexpectedly smoothly. He had already linked it in his mind. The reason it went so smoothly was very likely due to Zhang Bing's acupuncture before the surgery. But for such a huge credit, how could he let it go? Kid, you really have no shame. You think you can just do acupuncture casually? Let me tell you, without my scalpel, the patient won't even survive, let alone have a successful surgery. Is that so? Zhang Bing pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, I believe there should be more patients like this in the hospital. You can go ahead and try your hand at it. If you can maintain the current results, even if your medical skills are extraordinary, what then? Upon hearing this, Peng Biao was momentarily stunned. He didn't dare to gamble because every surgery he had performed on similar cases had ended in failure. What's the matter? You don't dare? Afraid of losing face? You little beast, don't talk nonsense. How could I, Peng Biao, climb to the position of director at the Kyoto hospital if I were worthless? Peng Biao was completely enraged, shouting angrily, what does that have to do with me? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, I've seen shameless people, but you're the most despicable I've ever encountered. What the hell did you say? Peng Biao completely lost it, especially since none of the doctors or nurses around him spoke up in his defense. This indicated that the other doctors and nurses clearly acknowledged that the success of the surgery was due to Zhang Bing's efforts. Security? Security? Immediately throw this little beast out, and don't let him step into the hospital again. Zhang Bing frowned, his expression darkening. He initially just disliked Peng Biao, but Peng Biao's constant insults made him furious. With a net worth of 75 billion, a public figure in the top 20 of Forbes and Long Country, how could he tolerate being insulted by a greasy middle-aged man? Your mouth is really foul, Zhang Bing shouted, and without warning, he slapped Peng Biao across the face. This slap left everyone stunned, their eyes wide open as they stared at Zhang Bing. Peng Biao was also taken aback. After all, he was the director of the Kyoto hospital, a person of significant status and resources in society. He was actually slapped by a 19-year-old student. Ah, you son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? I'll make sure you can't survive in Kyoto. Once he regained his composure, Peng Biao's eyes turned red, and he roared. Zhang Bing, however, remained calm and scoffed. You don't even deserve to hold my shoes. Just wait, I'll make sure you leave here lying down. Peng Biao was furious, pushing past the hospital staff and storming toward his office. Little brother, why are you so impulsive? You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Yeah, Director Peng has a strong background, even the hospital director has to give him some face. You actually slapped him in front of us, you're finished. Many nurses and doctors began to persuade him, filled with sympathy for Zhang Bing. Zhang Tingting was also stunned, not expecting the seemingly gentle Zhang Bing to act so aggressively. Brother Bing, what should we do? You should leave. If I leave, what will you do? Zhang Bing asked with a smile. You've already helped me a lot. Director Peng has a lot of power, we can't afford to offend him. You should leave quickly. Although Zhang Tingting was also scared, she kept persuading him to protect Zhang Bing. This made Zhang Bing feel a warmth in his heart. At least the other party was kind-hearted, not materialistic, and also beautiful. Don't worry, it's fine, I'm not afraid, Zhang Bing said nonchalantly. Hey, little brother, you still don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Director Peng is definitely going to his office to get his phone and call someone. Let me tell you quietly, Director Peng has a very good relationship with the owner of Tianlong Hotel, Mr. Wang. The Wang family has a social background and possesses assets worth billions. Several nurses began to whisper reminders nearby. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. After all this, the so-called powerful backing of Peng Biao turned out to be Wang Ba. Hey! At this moment, the head nurse, Xin Yuan, who had been silent, sighed. She took off her mask, revealing her true face. As expected from Zhang Bing's speculation, she was young and an absolute beauty. You are really impulsive. With so many of us watching, of course, we know that today's surgery was so successful, and it has a lot to do with your acupuncture beforehand. But Peng Biao is the chief physician, and his connections are quite complicated. You just hit him, and given his character, he probably won't let this go easily. Zhang Bing glanced at Qin Yuan, astonished by her beauty, at least an 8 out of 10. Definitely not below Zhang Tingting or Lin Huanxue. However, it was hard to judge her figure because she was wearing a white coat. Sister Qin, he insulted me first, that's why I acted. Since he wants to retaliate, fine, I'll be waiting. You look young, you should still be a student, right? A young calf is not afraid of tigers. The Wang family from Tianlong Hotel has a strong background and has always had a good relationship with Peng Biao. Aren't you afraid? Zhang Bing chuckled. He might hesitate with others, but he didn't take Wang Ba seriously. Alright, I will help you with this matter. You wait here for a moment, I'll change my clothes. I actually need to find you for something. Xin Yuan seemed to have a strong background and was very calm. She glanced at Zhang Bing, dropped this line, and left. The other doctors and nurses immediately showed envious expressions. Little brother, you are really lucky. The head nurse is willing to help you. You have no idea, the head nurse's family background is unfathomable. Even Director Peng wouldn't dare to provoke her. Hearing the discussions among the doctors and nurses, Zhang Bing felt a sudden realization. No wonder he noticed Peng Biao's attitude towards Qin Yuan was obviously unnatural and somewhat respectful. It turned out to be like this. After hearing all this, Zhang Tingting felt a bit more relaxed. Let's go see your dad first, Zhang Bing suggested. In the hospital room, Zhang Yunfeng had just finished surgery and looked much better, but the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, so he was still in a deep sleep. However, all the doctors had just said that the surgery was very successful, and after a period of recovery, he could be discharged, which meant Zhang Yunfeng was out of danger. Bingdu, I really don't know how to repay you, Zhang Tingting said, looking at Zhang Bing with a gaze full of warmth, speaking softly. It's nothing, just a small effort. As long as your dad is fine, that's all that matters, Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Binggu, you are really nice, Zhang Tingting said, clenching her small fist, feeling a bit shy. Is that so? Zhang Bing's peripheral vision kept glancing at Zhang Tingting's long legs and her curvy figure. To be honest, he sometimes thought about using his power like Li Guoqing and Peng Biao, to coerce and entice. This would be the most efficient way, while pretending to be a good person like now would only put him at a disadvantage. Bingdu, I want to repay you properly once my dad's condition stabilizes, Zhang Tingting suddenly said, her voice sweet and delicate. How do you plan to repay me? Zhang Bing asked curiously. If it was money, he was worth 750 billion. Oh, don't ask, you'll know when the time comes, Zhang Tingting said, her entire face turning red. Seeing this, Zhang Bing felt delighted. He knew there would definitely be a reward. Zhang Tingting was probably already infatuated. Zhang Bing, little beast, get out here. At that moment, a furious shout from Peng Biao came from outside the room, instantly disrupting the ambiguous atmosphere inside. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, Tingting, take care of your dad, he should be waking up soon. I'll go handle this. Binggu, be careful, Zhang Tingting called out with concern. Zhang Bing smiled, feeling a bit warm inside. He suddenly realized that Zhang Tingting's concern for him came without any ulterior motives or monetary interests. Sometimes, money really isn't everything. At this moment, outside the hospital room, Peng Guoqing was dressed sharply, with 5 finger marks on his face, and his eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Many nurses and doctors from the hospital came out to watch. "If your mouth keeps being so foul, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Bing stepped out and snorted coldly. "You little beast, today I'm going to teach you how to write the word wrong," Peng Biao said domineeringly, shouting. "General Manager Wang from the Tianlong Hotel is already on his way here." "Director Peng, let it go, there's no need for this," some doctors and nurses began to persuade, but everyone knew it was useless. Who would have thought that Zhang Bing didn't care at all? Not to mention whether Qin Yuan could handle it, just his presence here would probably make Wang Ba look foolish in an instant. "This is none of your business, all of you shut up," Peng Biao reprimanded. The doctors and nurses didn't dare offend Peng Biao and could only hope that Qin Yuan would show up soon. Make way, make way. General Manager Wang has arrived. Soon, a group of men in suits came down from the elevator, shouting and forming two lines to disperse the crowd. Clearly, Wang Ba had come in person. The Tianlong Hotel is very famous in Kyoto, and as the owner, Wang Ba has always had a notorious reputation, especially since the Wang family, under his control, often engages in shady dealings, so ordinary people don't dare to provoke them. After all, on the white side, he is worth billions, and on the black side, he has a whole bunch of underlings. Seeing that Wang Ba had come in person, Peng Biao quickly walked up to him. "General Manager Wang, thank you for coming," Peng Biao said politely. "Director Peng, I, Wang Ba, value loyalty above all. Who dares to hit you is really disrespectful." Wang Ba, dressed in a suit, exuded the air of a nouveau riche. This was completely different from the person in the hotel president's office earlier. "Then I must thank General Manager Wang for coming in person," Peng Qing flattered. "It's a small matter. I want to see who has the guts to lay a hand on you." Peng Biao nodded and led Wang Ba and his group toward Zhang Bing's direction. Peng Biao pointed at Zhang Bing and said, "General Manager Wang, it's this little brat. He probably has some background." Wang Ba followed Peng Biao's finger and immediately saw Zhang Bing standing there with a disdainful expression. Instantly, he was stunned and hurriedly took off his sunglasses. "General Manager Wang, it's this little beast. He must be a rich second generation with some family background. Damn it, he actually dared to hit me. You help me take him away. I want to deal with him severely later," Peng Biao said with resentment. At this moment, Wang Ba almost cursed Peng Biao's ancestors' 18 generations, thinking that if he weren't planning to enter the pharmaceutical industry, he wouldn't have given Peng Biao face and come in person. Otherwise, for such a trivial matter, he wouldn't have bothered to come and play the role of a big shot like some low-level social figure. He never expected it would be Zhang Bing. "General Manager Wang, as long as no one dies, feel free to deal with him however you want." Peng Biao still hadn't sensed anything wrong, calculating his own little scheme in his mind. He thought of using Wang Ba's name and power to severely punish Zhang Bing, thus forcing Zhang Tingting to become his lover. After so many years, he had a good eye for people and had already noticed that Zhang Tingting definitely had feelings for Zhang Bing. "Enough, Peng, stop barking like a dog," Zhang Bing sneered and swaggered over. "Zhang Bing, you little beast, do you still dare to be so arrogant in front of General Manager Wang? Do you really think I need Nurse Qin's help?" Zhang Bing laughed, then looked at the extremely awkward Wang Ba and asked, "What do you say, General Manager Wang?" As soon as these words were spoken, Peng Biao was stunned for at least 3 seconds. Then his brain started racing, reacting, and he looked at Wang Ba in shock, quietly asking, Wang Zong, do you know him?" "Peng Biao." Wang Ba cursed inwardly, feeling that Peng Biao had really gotten him into trouble, and angrily said, "Are you blind or something? This is our newly appointed boss of the Tianlong Grand Hotel, Boss Zhang Bing." "New boss? Zhang Zong?" Peng Biao felt like he was about to explode. Wang Ba's words detonated in his mind like thunder. "You idiot, why aren't you apologizing to Boss Zhang immediately?" Wang Ba shouted again. Peng Biao was completely dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Bing, stammering and very reluctantly saying, Zhang Zong, it's my fault for not recognizing a great man." "Ha!" Zhang Bing looked at the completely different Peng Biao and no longer saw the earlier hostility. "Weren't you just calling out so happily?" Peng Biao lowered his head, not daring to retort. "All right, from now on, keep your mouth clean. I have no grudge against you. Remember, don't have any ideas about Tingting, and Tingting's dad is in the hospital. You know what to do?" Yes. Peng Biao swallowed hard. Although he was also a person of influence, he certainly couldn't compare to Wang Ba, who was worth billions, and even Wang Ba treated Zhang Bing with utmost respect. The Tianlong Grand Hotel had unknowingly become Zhang Bing's. How could he dare to offend such a person? "Everything will be done according to your instructions, Boss Zhang." "Hoof." Seeing this, Zhang Bing snorted disdainfully, looking at Wang Ba, and said, "All right, this is a hospital, not a market, disperse quickly." Wang Ba nodded, waved his hand, and then quickly left with his subordinates. Zhang Bing saw this and said nothing more, walking towards the patient room ahead and closing the door. Everyone in the hospital was stunned, No one expected that the young Zhang Bing was actually the behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Seeing Zhang Bing return so quickly, Zhang Tingting hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "How is it? Did head nurse Qin help you solve it?" Zhang Bing smiled but neither confirmed nor denied it. "Head nurse Qin is a good person. She helped me a lot when my dad first came to the hospital," Zhang Tingting said with emotion. At this moment, Zhang Yunfeng had already been awake for a few minutes. Zhang Tingting informed him of the details and saw Zhang Bing. Although Zhang Yunfeng still couldn't move, he gratefully said, "Young Master Zhang, thank you. It is our old Zhang family's fortune that Tingting can know you." "Uncle Zhang, you're too polite. I'm not a young master, just call me Zhang Bing," Zhang Bing said humbly. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside the patient room. A nurse poked her head in and quietly called out, "Zhang Zhang, the head nurse would like you to come to her office." "Okay." Zhang Bing agreed, greeted Zhang Yunfeng and his daughter Zhang Tingting, and then got up to find Qin Yuan, head nurse's office. As soon as Zhang Bing walked in, his eyes widened. In front of him stood a stunning beauty with a hot figure, wearing a short skirt, black stockings, and a black camisole, waiting for him. This beauty was head nurse Qin Yuan. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before?" Qin Yuan coldly snorted, then walked over to close the office door. Zhang Bing awkwardly smiled and said, "I didn't expect the head nurse of such a famous top-tier hospital to be so young and beautiful." "Put." Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh, then bent down to pour water for Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing watched from behind, feeling exhilarated. Her full and rounded backside was simply a weapon for attracting men. This immediately brought to mind the first time he went house hunting with Lu Ruyan. But Qin Yuan is truly a rare beauty. Although she is almost 30, she remains single and unmarried, and takes excellent care of herself. That kind of mature charm is something young women simply cannot possess. "Hey, I didn't expect you to be so young, so bold." Qin Yuan stood up and handed a glass of water to Zhang Bing, pouting in mock anger. "Sister, a graceful lady is a gentleman's good match. I am flirtatious but not lewd," Zhang Bing defended himself. TSK. Qin Yuan sat down and said, "I really didn't see that coming. I didn't expect you to be the behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Wang Ba is actually willing to sell such a core hotel to you. Sister, you flatter me. I call this low-key," Zhang Bing smiled. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled as she stared at Zhang Bing, making him feel a bit shy. He had a feeling that something would definitely happen between him and Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was almost 30, while he was only 19. He had no resistance to such a mature and alluring woman. "Little brother, do you know why I called you to my office?" Qin Yuan asked. Zhang Bing shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's expression turned serious as she said, "How did you become so skilled in acupuncture? And the results are so impressive." Zhang Yunfeng's condition usually has a very low success rate for surgery. This time, Peng Biao's perfect success should be due to the acupuncture you performed beforehand. Hearing this, Zhang Bing began to understand. Qin Yuan was interested in his acupuncture skills, but this ancient medical technique was a reward from the system, and he certainly couldn't reveal it to anyone. Moreover, this ancient medical technique encompasses a wide range of practices, not just acupuncture. He had only simply tried one of its applications. "Sister Yuan, it seems you are interested in my acupuncture skills." "That's right." Qin Yuan didn't hide it and directly admitted, "To be honest, my grandfather has the same illness as Zhang Yunfeng, but it has been effectively controlled with medication. As he ages, surgery is the only way to cure it completely. But you know the risks of surgery, the success rate is very low." Zhang Bing immediately understood and smiled as he asked, "Sister Yuan, do you want me to treat your grandfather with acupuncture first, and then proceed with the surgery?" "Yes, little brother, you're really smart." Qin Yuan smiled sweetly. Zhang Bing had a good impression of Qin Yuan, especially since she had just promised to help him with Peng Biao's issue, even though it turned out he wouldn't need it in the end. However, he wanted to tease this stunning mature woman first. "I can do it, but Sister Yuan, what do I get in return? How much do you want?" "Just say the word," Qin Yuan said readily. "Ha ha." Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. With a net worth of 75 billion, even if it's in installments, he now owns a luxury mansion and 80% of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Did he look like someone who needed money? Although he still didn't know Qin Yuan's family background, there were very few people in the entire Long country with a net worth of 75 billion. "Sister Yuan, do you think I'm someone who lacks money?" Qin Yuan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had spoken without thinking. "That's true, the Tianlong Grand Hotel makes a fortune every day, and it's all yours now. So what do you want?" Zhang Bing shook his head and smiled. "I really don't seem to lack anything." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan became a bit anxious. She immediately lifted her beautiful leg clad in black stockings and stretched it towards Zhang Bing. Little brother, you can help Zhang Tingting, and you can help your sister too, right? What the hell? Zhang Bing was startled, thinking, is this a beauty trap? Little brother. Zhang Bing felt his bones weaken as Qin Yuan sweetly called him little brother over and over. Sister Yuan, I was just joking with you. Don't worry, I'll take care of your grandfather's issue. He. Upon receiving Zhang Bing's agreement, Qin Yuan immediately smiled mischievously. However, I can't say what your grandfather's situation is since I haven't seen him in person. We can schedule a time for me to go see him later. Qin Yuan nodded, put on her high heels, stood up, and said, let's do it in 2 days. I'll call you in 2 days, and we can go see my grandfather together. If you can help with this, my Qin family won't treat you poorly. As she spoke, Qin Yuan flashed a charming smile at Zhang Bing. The two then left the office together. After agreeing with Qin Yuan, Zhang Bing went to the ward to greet Zhang Tingting and Zhang Yunfeng, then left the hospital. He went directly to the Tianlong Grand Hotel. By the time he arrived at the Tianlong Grand Hotel, Lin Jin had already managed everything efficiently. Everything was in order, and Lu Ruyan was already on duty. President Zhang. Hello, President Zhang. Lu Ruyan, Lin Jin, and the other hotel management staff greeted Zhang Bing respectfully upon his arrival. Zhang Bing politely responded to each of them. He then went straight to Lu Ruyan's office. President Zhang, how about I give you a massage? Lu Ruyan, dressed in professional attire, had an alluring figure. However, Zhang Bing's interest had diminished significantly at this point, mainly because there was no comparison to be made. Lin Huanxue, Zhang Tingting, and the newly acquainted Qin Yuan were all more captivating than Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's only advantage was her openness. As a top salesperson, she understood men well and had high emotional intelligence. Sure, I'm a bit tired anyway. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Bing didn't refuse. He sat in the boss's chair and crossed his legs. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan walked over, squatted down, and her ample curves were prominently displayed. I want to know some information about the 8th floor club. Have you learned about it since you took over? Zhang Bing closed his eyes, enjoying the massage as he asked. President Zhang, the 8th floor club has a total of 88 staff members, including 20 from the United States, Japan, and South Korea, with an average age of 25, a height of 1.65 meters, and measurements of. Lu Ruyan provided detailed information about the 8th floor club while massaging him. Not bad, I really didn't misjudge you. Zhang Bing was very satisfied with Lu Ruyan's attentiveness, considering she had only taken over a few hours ago. 88 people, 20 foreigners. Zhang Bing thought to himself, no wonder Li Guoqing felt as if he had lost a close relative when he was taken down by him. With 88 people, he could change them every day for 3 months without repeating. Being rich is great. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Wang Ba, Wang Chang, Li Guoqing, and Peng Biao gathered together. Their expressions were all grim, all because of Zhang Bing's appearance. President Wang, I really can't stand this. Li Guoqing cursed, having been directly fired, which brought him down to rock bottom. All the various benefits he used to enjoy were completely gone. President Wang, I'm like President Li, I can't find peace without venting this anger. Peng Biao felt the same way. Today was the most humiliating day of his life. Dad, me too, I feel the same. Wang Chang hated Zhang Bing even more. Not only had he taken away his beloved Lin Huanxue, but he had also caused him to bleed from a head injury and ultimately took his peach. Wang Ba was also extremely angry. The well-managed Tianlong Grand Hotel was just gone like that. His trusted aides were all marginalized and oppressed, and his son and brother had suffered various losses. I'm not happy either, but although this Zhang Bing is young, his methods are not weak, especially who knows what his background is? But this grudge must be avenged. I just need to think about where to start. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing arrived at school. Although he possessed a fortune of 75 billion and had acquired an ancient medical skill, now being the boss behind the Tianlong Grand Hotel, his overall identity remained that of a freshman at an art university, and he still had to study. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the teaching building, he ran into Lin Huanxue. Their eyes met, and a blush appeared on Lin Huanxue's fair face. Zhang Bing felt a stir in his heart, especially after what had happened in the suite last time. He was increasingly restless about this pure goddess, particularly recalling Lin Huanxue's every move under the influence of the drug at that time. Dressed in a sexy bikini, he couldn't help but wish to take action immediately. Lin Huanxue felt very shy but still nodded at Zhang Bing and walked over. Are you free tonight? Lin Huanxue said softly. Yes, I'm free anytime, Zhang Bing replied. My dad wants to invite you to our house for dinner tonight, Lin Huanxue said in a low voice, looking down. Oh, I see, Zhang Bing pretended to look a bit troubled. To be honest, he didn't want to go if it was Lin Jun inviting him. After all, ever since Lin Jun learned about his identity, he had been scheming every day to become his father-in-law. Don't you want to go? Lin Huanxue raised her head, her eyes showing some dissatisfaction. It's not that I don't want to, but why doesn't your dad just tell me himself? Zhang Bing asked. Poof. Lin Huanxue suddenly reached out and pinched Zhang Bing's arm hard. Do you have to say it outright? I want to invite you to dinner to thank you for last time. As she spoke, Lin Huanxue became so shy that she turned and ran away. Zhang Bing chuckled, watching Lin Huanxue's perfect silhouette, knowing that the goddess had already fallen for him. Unbeknownst to him, on the opposite floor, Wang Chang was silently observing everything. Ever since he learned about Zhang Bing's identity at the hotel last time, although he didn't dare to say anything, he had been feeling unconvinced. After conspiring with his father, Li Guoqing, and Pine Gao yesterday, his father finally came up with a brilliant plan and secretly made a big move to take revenge on Zhang Bing. Wang Xiao, what exactly is this freshman Zhang Bing's background? As long as you give the order, the brothers are ready to help you vent your anger. Several lackeys who usually followed Wang Chang were quite puzzled. They knew about Wang Chang's family background. While not the best at the art university, it was definitely quite good. They couldn't understand why Wang Chang, who had been publicly humiliated by Zhang Bing last time, still didn't dare to retaliate, which was not in line with his usual style. There are some things you don't know, so don't ask too much. Just do as I say. Don't worry, today young Master Ma will step in to suppress this kid's arrogance. Young Master Ma. Upon hearing these three words, the lackeys all showed shocked expressions. In fact, Zhang Bing was completely unaware of this. He wandered around the classroom and found it rather uninteresting. The most beautiful girl in the art department was Lin Huanxue, who was already infatuated with him, and they had even had physical contact in the room. So although there were other female classmates who were also good-looking, overall, they couldn't compare to Lu Ruyan. Feeling bored, he directly went to find Vice President Qin Ming, wanting to bring Zhang Tingting to the school as well. Although Kyoto Art University was an art institution, it was also a double first-class 985 university. Zhang Tingting had a good artistic talent and yearned for further study, but her family background was lacking, which they had briefly discussed in the hospital yesterday. However, he found that Qin Ming was either genuinely upright or he hadn't done enough. After expressing his thoughts, Qin Ming neither clearly refused nor directly agreed, maintaining an ambiguous attitude. This left Zhang Bing feeling speechless, and he could only think about whether he could get Lin Jun to talk to Qin Ming. However, just as Zhang Bing walked out of the principal's office and strolled along the campus path, he noticed a group of students sitting on a stone bench ahead, both male and female, with more girls than boys. Zhang Bing did not know these people. They looked like upperclassmen, probably sophomores or juniors. Stop! Just as Zhang Bing felt curious, a male student shouted at him. Zhang Bing paused and glanced at the boy, who was relatively handsome and seemed to be a year or two older than him. Senior, are you calling me? Zhang Bing asked politely. Who's your senior? Get over here. The boy's attitude was very arrogant as he shouted at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing felt a surge of displeasure and did not walk over. At that moment, several other students began to scold him as well. Hey, are you deaf? Qin Xiao is calling you over, didn't you hear? Do you not want to stay in school anymore? Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He had never been one to initiate trouble, but he was definitely not afraid of it either. Am I familiar with you guys? Ha! Qin Xiao, Qin Ji, stood up, flanked by two stunning beauties. These two girls had incredibly hot figures. Although they looked like students from an art school, they definitely seemed to be the wild type. Their overall appearance and aura could easily rival Lu Ruyan, if not surpass her. You're the freshman who's been making waves lately, named Zhang Bing, right? Qin said, wrapping an arm around one of the girls, his tone filled with disdain. I heard you're quite the show-off, driving a Maybach S680 with arrogance? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing understood. It seemed these people were deliberately waiting for him, probably looking for trouble. However, he was curious. He had only just reported a few days ago and had a conflict with Wang Chang over Lin Huanxue. He didn't know any of these people. Could it be that just because he had received a Maybach as a system reward, this group of rich kids couldn't stand him? What's the matter? The road is wide. We can each go our own way. How have I offended you? Zhang Bing asked calmly. Humph. Xinji snorted coldly. Kid, don't think that just because you have a few coins in your pocket, you can act so arrogantly. The art school is very deep. If you want to show off, you must have the strength to back it up, understand? If you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Bing didn't want to waste words, not understanding what these people wanted. Oh, looks like you really are quite arrogant, daring to be so cocky in front of Qin Xiao. It seems today we need to teach you a lesson. A few rich second-generation students began to laugh and jeer. Shi waved his hand, and the rich kids immediately fell silent. He then gestured to the few sexy female classmates beside him, who immediately understood and lined up, squatting down and spreading their legs. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. You're too arrogant, and someone doesn't like you. Today, I'll give you a little warning. You can crawl through their legs, and I'll let you off the hook. Otherwise, with just a word from us, you won't be able to stay at the Kyoto Art University. Damn, you want me to crawl through women's legs? Zhang Bing was instantly furious. He initially thought that Qin Ji and his group of rich kids would just be a nuisance. He didn't expect them to be so excessive, wanting him to crawl through the legs of these beauties. What kind of status did he have? A top 20 super rich person on the Forbes list, crawl through women's legs? How could that be acceptable? If I don't do it, what can you do to me? Shinji sneered and threatened, little brother, we know you have some strength, you're still the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, but in our circle, what does that count for? Do you know that Kyoto Art University is known as the paradise for the rich, understand? Zhang Bing was taken aback, not expecting that Qin Ji and his group knew so much. Suddenly, he thought, could it be that this group was instructed by Wang Chang? It seems you know quite well, so how is it? Did Wang Chang send you here? Kid, those few coins in Wang Chang's pocket mean nothing to us. He isn't even worthy to hold my shoes. Qin Ji and the others looked down on him, their words dripping with disdain for Wang Chang. Since it wasn't Wang Chang who sent you to cause trouble, then who was it? If you have the guts, let him come personally, Zhang Bing said angrily. He couldn't understand. He had only just arrived at the Kyoto Art University a few days ago. The only ones he had conflicts with were the Wang family father and son, Peng Biao, and Li Guocheng. Humph. Qin snorted coldly, cut the crap. You're not qualified to know about our circle. Just obediently crawl over, or bear the consequences. What if I don't crawl? Zhang Bing no longer held back, his tone becoming very firm. Shinji's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, several strong and burly students came over. These people were clearly athletes, here at Kyoto Art University just to get a degree. Kid, you can either crawl over yourself, or we can help you. Zhang Bing showed no fear, angrily saying, what? This is school. Do you still want to play those social games? So what if it's school? Shinji's attitude was extremely arrogant, dismissively saying, no matter where we are, we can easily take care of you. At that moment, many passing students gathered around. Among them were students from different departments, most of whom were girls. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Bing. Isn't that the freshman who just came in? I think his name is Zhang Bing? Yeah, I heard he got a Maybach S680 right after enrolling and even got involved with the beauty of the art department. Tisk TSK, I heard he ended up donating the Maybach and offended Wang Chang. Many students gathered together and began discussing Zhang Bing. As more and more people arrived, Shinji's group didn't care at all. Instead, they threatened even more arrogantly, kid, today you will definitely become the laughingstock of the school. Get him. With Shinji's command, those athletes surrounded Zhang Bing, intending to force him to crawl under the girls' skirts. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, but it was clear that he couldn't match these tall and strong athletes alone. If he were to be forced to crawl under a group of girls' skirts today, he might as well jump off a building tomorrow. Ding! The system has detected that the host is in danger. Emergency reward, a set of ancient martial arts. Please accept immediately. This ancient martial arts is as valuable as ancient medical skills. At this critical moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ancient martial arts. Wow, great, just in time. Accept, hurry. Zhang Bing showed no hesitation. Soon, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind, just like the last time with the ancient medical skills, as if it were innate. Everyone watch closely, this is the fate of opposing our circle. Seeing that his group had already subdued Zhang Bing, Qin shouted to the crowd of onlookers. Many students pulled out their phones, intending to record everything. Although Qin was a junior, he was quite famous at the art university. He belonged to the top tier of the rich second-generation circle in the school, rumored to have a family background that was more than just wealthy. The vice president, Qin Ming, seemed to be his uncle, and his background was very solid. Most importantly, there was a well-known small circle at the art university, and the people in this circle were not just wealthy, especially the leader of this circle, Ma Chao, whose father was a nationally renowned super-rich tycoon, known as the richest man in Kyoto. Moreover, Ma Chao was also a national fighting champion, with extraordinary combat skills and an unlimited future ahead. Families like Wang Chang's, with a bit of nouveau riche air and worth tens of billions, simply cannot enter this top-tier circle of Ma Chao and Qin. Damn it, am I going to let you bully me? Zhang Bing suddenly shouted as he looked at a large group of classmates taking photos. His muscles erupted with a powerful force, directly pushing away the several athletes who were holding him down. Under the astonished gazes of these athletes, he clenched his fist and swung it horizontally. The athletes were dumbfounded, and before they could react, they were collectively knocked to the ground by a single punch. This scene left everyone frozen in place. Martial arts? He actually knows martial arts? Wow, so cool! Many onlookers exclaimed. Shinji was also stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. These athletes were usually muscle-bound, with arms as thick as others' waists, yet they were knocked down by Zhang Bing with one punch. Weren't you going to make me crawl through your legs? Zhang Bing snorted coldly and walked directly towards Shinji. Now, are you going to crawl yourself? Or do you want me to help you? Shinji swallowed hard, glancing at the dense crowd. So what if you can fight? Do you know who Qin Xiao is? Before Shinji could respond, two attractive girls beside him began to mock him. Zhang Bing couldn't be bothered with these two girls, staring at Shinji and shouting, "Tell me, who sent you?" Although Shinji was surprised, he wasn't afraid. It was the confidence that came from his family's status. You have some skills, but what does that matter in this day and age? As for you, let me tell you, it's Ma Laoda who finds you displeasing, understand? Zhang Bing had some doubts. He had just arrived and wasn't very clear about the top-tier circle of royal relatives in Kyoto, but it was obvious that when Shinji mentioned Ma Laoda, the surrounding discussions came to a halt. Clearly, all the students, both boys and girls, were quite fearful of this Ma Laoda. Humph. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, "I don't care who Ma Laoda is, or Nyo Laoda. Now it's your turn. Crawl through my legs immediately. You must be dreaming." Shinji's attitude was dismissive, his tone still arrogant. "Fine, since you won't take the initiative, I'll help you." As Zhang Bing said this, he charged over. His speed was quick, and he reached out with one hand to grab Shinji, squeezing his wrist painfully, making it impossible for him to break free. Let go, let go. You better release me right now, or I'll tell Ma Laoda and have you expelled from school. Shinji remained as arrogant as ever, being held by Zhang Bing with one hand. Despite the pain, he continued to shout. Zhang Bing didn't relent. As he released his grip, he grabbed Shinji by the throat with one hand and lifted him up with surprising strength. This exaggerated scene left everyone breathless, staring in disbelief. Especially the tall athletes, their eyes nearly popping out. To lift a fully grown man weighing at least 70 kilograms with one hand, what kind of strength was that? If so many people hadn't witnessed it, no one would have believed it. Shinji, remember this. I don't care how high your circle is, go back and tell your Ma Laoda, Nyo Laoda, or whatever Laoda. Get ready and clean yourself up. I, Zhang Bing, will personally come to challenge you. After saying this, Zhang Bing casually threw Shinji aside, making him fall hard. Now Shinji was much more subdued, his eyes flashing with both anger and a hint of fear. The surrounding classmates all swallowed hard, their eyes also reflecting a trace of awe. Zhang Bing then said nothing more, snorted coldly, and walked away. Everyone automatically made way for him, watching as his figure gradually disappeared down the path of the campus. Xin Xiao, are you okay? Xin Xiao, how are you? You're not hurt, right? A few sexy and hot female students immediately came over, supporting Shinji with flattering expressions. The sports students who had been knocked down by Zhang Bing also gathered around. Shinji's face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. As the top second-generation student of the art university, this was the first time he had been so humiliated in public. After teaching Shinji and his group a lesson, Zhang Bing found that there was nothing more to do, so he planned to visit the Kyoto hospital to see Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting. Meanwhile, the news of Shinji being taught a lesson at school spread like wildfire. The art school had a majority of female students, and rumors spread quickly through their mouths. In no time, the entire school was buzzing with the news. Is it true? This year's junior is so fierce? What's the background of that Zhang Bing? He dares to provoke even a top second generation like Shinji. Sho, I heard that Zhang Bing has quite a bit of power too. On the first day of reporting, he donated a $10 million Maybach. Very mysterious. The news was swirling with various versions of rumors. As the person involved, Shinji felt utterly humiliated and angrily left the school, heading to a garden villa outside with someone. You all wait outside. I'll go report to Boss Ma, Shinji said, his expression somewhat restrained, then walked into the villa. Inside the villa, a young and handsome man was practicing martial arts. This man was Ma Chao, the most powerful figure in the Kyoto Art School, known as Boss Ma. His father, Ma Yunting, was known as the richest man in Kyoto, with an incredibly prominent family background. Boss Ma, Shinji called softly from outside. Ma Chao then stopped and gestured for Shinji to come in. Boss Ma, things went wrong, Shinji said, a bit afraid of Ma Chao, lowering his head. Ma Chao's expression showed little change as he sat down. Then, two stunningly beautiful women, completely naked, walked out from inside and squatted on either side of him to give him a massage. Even Shinji, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but take a second glance at these two naked beauties. they were actually top-tier actresses active on the screens of Manhwa. Moreover, both actresses were wearing pure gold dog collars around their necks. Boss Ma, according to your instructions, I personally met that new student Zhang Bing today, but Shinji hesitated to speak. After all, he had messed up and lost face. Speak, Ma Chao said, lying back, giving a faint command. That kid has a very high level of martial arts. Even our sports students couldn't land a punch on him, and I got beaten up too. Also, that kid is incredibly arrogant. He said he would personally come to find you. After saying all this, Shinji didn't dare to breathe. The Ma family's influence in Kyoto was absolutely top tier. Even their Qin family couldn't afford to provoke them. Oh, Ma Chao, upon hearing Shinji's report, seemed only slightly surprised and didn't take it too seriously. From what you say, I'm quite interested in meeting this Zhang Bing. Boss Ma, with your status, that new student Zhang Bing isn't even qualified for you to personally intervene, Shinji flattered. Ha! Ma Chao sneered, lifted his leg, and the two popular actresses immediately understood and squatted down. Since the Wang family has spent a huge price to find my family's driver, and I haven't shown my face at school for a long time. Just right, I'm quite bored and itching to do something. Hearing this, Shinji was shocked and quickly asked, Boss Ma, are you going to school? Ma Chao simply responded lightly. Then he instructed, you go notify your uncle Qin Ming and the relevant school personnel. Tell them that I will personally return to school, and they must be prepared. Alright. Shinji quickly agreed. Ma Chao rarely showed up, only having his name on the school roster. He came and went as he pleased, and no one dared to manage him. In other words, as long as Ma Chao was at school, or even on the street, if he set his sights on any respectable woman, he could directly take her away, and in the end, it would all be left unresolved. The relevant departments would not intervene, and the media would turn a blind eye. This is the difference between a powerful family and an ordinary wealthy family. Also, notify the relevant personnel at the school. I want to personally deal with that new student, Zhang Bing. Gather all the teachers and students on the playground. I want everyone to witness what true strength is. On the other side, Zhang Bing visited the hospital to see Zhang Yunfeng and also shared his thoughts with Zhang Tingting. He planned to use his connections to get Zhang Tingting admitted to Kyoto Art University through the back door. This excited Zhang Tingting immensely. After all, Kyoto Art University, although an art school, is a top-tier institution in the entire Long Country, the best academy in the hearts of art students. To get in through connections, one must have a very strong background. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Bing noticed it was already afternoon. He stood up to take his leave from the hospital. He had to rush to the Lin family for a banquet. At that moment, the Lin family, Lin Jin and Miao Xiu, had specially decorated their small villa, making it very warm and romantic, and had even given their housekeeper the day off. Everything was done by the couple themselves. Honey, do we really need to go through all this trouble? Can't we just find a fancy restaurant to host Mr. Zhang? Why do we have to exhaust ourselves setting everything up? Miao Xiu complained. Women just have long hair and short sight, Lin Jin explained. Zhang Bing is only 19, a year younger than Han Shui, and he can quietly buy the Wang family's lifeline, the Tianlong Hotel. Wang Ba wouldn't dare to say a word. What hasn't this kind of person seen or eaten? Would they lack money or experience? What they want is sincerity, understand? Hearing Lin Jin say this, Miao Xiu seemed to ponder. Alright, hurry and check if Han Shui is done with her makeup. Tell her to show as much leg as possible tonight, wear the shortest skirt she can, and let the straps be as sheer as they can. In short, do everything possible to get close to Zhang Bing. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Han Shui, although very reluctant, could not resist her parents' persistent coaxing and threats. Plus, she was indeed a bit excited and happy about meeting Zhang Bing tonight, so she broke her usual innocent image. At that moment, she was rarely seen wearing high heels, her hair flowing down, and a black strapless dress that was as short as it could be. She looked stunning, especially as the evening gown accentuated her curvy figure perfectly. If she were on campus or the street, it would definitely cause a stir. Completely different from her usual noble and pure image, she transformed into a sexy and aloof style. Not bad. Lin Jin was very satisfied with Lin Han Shui's transformation but still critiqued, it would be even better if you lowered the neckline a bit more. Lin Han Shui was somewhat angry and said, Dad, why don't I just wear nothing at all? Nonsense, what do you know? Lin Jin educated her, if you can't bear to part with the child, you can't catch the wolf. If you can successfully get close to Zhang Bing, our Lin family will no longer have to worry. Lin Han Shui felt speechless and helpless about this. Fortunately, it was Zhang Bing, so she was willing to do this. Alright, stop dawdling. Hurry and wait at the door. Zhang Bing should be arriving soon, be sharp. Lin Jin urged. At that moment, Zhang Bing also arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's upscale community by taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Lin Hongxue, tall and curvy, wearing high heels and a black strapless dress, waiting for him. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Today, Lin Hongxue could only be described in 2 words: sexy. 9 points. Zhang Bing secretly marveled. The previous 8 points were for the innocent Lin Hongxue. Now, in this outfit, Lin Hongxue was nothing short of perfect. As the saying goes, cuteness is often worthless in the face of sexiness. Stop looking at me like that. It's making me feel shy, Lin Hongxue pouted. After their ambiguous encounter at the hotel last time, Lin Hongxue had gradually relaxed her mindset. Senior, I didn't expect you to look so perfect when dressed up, Zhang Bing exclaimed. Really? Lin Hongxue asked. Absolutely, I'm not exaggerating when I say that those big stars on TV can't compare to you at all, Zhang Bing said, genuinely excited. Alright, only you would say that. My parents are ready and asked me to meet you here. Let's go in, Lin Hongxue said politely. Upon entering the small villa of the Lin family, Zhang Bing glanced around the environment, noticing it was carefully arranged. Although he didn't care much for these things, it was at least a gesture from Lin Jin and Miao Xiao. Uncle Lin, Aunt Miao, you've worked hard. No need to be so polite, he said. Hee. Lin Jin quickly came over to greet him, saying, Mr. Zhang, it's just a casual family dinner, don't mind it. Yes, Mr. Zhang, you are young and accomplished. It's truly an honor for our Lin family to have you here for dinner. Please take a seat. The couple busily arranged things while exchanging excited glances with Lin Hongxue. Lin Hongxue didn't refuse. She took the initiative to walk over and pulled Zhang Bing to sit down. Zhang Bing then made himself comfortable and sat down without hesitation. Throughout the process, Lin Jin and Miao Xiao praised him, complimenting his height, looks, and voice from every angle. Zhang Bing almost believed it, thinking, am I really that outstanding? Lin Hongxue didn't say much, but her face was flushed the entire time. Sitting down, her strapped dress couldn't hide her figure, appearing even more enchanting under the deliberately adjusted lighting. Seeing it was about time, Lin Jin and Miao Xiao poured 4 glasses of wine, signaling everyone to toast together. Zhang Bing didn't refuse and drank it down in one go, while Lin Hongxue only took a small sip. Mr. Zhang, my aunt and I suddenly remembered we have something to attend to. We're really sorry, Lin Jin said. You just take your time eating, let Hongxue keep you company. With that, Lin Jin and Miao Xiao stood up. Zhang Bing secretly laughed. This couple was really amusing. Dad, Mom, Lin Hongxue understood her parents' intentions, which was simply to create an opportunity for her in Zhang Bing. Although she did like Zhang Bing now, she had always been reserved, and this outfit was her first bold choice. Hongxue, take good care of Mr. Zhang, don't say too much about anything else. Your mom and I really have to go out for a bit. Mr. Zhang, enjoy your meal. We're really sorry, they said, and without saying much more, the couple turned and left the room. Soon, only Zhang Bing and Lin Hongxue were left in the room. The air instantly fell into an ambiguous yet somewhat awkward atmosphere. Your parents are really busy, Zhang Bing said with a smile. So annoying, Lin Hongxue pouted. Zhang Bing glanced at Lin Hongxue. Her perfect figure was so close, it truly made his heart race. It seems your parents want to create an opportunity for us, he said. Lin Hongxue lowered her head and remained silent, wanting to avoid the topic. But suddenly, a familiar feeling surged in her heart. Zhang Bing, I suddenly feel so hot. Hot. I think I feel a bit hot too, Zhang Bing replied without thinking. Their eyes met instantly, sparkling with an unusual light. Zhang Bing, I'm really hot. It feels just like last time in the hotel suite. Damn. Zhang Bing suddenly realized a big problem. He was also feeling restless, especially seeing the beauty so close. This couple is really something. They wouldn't have drugged the drinks, would they? At that moment, Lin Hongxue stood up, her curvaceous figure fully exposed. Zhang Bing couldn't help himself. He stood up instinctively and embraced Lin Hongxue. Lin Hongxue's eyes began to blur, her breathing quickened, and she didn't refuse. Let's go to bed. Zhang Bing's heart raced wildly, feeling like his brain was lacking oxygen, his consciousness overtaken. Why are you like this? It must be your parents doing, they drugged the drinks, Zhang Bing explained. Ah, how could this happen? Zhang Bing, you have to take responsibility for me. At that moment, Zhang Bing couldn't care less. Last time he didn't want to take advantage of her, plus the system made him resist temptation with rewards, so he endured it painfully. But this time he had also been drugged, and he couldn't hold back anymore. The next morning, the two were tightly embraced, looking at the torn dresses and underwear scattered on the floor. Lin Hongxue lay in Zhang Bing's arms, seeming completely spent. Zhang Bing also felt a bit exhausted. Last night's battle had been too intense. Sigh. Zhang Bing sighed while holding the fair-skinned Lin Hongxue. What are you sighing about? Don't you want to take responsibility? Lin Hongxue pinched Zhang Bing, scolding him. No, that's not what I meant. Zhang Bing hurriedly explained. Now it was fine. He was still so young and had officially slept with Lin Huanxue. What about Zhang Tingting? How would he handle Lu Ruyan? And the head nurse Qin Yuan, who made his heart race, along with the 88 staff members of the Tianlong Hotel. Now he was truly hanging by a thread. A great literary master once said, "The path to a woman's soul is." This saying made a lot of sense. After a night of battle, Lin Huanxue had completely let go, and they had officially confirmed their relationship. The two checked the time, shared some tender moments, and then got out of bed. Just as Zhang Bing was washing up and getting dressed, the system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding system notification. The host has successfully pursued the campus beauty Lin Huanxue. Special rewards are now being deposited into the host's bank account. This reward is 50 billion in cash. Instantly, he was so excited he almost shouted. 50 billion in cash. This wasn't some abstract worth of 50 billion, but real, tangible cash deposits. Even those big shots on the Forbes list might not have that much cash flow. Ding ding ding, his phone suddenly buzzed with a text message. He took it out and opened it. Sure enough, it was a message from the bank, notifying him that his account had received 50 billion. Looking at the long string of zeros, he felt a bit dizzy. 50 billion in cash, a set of ancient martial arts, a set of medical skills, a luxury mansion, a 5-star hotel. Zhang Bing felt a bit lightheaded. He quickly finished washing up, and Lin Huanxue was also ready. However, she had returned to her usual innocent look. Although still alluring, it was far from last night's appearance. "Let's go to school," Lin Huanxue said with a smile, walking over and taking Zhang Bing's arm, saying, "Humph, you are my boyfriend now. You can't go around flirting with others." Zhang Bing awkwardly smiled. That was impossible. If he were a broke loser, it would naturally be impossible to flirt around, but with his worth and strength, even if he didn't take the initiative, those flowers would still try their best to approach him. What cat doesn't eat fish? What monk doesn't chant sutras? Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue had just arrived at the art school gate, and they got out of the car hand in hand. Lin Huanxue was basically a good student at school, leading a very simple life. Apart from art and painting, she rarely participated in any campus activities. After dropping her off at the art department classroom door, Zhang Bing headed downstairs. At that moment, his phone rang. He took it out to see that it was a call from Lu Ruyan. "Hello, what's up? Zhang, where are you? I'm coming to find you right away. Something big has happened." Lu Ruyan's voice came through urgently on the other end. "I'm at school. What's going on?" Zhang Bing asked. "It's not something I can explain over the phone. Let's meet." "I'll be there in 10 minutes, Lu Ruyan explained. Zhang Bing acknowledged and hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, a brand new red BMW arrived at the school gate. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a sharp outfit, got out of the car and saw that Zhang Bing was already waiting for her at the entrance. Lu Ruyan quickly walked over in her high heels, looking anxious and worried, saying, "Zhang, something big has happened." "What is it?" Zhang Bing asked calmly. "Did you hit Qin Ji and his gang yesterday? This is really serious now." "That's right, I just taught them a little lesson. It's over, this is really bad." Lu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of tears. "Is it that exaggerated? I know that Qin Ji has a strong background. I heard that the vice principal, Qin Ming, is his uncle, but so what?" Zhang Bing said confidently. He felt incredibly strong now and wasn't afraid of those top-rich second-generation kids. "Zhang, it seems you still don't know. Early this morning, the school has already made a public announcement. Ma Chao is coming to the school in person, and he wants the school to organize all the teachers and students to set up a stage on the playground, specifically to teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Zhang Bing was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Ma Chao to be so extravagant, getting the entire school to act collectively and wanting to teach him a lesson in front of everyone. He had seen people show off, but this was the first time he encountered someone so over the top. Sigh. Lu Ruyan was clearly very scared. "Zhang, you might not know this since you've just arrived at the school, but Ma Chao is the son of the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yinting. He is very arrogant and also a national martial arts champion. His family is not only incredibly wealthy but also holds immense power. Someone like Wang Chang is really just a poor kid with a few coins left in his pocket compared to the Ma family." Zhang Bing was stunned for a moment. He indeed didn't know this information before. The son of the richest man in Kyoto? A national martial arts champion? No wonder he had such power to mobilize the entire school. And that Qinji's family is not simple either. Although they might not be as good as the Ma family, they are not someone you can provoke right now. Humph. After listening to Lu Ruyan, Zhang Bing clenched his fist, looking somewhat disdainful. The richest man in Kyoto must be worth more than 75 billion. He was definitely richer than himself, but he might not be able to mobilize 5 billion in liquid funds anytime, anywhere like he could. In terms of connections and background, he certainly couldn't compare, but he had a system, ancient martial arts, and medical skills. As long as it was a fair duel, What was Ma Chao, the so-called national martial arts champion? Anyway, the incident has already happened. What is there to be afraid of? I, Zhang Bing, never start trouble, but I absolutely do not fear it. Since Ma Chao loves to show off so much, he just wants to embarrass me in front of the entire school, to make me lose face. But in the end, who will win is still uncertain. Zhang Lu Ruyan, however, did not think this way and advised, Ma Chao is a lawless person and extremely vain. Why not? Why not you take the initiative to apologize to him? Maybe there's still a chance? Impossible. Zhang Bing refused without a second thought. He looked at the terrified Lu Ruyan and said, Lu Ruyan, I told you when I asked you to replace Li Guoqing, that if you choose to follow me, you must remain loyal. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave the Tianlong Grand Hotel right now and sell your house properly. Zhang Zong, I didn't mean it that way. Ma Chao is really not simple. You really can't provoke him. Something big is going to happen. When he comes to school, it won't just be about embarrassing you in front of all the teachers and students. I've heard this person is quite twisted. Lu Ruyan explained desperately. Alright, I understand. Just wait and see when the time comes, Zhang Bing said, too lazy to argue, and got out of the car. Sure enough, at noon, the campus walls of Kyoto Art University exploded with news. Ma Chao was going to personally return to school tomorrow and had called for all teachers and students to gather on the playground. He had singled out the freshman Zhang Bing, declaring he would teach him a lesson in the arena. Soon, the entire campus was plastered with Ma Chao's personal photos and various moments from past martial arts competitions. Banners were also hung at the school gate. This spectacle was more sensational than when some high-ranking official or big star came to the school. This shows just how arrogant Ma Chao, the son of Kyoto's richest man, usually is. Lin Huanxue also learned of this news. She was quite frightened and immediately called to inquire about the situation. Zhang Bing knew he couldn't hide it anymore. It had already spread throughout the school. So he kept it brief and told Lin Huanxue everything that had happened. Lin Huanxue's tone on the phone was urgent, even carrying a hint of tears, clearly very worried about him. Zhang Bing had no choice but to use his silver tongue to reassure her, saying it wasn't that serious and that he would definitely handle it, and suggested they meet in the evening, which made Lin Huanxue feel a bit more at ease. At that moment, he was sitting on a bench in a small grove at school, watching the bustling campus. He didn't feel any pressure, on the contrary, he felt a bit of anticipation, wanting to meet this son of Kyoto's richest man, Ma Chao. A student, no matter how wealthy or powerful their family is, shouldn't they try to be as low-key as possible? How could it be so sensational, demanding all teachers and students to gather upon returning to school? If he wanted to deal with him, couldn't he just come directly? Why go through all the trouble of gathering everyone on the playground and setting up an arena for all to witness? Running into me is your bad luck. I don't care if your dad is Kyoto's richest man, Zhang Bing muttered to himself, clenching his fist. With the rewards from the system for this ancient martial art, what was a mere national martial arts champion? At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Oh, little brother, you didn't even save your sister's number. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing immediately recognized it was Qin Yuan, the head nurse from Kyoto Hospital. Oh, it's you, Sister Yuan. Tisk tsk, not bad. You can still recognize your sister's voice. Where are you? I'll come pick you up to meet my grandfather. I'm at Kyoto Art University. Zhang Bing told Qin Yuan his location and agreed to meet at the school gate. Qin Yuan said she would be there in 15 minutes and then hung up. At the school gate, Zhang Bing was waiting for Qin Yuan to pick him up. At that moment, Qin came over with a group of athletes and a bunch of sexy, hot female students. Kid, are you scared to death? Qin said smugly, sneering continuously. Tomorrow is the day you will be utterly disgraced. You better think about how you will kneel on the ground when Ma Lauda returns to school tomorrow, and what way you will bow your head. Maybe if Ma Lauda is in a good mood, he might even say a word to let you stay in Kyoto. Looking at the expressions of Qin Ji's group, Zhang Bing sneered, look at you bunch of trash. This is still a double first-class university in the Dragon Country, and you've made it look like a gathering of social misfits. Ha! Qin Ji had experienced Zhang Bing's skills firsthand yesterday, so he was just talking big now, not daring to make a move. You can keep being arrogant, but after tomorrow, don't worry, even your Tianlong Grand Hotel won't be able to save you. Zhang Bing's gaze sharpened as he stared at Qin Ji, warning, you better watch your mouth, or don't blame me for being rude. Poof. Qin Ji was unimpressed and threatened. What are you barking about in front of me? If you kneel down now and call me dad a few times, bow your head a few times, and then crawl through our legs, maybe I can plead for you with Boss Ma. Ha. Yeah, kid, you think you're tough? I hope you won't get beaten like a dog by Boss Ma tomorrow. Boss Ma is the national martial arts champion, TSK. A few athletes also started to jeer along. Zhang Bing clenched his fists, really wanting to make a move, but he held back. Just then, a silver Mercedes-Benz sports car pulled up. The door opened, and a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, high heels, ultra-short shorts, and a black tank top stepped out. The woman had a very hot figure. With a full chest and a curvy backside, it was Qin Yuan Yuan. Zhang Bing spotted Qin Yuan Yuan at a glance, but before he could greet her, Qin Ji had already jogged over. "Cousin, what are you doing at our school?" "Qin Ji, what are you doing here? I've heard you've been causing trouble at school and not studying properly lately, is that true?" Qin Yuan Yuan glanced at Qin Ji and scolded. "Cousin, who did you hear that from?" "It's not true," Qin Ji said with a grin, showing great respect towards Qin Yuan Yuan. "That's good." Qin Yuan Yuan looked at Qin Ji's group, which hardly resembled students, and frowned, asking, "Look at you all, where's the appearance of students? What are you all gathering here for?" Without thinking, Qin Ji turned around and pointed at Zhang Bing, saying, "Cousin, don't worry about this. We're just teaching a country bumpkin freshman a lesson." Following Qin Ji's finger, Qin Yuan Yuan immediately saw who he was referring to. The country bumpkin Qin Ji mentioned was Zhang Bing, whom she had come to pick up. In an instant, her expression changed dramatically as she took off her sunglasses and scolded, "Qin Ji, who are you calling a country bumpkin?" Qin Ji was a bit puzzled but didn't think much of it, casually saying, "It's this Zhang Bing, a freshman who just arrived. Damn, he even hit me yesterday, but he's finished now. Boss Ma is coming to school tomorrow to deal with him. You brat, shut your filthy mouth." Qin Yuan Yuan was furious, pointing her finger at Qin Ji to scold him. "Are you blind? This is Mr. Zhang Bing." At this, Qin Ji and his group were stunned, not expecting their cousin to actually know Zhang Bing. "Cousin, what Mr. Zhang? He just bought a few shares of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. He only has a few coins in his pocket. He's nothing in front of us." Qin Yuan Yuan's expression darkened as she glared at Qin Ji and ignored him, directly walking towards Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing also understood what was going on at this point and was surprised that Qin Ji was actually Qin Yuan Yuan's cousin. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. It seems Qin Ji must have offended you," Qin Yuan Yuan said awkwardly, as she had come to pick up Zhang Bing for acupuncture treatment for her grandfather. But seeing the situation, it seemed things were going south. Zhang Bing's expression was calm as he said with a hint of sarcasm, "Nurse Chief, so the famous Qin Ji is your cousin, huh? A big shot like him. How could a country bumpkin like me have the qualifications to offend him?" "Oh dear, brother, don't say that." Qin Yuan Yuan immediately put on a smile, clearly sensing Zhang Bing's dissatisfaction. Then her expression changed, and she stared directly at Qin Ji, educating him. "Qin Ji, I don't care what conflict you have with President Zhang, you need to apologize to him right now and seek his forgiveness." "What?" Qin Ji reacted dramatically. Although he was somewhat surprised that his cousin knew Zhang Bing, it wasn't too strange. After all, Zhang Bing was indeed the owner of the Tianlong Hotel, and in their circle, that meant he had some money in his pocket. But to ask him to apologize to Zhang Bing was definitely out of the question. "Cousin, you must be mistaken. I would rather kill him than apologize to him. That's impossible." "Alright, Qin Ji, have you grown wings? You don't listen to me, do you? Okay, cousin, even though you know him, so what? A Tianlong Hotel means nothing to our Qin family." Qin Ji was dismissive and even mocked Zhang Bing in front of Qin Yuan Yuan again, saying, "Oh, no wonder he's so arrogant. Does he think he's impressive just because he knows my cousin? Qin Ji, you are too reckless." Qin Yuan Yuan was furious, secretly cursing her cousin Qin Ji for being such a fool. "I warn you, if you don't apologize to President Zhang today and gain his forgiveness, you will definitely regret it." "Alright, cousin." Qin Shi appeared indifferent. Although he respected Qin Yuan Yuan, it didn't mean he was afraid of her. "There's no way I'm apologizing to him. On the contrary, I want to remind you, you better keep your distance from him because tomorrow, Boss Ma will come to school and will set up a challenge, personally dealing with him. Don't let it be that you get implicated, causing the entire family to be dragged in." After saying this, Qin Ji left arrogantly, completely ignoring Qin Yuan Yuan. This made Qin Yuan Yuan so angry that she was jumping up and down, her ample figure rising and falling. "I'm sorry, brother, I really didn't know Qin Ji had a conflict with you." Once Qin Ji left, Qin Yuan Yuan explained to Zhang Bing with an embarrassed and guilty expression. Zhang Bing didn't want to make things difficult for Qin Yuan Yuan, after all, he had a very good impression of her. "Sister Yuan, I know you weren't aware of this, and it's fine. Qin Ji is Qin Ji, and you are you, I understand that." Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Qin Yuan Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then tentatively asked, "Brother, the promise you made to me before, it won't be void, right?" Zhang Bing smiled and said, "A gentleman's word is hard to chase. What I said, of course, counts. However, I have a condition now." "What condition, brother, you say?" Qin Yuan Yuan asked. Zhang Bing didn't beat around the bush, saying, "I can help your grandfather with acupuncture treatment, but after the treatment, Shinji must publicly apologize to me. Okay, I agree. After a moment of thought, Qin Yuan readily agreed. The two then got into a silver Mercedes-Benz sports car and quickly drove away. The Qin family indeed had great power. Although their assets were not as substantial as those of the nouveau riche like Wang Ba, their influence and foundation were not something that mere money could measure. According to Qin Yuan's introduction, the vice president of the art university, Qin Ming, was the third son of the Qin family. He was also the uncle of He and Qin Ji, and Qin Ji's father, Qin Guangming, held a significant position in the Qin family. Qin Guangming had always doted on Qin Ji since childhood, and even the old man of the Qin family favored this grandson. This is why Qin Ji had developed the habits of a spoiled rich kid, but his nature wasn't inherently bad. The old man of the Qin family was once a big shot in the political scene in Kyoto. Although he was retired, he still had many former students and officials, and he wielded considerable influence. After learning some background about the Qin family, Zhang Bing felt quite moved. In Manhwa, power always dominates everything, money is secondary. If we were to talk solely about money, the Qin family might not even be as wealthy as Lin Huanshua's family. But when it comes to true influence and status, the Wang family can't even touch the threshold of the Qin family. Especially after hearing Qin Yuan talk about the Ma family, it can only be described as terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhang Bing couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Lu Ruyan was so anxious and scared, urging him to soften and admit defeat, to take the initiative to confess and apologize to Ma Chao. About half an hour later, Qin Yuan watched as the car brought Zhang Bing to the community where the old master of the Qin family lived. This wasn't considered a high-end community. At most it could only be classified as average. Brother, although our Qin family is very influential, it doesn't mean we are very wealthy, she said. There's no way to compare with you. My grandfather is usually quite upright, so our material conditions are definitely not as good as those wealthy families. Qin Yuan noticed Zhang Bing's confusion and explained while leading the way. Zhang Bing followed behind, watching Qin Yuan's curvy figure sway enticingly, very sexy. Nearing 30, Qin Yuan was single and unmarried, possessing a mature sensuality unique to her age. This distinctive charm was not something Lin Huanxue or Zhang Tingting could possess. Damn, Qin Ji, weren't you very arrogant? From now on, I want you to call me cousin-in-law whenever you see me. Just as Zhang Bing was lost in thought, the two had already arrived at the Qin family home. The Qin family residence was a large flat, quite spacious. Although the decoration couldn't be called luxurious, it certainly had a certain charm, giving a very comfortable feeling. The main members of the Qin family were present and seemed very busy. Yuan, you're here, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached after seeing Qin Yuan bring Zhang Bing in. Uncle Guangming, I brought Dr. Zhang to help take a look at Grandpa. Qin Yuan introduced Zhang Bing to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Qin Ji's biological father, Qin Guangming. After hearing Qin Yuan's introduction, he merely glanced at Zhang Bing. The disdain in his eyes was hard to hide, but he didn't say anything. Yuan, your intentions are appreciated by us elders. But in the past few days, we have managed to invite the renowned first doctor of Kyoto, Feng Qianqiu, to diagnose the old master. So I think we can let this young man go. Feng Qianqiu. Upon hearing this name, Qin Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and even Zhang Bing was taken aback. This name was indeed well known in the medical field of Manhwa, an authoritative figure with a loud reputation and high moral standing. Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Bing awkwardly and whispered, "Brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't know they had invited old Feng. Please don't take it to heart." Sister Yuan, don't worry, I'm not that petty, Zhang Bing replied, feeling open-minded about such a medical authority who usually only appeared in textbooks. To be honest, he was also eager to witness the other's medical skills firsthand, especially since he possessed an ancient medical technique in his mind and wasn't a layman. Just right, I also want to see old Feng's methods and learn a bit. Brother, I'm glad you're not angry, Qin Yuan said, feeling a bit guilty, and winked at Zhang Bing. This made Zhang Bing feel a bit unsettled, as he couldn't quite grasp the thoughts of this mature woman. In a sunlit room by the window, Qin Lao's son and daughter, including Qin Guangming and others, were present. In front of the bed sat an elderly man with white hair, looking quite unwell, but his innate aura suggested he had held a high position in the past. This old man was Qin Shanha, and beside him sat another elderly man who was spirited and lively. This man was the renowned medical expert Feng Qianqiu. At this moment, Feng Qianqiu was taking Qin Shanha's pulse. Both were of similar age, but their physical conditions were clearly very different. The senior members of the Qin family stood respectfully to the side, quietly observing everything. It should be noted that inviting Feng Qianqiu was indeed not an easy task. At this time, Qin Yuanyuan also walked in with Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing immediately noticed that Qin Shanha's condition was slightly better than Zhang Yunfeng's. Perhaps it was due to the different environment. Qin Shanha had been maintaining his health, and his status was there, so even without surgery, his condition could be effectively controlled. However, as he aged, the situation became increasingly dangerous. In this case, he could rely on ancient acupuncture techniques, and then find a famous doctor for surgery, which had a very high success rate and would not pose any risks. Yuan, who is this person? Yuan, what's going on? The old man's identity and health condition are sensitive. How could you casually bring someone home? Soon, the senior members of the Qin family saw Zhang Bing with Qin Yuanyuan and were clearly a bit angry. Qin Yuanyuan explained, "Uncle, second uncle, this is Zhang Bing, the divine doctor I specially invited to treat Grandpa." Nonsense! Several senior members of the Qin family looked at Qin Yuanyuan with shock and began to reprimand her. Yuan, you've always been mature and sensible. Why are you being so childish this time? Although the old man has retired, his health condition has always been confidential. How could you just bring someone home? Among them, Qin Ji's biological father, Qin Guangming, scolded the harshest, his tone the most unpleasant. Qin Yuanyuan felt a bit wronged by the scolding and explained, "Uncle Guangming, didn't I just say? Zhang Bing is not just anyone, he is a divine doctor, and I specifically invited him to give Grandpa acupuncture treatment." Enough, Qin Guangming said impatiently, "He's a divine doctor? Young and inexperienced." Yuan, Uncle Guangming is right. This child is so young. What does he know about medicine? Besides, didn't we invite old Feng? In this country, who would dare to claim they understand medicine in front of old Feng? Clearly, the Qin family members did not believe that the 19-year-old Zhang Bing was a divine doctor, especially since Qin Guangming's tone revealed disdain and contempt. Qin Yuanyuan felt extremely embarrassed and looked at Zhang Bing with guilt. Zhang Bing, however, remained calm, knowing that saying anything at this moment would be useless. Letting facts speak for themselves was the right way. "Everyone, please be quiet." At this moment, Feng Qianxiu, who had been taking Qin Shanha's pulse, spoke up, and the members of the Qin family dared not say anything. Feng Qianxiu demonstrated the art of observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking to the fullest, closing his eyes and pressing his fingers against Qin Shanha's pulse. The entire process was tense and focused, and the room was so quiet that it seemed one could hear everyone's heartbeat. After a few minutes, Feng Qianxiu carefully examined Qin Shanha's body again and gently pressed some acupoints. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. "Old Feng, how is it? Old Feng, can my old man be treated?" Seeing this, the members of the Qin family hurriedly asked. Feng Qianxiu shook his head and calmly said, "Old Qin, it's better to have surgery." Qin Shanha himself appeared very calm. Although his condition looked poor, he seemed to have come to terms with it. "Forget it, I'm already old, I've accepted my fate, and I don't want to suffer through surgery anymore. Besides, hasn't it been diagnosed long ago that the success rate of surgery for this illness is very low worldwide? Alas!" Feng Qianxiu sighed, nodded, and said, "Old Qin, since you know this, I'll speak frankly. With your current condition, if you undergo surgery, there might be a 10% chance of success, but if you don't, you probably have at most 3 to 5 months left." Hearing this, the old man was not anxious, but the senior members of the Qin family became anxious. In recent years, as the old man retired, the Qin family had been on a downward slope. Especially recently, the Qin family was working on a big project that required a lot of funds. With the old man still around, the Qin family had been cooperating smoothly with the Ma family, who also gave them face. But if the old man really passed away, the Ma family might directly withdraw their investment. "Old Feng, please think of a way?" "Yes, Old Feng, just name a price, and we are willing to pay." The senior members of the Qin family urgently pleaded with Feng Qianxiu. Feng Qianxiu frowned and said, "You younger generations, I have practiced medicine my whole life. I may not be rich enough to rival a nation, but I get by. Is this about money?" With one sentence, Feng Qianxiu cut off all the hopes of the anxious Qin family members. As the foremost medical authority in the country, he certainly wasn't short on money, and his connections could perhaps reach the heavens. Feng Qianxiu's judgment effectively extinguished all hope for the Qin family. Because everyone knew very well that once old Master Qin passed away, the Qin family would inevitably decline, day by day. "Grandpa, let Dr. Zhang give it a try?" At that moment, Qin Yuanyuan stepped forward and proposed. Yuan, you are going too far. Yuan, do you even understand the situation? What are you doing here at a time like this?" Qin Guangming and some senior members of the Qin family immediately reprimanded her harshly. However, this time, Qin Yuanyuan's attitude was very resolute as she walked directly to the bed where old Master Qin lay. "Grandpa, don't be fooled by Dr. Sang's youth. We had a patient in our hospital with a condition exactly like yours. After receiving acupuncture treatment from Dr. Zhang and then undergoing surgery, the success rate was as high as 90%. Now the patient is recovering well every day and will be discharged in a while. Grandpa, do you not even believe me? Qin Yuan's words immediately surprised Feng Qianqiu, who couldn't help but look up at Zhang Bing, who had been silent until now. Yuan, get out immediately. You can bring anyone home, but don't say such nonsense here. Don't you know what old Feng represents in the medical field? A naive kid calling himself a divine doctor in front of old Feng. At this moment, Qin Guangming was also unceremonious, glancing at Zhang Bing and saying, "Kid, leave the Qin family at once. Remember, if you dare to leak even a word about my grandfather's condition, I'll make you disappear." Zhang Bing was also getting a bit angry. After all, he was a super rich man. In other aspects, he couldn't compare to the Qin family's status, but if it came to money, he had 50 billion lying in his account, enough to crush the Qin family with cash. Mr. Qin Guangming, please speak more politely and don't threaten me so easily. Let me be clear, if it weren't for Sister Yuan inviting me, I wouldn't have come. What did you say? Qin Guangming's forehead darkened, questioning sternly. Uncle Guangming, please don't be like this. Dr. Zhang is indeed the one I invited, and everything I said just now is true. Qin Yuan was afraid that if Qin Guangming continued, he would completely anger Zhang Bing. After all, during their time at school, Qin Ji had already offended Zhang Bing. Miss Qin, are you serious? At this moment, Feng Qianqiu spoke up. He was somewhat skeptical because, as a medical authority, conditions like Old Master Qin's were very complex and not uncommon. Many patients die from it every year, but the risks of surgery are extremely high. Many patients can manage for several years without surgery. However, if they undergo surgery, there is a high chance of failure, and only a small portion of patients succeed and recover. Old Feng, I assure you, every word I say is true. Qin Yuan replied. Feng Qianqiu pondered for a moment and began to formally assess Zhang Bing. Young man, do you really understand medicine? Zhang Bing looked at this medical authority, who existed in textbooks, and humbly replied, Old Feng, how dare I claim to understand medicine in your presence? I can only say I have a little knowledge, just a little. So what Miss Qin said is true. You really treated someone with the same condition as old Qin's through acupuncture, significantly increasing the success rate of the surgery? Feng Qianqiu confirmed. That's right. Zhang Bing openly admitted, then explained, in situations like old Qin's, as you said, the success rate of a hasty surgery is probably barely 1 in 10, after all, he is quite old. If surgery is not performed soon, he has at most 3 months left. But if I use the acupuncture techniques I have mastered for treatment, followed by surgery, the success rate will be at least over 90%, with basically no risk. Nonsense. Kid, if you dare to speak recklessly in front of us again, don't blame the Qin family for being rude to you. Get out immediately. The senior members of the Qin family all thought Zhang Bing was bragging, and the already troubled group gave him even worse looks. Seeing this, Qin Yuan could only act cute towards the weak old Master Qin Shanha, pleading, Grandpa, please believe me, trust Dr. Zhang, let him give it a try. Old Master Qin Shanha sighed. He didn't want to stir up any more trouble and had come to terms with things. But medical matters are highly specialized, so the old man had to look to Feng Qianqiu for help. Feng Qianqiu was also filled with doubts, instinctively disbelieving what Zhang Bing said. But seeing that Zhang Bing didn't seem to be bragging, he appeared serious. Young man, do you know who I am? Feng Qianqiu asked. I know, Zhang Bing replied with a hint of respect. You are a leading authority in the medical field of Manhwa. Your name often appeared in my textbooks when I was in school. That's right, Feng Qianqiu said leisurely, since you know my abilities, how dare you boast in front of me? Zhang Bing shook his head and smiled. Old Feng, I am not boasting. There are no absolutes in the world. Everything should be based on facts and reality. What a pragmatic approach. Feng Qianqiu greatly appreciated Zhang Bing's words and immediately stated, in that case, let this young man give it a try. Upon hearing that Feng Qianqiu truly agreed to let Zhang Bing try, the senior members of the Qin family were not pleased. Old Feng, do you really believe this kid? Old Feng, my grandfather's condition is very dangerous. He can't withstand reckless meddling. Feng Qianqiu snorted coldly and said, no matter how bad the situation is, it can't get much worse. Letting this kid try is not a big deal. Then Feng Qianqiu personally sought Old Master Qin Shanha's opinion, asking, Old Qin, let this kid give it a try. Old Master Qin Shanha did not oppose. He still held great respect for Feng Qianqiu. Seeing that both her grandfather and Feng Qianqiu agreed, Qin Yuan smiled and kept giving Zhang Bing meaningful glances. The others in the Qin family could only tacitly accept and not stop him. "Kid, I have always been willing to give young people opportunities, but if you dare to deceive us, I will not spare you." Feng Qianqiu stood up, glanced at Zhang Bing, and warned. Zhang Bing just smiled confidently. "Old Feng, don't worry, I will definitely seize this opportunity." With that, Zhang Bing stopped talking and approached old Master Qin Shanha's bedside. As soon as he entered the room, he could see the general condition of old Master Qin. According to the ancient medical techniques imprinted in his mind, old Master Qin's situation was not very tricky at all. So he directly took out the silver needles prepared by Feng Qianqiu, then formed hand seals and, using a specific mysterious technique, suddenly pierced the acupuncture points of old Master Qin. To those who didn't understand, this scene looked no different from street performances, making them feel their intelligence was insulted. This person is just a small con artist. This is simply nonsense. It's just a street performance. Qin Guangming and the senior members of the Qin family could no longer bear to watch and began to angrily denounce him, wanting to stop Zhang Bing. However, at that moment, Feng Qianqiu was fixated, his eyes nearly popping out, intently watching Zhang Bing. He stood there in a daze, his whole body starting to tremble slightly. "Stop! What do you want to do?" As Qin Guangming was about to personally stop Zhang Bing, Feng Qianqiu suddenly let out a loud shout. "Old Feng, this is clearly a technique from the martial world. How can it cure illness?" Qin Guangming, startled by the agitated Feng Qianqiu, explained. Feng Qianqiu swallowed hard, watching Zhang Bing's miraculous acupuncture technique. Each needle, each acupoint, was more precise than modern equipment. The angle and force were nothing short of perfect. Martial world technique? This is very likely the ancient and lost 9 mysterious acupuncture technique. Hearing Feng Qianqiu's trembling and excited words, everyone from the Qin family was stunned. They were not from the medical field, so they naturally did not know these things. But Feng Qianqiu was the ancestor of medical scholars, a towering figure. The fact that he was trembling in his tone was enough to indicate the significance of the situation. "This trip is not in vain, this life is not in vain. Heaven has not treated me poorly. I never expected. In my lifetime, I can actually witness the lost ancient 9 mysterious acupuncture technique." At this moment, Feng Qianqiu was so excited that he looked like he might burst a blood vessel, his facial muscles trembling. He involuntarily took a step back, blocking everyone, fearing that someone from the Qin family would interrupt Zhang Bing's demonstration of the 9 mysterious acupuncture technique. The members of the Qin family were also stunned, their faces filled with joy, especially Qin Yuan, who looked at her younger brother, who was a full 10 years younger than her, with a peculiar sparkle in her eyes. Zhang Bing, however, paid no attention to anyone. He was fully focused on performing the 9 mysterious acupuncture technique. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes, and then the last silver needle was pulled out, completing the task. "Alright, if anyone needs surgery now, I guarantee the success rate will definitely be over 90%, Zhang Bing said, putting down the silver needles and clapping his hands, looking relaxed. At this moment, old Master Qin also shifted his body, clearly looking much better. The younger generation is formidable. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. I feel my body has indeed relaxed and become much more comfortable, old Master Qin said gratefully, looking at the young Zhang Bing. "Little brother, thank you. It's a small matter." Zhang Bing waved his hand, not caring. Feng Qianqiu swallowed hard, and suddenly, with a thud, he knelt down in front of Zhang Bing. "If you do not mind, I wish to take you as my master and earnestly learn the 9 mysterious acupuncture technique." This scene left everyone in the room completely dumbfounded. Zhang Bing himself was a bit dazed. He quickly helped Feng Qianqiu up, as the old man was quite decent. The textbooks had detailed many of his achievements, and from their earlier interaction, it was clear he was not putting on airs. "Old Feng, you are going to embarrass me. This cannot be, absolutely not." Feng Qianqiu, with an excited expression, said with a choked voice, "I never expected to witness the lost 9 mysterious acupuncture technique in my lifetime. Master, please do not think I am too old and useless, you must teach me." Seeing Feng Qianqiu so emotionally stirred, Zhang Bing was genuinely afraid that if he refused, the old man might have a spike in blood pressure and burst a blood vessel. So he quickly agreed, "Alright, old Feng, I promise you. As for taking me as your master, let's skip that. I can't bear that responsibility. We can exchange ideas later. I will certainly share everything I know." After receiving Zhang Bing's agreement, Feng Qianqiu finally calmed down a bit. Qin Yuan also rushed over immediately, excitedly hugging Zhang Bing without regard for anyone else. "Brother, you are truly amazing. I knew I didn't misjudge you." Zhang Bing was a bit dazed. He only felt 2 soft things pressed against his chest, a sensation that felt almost transcendent. The senior members of the Qin family also quickly changed their attitudes, except for Qin Guangming, who remained indifferent and had a very unpleasant expression. Dr. Zhang, we were disrespectful and did not recognize your greatness earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Yes, Dr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so young and possess such medical skills. It's truly rare. Zhang Bing responded with a smile, indicating that he wasn't taking it to heart. At this moment, the old master of the Qin family, after acupuncture treatment, felt much better, leaning against the head of the bed, and said, "Young brother, you have saved my life. Whatever you want, just say the word, and our Qin family will certainly comply." As soon as the old master finished speaking, Qin Guangming immediately understood and took out a check, swiftly writing a long string of numbers on it. "Dr. Zhang, this is a small token from our Qin family. I hope you won't think it's too little." Zhang Bing glanced at the number on the check, which was 2 million, but he did not reach out to take it. Instead, he muttered to himself, "A mere 2 million? Am I someone who needs this 2 million? Seeing that Zhang Bing had no intention of taking the 2 million check, the others from the Qin family said nothing. After all, the old master of the Qin family held a significant position before retirement, and now that Zhang Bing had saved his life, 2 million was indeed a bit lacking. The old master was always strict in managing the family, so compared to those wealthy individuals, the Qin family could only be considered poor. However, Qin Guangming clearly felt a bit displeased and said sarcastically, "Dr. Zhang, you don't think it's too little, do you?" Zhang Bing chuckled and replied, "Mr. Qin, I have plenty of money." Oh, Qin Guangming clearly did not believe that a 19-year-old student could have any money. Even if their Qin family couldn't compare to the wealthy, they were still much better off than the average middle class. "So, are you saying that you think what our Qin family offered is too little?" "I didn't mean that," Zhang Bing answered. At this moment, Qin Yuan quickly stepped forward, fearing that if this continued, Zhang Bing would directly confront Qin Guangming. "Young brother, do you not want money and instead want something else?" At this time, the old master of the Qin family asked. Zhang Bing nodded and said directly, "Old Master Qin, I didn't treat you for money. It was purely for Sister Yuan's sake. Besides, I really don't lack money." "All right," Qin Guangming said irritably, "since you don't lack money, just say it. What do you really want?" Zhang Bing then realized that the Qin family thought he was trying to curry favor with the old master. He felt a bit amused at the thought of leveraging the old master's former power. He shook his head and then said seriously, "Old master, if you really want to thank me, I do have a small request that I hope the Qin family can fulfill." "What is it?" the old master asked. "I just want Qin Ji to publicly apologize to me at school," Zhang Bing said. As soon as he said this, everyone in the Qin family was momentarily stunned. They had thought Zhang Bing would make some unreasonable request, asking the old master to use his connections to help him out. They never expected that he would ask for Qin Ji to publicly apologize at school. Instantly, everyone in the Qin family turned to look at Qin Guangming. After all, Qin Ji was his biological son. "Grandpa, Qin Ji has indeed gone too far." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan simply explained the conflict between Zhang Bing and Qin Ji to the Qin family. After listening to what Qin Yuan said, everyone understood. "This matter won't do, let's change it." Qin Guangming thought for a moment and outright refused. Zhang Bing sensed Qin Guangming's malice and no longer held back, responding, "Mr. Qin, aside from this matter, I don't need the Qin family to thank me for anything else." "Poof." Qin Guangming snorted coldly and said, "Qin Ji is my son, although there are some conflicts between you. But that's a matter between you young people. You are taking this opportunity to make things difficult for our Qin family, forcing Qin Ji to publicly apologize to you. What is that? Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Damn it!" Zhang Bing could no longer hold back, inwardly cursing that like father, like son. Just now, Qin Yuan has already explained the whole story, and now Qin Guangming is still shamelessly saying that he has gone too far. "All right, Zhang Bing," Qin Guangming said in a tone as if he had seen through Zhang Bing long ago, with great disdain. "Aren't you just complaining that 2 million is too little? Fine, although our Qin family can't compare to those wealthy people, thinking of a way to get 5 million, 8 million, or even 10 million is still not a problem. This should be enough, right, Uncle Guangming?" Qin Yuan could no longer listen, stood up, and loudly explained, "Zhang Bing just said that he is not short of money. Moreover, his request has been made very clear, which is just for my cousin to publicly apologize, and I have also told you the whole story. It was indeed my cousin's fault first." Yuan, where are you twisting your arm?" Qin Guangming began to educate Qin Yuan again. "What do you mean he's not short of money? Isn't it just that he thinks it's too little?" Qin Yuan was speechless, unable to hold back, and said loudly, "Uncle Guangming, let me tell you the truth. The behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianlong Hotel is Zhang Bing, the divine doctor." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent once again. Especially Qin Guangming, whose face turned exceptionally ugly, looking at Zhang Bing in disbelief. However, Zhang Bing remained calm. This was the effect he wanted. Mr. Qin, a mere Tianlong hotel is nothing. I have said before, this is not about money. What I want is just a public apology from Qin Ji. If that can't be done, it's fine. After saying this, Zhang Bing stopped talking, greeted old Master Qin, and turned to leave. Master, Zhang Divine Doctor, wait for me. Feng Qianqiu shouted as he saw Zhang Bing about to leave and immediately followed him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glare at Qin Shanhe, kindly reminding old Master Qin Shanhe. Seeing this, old Master Qin's expression was also not good. He hurriedly instructed Qin Yuan, quickly go and ease things with Zhang Bing and Feng Lao. Tell Zhang Bing that our Qin family will give him a satisfactory explanation, so he shouldn't take it to heart. Qin Yuan responded and quickly went out. Then old Master Qin looked at Qin Guangming with a serious expression and reprimanded, Guangming, you must give Zhang Bing an explanation and do as he says. If Qin Ji doesn't listen to you, I'll come personally. Qin Guangming sighed, feeling very unhappy, and said, Old Master, you know Xiao Ji's character. And without his relationship with the Ma family's young master, how could our Qin family possibly cooperate with the Ma family this time? It's just a matter between young people. Let's just let it go. Guangming. Old Master Qin was a bit angry, with a dangerous tone, reprimanding, don't make me repeat myself. Qin Guangming wanted to argue, but seeing old Master Qin's expression, he had to shut up and agree. On the other side, Zhang Bing left the Qin family without looking back, and Feng Qianqiu chased after him. Brother, Feng Lao, wait for me. Qin Yuan also caught up in time, shouting from behind. So the two stopped, watching Qin Yuan run towards them in high heels, her chest swaying. Zhang Bing felt secretly pleased. This tactic of retreating to advance had indeed worked. Brother, don't be angry. Qin Yuan expressed her apologies. Grandpa asked me to convey that the Qin family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Uncle Guangming is just that kind of powerful person. We all know this, so don't take it to heart. He. Zhang Bing smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not that petty. Qin Yuan nodded, her eyes glowing. Then brother, Feng Lao, I won't see you off. I still have some matters to attend to upstairs. We'll contact each other later. After watching Qin Yuan leave, Feng Qianqiu couldn't hold back anymore and kept pestering Zhang Bing to teach him the Zhoushuan acupuncture technique. Old Feng, don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely deliver. I have some troublesome matters at school to handle, and I will teach you once it's sorted out, Zhang Bing explained. Mr. Zhang, please don't lie to me, this is your promise to me. What is it? Do you want me to help you find some connections to resolve it? Zhang Bing thought for a moment and decided not to hide anything, briefly mentioning the big trouble caused by Ma Chao. Feng Qianqiu paused and said, so it's that kid from the Ma family causing you trouble. Ma Yunting indeed has some power. I've seen that kid, he's quite wild. But it's fine, I'll personally talk to Ma Yunting, and I guarantee that kid won't dare to trouble you again. Faced with Feng Qianqiu's kind offer, Zhang Bing didn't refuse, but he also didn't agree. He thought it was just another option, which couldn't hurt. After all, as a medical authority in Longhua, Feng Qianqiu must have a lot of top connections. Ma Chao's father is the richest man in the capital, so he must also be a big shot with significant influence. Even the Qin family, with their retired high-ranking officials, probably can't compare. Although a net worth of 75 billion is indeed exaggerated, it certainly doesn't match the richest man in the capital. After exchanging a few words, Feng Qianqiu insisted on driving Zhang Bing himself. Zhang Bing was surprised. He didn't expect that at such an old age, Feng Qianqiu would still be driving an administrative-class Land Rover. Old Feng, I didn't expect you to be driving this car, Zhang Bing exclaimed. Mr. Zhang, you don't know this, but even though I'm old, I'm still a normal person. Everyone has different preferences, Feng Qianqiu explained while driving. Zhang Bing thought about it and realized it was true. Old Feng, please take me to the Tianlong Grand Hotel. No problem. Feng Qianqiu slammed the accelerator, and the car sped up faster than most young people. Mr. Zhang, you are truly a rare talent. At such a young age, you are proficient in the long-lost 9 mysterious acupuncture technique, and you own the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Truly impressive. He. Zhang Bing's eyes twinkled with mischief as he teased, Old Feng, how about I invite you to the massage parlor on the 8th floor of the hotel to relax? No. Feng Qianqiu certainly knew what the 8th floor of the Tianlong Grand Hotel was for. At my age, I can't handle that. It's better for you young folks. Ha. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. After about 20 minutes, Feng Qianqiu dropped Zhang Bing off at the hotel entrance and drove away. Zhang Bing didn't waste time and planned to check out the 8th floor. Ever since he became the owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel, he had never relaxed in his own hotel. But before he could get to the elevator, his personal phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was from the bank. Mr. Zhang, hello, I am the bank president Li Ben. Do you have a moment? Zhang Bing hesitated and asked, what is it? Mr. Zhang, you have a deposit of 5 billion in our bank. According to our regulations, you will be our most valued customer. For such valued customers, we have a mysterious prize to give away, and you need to come in person to collect it, President Li Ben explained on the other end of the line. What prize? Zhang Bing asked casually. He didn't lack anything now and was too lazy to deal with it. Well, Mr. Zhang, it's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Where are you? I can send someone to pick you up right away, if that's convenient for you. Our bank's gift will surely satisfy you. There's no need to pick me up, I'll go over myself. Hearing this, Zhang Bing became a bit interested and then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the president of the Kyoto Bank, Li Ben, hung up the phone, rubbed his hands together, and his face was filled with joy and excitement. He immediately summoned all the staff from the branch and announced loudly, you all better keep your eyes peeled. I just personally contacted Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang will be coming to our bank shortly to collect his gift. Anyone who neglects Mr. Zhang will be packing their bags and leaving immediately. From now on, stop all work at once, get your spirits up, and prepare to welcome Mr. Zhang. After the announcement, everyone else left the office. Only a beautiful manager in uniform, with a white shirt and black trousers, remained. President Li, isn't there a leader from the head office coming over today, specifically asking for me to accompany him? If you treat me as a gift for Mr. Zhang, how will I explain to the leader from the head office? Li Ben smiled slightly and then reached out to pinch Su Ru's ample backside. Su Ru, you should know that Mr. Zhang has deposited 5 billion in our bank at once. That's 5 billion. We must maintain good relations with such a major client at any cost. As long as we take good care of Mr. Zhang, we won't have to worry about our performance for the whole year. As for the leader from the head office, he hasn't arrived yet, has he? When Mr. Zhang comes, you take him to the VIP room and treat him well, understood? It won't take more than 10 minutes, and it won't conflict with the leader from the head office. Su Ru flashed a charming smile and said sweetly, got it, President. No man has ever escaped my charm. At that moment, a car arrived at the bank's entrance, one a taxi and the other a business vehicle. Zhang Bing stepped out of the taxi, while another middle-aged man in a suit with a prominent belly stepped out of the business vehicle. Zhang Bing almost entered the bank at the same time as this middle-aged man, noticing that the man had an imposing presence and guessed he was likely a leader as well. The bank's electronic screen displayed, warmly welcome Mr. Zhang to our bank. Zhang Bing chuckled to himself, knowing this was a special welcome for him. All the staff were in high spirits, especially the female employees who had dressed up, but the overall quality was average. On a scale of 10, the combined score was at most around 4. Just then, the middle-aged man, with his hands behind his back, cleared his throat and shouted, "Get your President Li Ben out here." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's shout, the bank staff became highly alert, their expressions tense. They exchanged glances and then all rushed over, welcoming him with a very humble attitude. "Mr. Zhang, you have arrived, please this way." Zhang Bing was about to speak, but saw the middle-aged man snort coldly and say, "Is this how your president welcomes me?" The staff exchanged looks, not daring to speak, because President Li Ben had just instructed everyone to be on their toes to welcome Mr. Zhang. Clearly, the bank staff had mistaken the middle-aged man for Zhang Bing. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man was indeed also named Zhang Zhangwei, a leader sent from the head office for an inspection. The reason for his early arrival was for other purposes. As a leader from the head office, he had long heard about a famous socialite at this branch. Regardless of her figure or appearance, she was someone who could captivate men, and there were various rumors in the financial banking circle about her skills. In short, all men found her irresistible. However, it was evident that Zhang Wei, upon glancing around, found the female employees in the hall, despite their careful preparations, clearly unappealing to him. At that moment, client manager Su Ru received the news and walked out from the back office. Su Ru was dressed very formally, but her voluptuous figure nearly strained the buttons of her shirt. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, you finally made it." As soon as Zhang Wei saw Su Ru, his eyes lit up, and a smile instantly spread across his face. Zhang Bing was also taken aback, not expecting such a gem to be hidden in a small branch. This woman had a style similar to Lu Ruyan, but definitely had an extra touch of mature charm, especially with her professional demeanor adding a few more points of allure. Humph. After seeing Su Ru, Zhang Wei's attitude improved significantly, his face full of greed. He snorted coldly and swaggered over, directly ignoring Zhang Bing, whether intentionally or not, bumping into him. Zhang Bing didn't pay attention and stumbled to the side. Before he could speak, he realized that this Zhang Wei was the type to accuse others first. "Kid, can't you see?" Zhang Bing frowned, having encountered unreasonable people before, but this was the first time he met someone so unreasonable. Clearly, it was you who bumped into me, and now you're trying to turn the tables? Zhang Wei's expression darkened as he looked down at him and said, "What did you say?" "I said you didn't see and bumped into me," Zhang Bing retorted without holding back. "Presumptuous." Zhang Wei was furious, pointing at Zhang Bing and reprimanding, "Do you know who I am? Someone, immediately throw this kid out." Soon, all the bank staff gathered around. They didn't recognize Zhang Bing and had mistakenly assumed that Zhang Wei was the mysterious rich Mr. Zhang mentioned by the bank president in the earlier meeting, who had deposited 50 billion. After all, Zhang Wei had a fat head and big ears, exuding an air of authority, looking indeed like a wealthy person. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing looked so young that no one could associate him with a super rich person. "Young man, did you hear? Mr. Zhang wants you to leave immediately. Get out now, or we'll call security to throw you out." The bank staff began to shout and scold Zhang Bing, trying to force him out. This made Zhang Bing very unhappy. He had initially wanted to keep a low profile, but now, it seemed that keeping a low profile was impossible. He glanced at the group of snobbish staff and then coldly questioned, "Are you sure about that?" Saying this, he directly took out his phone, logged into the bank's app, and planned to transfer the 50 billion directly. But he knew very well that it was impossible to transfer such a large sum of money in one go via mobile. Sure enough, after casually tapping a couple of times, the system prompted that the amount was too large and needed to be handled at the counter. Before he could exit the app, a call from President Li Ben came in. "Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? We just received a prompt that you want to transfer your money. Is it you operating?" "Yes, it's me. Transfer my money immediately." No, Mr. Zhang, please don't, I beg you. This matter is non-negotiable. I'm currently in your bank lobby, and your staff is trying to throw me out." "What? I'm coming right away." Li Ben sounded very shocked on the phone. Hearing the content of Zhang Bing's call, the bank staff still had no idea of the problem. They all thought Zhang Bing was just bragging and putting on an act. Not very old, but quite the braggart. "If you really know our president, we'll kneel down and apologize to you." A few bank staff looked disdainful. After all, even though they were just a branch, the president was a ceiling-level existence for ordinary people. "Mr. Zhang, let me take you to the VIP room. Just leave this matter to them to handle," Suru said with a smile, walking over and linking arms with Zhang Wei, speaking with great charm. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with Suru's service, his gaze never leaving her chest. "Kid, keep your eyes open. If there's a next time, I'll have someone break your legs. Got it?" Just then, a middle-aged man came rolling down from upstairs. It was President Li Ben. President Li, we have received Mr. Zhang, but this unknown kid just confronted him." As soon as Li Ben arrived, the bank staff rushed to greet him and explain. However, as the president, Li Ben had the authority to view some personal information about the super-rich with deposits of 5 billion. According to the information he had, this mysterious tycoon was named Zhang Bing, and he was only 19 years old. Seeing Suru and the group of employees standing next to the portly Zhang Wei, they mistakenly took Zhang Wei for the mysterious wealthy man. Instead, they were mocking and driving Zhang Bing away. Instantly, he felt unwell. "Bastards! A bunch of useless fools, have your eyes been eaten by dogs? Are you blind?" Li Ben shouted angrily, then ran in front of Zhang Bing, apologizing. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, these employees are all blind, and you've been wronged. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I will handle this seriously and fire them all." Suddenly, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the young man they had just driven away and mocked was actually the mysterious tycoon, Mr. Zhang. Even Zhang Wei was a bit shocked, showing a horrified expression. Suru, being the social butterfly, immediately let go of Zhang Wei and rushed towards Zhang Bing with a smile, linking her arm with his. "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. I'm really sorry. I will definitely make it up to you. Please don't take it to heart. Get away." Zhang Bing pushed Suru away and then glanced at the stunned employees. He then said to President Li Ben, "Handle the procedures immediately. I want to transfer the 5 billion to another bank." "Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry. Mr. Zhang, we will definitely make you satisfied." Li Ben was almost in tears. The total deposits of their entire branch didn't even add up to 500 million. And Zhang Bing's 5 billion was of great significance to the whole branch. He pleaded with Zhang Bing while frantically signaling to the client manager, Suru. Suru maintained her smile and shamelessly moved closer. "Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry, there are so many people here. Let me take you to the VIP room to talk, okay? The gifts from our bank are picked up in the VIP room." As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, and since Suru was indeed charming, Zhang Bing didn't continue to scold her. Instead, he looked at the portly Zhang Wei and said, "I don't want to see this person, you understand what I mean, right?" "Understood, Mr. Zhang. Seeing Zhang Bing's tone soften, Li Ben breathed a sigh of relief. He responded and immediately instructed the security to come over. At this moment, although Zhang Wei was surprised that such a young Zhang Bing had 5 billion in deposits, even in the headquarters, he would be considered a super VIP. But as a small leader from the headquarters, he still had to maintain his authority. Brother Zhang, I was wrong just now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wei, and I'm here from the headquarters to inspect the business. Upon hearing this, Li Ben, Su Ru, and the other staff were once again astonished. They didn't expect Zhang Wei to be the leader from the headquarters who was supposed to come today, arriving early without any notice. Now the bank was indeed in a difficult position. One was a mysterious tycoon with a background that affected the performance bonuses of all employees, and the other was a leader from the headquarters. They couldn't afford to offend either. The most troublesome part was that both of them shared the surname Zhang. No wonder there was a mix-up. Who the hell is your brother? Zhang Bing said coldly. Don't yell in front of me. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhang Wei's expression changed. But as a small leader from the headquarters, he certainly knew what it meant to have a deposit of 5 billion in the bank. He really didn't dare to offend him. Even though he felt very displeased, he still wore a smile. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong just now. Please don't take it to heart. If you have time, I would like to invite you to a nice place to apologize in person. How about that? Sorry, I don't have time. Zhang Bing gave no face to Zhang Wei and directly refused. This left Zhang Wei completely embarrassed, his face turning very ugly. The bank president Li Ben, client manager Su Ru, and other staff exchanged glances. Both were people they couldn't afford to offend. One was a mysterious wealthy individual, most likely a super rich second generation, and the other was a leader from the head office conducting an inspection, their direct superior. But if they had to choose, they would definitely pick Zhang Bing. After all, if they could keep Zhang Bing's 50 billion deposit from leaving, they could basically relax in the future, and each person's performance would surely exceed expectations, with bonuses that would make their hands sore from counting. Mr. Zhang, I am a leader from the head office. You have to give me some face, right? Zhang Wei's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but he still didn't dare to confront Zhang Bing openly. I said, don't yell at me, got it? Zhang Bing was unyielding, his attitude even more assertive. Zhang Wei was left speechless by the retort. The bank staff all pretended to be deaf, turning their heads away. Fine, just wait. Don't think that having some money makes you great. In the face of power, what is your money worth? Zhang Wei couldn't hold back any longer, leaving with a huff after throwing down a harsh remark. Li Ben wanted to chase after him to persuade him, but seeing Zhang Bing's expression, he stopped, making a choice in his heart. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, we will communicate with Director Zhang about this matter. Please don't take it to heart. Please come in. Saying this, Li Ben signaled the other staff with his eyes and then made a gesture of invitation. Su Ru linked her arm with Zhang Bing's, leading him to the VIP room at the back. Upon entering the VIP room, Zhang Bing immediately sensed something was off. This VIP room was hardly a place for business discussions. It had sofas and luxurious, clean mattresses. Zhang Bing was taken aback and then asked, President Li, you said there would be a special gift from the bank that would satisfy me. That's why I came. If it's just some gestures or shopping cards, forget it, I'm not interested. Li Ben smiled and explained, Mr. Zhang, someone of your status naturally wouldn't look down on those small items. Rest assured, the gift we have specially customized for super VIP clients like you will definitely satisfy you. I need to step out to handle something. As for what the gift is, Manager Su will explain it to you in detail. After saying this, Li Ben left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. As soon as Li Ben left, Su Ru walked up to Zhang Bing and then knelt down. Manager Su, what are you doing? Zhang Bing was startled. Does the bank offer kneeling service? Su Ru smiled sweetly, then tossed her hair and said seductively, Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so young, so handsome, and so wealthy. As she spoke, she began to run her hand over Zhang Bing's thigh. Zhang Bing paused and asked, Manager Su, cut the act, just tell me, what special gift does your bank have? He. Su Ru laughed. Then, looking at Zhang Bing with passion, she said, Mr. Zhang, don't you understand yet? I am the special gift customized for super VIPs like you. Damn! Zhang Bing cursed inwardly, although he had heard many stories about bank tellers and wealthy clients. This was the first time he encountered a client manager being treated as a gift. Mr. Zhang, within the next year, I will be your personal gift, available 24 hours a day, ready to meet all your needs and desires. As Su Ru spoke, her hands were not idle, reaching towards Zhang Bing. Well played. Zhang Bing couldn't help but admire. This is equivalent to saying that the bank has given him a mistress for free, with a usage period of 1 year. Su Ru is probably in her 30s, but she is very well maintained, especially her chest, which is somewhat exaggeratedly large, and her figure is slightly plump, indeed full of the ultimate temptation of a mature woman. Coupled with her role as a bank client manager, dressed in professional attire, her professional charm is truly captivating. The allure of someone like Lu Ruyan, who is still a student, is completely different. Mr. Zhang, let me serve you well now. Don't worry, this place is very safe. We can see outside, but they can't see inside, Suru said as she began to unbutton her shirt. Zhang Bing could hardly contain himself. He glanced outside and found that he could indeed see every movement out there. Thinking of this was indeed very stimulating. On the other side, Zhang Wei, who had left in a huff, did not go far but returned to his car. Today, he had lost all face, being publicly slapped by a 19-year-old. After all, he was a leader at the headquarters, wielding power. Although he knew that someone who could deposit 5 billion must have a significant background, Zhang Wei was determined to regain his dignity today. At this moment, Li Ben, having arranged everything, came to appease Zhang Wei. Director Zhang, please don't be angry. You bastard. Zhang Wei vented all his anger on Li Ben, slapping him backhandedly. Furious, shouldn't I be angry? Damn it, I must talk to the headquarters about your branch's issues later. Director Zhang, please don't. Li Ben explained in a low voice that Mr. Zhang has deposited 5 billion in our bank. You know what that means. Is 5 billion something impressive? Zhang Wei shouted fiercely, pulling out his phone. You wait, I'm going to notify Director Qin right now and ask him to check if there's any problem with the source of the funds. Director Zhang, please don't do this, I'm begging you. Li Ben looked helpless and terrified. Zhang Wei was referring to Director Qin, who he knew was Qin Guanghua, the head of the Qin family. He was also a leader specifically in charge of the financial sector. Once this was investigated, there would definitely be problems, and if Zhang Bing got angry, he might directly transfer the money away. Get lost. Zhang Wei snorted coldly. That kid thinks having 5 billion in deposits is impressive? Today, I'll let him see whether money is more powerful or authority. Soon, Zhang Wei kicked Li Ben aside and quickly dialed Qin Guanhua's number. He deliberately exaggerated, saying that a 19-year-old at the branch suddenly had an additional 5 billion in his account, suspected to have issues with the source of the funds, and wanted to invite him to come and check it out. After receiving the call, Qin Guanghua understood the situation and said he would come over immediately. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei looked smug, sitting in the car feeling quite displeased. Director Qin said he would personally come to understand the situation. You go tell that kid named Zhang to wait. Li Ben's face turned ashen, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the Qin family had just reached a consensus. Old Master Qin personally ordered that Qin Shi must do as Zhang Bing said, with Qin Guangming supervising the execution throughout. The eldest, Qin Guanghua, seeing that everyone had agreed, then reported, Old Master, we've received a report that a branch of the Kyoto Bank suddenly has a large sum of unexplained deposits. I need to go check it out immediately. Guanghua, you go ahead and handle it. We will arrange for the old master's upcoming surgery, said the senior management of the Qin family. In the bank's VIP room, Zhang Bing watched the comings and goings outside while enjoying Su Ru's hospitality. I must say, Su Ru is indeed impressive. Although she is a woman in her 30s, she is maintained in every aspect, not inferior to younger girls. After a bit of fun, Zhang Bing suddenly entered a sage mode. Alright, let's call it a day. He was very clear that Su Ru, as the client manager, was treated like a special gift customized for a major client. He certainly wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. This was like a bus, even more exaggerated than Lu Ruyan's situation. Su Ru's face flushed, and she pouted, Mr. Zhang, you won't transfer the deposit away, will you? We can offer you a couple of points more in interest than other banks. Hey! Zhang Bing sighed, nodded, and said, for now, let's keep it in your bank. After all, it's the same wherever I put it. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, you are so kind. Su Ru immediately put on her clothes, tossed her hair, and forcefully stuffed her business card into Zhang Bing's pocket. Mr. Zhang, I can do anything for you this year. Everything I have is yours. Got it. Zhang Bing's attitude seemed a bit cold. Meanwhile, at the bank entrance, Qin Guanghua had indeed come in person, as a leader in the financial system. Qin Guanghua was upright and had a deep disdain for criminals. 50 billion was no small amount. A 19-year-old suddenly had 50 billion in deposits. He felt this matter was not simple, so he came to take a look himself. Director Qin. Hello, Director Qin. Seeing Qin Guanghua arrive, Zhang Wei and Li Ben hurried over to greet him, their attitudes very submissive. Zhang Wei, is what you said true? Qin Guanghua looked at Zhang Wei and asked. Director Qin, everything I said is true. I was here today to inspect the branch's business according to the head office's regulations and stumbled upon this. So I informed you right away. Who in the financial circle doesn't know your nickname, Qin Xingtian? Enough with the nonsense. Whether it's true or not needs to be investigated. Qin Guanghua's attitude was very firm, he wasn't swayed by flattery. Normally, he would have sent a few subordinates, but he happened to be free today, and the Qin family wasn't far from here, so he decided to come and see for himself. As they spoke, Zhang Wei and Li Ben led Qin Guanghua into the bank. Li Ben was a bundle of nerves, wanting to say something but hesitating. Not to mention whether Zhang Bing's 50 billion could withstand scrutiny. Just the fact that Zhang Bing was currently in the VIP room with Su Ru was enough to make him anxious. If Qin Guanghua caught them in the act, the first to suffer would be him and the entire branch staff. But Zhang Wei didn't care about that. He wanted to retaliate against Zhang Bing and vent his frustration over what had just happened. As the three walked, Zhang Wei embellished the story, downplaying the seriousness of the earlier incident. When Qin Guanghua heard that the mysterious young tycoon with 50 billion in deposits was in the bank's VIP room, he immediately decided he needed to see him in person to understand better. Meanwhile, Li Ben was in a state of panic, quietly advising, "Director Qin, maybe we should wait. Our client manager is inside discussing financial products with Mr. Shang. It wouldn't be good to interrupt them now." "Li Ben, what are you saying?" Zhang Wei, of course, knew what Li Ben meant and interrupted immediately. "Director Qin, financial products can be discussed any time, but since you are here in person, your time is more valuable than anything." Qin Guanghua nodded, disregarding the objections, and directly instructed Li Ben to lead the way. Li Ben's heart was racing, and he was sweating nervously. He was just a branch manager, which was the ceiling for ordinary people. But to Zhang Wei, a leader from the head office, and to the renowned Qin Guanghua, he was nothing. At that moment, Li Ben could only pray that Zhang Bing and Su Ru finished their business and wouldn't get caught in the act. In a state of extreme anxiety, Li Ben led Qin Guanghua and Zhang Wei to the door of the VIP room. "Li Ben, open the door," Zhang Wei commanded. Li Ben nodded quickly, but his hands hesitated. Seeing this scene, Qin Guanghua pushed the door open without hesitation. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Bing and Su Ru had already finished and tidied up. However, the two were very close, as Su Ru was linking her arm with Zhang Bing's. The first to breathe a sigh of relief was Li Ben, finally not caught in the act. Qin Guanghua and Zhang Bing were both stunned at the same time, not expecting to run into each other here. "Ahem!" Li Ben quickly reacted and shouted, "Manager Su, this is Director Qin from the Financial Regulatory Commission." Su Ru had a very high emotional intelligence. She immediately released Zhang Bing's hand and politely called out, "Director Qin, what are you two doing?" At this moment, Zhang Wei spoke up, scolding loudly. "Director Qin, this kid suddenly deposited 5 billion. I suspect this huge sum of money is definitely involved in a crime, with an unknown source, and should be frozen immediately for investigation." Zhang Bing looked at Zhang Wei's smug expression and then at Li Ben's frantic hints towards him, feeling extremely tense. He quickly guessed what was going on. However, he was surprised that the person who came was actually Qin Guanghua. If you want to find trouble with me, fine, but to actually call Qin Guanghua to find trouble with me." Thinking of this, a cold smile flashed across his lips. "Zhang Wei, right? You say my 5 billion is involved in a crime, with an unknown source. What evidence do you have? It seems you are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me today. I was just being polite to you, wasn't I?" "You, Zhang, don't be arrogant." Zhang Wei scolded loudly. "You, a 19-year-old kid, where did you get such a huge sum of money? We now suspect that this huge sum of money is not clean and is involved in a crime. We must file a case for investigation." "You think you can just say investigate and it will be done?" Zhang Bing retorted rudely. "Ha!" Zhang Wei smiled smugly and said, "Kid, of course, I don't have the final say. But Director Qin, known as the Qin Xing Tian of the financial system, has personally come to investigate your huge sum of money. Just wait to be in trouble." "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing also laughed. He looked at Qin Guanghua, who had a strange expression, and then teasingly asked, "Director Qin, what do you think?" Qin Guanghua felt speechless. The moment he pushed the door open and saw Zhang Bing, he had probably guessed the ins and outs of the matter. After Zhang Bing left after giving acupuncture to his old man in the Qin family, Qin Yuan had said a lot about him upon her return. It was basically concluded that he was a deeply hidden mysterious rich man, but definitely not a criminal. Moreover, the main point was that the Qin family currently owed Zhang Bing a favor. This Zhang Wei was not only talking nonsense and wasting his time but also using him as a pawn. Thinking of this, Qin Guanghua's expression darkened. He suddenly turned around and glared at Zhang Wei, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, and angrily reprimanded, "Zhang Wei, right? Do you think just because you are a small leader at the headquarters of the Kyoto Bank, you can abuse your power, do as you please, fabricate things, and wrongfully accuse others?" Instantly, Zhang Wei, Li Ben, and Su Ru were all dumbfounded. "Director Qin, I didn't," Zhang Wei said, confused and aggrieved. Qin Guanghua became exceptionally serious and scolded. This Mr. Zhang Bing owns the Tianlong Grand Hotel, is proficient in medicine, and even has the utmost admiration for the title of Qianqiu Fonglao. How can having 5 billion in deposits be unreasonable? As soon as these words came out, Li Ben, Su Ru, and Zhang Wei were completely petrified in place, looking at Zhang Bing with shock and awe. You honestly come with me to your headquarters. I, Qin, now need to thoroughly investigate your headquarters, especially your related issues. Qin Guanghua said angrily. Zhang Wei's whole demeanor changed, his face turned ashen, sweating profusely, and trembling all over. Seeing this, Zhang Bing chuckled and looked at the suddenly deflated Zhang Wei, sarcastically saying, Director Zhang, how is it? After saying this, he cast a grateful glance at Qin Guanghua and swaggered out. Li Ben and Su Ru quickly reacted, not bothering with anything else, and directly chased after him without even greeting Qin Guanghua. After dealing with Zhang Wei, Zhang Bing was in a great mood and left with a flourish. Bank President Li Ben and client manager Su Ru followed closely behind. Mr. Zhang, wait a moment, Li Ben shouted from behind. Zhang Bing stopped and looked at Su Ru, who was wearing high heels, her voluptuous figure swaying enticingly. President Li, Manager Su, what's the matter? Is there something else? Zhang Bing asked. Li Ben, with a face full of reverence, said, Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry about today's incident. Zhang Wei is a leader at the head office, and our branch really can't afford to offend him. Yes, Mr. Zhang, please don't hold it against us, Su Ru chimed in. Don't worry, Zhang Bing said nonchalantly. With the favor he owed to the Qin family, Qin Guanghua was enough to handle Zhang Wei. I'm not that petty. I'll temporarily keep 50 billion in your bank, and let Manager Su help me manage it. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you. Li Ben was almost moved to tears, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and signaling to Su Ru. Su Ru, in a delicate tone, said, Mr. Zhang, where are you going? Can I give you a ride? Zhang Bing thought for a moment and declined. No need to be so polite, don't worry, I'll contact you if I need anything. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, a hint of disappointment flashed across Su Ru's face. If before she was willingly offered as a custom gift to those wealthy clients, after all, it was about making money. But those wealthy men were either bald or had a fat face like Zhang Wei. It was purely a business transaction, but Zhang Bing was different. He was so young and had such high quality, she felt he had a kind heart. If she could stay by his side, perhaps she could completely escape her current fate. Mr. Zhang, please don't forget about me, Su Ru said. Zhang Bing smiled and didn't say anything more, hailing a cab and heading straight to the Tianlong Grand Hotel. When he arrived at the hotel, having just been attended to by Su Ru, he had no interest in going to the 8th floor. Moreover, he had just arrived. Lu Ruyan came over and whispered, Mr. Zhang, your girlfriend is here, waiting for you in my office. Han Shui is here? Zhang Bing immediately perked up, thinking to himself. Now, he was surrounded by beautiful women, all exceptionally proactive, almost clinging to him. But Lin Han Shui was different. She was his officially recognized girlfriend. Upon entering the office, Lin Han Shui was indeed there. Han Shui, why did you come? You didn't even give me a heads up, Zhang Bing said with a bright smile. Lin Han Shui had changed her usual demure and pure image, dressing very sexily, just like the day they had their intimate encounter. If I had told you in advance, how would I check on you? Lin Han Shui said with a hint of annoyance. You have to trust me. I would never do anything to hurt you, Zhang Bing said with a smile, unable to help but gaze at Lin Han Shui's chest. Oof. Lin Han Shui pinched Zhang Bing's arm, then her expression turned serious as she said, how do you plan to handle the situation at school? I've heard about that Ma Chao. He's the son of the richest man in Kyoto, with a powerful family background. The whole school is buzzing about it. He's coming to school tomorrow and intends to make things difficult for you. Han Shui, don't worry, I'm not someone to be trifled with, Zhang Bing snorted coldly, clenching his fist. With the connection to Feng Qianqiu, he felt even more confident. I know you're very capable, but the Ma family is really not to be messed with. My parents have also heard about this and specifically asked me to come and advise you. Let's see if you can soften up a bit with Ma Chao. Zhang Bing felt somewhat unconvinced. He knew Lin Huanshua's family was also worried about him. However, it was impossible for him to back down, to admit defeat or wrongdoing to Ma Chao. Huanshue, do you want me to be a spineless man? Zhang Bing's sudden question left Lin Huanshue speechless. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. No woman wants her boyfriend to be a wimp, but neither does any woman want to see her boyfriend in a pitiful state. Losing face might be the least of it. Perhaps it could ruin his future, or even endanger his life. Alright, Huanshue. Zhang Bing sighed, then embraced Lin Huanshue, saying, you just need to trust me, I know what I'm doing. Hearing Zhang Bing's insistence, Lin Huanshue, though still very worried, said nothing more. Don't go back tonight. let's get a room upstairs. Lin Huanxue obediently nodded, her face instantly turning crimson. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue got up early to wash up. Today was the day Ma Chao had announced he would make a formal appearance. Although Lu Ruyan was already in her third year and had no classes at school, Ma Chao's influence was indeed enormous. Just a single phone call could summon everyone. Whether you were the school principal, vice principal, a freshman, or a seasoned senior, everyone had to gather on the playground today. So she drove her BMW sports car to the hotel, planning to take Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue to school together. Seeing Lin Huanxue and Zhang Bing holding hands, especially the alluring and elegant Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of inferiority and emotion. Clearly, apart from being open-minded and emotionally intelligent, she was being overshadowed by Lin Huanxue in almost every aspect. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, let me take you to school, Lu Ruyan respectfully invited as she opened the car door. Zhang Bing did not refuse, pulling Lin Huanxue in as they got in. At that moment, Kyoto Art University was probably having the busiest day in its history, with everyone from school leaders to cafeteria ladies, from freshmen to soon-to-graduate seniors all returning to campus, collectively heading towards the large playground. Banners hung everywhere at the school gate, on campus paths, in teaching buildings, libraries, and cafeterias. All the banners read, "Warmly welcome national martial arts champion Ma Chao back to school." As Ma Chao's #1 underling, Qinji arrived at school early. Following him were wealthy young heirs from prominent families, including Wang Chang, whose family had assets worth several billion but was still considered insignificant. "Xin Xiao, when will Ma Lauda show up today?" someone couldn't help but ask. Xinji looked at the sky, then at the students continuously returning to school, and said, "I don't know, Ma Lauda will come whenever he wants." Then Xin Xiao, the arena over there on the playground was set up overnight, and the promotion is in place. What else do we need to do? Xinji thought for a moment and said, "Nothing needs to be done. My dad will come to school to find me for something later, so you all be sensible, got it?" "Understood, Xin Xiao, don't worry," the group of wealthy heirs replied in unison. Just then, Lu Ruyan arrived in her car with Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue. As the three got out of the car, they immediately caused a stir. Zhang Bing was now quite famous, and many were very curious about him. Additionally, Lin Huanxue was wearing a low-cut dress and high heels today, her perfect figure astonishing everyone. Although Lu Ruyan couldn't compare to Lin Huanxue, she was still outstanding, dressed in ultra-short denim shorts and a low-cut tank top, her figure sizzling. Two people appeared on either side of Zhang Bing at the school gate, drawing quite a bit of attention. "Damn it, Zhang Bing is really lucky with the ladies. These two girls are quite something." Xinji's group immediately spotted Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan, and they were furious. Wang Chang, who was following behind, felt as miserable as if he had eaten shit, especially when he saw Lin Huanxue holding hands with Zhang Bing. Anyway, Ma Chao would personally show up today to deal with Zhang Bing, so he stopped pretending and directly mingled with Qinji's group. Xin Xiao, the one in the dress is the beauty of the art department, named Lin Huanxue, and the one on the left is Lu Ruyan, a well-known flirt. She used to sell houses, and now she's managing the Tianlong Hotel with Zhang Bing, Wang Ji said indignantly. "Humph." Xinji clenched his fists and said, "Let's go over and have some fun." Seeing Qinji and his group approaching with ill intentions, Zhang Bing immediately stepped forward, instinctively protecting Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan. "Oh, Zhang Bing, you really have some guts to show up today," Qinji spat out, his tone filled with provocation and disdain. Zhang Bing glanced at Qinji's group and noticed Wang Chang among them. He then directly ignored Qinji and focused on Wang Chang, coldly saying, "Wang Chang, you're something else. I guess I need to have a good talk with your father." Wang Chang had long harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Bing but had previously been too afraid to offend him. Now it was different. Ma Chao was personally involved. With the Ma family's power and wealth, dealing with Zhang Bing would be a piece of cake. So, in his view, today marked the end of Zhang Bing's good days. "Zhang Bing, do whatever you want. You think I, Wang Chang, am afraid of you?" Zhang Bing snorted coldly. "Who gave you the courage? It seems the little benefits your Wang family has at the Tianlong Hotel are about to be cleared out." "Ha!" Wang Chang laughed disdainfully upon hearing this. "Zhang Bing, do you really think you can keep flaunting for long? Let me tell you, your good days are over today. When Boss Ma arrives, you're dead meat. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you now that my dad and director Pang, along with Li Guoqing, spent a huge price to persuade young Master Ma to deal with you. What are you going to do about it?" "Very well, Wang Chang, don't regret it." Zhang Bing clenched his fists, finally understanding. How could the son of a wealthy family send Qinji's group to trouble him for no reason? Now it made sense. "Wang Chang, I didn't expect it was you stirring up trouble behind the scenes. You're shameless." Lin Huanxue was a bit upset and scolded him. "You bitch, just wait," Wang Chang shouted viciously. "You think that with your Lin family backing this trash, you can compete with our Wang family? Just wait, I will make your whole family kneel at my feet begging me." Upon hearing Lin Huanchua being insulted, Zhang Bing was instantly furious and shouted coldly, "Damn it, how dare you insult my girlfriend? I won't let you off today." Oh. At this moment, Qin Shi began to speak mockingly. He looked at Zhang Bing with great disdain and said, "Zhang Bing, you can't even protect yourself today, and you still dare to be so arrogant. If you kneel down now and crawl under our pants, bow a few times, and let go of the girl beside you, maybe I can still plead for you with Boss Ma later." Idiot! Zhang Bing looked at Qin Ji and mocked. "It seems your father Qin Guangming and the elders of your Qin family haven't told you everything, have they?" As soon as he said this, Qin Ji showed a hint of doubt but didn't think much of it. Poof! Qin Ji remained unconvinced and continued to shout, "Do you think knowing my cousin means you're safe? Let me tell you directly, my cousin can't help you either." Ha! Zhang Bing wore a mocking expression. Early this morning, as soon as he woke up, he received a message from Qin Yuan. The Qin family had made a decision since the day he left. Old Master Qin personally ordered Qin Guangming to come to the school today and publicly forced Qin Ji to apologize to him. But from Qin Ji's attitude, it was clear that he was still completely unaware of this. "Qin Ji, the harder you act now, the more cowardly I will make you later." "What the hell are you saying?" Qin Ji shouted arrogantly. "Before Boss Ma arrives, you better kneel down and kowtow to us, and entertain us by crawling between our legs." Zhang Bing only sneered and said nothing more. Just then, Qin Ji's phone rang. He took it out and immediately changed his demeanor upon seeing that it was his father, Qin Guangming, calling. "Qin Ji, where are you? I'm already at your school gate, come over immediately." "Dad, I'm right at the school gate." Qin Ji hung up the phone and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a business car driving over and stopping at the school gate. He then glared at Zhang Bing and sneered, "Just wait." Saying this, Qin Ji led a large group of people towards Qin Guangming's car while waving his hand. Soon, Qin Guangming also saw his son and drove over. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan quietly reminded, "Mr. Zhang, old Master Qin used to hold a high position, and although he has been retired for a long time, his influence is still significant. Qin Shi's father, Qin Guangming, is also quite powerful." Zhang Bing scoffed and smiled, "I know all this, and I also know why Qin Guangming personally came to the school so early." Lin Huanchue and Lu Ruyan were both taken aback and looked at Zhang Bing in confusion. Zhang Bing didn't say anything but pretended to be profound. "You'll both find out soon." At this moment, Qin Guangming instructed the driver to pull over, and he got out of the car. "Dad, did you come to our school today for something important? Or are you here to find Uncle Ming?" Qin Ji asked with a smile. Qin Guangming's expression was not good, and he scolded, "It has nothing to do with your Uncle Ming. I'm here to teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Qin Ji was completely bewildered. "Dad, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Qin Guangming was furious. This time, his family's reputation had been completely tarnished, and the culprit was his precious son, Qin Ji. "I'll tell you later." Saying this, Qin Guangming took out his phone and searched for Zhang Bing's number. Before this, Qin Yuan had already sent him Zhang Bing's contact information. "Hello, Dr. Zhang, I'm at your school gate. Can you come out for a moment?" Zhang Bing, Lu Ruyan, and Lin Huanchue were watching Qin Guangming make the call from the left front side, but there were too many people returning to school today, so Qin Guangming didn't notice them for a moment. "Mr. Qin, I'm right in front of you on the left," Zhang Bing said with a smile. Qin Guangming immediately looked to the left front and indeed saw Zhang Bing with two beautiful and sexy female students, smiling at him. Although he felt very displeased, after all, forcing his son to apologize publicly was a blow to his face. But since old Master Qin had given such a direct order, he didn't dare to go against it. "Qin Ji, come here." After hanging up the phone, Qin Guangming shouted and walked straight towards Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing also walked over to meet him. At this moment, Qin Ji still didn't realize the problem and had no idea what his father was there for. When he saw Zhang Bing approaching with Lin Huanchue and Lu Ruyan, he directly confronted his father. Qin Ji thought Zhang Bing was disrespecting his father and deliberately blocking his way. "Zhang Bing, are you looking to die? How dare you block my dad's path? You bastard, shut your filthy mouth." Qin Guangming let out a roar, feeling for the first time from the bottom of his heart that his son might really be a bit foolish. "Dad, why are you scolding me?" Qin Ji, still not reacting, glared fiercely at Zhang Bing and said, "Dad, this kid has been opposing me repeatedly just because he has a few coins in his pocket, and he even hit me. Now he dares to block your way. Ma Lauda came to school today just to deal with this trash. You brat, shut your mouth." Qin Guangming's forehead had turned dark with anger, and in front of everyone, he slapped Qin Ji directly. Qin Ji was stunned, along with the group of rich kids following him. "Apologize to Zhang Bing, the divine doctor, immediately, or I won't let you off today." Upon hearing this, Qin Ji and his group were completely petrified, their eyes wide open, mouths agape enough to fit several eggs. What? Dad, what did you say? You said he is a divine doctor? You want me to apologize to him? Not only were Qin Ji and his group dumbfounded, but Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan were also equally astonished, looking at Zhang Bing in disbelief. Do I need to say it a second time? Apologize publicly to Zhang Bing, the divine doctor, and admit your mistake immediately. This is the old man's strict order. Qin Guangming shouted angrily. Now, Qin Ji and the others could no longer hold back, looking at Qin Guangming, whose eyes were red and filled with rage. This was no joke. They all looked at Zhang Bing in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Why? Qin Ji covered his quickly swelling face. This was the first time he had ever been hit in his life. Moreover, the old man of the Qin family had always been quite fond of him. Is it my cousin who was stirring things up behind my back? Qin Guangming was speechless, feeling a bit regretful about having such a foolish son. In a fit of anger, he kicked again and shouted, "Apologize to Zhang Bing, the divine doctor." After being slapped and kicked, Qin Ji's stubborn temper flared up. Deep down, he looked down on Zhang Bing. Although he knew Zhang Bing had some skills and had even taken down the Tianlong Hotel, he still looked down on him, believing that Zhang Bing was not in the same class as them. If he publicly apologized to Zhang Bing today, he would never be able to hold his head high in the art school circle again. Moreover, Ma Chao would definitely look down on him and kick him out. Dad, I won't apologize to him. I absolutely refuse. Why should I apologize to him? Qin Yuan, I remember this. I won't let it go with her. Qin Shi gritted his teeth, thinking that it must be Qin Yuan who was sowing discord in front of the old man. You brat, stupid pig, you dare not listen to me, huh? Qin Guangming was furious, not caring about the consequences, giving no face to Qin Ji. He directly grabbed Qin Ji and slapped him several times. Stupid pig, it was Zhang Bing who saved the old man. It was the old man himself who ordered you to publicly apologize to him. Qin Ji's eyes widened, his gaze flickering with shock, but he still refused to back down. Brat, apologize immediately. Qin Guangming was completely ruthless now. He dared not disobey the old man's strict order. The old man had already retired. Now the eldest, Qin Guanghua, held an important position in the financial system, while he was focused on business. But without the old man's protection, his business would not be able to thrive. Therefore, he had to reluctantly fulfill the old man's serious instructions. Moreover, at that time, anyone who wasn't blind could see how much Feng Qianqiu valued and respected Zhang Bing. Feng Qianqiu's connections were such that even the old man of the Qin family might not be able to compare. Dad, even if you beat me to death today, even if you really cured Grandpa, I still won't apologize to him. You little beast, you're driving me crazy. Under Qin Guangming's anger, he indeed struck hard, suddenly using both hands and feet. He directly bruised Qin Ji's face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and kicked him to the ground. Wang Chang and a group of rich kids who usually followed Qin Ji trembled in fear, no one daring to step forward to intervene. At this moment, the kind-hearted Lin Huanxue felt a bit of pity, as Qin Ji was indeed being beaten quite badly. Moreover, there were many people at the school gate today, and more classmates were gathering around to watch. Zhang Bing also gradually furrowed his brows, although he found Qin Ji quite unpleasant, believing him to be a good-for-nothing, aimless rich second generation who relied on his family's power to act arrogantly. He did not expect Qin Ji to be so tough, unwilling to back down even after being publicly beaten by his own father to the point of spitting blood. This made him look at Qin Ji in a new light, thinking that perhaps Qin Ji was not the hopeless rich second generation he had imagined. At least he was much tougher than someone like Wang Chang. At this moment, after a flurry of punches and kicks, Qin Guangming had vented a lot of his anger. However, he found himself in a difficult position because his foolish son was determined to hold out, refusing to apologize to Zhang Bing. He couldn't stop, but after all, Qin Ji was his own son, and he had indeed struck with considerable force. Zhang Bing, how about we let it go? Lin Huanxue, feeling a bit of compassion, tugged at Zhang Bing's hand and whispered from the side. Zhang Bing nodded, sighed, and then shouted loudly, "Mr. Qin, let's just forget it." Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Qin Guangming felt relieved. After all, no one wanted to publicly beat their own son. Since your son is unwilling to apologize to me publicly, and you've already educated him for so long, let's consider this matter settled. Qin Guangming nodded, then glanced at the bruised and bloodied Qin Ji, scolding, "You little beast, if it weren't for Dr. Zhang pleading for you, I would have beaten you to death today, as if I never had you as a son. Don't you thank Dr. Zhang immediately?" Qin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, awkwardly getting up from the ground, looking at Zhang Bing with hatred in his eyes, still quite spirited. Forget it. Zhang Bing didn't want to make things too extreme, even though he didn't have a good impression of both father and son. Just don't provoke me again from now on. After saying this, Zhang Bing glanced at the pale-faced Wang Chang, then took Lin Huanshua's hand and swaggered into the school with Lu Ruyan. Seeing Zhang Bing leave, Qin Guangming looked at Qin Ji's disheveled appearance and coldly said, "Are you alright? I didn't go too hard just now." "Dad, I'm fine," Qin Ji replied. "That's good." Qin Guangming sighed and warned, "You heard what Zhang Bing said just now, don't provoke him in the future, or next time I won't be able to save you." Qin Ji remained silent but was clearly quite unconvinced. "Did you hear that?" Qin Guangming became angry again. He knew his son too well. But Zhang Bing not only saved the old master of the Qin family but also had an unusual relationship with Feng Qianqiu. "I'm doing this for your own good. We can't afford to offend Zhang Bing right now. Just let the Ma family's young master deal with it. You'd better not get involved again." After saying this, Qin Guangming sighed and turned to leave. After Qin Guangming got in the car and left, Qin Ji glanced at the onlooking classmates and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you looking at? Get lost! Young Master Qin, what should we do now?" Qin Ji clenched his fists, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said angrily, "Damn it, I didn't expect Zhang Bing to know medicine and treat my grandfather. But I must take revenge for this grievance." Along the way, banners welcoming the national martial arts champion Ma Chao were everywhere, and posters of Ma Chao were plastered all around. Now the entire faculty and student body of the art school knew that a newly arrived rich freshman named Zhang Bing had offended Ma Chao. Usually elusive like a dragon, Ma Chao made a grand return to school today, organizing a mobilization meeting for the entire school, all to deal with the new student Zhang Bing. The name Zhang Bing had already become famous throughout the art school. Most people didn't know Zhang Bing or had never seen him, but word spread quickly. On the very first day of his arrival, Zhang Bing made a flashy entrance driving a Maybach S680. He even clashed with Wang Chang from the art department and managed to win over the department's beauty, Lin Huanshua, before generously donating the Maybach to the school foundation. Such deeds were soon uncovered. The art school was predominantly female, and the girls spread rumors as if they had been enlightened, making the dissemination of news incredibly fast. At the school gate, the scene that had just unfolded was quickly shared. "Zhang Bing, when did you become a miracle doctor, and how did you get connected with someone as important as the old man from the Qin family?" Lin Huanshua was also incredulous, realizing that her boyfriend might be more complex than she had imagined. Lu Ruyan was equally shocked. After all, families like the Qins were something she could never have imagined encountering in her lifetime, yet Zhang Bing had such power. He had even forced Qin Guangming to come to the school to publicly reprimand Qin Ji, just to make him apologize and make amends. "I know a little about medicine. A few days ago, I helped the old man from the Qin family with acupuncture, and the results were good, so they gave me this face," Zhang Bing explained. Lu Ruyan, still worried, said, "Mr. Zhang, don't blame me for being talkative. The Ma family is really not simple, and Ma Chao himself is ruthless. He's a national martial arts champion, and I've heard he can take on 10 at once, so you need to be careful." "Ha!" Zhang Bing scoffed. With the ancient martial arts system rewards he had, dealing with a national martial arts champion would be a piece of cake. As for taking on 10, he didn't believe it at all. Nowadays, so-called martial arts champions were mostly performing routines. Their actual combat abilities probably couldn't even compare to street thugs. Moreover, Ma Chao was the son of the richest man. Even if he were a pile of dung, countless people would still call him a fragrant bun. You know, Ma Chao really knows how to put on a show. To be honest, I'm a bit looking forward to meeting him. Just then, the students at the art school suddenly stirred, all rushing towards the school gate. "He's here, young Master Ma is here. Let's go see." Young Master Ma is a national martial arts champion and the son of the richest man in Kyoto. Many female students chattered as they ran towards the gate. Zhang Bing, Lin Huanshua, and Lu Ruyan were momentarily stunned. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Looking up, they saw a helicopter flying low, heading towards the entrance of the art school. It was indeed the private helicopter of Ma Chao, the son of the richest man. The large school gate had already been cleared by the students, who had made way for a huge passage. Many had even prepared a red carpet to curry favor with Ma Chao. The school principal, vice principal, and relevant leaders were all present. The helicopter's massive rotor blades whirled, creating a deafening noise, before it steadily landed on the open space at the school gate. Zhang Bing looked on with disdain and mocked, "Putting on such a big show, does he really think this school is his home?" Many wealthy individuals could afford helicopters. For instance, Zhang Bing could buy one anytime, and not just a helicopter, but also the latest custom-made Gulfstream private jet without any pressure. However, flying in Kyoto was strictly prohibited, yet Ma Chao ignored the rules. He made such a high-profile entrance by sitting in the helicopter, which indirectly validated the Ma family's power. The helicopter door opened, and Ma Chao stepped out in a suit, slick back hair, accompanied by 2 or 4 stylish beauties of varying styles. Vice Principal Qin Ming immediately instructed the staff to run over with the red carpet. The red carpet was laid all the way from the helicopter to the school gate. Wow, Ma Xiao is so handsome. No wonder he's the son of the richest man, the national martial arts champion. He really has an aura. Many girls from the art school screamed in admiration. Ma Xiao was not only the son of the richest man but also the national martial arts champion, a public figure, and he was indeed quite handsome. Ma Lao Da. Qin Ji, along with a large group of wealthy students from the art school, immediately went to greet him respectfully. Ma Xiao ignored everyone, his eyes fixed on the sky, seemingly breathing through his nostrils. That sense of superiority was not feigned, it was a noble quality ingrained in his bones. He believed he was inherently superior, while others were beneath him. Especially when the crowd saw the 4 stunning, fashionably dressed beauties following him, they went even crazier. Oh my god, aren't those the 4 hottest actresses in the film industry following Ma Xiao? Wow, it really is them. So beautiful, I'm so excited. I never thought I would see these 4 popular stars in person. The atmosphere on site was completely ignited, and many female students could no longer contain themselves, screaming continuously, even fainting. Meanwhile, Ma Xiao remained as cold as ever, looking down on everyone from his lofty position. The popular actresses adored by ordinary people, the goddesses in the hearts of countless fans, were merely pets in the eyes of a rich second generation like Ma Xiao. He arrived at school in a helicopter today, deliberately bringing 4 popular actresses to showcase his power. Qin Ji, where is that Zhang Bing? Why hasn't he come to see me with my presents? Ma Xiao spoke, lifting his head as he stepped onto the red carpet. The 4 actresses followed closely behind, with their hot figures, beautiful faces, and outstanding temperament. This was not a student returning to school, it was clearly like a press conference, and the scene fell into complete madness. Qin Ji stuttered, unsure how to respond. He had just been beaten by his own father and was warned not to get involved again. Ma Lauda, that trash Zhang Bing just came to school, and he was very arrogant. Wang Chang took the opportunity to incite from the side. Ma Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes shining brightly as he glanced at the frenzied crowd. Very well, I haven't played in a long time, today I'll have some fun. Immediately let the Zhang Bing come to see me. As soon as Ma Xiao's words fell, Zhang Bing, accompanied by Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan, walked through the crazy crowd. Zhang Bing, Ma Lauda, this trash is Zhang Bing. Upon seeing Zhang Bing, Wang Chang reacted more excitedly than anyone else, while Qin Ji, though still burning with anger, did not immediately jump out to curse. Zhang Bing directly ignored the jumping Wang Chang and looked towards Ma Xiao. This was the first time for him, Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and most of the people present to see this top-rich second generation in person. They had only seen him on television and media before, never in real life. Ma Xiao looked down on him and didn't even glance at Zhang Bing. Instead, his gaze lingered on Lin Huanxue. Lin Huanxue's figure, temperament, and appearance were not at all inferior to the 4 popular actresses he brought, and perhaps even surpassed them. As a top-rich second generation, Ma Xiao was very particular about appearances and face. He genuinely believed that no one in this school could compare to him, no matter the aspect. He would never allow anyone to surpass him, including the women around him. You are Zhang Bing? Ma Xiao spoke, his voice filled with disdain. Zhang Bing did not back down, coldly replying, that's right, is there a problem? Ma Xiao beckoned with his hand and commanded, come here, help me clean my shoes. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't help but sneer, saying, why don't you look in the mirror first and see if you deserve it? As soon as these words were spoken, many people, including Qin Ji and Wang Chang, shouted out loud. Quite a few were intimidated by Zhang Bing's attitude. No one had ever dared to confront Ma Xiao so openly. Even the school leaders treated Ma Xiao with considerable respect and courtesy. Zhang Bing, how dare you be so arrogant in front of Ma Lauda? Do you believe that with a single word, Ma Lauda can not only make you roll away but also make you disappear from this world? Wang Chang shouted the loudest, the suppressed hatred in his heart exploding at this moment, completely dropping the facade. Zhang Bing ignored Wang Chang again, merely giving him a threatening glare. Ma Xiao waved his hand, and instantly, everyone on the scene fell silent. Very good. I appreciate your defiance. Saying this, Ma Xiao made a gesture. In the next second, a subordinate stepped forward, pulled out a check, and threw it to Zhang Bing. Here is 50 million. Kneel down and clean my shoes. Zhang Bing was really angered to the point of laughter, not expecting Ma Xiao to use money to humiliate him first. Although the other party was the son of a billionaire, his overall assets certainly far exceeded his own. However, that was Ma Xiao's family wealth, not his own, and besides, this usually referred to fixed assets rather than cash reserves. You want to use money to humiliate me, comparing who has more? Ma Xiao looked down on him, coldly saying, I heard you have a few coins in your pocket, the Tianlong Hotel is yours, right? Today, I, this young master, came to school to let you feel what true despair is, what it means to be crushed. In front of someone of my class, you are just a lowly inferior person. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, calmly retorting, oh? Then if you can't even surpass this lowly inferior person, wouldn't that make you even worse than a pig or a dog? You brat, what did you say? Ma Chao's facial muscles twitched, clearly enraged by Zhang Bing's words. Enough, Zhang Bing said very directly and firmly, less talk. Didn't you announce a few days ago, acting all high and mighty, demanding all the teachers and students to gather on the playground to set up a stage to teach me a lesson? Don't waste time, let's go now. Brat, are you so eager for everyone to see you kneel down and beg for mercy? Ma Chao was not in a hurry. In his view, he was a genuine national martial arts champion, as rumored by Lu Ruyan, someone who could take on 10. Since he had come to school so ostentatiously today, he certainly wanted to have some fun, showcasing his status. What do you want to play? Today, I, Zhang Bing, will play with you to the end. Zhang Bing's lips curled into a cold smile. The best way to deal with such a super-rich second generation with a prominent family background was to completely crush them in the areas they took pride in. This would shatter their fragile and illusory self-esteem built up since childhood. Isn't your father Ma Yunting the richest man in Kyoto? Very well, today I will compete with you in who has more money, how about that? Upon hearing Zhang Bing's spontaneous words, Lin Hanshua tightened her grip on Zhang Bing's hand involuntarily. Lu Ruyan's expression also slightly changed, looking at Zhang Bing as if he were a fool. Even though Zhang Bing now owned the Tianlong Hotel, a cash cow, and was quite wealthy, comparing money with the son of a billionaire was either foolish or insane. Xinji, Wang Chang, and everyone else were dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Bing in shock. Ma Chao himself was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Not bad, interesting, very good. You are the first to have the courage to compete with me in wealth, interesting, ha ha ha. Saying this, Ma Chao glanced at the subordinates beside him. The attendant also held his head high, looking very much like he was above everyone else, and directly took out his phone to operate it. Then, pointing at the people present, he arrogantly shouted, "This is our young master's daily pocket money, not much, just 3 small goals." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was filled with envy. 3 small goals, such a number was unimaginable for ordinary people. But for Ma Chao, it was just daily pocket money. Many billionaires, whose net worth easily reached tens of billions, mostly had their wealth tied up in real estate, and usually couldn't even take out tens of millions in cash from their accounts. Just 300 million, it seems your son of the richest man in Kyoto isn't that impressive, Zhang Bing scoffed, not taking it seriously at all. He, Zhang Chang, are you stupid? Anyone can brag, don't think you're something special just because you have the Tianlong Grand Hotel. As far as I know, the account of the Tianlong Grand Hotel has at most 1 or 200 million, and that's not even yours personally. Wang Chang and the others immediately burst into laughter, with many female students joining in the mockery. Lu Ruyan felt very embarrassed at this moment because the actual situation was indeed as Wang Chang said after she took over as the general manager of the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Kid, very good, I appreciate your ignorance and courage, Ma Chao said with a cold smile, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Then his attendant opened his phone again and proudly announced, "This is another small goal that our young master endorsed, and besides that, this helicopter is custom-made from abroad, worth a small goal. As for those luxury cars that you lower-class people can only dream of buying, my young master can't even fit them in his 200-square-meter garage, got it? Not bad." Zhang Bing smiled slightly and said, "In that case, I'll count it all as 800 million. Is that enough?" Zhang Bing's tone was very confident, also somewhat disdainful. But to others, it sounded like bragging. Even Lin Huanshui and Lu Ruyan felt that Zhang Bing seemed to have no concept of finance and was purely getting carried away. With the several hundred million cash lying in Ma Chao's bank, he had already surpassed most of the well-known billionaires in Long Country. These billionaires actually couldn't take out such a large cash reserve in a short time. Kid, do you know what our young master's pocket money represents? Compared to our young master, you can go eat shit. Just a Tianlong Grand Hotel, and you dare to show off in front of our young master, hee. Zhang Bing frowned and angrily shouted, "You're just a dog. What qualifications do you have to shout in front of me? Get lost." He then snorted coldly, looking at the group waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed Su Ru's number. "Manager Su, come to the entrance of Kyoto Art University right now, immediately." "Oh, kid, you still dare to be stubborn? Zhang Bing, do you want to make us laugh to death? Who do you want to call to borrow money?" Hearing Zhang Bing take out his phone to make a call, Wang Chang and the others burst into loud laughter, filled with various mockeries and taunts. At this moment, Xinji also coldly mocked, "Zhang Bing, why don't you borrow some from my cousin to make up the difference? Zhang Bing ignored him, looking relaxed and confident. If it really came down to net worth, he definitely couldn't compare to the son of the richest man in Kyoto. But if it was about cash, Ma Chao wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. The 50 billion rewarded by the system was still lying in the bank. He just needed to wait for Su Ru to come. Such matters needed to be announced by the bank staff on the spot. The effect would definitely be better than showing off by taking out his phone. Lin Huanxue was very nervous, her palms sweating as she held Zhang Bing's hand. She quietly asked, "Do you really have that much money? If not, I can ask my dad to transfer some money right away." Clearly, Lu Ruyan has more experience in this regard than Lin Huanxue. She whispered, "Miss Lin, it's meaningless. We can't help with this kind of thing." Zhang Bing nodded and said, "Don't worry, I just called the bank's client manager to come over. You'll know soon enough." The crowd of onlookers grew larger, many of whom were classmates, mostly female, trying to catch Ma Chao's attention. They began to verbally attack Zhang Bing, hurling insults like loser, pretentious, and overestimating himself, with all sorts of unpleasant words pouring out. Ma Chao held his head high, surrounded by 4 stunning female stars who didn't say a word without his permission. This feeling of being above everyone else was incredibly satisfying. About 10 minutes later, Su Ru drove up immediately. Su Ru was still dressed in professional attire, her figure curvaceous and full, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Clearly, Ma Chao and his group of followers were taken aback. Although the art school was filled with beauties, Su Ru's looks weren't particularly outstanding, but her overall presence was very alluring and sexy. "President Zhang." Su Ru greeted Zhang Bing while swaying her hips as she walked over. "President Zhang, what can I do for you?" Zhang Bing chuckled, looking disdainfully at Ma Chao and his group, and said, "Manager Su, please tell these people how much I have in my current account at your bank." "Sure." Su Ru smiled slightly, her professionalism and allure at full display. She then took out her work ID from her bag and put it around her neck. With a serious tone, she announced loudly, "President Zhang Bing is our branch's first super VIP client with deposits exceeding 5 billion. He can enjoy all the privileges of our branch." As she spoke, Su Ru indeed demonstrated her competence. She didn't give Ma Chao's group a chance to question her. She directly pulled out a bank tablet and entered a series of numbers. Immediately, the tablet displayed Zhang Bing's personal information and deposit details. The string of zeros after the number made people's heads spin. "This is President Zhang's deposit record with our bank. As of now, the total principal and interest is 5 billion and 5 million. 5 billion and 1 million. Su Ru's mature and intelligent voice echoed in everyone's ears. What does 5 billion in current deposits mean? Even Ma Chao's father, Ma Yunting, likely doesn't have that much, though as the richest man in the capital, it would still be easy for him to mobilize 5 billion in funds in a short time. Looking at the stunned faces of everyone, Su Ru sensibly put away the tablet and politely asked, "President Zhang, do you have any further instructions?" Zhang Bing chuckled and said, "For now, you don't have to do anything, just stand here." At this moment, Ma Chao, Qinji, Wang Chang, the school leaders, and all the students were completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. Even Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan, the 2 beauties connected to Zhang Bing, were utterly shocked. "Ma Chao, I heard you're the son of the richest man in the capital. How's that going for you now?" Zhang Bing asked, looking at Ma Chao, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple, mocking him in return. This was the first time Ma Chao had been slapped in the face for showing off, and it was in front of so many people. To make matters worse, it was in the realm of money. After all, he was the son of the richest man. "Remember, don't use the few coins in your account to provoke my pocket money, unless you call your dad, Ma Yunting, that would be more appropriate." Zhang Bing felt very pleased, especially seeing the collective shock in so many people's eyes. This feeling of showing off was indeed delightful. He suddenly understood why Ma Chao liked to do this and create such a big scene. "Call to transfer the money immediately, right now." Ma Chao, losing all face, could no longer hold back and shouted at his subordinates. The attendant's entire face turned a pig liver color, standing there at a loss. How could he possibly gather tens of billions in funds to show off for Ma Chao right away, unless it was Jack Ma himself stepping in? "Ha!" Zhang Bing sneered upon seeing this. "Alright, stop pretending in front of me. Even if I give you 3 hours, or a day, you still wouldn't be able to gather 50 billion in funds. Dream on." Ma Chao clenched his fists in anger, but he was helpless. What's so great about having money? Young Master Ma's father is the richest man in the capital. A mere tens of billions is nothing, hundreds of billions, thousands of billions are all within reach. Exactly. What are you pretending for in front of young Master Ma? As long as young Master Ma says the word, there's as much as you want. At this moment, the 4 popular female stars following Ma Chao stepped forward to support him. These 4 were very famous in the Longwei entertainment circle, indeed top-notch beauties with excellent temperament. However, they were basically Ma Chao's playthings, signed artists under the Ma family's entertainment company. Seeing Ma Chao lose face and momentarily left speechless, the 4 female stars stood up for him. The 4 female stars had a large number of fans, with a significant portion being die-hard fans. After their supportive words, many people quickly began to discuss, expressing their support for Ma Chao. Seeing this, Ma Chao immediately took advantage of the situation, spreading his arms and pulling the 4 popular female stars over in front of everyone. The 4 female stars showed no displeasure, instead smiling brightly. After all, the Ma family was the richest in the capital. Even if today's events were recorded and leaked, it wouldn't matter, as the Ma family could easily silence all media with a word. Kid, I admit you have some ability, but so what? Money is just a string of numbers. The women of this young master, you can only dream of in your lifetime, you loser. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, glancing at the 4 female stars who were indeed good-looking, but mostly made up. It was hard to say how they looked without makeup. Ma Chao, are you trying to compare the beauties around you? Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lin Huanxue changed her usual low-key demeanor. She directly released Zhang Bing's hand, then deliberately pulled down her already low-cut dress, revealing most of her full, fair figure, and stepped forward. Lu Ruyan was no fool either and confidently stepped forward. Seeing this, Su Ru also smiled flirtatiously, standing side by side with Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan. Ha! Seeing this scene, Wang Chang and others took the lead in mocking. Zhang Bing, are you kidding? Besides Lin Huanxue, isn't that Lu Ruyan just a public bus? Ha ha ha, and this bank ant is also called a beauty? Don't you know what level of first-line stars the 4 beauties around young Master Ma are? Wang Chang. Zhang Bing was furious, warning coldly, you remember, I'll be the first to deal with you later. Facing Wang Chang's insults towards Lu Ruyan and Su Ru, both Lu Ruyan and Su Ru felt uncomfortable, but they dared not offend Wang Chang and his group of rich kids. The figures of Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and Su Ru were just as sexy as the 4 female stars, but purely in terms of looks, except for Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and Su Ru were indeed a bit lacking. This was evident to everyone present. Thus Ma Chao's sense of superiority returned. He exaggeratedly commanded the 4 female stars in front of so many people, instructing, you 4, clean my shoes. The 4 female stars hesitated for a moment but still squatted down. This scene completely shattered the mindset of many students. In the eyes of these students, top female stars were cold and noble, but now, everyone had indeed seen it with their own eyes. The goddess who was exceptionally active in the television media and adored by countless fans is, in front of Ma Chao, nothing more than a servant, a slave. The 4 female stars don't care. After all, no one should think about exposing today's events. The media resources controlled by the Ma family can simply be silenced. But if they provoke Ma Chao's displeasure, not only will their scandals spread worldwide, ruining their futures, but they might also end up being sent to work on a sewing machine. Kid, did you see that? Ma Chao boasted proudly, in the eyes of my class, you're nothing more than a nouveau riche. Nouveau riche will always be nouveau riche. The blood of our ancestors is not something you lowly people can compare to. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, they're just 4 actresses. It's not like I don't know what they are. High and mighty in public, but in private, they're just playthings. Ha! Damn it, Zhang Bing, you're just sour grapes. Everyone knows what kind of goods this bank lady and the real estate seller Lu Ruyan are. Wang Chang and the others continued to mock. Zhang Bing's expression darkened as he took out his phone and said, since you want to compare, I'll let you see today. With that, he first called Qin Yuan, asking her to come over. Then he directly dialed Zhang Tingting's number. Although Lu Ruyan and Su Ru couldn't compare to the 4 female stars, and there were many scandals, once Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting arrived, along with Lin Huanxue, the 3 stunning beauties could easily overshadow the 4 female stars. The Kyoto Hospital is very close to Kyoto Art University, less than a kilometer away, and it would take just a few minutes to drive over. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a silver Mercedes sports car pulled up. Zhang Bing and Qin Ji recognized it at a glance. It was Qin Yuan's car. Qin Ji had a strange expression, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. The car stopped, and Qin Yuan extended her long legs, looking incredibly fair. She wore a small tank top and a body-hugging skirt. Her fiery figure paired with an oval face, sexy, noble yet not vulgar. At first glance, one would never guess that Qin Yuan was almost 30. Come down, sister, don't be shy, Qin Yuan called to Zhang Tingting inside the car. Both had received Zhang Bing's call, so they met at the hospital entrance and came together. Although Zhang Tingting hadn't dressed up deliberately, her naturally beautiful and perfect figure was still stunning. Among the women, Zhang Tingting was the tallest, with the longest legs. Her figure was equally fiery. Despite her simple attire, she was still breathtaking. Qin Yuan confidently held Zhang Tingting's hand, smiling as they walked towards Zhang Bing. Brother, Bing Gu, Zhang Bing nodded. He had briefly mentioned on the phone why he wanted them to come to the school gate. Lin Huanxue, the beauty of the art department, usually exuded a pure vibe, but today she wore a low-cut gown, her hair styled, with an outstanding temperament and a fiery figure. On a scale of 10, she would start at least at 8.5. Although Lu Ruyan and Su Ru were slightly inferior, they excelled in boldness. Their figures couldn't be described as fiery but rather explosive. They were at least around 7 points. Qin Yuan, single and 30, radiated a mature intellectual beauty, her figure equally explosive, especially her very fair skin, at least 8 points. Zhang Tingting had a completely pure style, but her killer long legs and her figure, which was equally curvy, scored similarly to Lin Huanxue. The 5 women stood on either side of Zhang Bing, creating a scene that was explosive enough to completely overshadow the 4 female stars beside Ma Chao. The main advantage of these 4 female stars was their obvious presence. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, they scored at most 8 points, not as good as Lin Huanxue and Zhang Tingting, and very close to Qin Yuan. Ma Chao's expression turned ugly again. He was already tired of the goddess in the hearts of countless fans. Even in his own villa, he usually had the 4 female stars completely naked, with dog collars around their necks. But at this moment, seeing Lin Huanxue, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Yuan, 3 stunning beauties, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Kid, with just one word from me, I could have them all strip right now. Can you do that? Zhang Bing was somewhat speechless and sarcastically replied, I'm not as filthy and perverted as you. Women deserve respect, not to be treated like you do. Kid, what does it prove if you just find a few women to come here? Ma Chao's face was nearly losing all its dignity. He had already been slapped in the face regarding money. Now, comparing women, he gained nothing either. He even felt that these 4 female stars were not as good as Lin Huanxue, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Yuan. You're wrong, I'm his woman. Lin Huanxue snorted coldly, raised her head, and directly linked arms with Zhang Bing. Me too. Then Lu Ruyan naturally linked arms with Zhang Bing's other arm. TSK, me too. Qin Yuan's heart trembled. She boldly walked over and directly kissed Zhang Bing on the face. Although Zhang Tingting was shy and bashful, she also knew what she should do at this moment. She walked over and, imitating Qin Yuan, kissed Zhang Bing on the face as well. Finally, it was Su Ru's turn. Su Ru knew in her heart that she was just a gift customized by the bank for a super client. But at this moment, to maintain Zhang Bing's face, she generously said, whatever President Zhang wants me to do, I will do. Everything I have belongs to President Zhang. The onlookers were dumbfounded, and all the pressure fell on Ma Chao. Zhang Bing smiled and sarcastically said, Ma Chao, how do you feel now? After being slapped in the face regarding money, now he was being slapped in the face regarding women as well. Ma Chao was feeling terrible. The false pride he had built up over time was cracking at this moment. However, he still had a trump card, which was the arena he had set up. He wanted to defeat Zhang Bing in front of all the teachers and students, making Zhang Bing kneel and beg for mercy. That was his original goal. Kid, do you believe I can crush you with one hand? Zhang Bing looked down on him and mocked, Ma Chao, I advise you to think clearly. Your so-called national martial arts champion is worthless in my eyes, understand? Stop the nonsense. I heard you can fight, right? If you have the guts, come to the arena with me. Ma Chao's face was completely lost. He had been publicly crushed by Zhang Bing in both money and women. If he didn't immediately regain his face through personal strength, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. Zhang Bing didn't indulge him and disdainfully said, since you sincerely seek humiliation, fine, I'll play with you today. Originally, Lin Huanxue, Qin Yuan, and the others wanted to persuade him to stop. After all, Zhang Bing had already won and slapped Ma Chao in the face. There was no need to continue. No matter how they looked at it, Ma Chao was indeed the national martial arts champion, plus various rumors about him being able to take on 10 at once. At this moment, Zhang Bing shouldn't have agreed, but without a second thought, he directly agreed. Wait! Ma Chao snorted coldly and stepped onto the red carpet, walking towards the campus. The 4 female stars followed behind, and a large group of rich kids, including Wang Chang, followed closely. The school leaders and a large number of students also joined in, cheering and following along. Soon, the school gate, which had just been crowded, was left with very few people. Qin Yuan glanced at the bruised and hesitant Qin Ji. After all, they were relatives, and she knew about Qin Guangming coming to the school personally. Your dad has already taught you a lesson. You've seen Zhang Bing's strength. You better think clearly and not follow Ma Chao's reckless behavior. Although Qin Ji was already very shocked inside, thinking of the humiliation Zhang Bing had brought him, he couldn't hold back. What's so great about it? You'll know later on the playground stage. And you, cousin, aren't you ashamed? You bastard, what are you saying? Qin Yuan was very angry. She knew Qin was mocking her for having kissed Zhang Bing earlier and publicly declaring herself his woman. She ignored her and turned to follow the crowd into the campus. Lin Mimi, don't misunderstand. We were just forced by the situation to help Zhang Bing suppress Ma Chao's arrogance. Yes, Miss Lin, we meant no harm, Qin Yuan and Lu Ruyan explained to Lin Huanxue. Lin Huanxue nodded, indicating she wasn't taking it to heart. But it was clear that the women were harboring their own thoughts. Brother, why did you agree to Ma Chao's duel on the stage? Qin Yuan asked, somewhat reproachful but more concerned. Yeah, Zhang Zong, Ma Chao is the national martial arts champion, he must hate you to the bone now. Lu Ruyan also asked in confusion. Zhang Bing was unconcerned, cracking his knuckles and saying, Ma Chao is indeed the national martial arts champion, but do you think I'm a soft persimmon? Seeing Zhang Bing so confident and relaxed, the 5 women stopped speaking. At this moment, Ma Chao was walking at the front, with everyone following him, and they had already arrived at the playground of the art university. Many students were already there. The stage had been set up by the school last night. The surroundings were plastered with Ma Chao's personal photos, all close-ups from martial arts competitions. Upon arriving at the playground, many girls cheered collectively. Many of them had not been at the school gate earlier, so they were temporarily unaware of what had happened there. Ma Chao ignored them and directly instructed the school leaders, later, I will personally break the Zhang Bing's legs. The school leaders dared not disobey. The school's annual funding, aside from government allocations, was largely donated by the Ma family. It could be said that Ma Chao was the financial benefactor of the entire art university, and all the faculty and staff lived well thanks to the Ma family. Alright, as long as young Master Ma is satisfied, just don't cause any fatalities, Principal Wu Jun responded. However, Vice Principal Qin Ming was somewhat displeased. He had already learned about Zhang Bing saving his old man. He also found out that Zhang Bing seemed to have a connection with the renowned medical expert Feng Qianqiu from Longhua. Although Ma Chao indeed couldn't be offended, this was a university campus, and one still had to be mindful of boundaries. The commotion Ma Chao was causing at the school had already given them a headache. Principal, young Master Ma, I see you are all students, let's keep things within limits. Zhang Bing also has strength. If things escalate beyond control, it won't be good for you or for our art university. Qin Ming. Ma Chao's attitude was very arrogant, not taking Vice Principal Qin Ming seriously. Don't think I don't know that this Zhang Bing has some connection with your Qin family. You better think clearly about the consequences. Your old man has long retired, understand? Qin Ming shook his head and could only force a smile. The Ma family was indeed not something the current Qin family could offend, and he had heard that Qin Guangming was negotiating cooperation with the Ma family. Alright, old Qin, let's just turn a blind eye to this matter. As long as it doesn't lead to a fatal incident, young Master Ma can do as he pleases. Wu Jun also made the final decision. Soon, a large group of students and faculty members flooded into the playground. The makeshift stage was set up right in the center of the playground to ensure everyone could see. At this moment, Zhang Bing swaggered over with the 5 beauties. The crowd immediately erupted in boos, most believing that Zhang Bing was humiliating himself. But there were also a few people who had just witnessed Zhang Bing's power at the school gate, able to slap Ma Chao in the face with money. Seeing Zhang Bing arrive, Ma Chao walked over with his group. Zhang Bing, I advise you to go to the hospital right now and book a bed, because I'm going to personally break your legs in front of everyone. Zhang Bing scoffed and said, Ma Chao, do you believe I can take you down with one hand? Ha! Ma Chao laughed disdainfully, confident in his own strength. He believed he could easily handle not just one Zhang Bing, but even 5 or 10. Kid, I was the national martial arts champion when you were still playing in the mud. If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, and let me have these girls around you, I might consider letting you off the hook. You bastard! Zhang Bing was instantly furious, shouting, if you let me have your mom to play with, I might let you off today. Trash, you dare insult my mom? Ma Chao's face darkened, his anger boiling. Zhang Bing showed no fear, shouting back, what if I insulted you? Ma Chao clenched his fists in anger and then threatened viciously, I've changed my mind. Breaking your legs isn't enough. I want to make you the laughingstock of the whole school, and I'll make your Tianlong hotel go bankrupt, forcing you to beg like a dog. You talk too much. Zhang Bing dismissed him, unafraid with the system backing him. Both were genuinely angry now, no longer wasting words, and walked towards the arena in the center of the playground. The atmosphere on site was completely ignited, with a dense crowd of students cheering for Ma Chao. As the national martial arts champion, regardless of whether he was a fraud or not, Ma Chao's momentum was still quite strong. Once on the stage, he transformed completely. He raised his arm and called out, and everyone on the grass cheered. Ma Chao is amazing. Lin Hanyue was very worried about Zhang Bing's safety and asked for help. If Zhang Bing really can't defeat Ma Chao, can we ask the big shots from the Qin family to mediate? Everyone knew that only the Qin family had that capability, and perhaps they could make the Ma family give some face. Xin Yuanyuan nodded and said, Zhang Bing saved my grandfather. If he is really in danger, I will definitely ask my grandfather to step in and coordinate. Not just my grandfather, I know there's another big shot who will help. Even Ma Chao's father, Ma Yunting, would have to give face. Hearing what Qin Yuanyuan said, Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, Lu Ruyan, and Su Ru all showed astonished expressions. Miss Qin, your Qin family should better not meddle in this. At that moment, Wang Chang came over with a group of rich kids. Clearly, Qin Ji had already been somewhat isolated due to the incident at the school gate, and Wang Chang had taken his place. And you, Lin Hanyue, you can't escape my grasp. Wang Chang, you are truly despicable and shameless. Everything is instigated by you, Lin Hanyue accused angrily. Sister Lin, we don't need to bother with this mad dog, Xin Yuanyuan said coldly, pulling the angry Lin Hanyue back. Xin Yuanyuan. Wang Chang had now entered Ma Chao's circle and had successfully replaced Qin Ji's previous position, so he was no longer afraid of the Qin family, seeing that Xin Yuanyuan was equally outstanding and had a hot figure. Once Ma Laoda finishes off that dog Zhang Bing, don't think you can run. I will definitely teach you a lesson. Shameless. Qin Yuanyuan retorted angrily, you can try it. Seeing his cousin and Wang Chang arguing, Qin Ji stepped forward. Although he hated Zhang Bing, he couldn't stand Wang Chang having designs on his cousin. Alright, let's wait until Ma Laoda finishes with Zhang Bing. The rest of you can do as you please, but don't have any ideas about my cousin, Qin Ji said. Wang Chang snorted coldly. He had previously dared not provoke Qin Ji because the old man of the Qin family had held a high position in the past, and although he had retired, his influence remained. Now he was no longer wary of Qin Ji because Qin Ji had already lost power with Ma Chao and had been replaced by him. Xin Xiao, don't blame me for not reminding you. Ma Laoda is already quite dissatisfied with you. You better weigh your situation carefully. Wang Chang, you better watch your tone with me, Qin Ji said angrily. Just as the few of them were arguing, Zhang Bing had already started to officially engage with Ma Chao in the arena. Zhang Bing was very calm, completely at ease, and didn't take Ma Chao seriously at all. It was precisely Zhang Bing's extraordinary calmness that made Ma Chao lose his patience. He shouted loudly, clenched his fist, and smashed it down towards Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing merely looked up, a hint of disdain on his lips. The ancient martial arts imprinted in his mind were truly capable of taking on 10 opponents. Ma Chao's mediocre skills were, in his eyes, just child's play. Just as Ma Chao confidently swung his fist at Zhang Bing moved. He suddenly tilted his body slightly and swiftly dodged. Before Ma Chao could react, Zhang Bing grabbed him with one hand. So you're the son of the richest man, huh? National martial arts champion, right? Zhang Bing slapped him several times in quick succession. This scene was unexpected and shocking, instantly causing everyone on the playground to lose control and stand up collectively. Why you dare hit me? Ma Chao was stunned. He hadn't even seen how Zhang Bing had struck just now. He only felt stars in his eyes and a burning pain on his face. What if I hit you? Zhang Bing said without courtesy, gripping Ma Chao's wrist with one hand while kicking him in the abdomen with the other. Ma Chao, unable to bear the intense pain, directly crouched down. A national martial arts champion? Huh? Just trash, easily defeated. Zhang Bing scolded while delivering a fierce kick. What's going on? Young Master Ma is actually no match for Zhang Bing. But young Master Ma is the national martial arts champion. Many people couldn't accept this reality, covering their heads and exclaiming in shock. Even Ma Chao himself didn't expect that he, who thought he could at least handle Zhang Bing with one hand, couldn't withstand even a single move in front of him. Kneel down, Zhang Bing suddenly shouted, then stepped on Ma Chao, pinning him to the ground. The scene was completely out of control. Ma Chao's status was incredibly noble. Being trampled and beaten by Zhang Bing, and forced to kneel, was a loss not just for Ma Chao personally, but for the entire Ma family, including the face of Ma Yunting, the richest man in the capital. Kneel, Zhang Bing shouted angrily. I'll kneel to your mother. I want to kill your whole family. Ma Chao's mentality completely collapsed. The self-esteem he had built over decades was shattered in that moment. He didn't care what occasion it was, nor that this was a society governed by law. Right in front of all the teachers and students, he threatened to kill Zhang Bing's entire family. You want to kill my whole family, huh? Zhang Bing also became furious. For someone like Ma Chao, a pampered super-rich second generation, once he truly committed a crime, the destructive power would be unimaginable. If such a person openly made threats, it was very likely that some criminals would cater to him for their own interests and actually act on it. His parents were good citizens, and they absolutely couldn't withstand such turmoil. I'll keep beating you until you submit. Saying this, Zhang Bing lifted Ma Chao off the ground with one hand, then grabbed his throat, raising him high with one hand. This scene stunned everyone present once again. Ma Chao was at least 1.8 meters tall and weighed at least 70 kilograms, plus he was the national martial arts champion with a strong physique. To be lifted by Zhang Bing with one hand around his throat required immense strength. The female fans of Ma Chao on the playground could no longer hold back and began to cry in fear. The 4 female celebrities who came with Ma Chao also looked very pale, filled with terror. If something happened to Ma Chao, and Ma Yunting personally pursued the matter, they would also be in trouble. Principal Wu Jun and a group of leaders were also anxious. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and the other rich kids following Ma Chao gasped in shock. Everyone thought that as the national martial arts champion, Ma Chao would easily handle Zhang Bing, but they never expected this outcome. Lin Hanyue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuan, Su Ru, and Lu Ruyan were all stunned. This result was something no one could have imagined except for Zhang Bing himself. Ma Chao was also frightened. He didn't expect Zhang Bing to be so fierce, but the self-esteem he had built since childhood made it impossible for him to back down. Even though he was being lifted by Zhang Bing with one hand around his neck, Ma Chao still intermittently cursed. Zhang Bing threw Ma Chao down and then began to punch and kick him. "Will you kneel or not? Kneel down." Zhang Bing's eyes were bloodshot as he punched and kicked, leaving Ma Chao bruised and starting to spit blood. At this moment, Principal Wu Jun and Vice Principal Qin Ming, along with some leaders, could no longer sit still. They rushed onto the stage. If they allowed Zhang Bing to continue beating him, and he accidentally killed Ma Chao, the situation would be uncontrollable. "Stop! Zhang Bing, stop immediately!" Wu Jun shouted loudly, halting Zhang Bing. Then Qin Ming quickly rushed over, holding the furious Zhang Bing, and advised, "Enough, you've already won. If you really hurt Ma Chao, none of us can bear the consequences." Only then did Zhang Bing's anger subside a little, saying, "Dear Vice Principal, Principal Wu, and all the leaders, today, all the teachers and students in the school can testify that it was Ma Jun who took the initiative to challenge me, and he openly threatened to break my legs and kill my whole family. I was just defending myself." Although it was indeed Zhang Bing who said this, no one among the school leaders dared to offend Ma Chao. "That's enough. Do you really want to kill young Master Ma? If the Ma family comes after you, can you bear the responsibility?" Wu Jun's face turned pale, and he asked sternly. Originally, everyone was just playing along with Ma Chao to keep him happy. Unexpectedly, it ended up benefiting Zhang Bing. Wu Jun and several school leaders helped the nearly beaten Ma Chao up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and struggling wildly. "Zhang Bing, damn you, I want to kill you, kill your whole family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing's anger flared up again. "Damn it, you can't take a loss, can you? I'll kill you first." "Zhang Bing, don't be impulsive." Qin Ming quickly held him back, not daring to let go. "Ma Chao, listen to me, even if my father came personally, I wouldn't take you seriously. If you have the guts, come at me." Ma Chao roared, and the more Wu Jun and the others tried to persuade him, the more ferocious he became. "Young Master Ma, say one less word, and we'll take you to the hospital right away. Old Qin, you stay behind to clean up. We'll take young Master Ma to the hospital first." Saying this, Wu Jun, fearing the situation would escalate, hurriedly pulled Ma Chao away. The entire playground erupted, with students discussing and shouting. Everyone watched as the principal and a large group of leaders took Ma Chao to the hospital, with 4 female celebrities following. Seeing this, Qin Ming finally let go of Zhang Bing and sighed, this is going to be troublesome." Lin Huanxue, Zhang Tingting, Qin Yuan, Su Ru, and Lu Ruyan rushed over immediately. "Zhang Bing, are you okay?" Lin Huanxue asked with concern. Zhang Bing nodded and said, "I'm fine, dealing with that kind of show-off is easy for me." "Brother Bing, Ma Chao won't let this go. The Ma family is the richest in the capital, sigh." Zhang Tingting said worriedly. "Tingting, you're right." Qin Yuan appeared relaxed and said, "Ma Yunting only has that one son, Ma Chao. After being beaten so badly today, I estimate Ma Yunting will personally intervene." Yuan. Qin Ming said sternly, "No need to estimate, he definitely will." "Zhang Bing, I know about the issues with my family's old man and your conflict with Qin Ji. If my family's old man hadn't backed down, maybe Ma Yunting would still have some reservations, but now the relationship is cold. You may be very capable, but Ma Yunting is the richest in the capital, and his connections are unimaginable. What do you plan to do?" "I have no plans," Zhang Bing said directly, "but there is still something important to do." Saying this, Zhang Bing scanned the crowd that was gradually dispersing and spotted Wang Chang and Qin Ji's group. Wang Chang, Qin Ji, and the others were already dumbfounded, their faces pale. They never expected that Ma Chao was not Zhang Bing's opponent and was beaten so badly. "Wang Chang, you better stand still," Zhang Bing shouted and quickly jumped off the stage and rushed over. Wang Chang froze in place, looking at the furious Zhang Bing, not daring to speak for a moment. "Damn it, besides Ma Chao, you were the loudest." Saying this, Zhang Bing slapped him directly. "Everything was instigated by you behind the scenes. Now you tell me, how do we settle this score?" I. Wang Chang's mind was still blank, stammering and not knowing what to say. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Zhang Bing slapped him again. These 2 slaps are to teach you a lesson. Go back and tell your father Wang Ba that within 24 hours, he must withdraw from the Tianlong Hotel, or I'll be the first to take action against you. Wang Chang dared not speak, lowering his head, and could only agree before leaving in embarrassment. Qin Ji, why aren't you apologizing to Zhang Bing right away? At this moment, Qin Yuan looked at her cousin and reminded him loudly. Qin Ji's attitude completely changed. After witnessing Zhang Bing's strength, he secretly felt relieved that his father had come to teach him a lesson. Brother Zhang, I was wrong before, please forgive me. I will never follow Ma Chao to cause trouble again. Zhang Bing had no intention of holding a grudge against Qin Ji. After all, he had to give face to Qin Yuan and Old Master Qin. On the other side, at the Kyoto hospital, Wu Jun brought a group of leaders and personally escorted Ma Chao over. The one in charge of the reception was the previous chief physician, Pang Biao. Upon learning that Ma Chao had also been beaten up by Zhang Bing, Pang Biao began to fan the flames from the side. Although Ma Chao's injuries were not serious, he had completely lost face. Notify my dad immediately, right now, Ma Chao shouted at everyone. Young Master Ma, just now Mr. Ma Zhanshan, the manager of the security department of your Ma group, called personally. He is already on his way to the hospital. Don't get angry, we will definitely handle this matter seriously. Handle my ass. Ma Chao vented his anger, cursing at Wu Jun. Immediately expel that bastard Zhang Bing and all those women with him, or I will definitely have my dad use his connections to deal with you. In the high-end room of the Kyoto hospital, those who were originally hospitalized were all high-ranking retirees. But Ma Chao, having only been beaten up by Zhang Bing and suffering minor injuries, forcibly stayed there. The hospital director, Chief Pang Biao, along with a large number of nurses and doctors, busily catered to him. After all, Ma Chao was the son of Kyoto's richest man and the only heir of the Ma family. The Ma family, as the wealthiest in Kyoto, was not just about money, the power and connections behind them were beyond imagination. At this moment, in the ward, a burly middle-aged man wore a face full of anger. The school principal and the hospital director were somewhat fearful of this middle-aged man. He had brought many well-trained bodyguards with him. After learning the ins and outs of the situation, the middle-aged man, Ma Zhanshan, immediately stated that he would severely punish Zhang Bing. As the security manager of the Ma group, he was a trusted servant of the Ma family. Having connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world, even the arrogant art school and the hospital director were somewhat afraid of Ma Zhanshan. Ma Zhanshan, within 2 days, I want to see that bastard Zhang Bing's leg. Isn't he good at fighting? Let's take one of his legs off. Got it? Ma Chao shouted loudly. Ma Zhanshan nodded and said, Young master, don't worry. Before I came, Mr. Ma was in a meeting. Whoever dares to slap your face is slapping Mr. Ma's face, and no matter who the other party is, they will have to pay the price. Brother Ma, at this moment, Peng Biao quietly reminded from the side, that kid named Zhang is young but very wealthy. Moreover, he has some connections with the Qin family. I suspect it's the Qin family backing him, otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to touch young Master Ma. The Qin family. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fists and said coldly, if old Master Qin hasn't retired, we Ma family would still fear him a little. Now that he's gone, what is a mere Qin family? How dare they oppose us Ma family from behind? Just wait and see. After confirming that Ma Chao was not seriously injured, Ma Zhanshan left the hospital with his subordinates. Although he spoke fiercely and completely disregarded the Qin family, he was not foolish. Even though the retired old cadres had lost their influence, they still held some power. The Ma family, despite having a powerful backer, did not need to use that connection for such a trivial matter. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Ma Zhanshan took out his phone and directly dialed a number. Then they arranged to meet at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. On the other side, Su Ru saw that there was nothing more to do, so under Zhang Bing's arrangement, she returned to the bank first. Qin Yuan, Qin Ji, and Qin Ming also went back to the Qin family to discuss with Old Master Qin. Zhang Bing took Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan and left the school together, heading to the Tianlong Grand Hotel. When Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan arrived at the Tianlong Grand Hotel, they quickly noticed something was off. There was a vehicle from a relevant department parked at the entrance, along with several luxury cars. Mr. Zhang, Manager Wang, you finally made it, a hotel staff member hurried over upon seeing Zhang Bing and Lu Ruyan return. What happened? Lu Ruyan asked. The staff member whispered, Mr. Zhang, Manager Wang, a group of guests just arrived on the 8th floor not long ago. The captain of the nearby patrol team came over personally to crack down on illegal activities and caught them red-handed. Mr. Zhang, it seems this is instigated by the Ma family, Lu Ruyan reminded. Zhang Bing nodded and said, the richest man in Kyoto is indeed the richest man in Kyoto, acting so quickly. But it's fine, let's go take a look. At this moment on the 8th floor, Captain Shirley of the patrol team was chatting with Ma Zhanshan and others, having gathered all the staff from the 8th floor together. The responsible manager, Wang Fun, was taken aback by the situation. Normally, everyone was tacitly aware of such matters. Moreover, the 8th floor of the Tianlong Grand Hotel had been a club for quite some time, and the necessary arrangements had long been made behind the scenes. Captain Shir, what are you doing? Shirley snorted coldly and said, what do you mean what am I doing? Who allowed you to operate these illegal businesses? You must close down and rectify today, and all staff must be taken away. Captain Shir, isn't this inappropriate? Our hotel just changed owners and has been paying taxes legally, Wang Fun explained. Old madam, whether it's legal or not is up to me to decide. Not you, understand? Shirley was unceremonious, he was buddies with Ma Zhanshan. Of course, his superior, the head of the patrol bureau, had an even closer relationship with Ma Yunting. So when Ma Zhanshan personally called him to help, he had to come over himself. Wang Fun wanted to argue, but at that moment, a beauty pulled her aside and showed her something on her phone. Wang Fun glanced at the news and was instantly terrified. She quickly understood that Zhang Bing had hit the Ma family's young master. Immediately call your hotel owner here. Don't make us come to arrest him ourselves, Shirley shouted in an official tone. Ha, what great authority you have. Just then, Zhang Bing arrived with Lin Huanchue and Lu Ruyan in the elevator. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Manager Wang, Miss Lin. Wang Fun and the 8th floor staff quickly greeted them. Although Zhang Bing had only taken over the Tianlong Grand Hotel for a few days, he had instructed Lu Ruyan to significantly raise everyone's commissions and basic guaranteed salaries, so everyone supported him. Mr. Zhang, this is instigated by the Ma family, Wang Fun reminded in a low voice. Zhang Bing nodded, indicating he was aware. He then looked at Shirley and Ma Zhanshan. You are the behind-the-scenes owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel, Zhang Bing, right? Shirley directly presented an official letter and said, your hotel is suspected of illegal operations. You better cooperate and come with us immediately. What if I don't cooperate? Zhang Bing scoffed. Although the Tianlong Grand Hotel did have such club-like activities, the security measures had always been strict. Even if they were fishing for evidence, it would be hard to find any, and besides, which upscale hotel in the entire Long Country, in all of Kyoto, didn't have such businesses? This kind of thing could be investigated or not, to put it bluntly. It all depended on connections. Kid, you really have some guts, Ma Zhanshan spoke up at this moment, exuding a strong and fierce aura. Is it any wonder you dared to hit our young master? Do you think having a couple of coins in your pocket makes you impressive? Zhang Bing paused, disdainfully saying, oh, so you're from the Ma family. Ma Chao is useless, he has less money than I do, and his women aren't as beautiful as mine. He can't beat me, so what's the deal? The small fry can't handle it, and the big one has to step in without any shame? You little beast. What did you say? Ma Zhanshan, as a member of society, was ruthless and had always helped the Ma family group with some dirty work. No one dared to speak to him like that, they always feared him a little. I said, you bastard. Zhang Bing was no longer polite, angrily saying, want to use connections to pick a fight? Do you think I'm easy to mess with? Ha! Shirley stopped the about to strike Ma Zhanshan, sneering, kid, you're young but have some skills, able to control the Tianlong Hotel. I heard you even laid hands on young Master Ma, right? Do you think knowing people from the Qin family gives you free rein? Facing Shirley's threat, Zhang Bing appeared very calm. He mocked, do I need to rely on the Qin family? What can a corrupt official like you do to me? Kid, Shirley smiled with a fake grin. Normally, as the captain of a patrol team, he wouldn't want to offend someone like Zhang Bing, whose deposits exceed 5 billion, and whose actual worth was unknown. Power is greater than everything, but it also depends on what level of power corresponds to what level of wealth. Clearly, a patrol captain couldn't mess with a wealthy person like Zhang Bing, but since this was instructed by the Ma family, Shirley didn't care at all. Don't think having some money makes you impressive. Anyone who breaks the law will face legal consequences. Ha! Hearing this grandiose official tone, Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh, saying, facing legal consequences is true, but what are you? Can you represent the law? To me, you're just a dog raised by the Ma family to bite. You wait. Shirley was thoroughly provoked by Zhang Bing's words and was determined to teach him a lesson. When you get to our place, I have the final say, and you won't have a say. Enough, stop the nonsense. Zhang Bing said coldly, if you have evidence, bring it out. If not, I will definitely file a complaint against you. You want evidence? Shirley sneered. When you get to our place, don't worry, we will definitely find evidence. As he spoke, Shirley was about to instruct the patrol team members to forcibly take Zhang Bing away. Wait! At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Qin Yuan and Qin Guanghua walked out of the elevator. The organization gives you power, not to let you abuse it. Captain Shi, that's enough, don't go too far. Upon seeing that the newcomers were from the Qin family, Shirley and Ma Zhanshan exchanged glances, and they understood. Zhang Bing, Lin Meimei, and Wang Meimei, don't be afraid of them. Qin Yuan looked at the grinning Shirley and Ma Zhanshan and spoke. Sister Yuan, Director Qin. Zhang Bing also politely called out. This was the third time he had met Qin Guanghua. The first was at the Qin family, the second at the bank. Qin Guanhua waved his hand, signaling Zhang Bing not to be so polite. Then he looked at Shirley with a serious expression, saying, abusing public power for personal gain. Even though we are not in the same system, Zhang Bing has done a favor for my Qin family. If you want to use your power to suppress and slander Zhang Bing, my Qin family will definitely stand up for him. Qin Guanghua's words were very firm. This was the intention of Old Master Qin. If it weren't for Old Master Qin's illness, he would have come in person. Ma Zhanshan naturally knew Qin Guanghua and was aware that he held considerable power in the financial system. However, that was the financial system, which had nothing to do with the patrol. Director Qin, it seems that matters of public security have nothing to do with your financial system, right? I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Zhang Bing is audacious and has taken action against our young master. Moreover, Captain Shi is handling this officially. Even if your family patriarch were here, it would be dealt with accordingly. Humph, Qin Guanghua said with righteous indignation. Ma Zhanshan, we are all adults here, there's no need to be so euphemistic. What happened at the art school, with so many people present? You can easily find out the truth of the matter from the Ma family. If you intend to use your power against Zhang Bing, I just want to say that the Ma family will not only lose face but also lose reason. Enough! Ma Zhanshan did not waste words, saying, Qin Guanghua, your Qin family is already on the decline. It's best to stay out of this. We are definitely going to deal with that Zhang kid, but rest assured, it will be reasonable and legal. With that, Ma Zhanshan signaled to Shirley. Shirley understood immediately. He was clearly on the Ma family's side. Although he did not want to offend the Qin family, one must always make a choice. Director Qin, this matter has nothing to do with you. We received a group report and are here to crack down on prostitution and vice. We need to take the owner and general manager of the Tianlong Hotel, along with all relevant personnel, back for investigation. If we can't find any evidence, we will handle it officially and release them immediately. Come on, you guys. Qin Yuan stepped forward and mocked. Who doesn't know what you mean? You people are the most disgusting. Miss Qin, please watch your words. I can charge you with obstructing official business at any time, Shirley warned. Do as you please. If you want to sue, go ahead. I want to sue you for breaking the law, Qin Yuan retorted coldly. Yuan. Qin Guanghua stopped her and said sternly to Shirley, Shirley, I advise you to be mindful of that uniform you wear and not to abuse the law. Director Qin, you don't need to worry about that, Shirley said nonchalantly, starting to order his subordinates to forcibly take Zhang Bing away. Ha! Although Zhang Bing was not very old, he was quite experienced, and most importantly, he was fearless. Before coming here, he had sent a text message to Feng Qianxiu as soon as he learned about this matter. Feng Qianxiu, as one of the top doctors in the country, had very strong connections. Ma Zhanshan, Shirley, right? You want to use an excuse to deal with me? Who do you think you are? Kid, you can talk tough now, but once you're in our precinct, let's see how tough you remain. Take him away, seal this place. Stop! Zhang Bing waved his hand and shouted. Someone will call you shortly, just wait. Is that so? Ma Zhanshan said coldly, we are very curious about your background. In Kyoto, do you think you can compete with the Ma family? Captain Shi, just follow the procedure. As for the other matters, the Ma family will handle them later. Shirley nodded, no longer hesitating, and prepared to forcibly arrest him. At that moment, Shirley's personal phone suddenly rang. He paused, took out his phone, and curiously pressed the answer button. In the next second, he instinctively stood up straight, his expression changing dramatically. Yes. After those two short words, the call ended. Shirley looked at Zhang Bing in terror, his heart sinking. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, we made a mistake and caused you trouble. After saying this, Shirley was drenched in cold sweat and led his subordinates to leave. Ma Zhanshan was very puzzled. After seeing Shirley take a call, he seemed like a different person. It was easy to guess that it must have been a call from a mysterious big shot. But the Ma family's backing was also formidable, so Ma Zhanshan was not afraid. Captain Shi, what happened? Who called you? What's there to be afraid of? If anything happens, the Ma family will handle it, Shirley said, his face serious. The person who just called him was someone even their chief had to listen to. This kind of big shot is definitely not something a small patrol captain like him can imagine. Although he has a good relationship with Ma Zhanshan, has received many benefits from the Ma family, and has helped them with their affairs, he knows very well who holds the power. Brother Ma, I can't afford to provoke General Zhang. I advise you not to either. Farewell. Upon hearing Shirley say this, Ma Zhanshan was not foolish. He understood that the person who just called must have significant influence, and this matter was beyond his control, so he had no choice but to give up and leave with Shirley. Stop! Seeing Shirley and Ma Zhanshan about to leave, Zhang Bing shouted, "Do you think you can come and go as you please here?" Shirley was almost sweating coldly. The person who called earlier had clearly stated that the Long Dragon Hotel is a key enterprise and warned him not to act recklessly. The identity and status of that big shot were not something a mere captain like him could mess with. Realizing that Zhang Bing had such powerful backing, he dared not offend him, especially since the Ma family had not used their connections at that moment. General Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I apologize to you. Shirley truly lived up to being part of the system, able to bend and stretch, but Ma Zhanshan, being a man of society, felt very indignant. What do you want? Zhang Bing glanced at Ma Zhanshan and saw that he was aggressive, clearly someone who had seen blood. However, with his ancient martial arts skills, he felt no fear. You disrupted my business today and caused me significant losses. Do you think you can just walk away like this? Honestly, compensate me for $1 million in losses, then go back and tell your young master Ma Chao not to provoke me again. Otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as just a beating. Get lost. Ma Zhanshan was furious, clenching his fists. He had never suffered such humiliation. General Zhang, please calm down, calm down. We will definitely compensate as you say, Shirley quickly interjected, fearing that Ma Zhanshan might act impulsively and cause a disaster. Get out. Zhang Bing reprimanded without courtesy. Shirley had long wanted to leave. He forced a smile while pulling Ma Zhanshan and his subordinates into the elevator to leave quickly. After Ma Zhanshan and Shirley were scared away, all the staff in the club erupted in applause for Zhang Bing. Only Qin Yuan and Qin Guanghua knew that this was definitely due to Feng Qianxiu using his connections. Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Bing with admiration. His performance once again exceeded their expectations. Alright, there's nothing more to do. Everyone, go back to what you were doing. Remember, safety is the most important thing. We need to strengthen security work in the future and not let anyone find a handle on us, Zhang Bing instructed. He was open-minded about this kind of industry. After all, with a large population in Long Country, it's better to let things flow than to block them. Where there is demand, there is a market. This is market economy. He then instructed Lu Ruyan to distribute the 1 million compensation received from extortion as bonuses to all the staff on the 8th floor, which once again won the support of the 88 beauties. Qin Guanghua could only turn a blind eye to this. Such things were everywhere and could not be prohibited. After arranging everything, Qin Guanghua took his leave. Qin Yuan had to go to the hospital for work, and Lu Ruyan had to deal with hotel affairs. It was rare that only he and Lin Huanxue remained. The two entered the room, and Lin Huanxue had completely been conquered by Zhang Bing. However, jealousy also arose. Although there were special reasons at school, as a woman, her sixth sense was not dull. She could see that not only Lu Ruyan and Su Ru, but even Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting were clearly interested in Zhang Bing. However, she was also open-minded. A young man like Zhang Bing, skilled in medicine, strong in abilities, and incredibly wealthy, it was hard to believe he would belong to her alone. Sensing Lin Huanxue's jealousy, Zhang Bing could only comfort and explain while undressing her. Meanwhile, after Shirley and Ma Zhanshan left in disgrace, Ma Zhanshan was extremely displeased and angrily said, "Captain Shi, what on earth is going on? Who called you? Was it Director Gao? Brother Ma, we've known each other for many years, so let's not get into this. It definitely wasn't our Director Gao. I can't say who called. Please don't put me in a difficult position. Even if it were Director Gao, I couldn't afford to offend him." Shirley, still looking fearful, explained, "If you want to deal with Zhang Bing, I think it has to be you, General Ma, who steps in. Just tell me, I promise I will keep it confidential." Ma Zhanshan continued to press. Shirley wasn't a fool. He knew that the big shots behind Zhang Bing were not something a small captain like him could get involved with, or he wouldn't know how he would end up dead. "Brother, please don't make it hard for me. Just report the truth to Director Gao." Seeing Shirley's firm attitude, Ma Zhanshan stopped asking and took his leave. In the afternoon, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue came out of the room. Lin Huanxue's eyes sparkled with affection, and she held Zhang Bing's hand with a satisfied and happy expression. At that moment, Zhang Bing's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Qianxiu. "Huanxue, Why don't you head back to school or home first? I have something important to take care of, Zhang Bing said. Okay. Lin Huanxue nodded understandingly and said, you go ahead, just be careful with everything. Meanwhile, in a large courtyard in Kyoto, two elderly men were playing chess. The room was decorated in an antique style. While it couldn't be called luxurious, it was simple and clean. One of the elderly men was Feng Qianxiu, and the other was the top big shot in Kyoto, Zhao Lao, whose every word and action could influence the entire dragon country. Old Feng, is that young man named Zhang really that impressive? Zhao Lao asked with interest while playing chess. Zhao Lao, if he weren't impressive, why would I personally come to ask for your help? Feng Qianxiu spoke with great respect for Zhao Lao. Just earlier, it was he who personally requested Zhao Lao to bypass the usual protocols and call the captain of the patrol team, Shirley. Dr. Zhang should be on his way, you'll know when you meet him. I've practiced medicine my whole life and have never seen such a miraculous young man. I dare bet that this young man will definitely make a name for himself in the world. He. Zhao Lao chuckled and said, alright, since you think so highly of him, I am willing to give the young man a chance. At that moment, Zhang Bing, following the location provided by Feng Qianxiu, had arrived by car. As he got out, he looked at the dilapidated but square houses in front of him, surrounded by red-walled courtyards. His heart raced. There was no doubt that those living here were top big shots. In front of these big shots, money was practically worthless. It seems old Feng is doing quite well to know such high-level big shots, Zhang Bing said, pausing, feeling quite shocked. The names of the people inside were taboo. The guards at the entrance were armed and vigilant. Zhang Bing walked past them very discreetly and politely, then reported according to the information given by Feng Qianxiu. The guards then saluted him and allowed him to pass. Soon, Zhang Bing arrived at a small courtyard. He knocked on the door, and a servant quickly came out. Young man, who are you looking for? Hello, I was sent here by old Feng Qianxiu. Upon hearing this, the servant gestured for him to follow and said, young man, please come with me. The courtyard was very simple but elegantly arranged, showing that the owner had good taste. Zhang Bing followed the servant and soon arrived in the living room. Sir, old Feng, Mr. Zhang has arrived. Zhang Bing immediately saw Feng Qianxiu playing chess with a rosy-faced elderly man. Upon seeing the elderly man's face, Zhang Bing's heart raced, feeling a natural sense of pressure. Because of this old man, Zhang Bing had seen him on television many times before he even reported to Kyoto Art University. Dr. Zhang, come, I suppose there's no need for me to introduce old Zhao. Feng Qianxiu also stood up and called out to the reserved Zhang Bing. After all, old Zhao's status was extraordinary. He was one of the top big shots in the real power faction. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to meet him. Zhang Bing then realized and quickly bowed politely, saying, Junior Zhang Bing pays his respects to old Zhao. Old Zhao chuckled, put down the chess piece in his hand, and stood up, giving Zhang Bing a slight appraisal. Not bad, young man, promising. Not at all, old Zhao's praise is undeserved, Zhang Bing replied humbly. This was his first time seeing such a high-level big shot in person. Young man, no need to be so formal, feel free here. I've known old Feng for many years, he has highly recommended you to me, old Zhao said with a slight smile. Dr. Zhang, this time we owe it to old Zhao's appreciation of talent. He specifically instructed someone to call the captain of the patrol team directly for you, so you must thank old Zhao properly. Feng Qianxiu kept signaling from the side, reminding him. Zhang Bing understood immediately. He was very clear in his heart. A person of old Zhao's caliber could reach the heavens with a word, and a single sentence could determine the life and death of an industry. Wealth had long lost its original meaning in his eyes. The reason he was willing to make an exception and instruct others to call Shirley for him was partly due to Feng Qianxiu's face. On the other hand, it was probably because Feng Qianxiu had praised him to an extraordinary degree. Now it was time for him to show his skills. If he could truly catch old Zhao's eye, his future would be unimaginable. Even if Jack Ma himself came, he wouldn't dare to act against him. If he was just boasting without real ability, then this would be the only time in his life he could speak to old Zhao up close. With this in mind, Zhang Bing carefully observed old Zhao's physical condition. With the medical skills gifted by the system, he could easily perform diagnosis and treatment. Generally, at old Zhao's age, even if he held a high position and had a professional medical team on standby, no matter how good the medical skills were, they couldn't withstand time. As one ages, the pressure of holding a high position can lead to physical issues that modern medical instruments cannot resolve. Ancient medical skills excel in this area, so Zhang Bing immediately noticed that old Zhao indeed had some problems. Old Zhao, I dare to ask if you have been feeling weak, unable to concentrate, often waking up in the middle of the night, and experiencing persistent leg numbness? Upon hearing Zhang Bing's inquiry, old Zhao did not appear overly surprised. He merely nodded slightly, acknowledging it. In the eyes of a big shot at his level, Zhang Bing's ability to see his old ailments was nothing remarkable. It was also possible that Feng Qianqiu had already informed Zhang Bing. If old Zhao believes me, I can help you resolve these troublesome little issues, Zhang Bing offered. Old Zhao nodded and said, Old Feng mentioned that you are proficient in the lost ancient acupuncture techniques. I would very much like to see the ancient medical treasures of our dragon country. Old Zhao, please have a seat. Zhang Bing also sensed a hint of skepticism in old Zhao's tone, which was normal. After all, he was only 19. It would be hard for anyone to believe him. If it weren't for Feng Qianqiu, a medical master, wildly praising him, he wouldn't have this opportunity. Old Zhao then sat on the sofa, signaling Zhang Bing to begin. Zhang Bing nodded, took a few silver needles from Feng Qianqiu, and then began to use an extremely peculiar technique to target every hidden acupoint on old Zhao's body. Seeing this scene, Feng Qianqiu immediately took out a small notebook and a pen to start recording. As Zhang Bing held the silver needles and began to change his techniques, the methods could only be described as bizarre. Old Zhao felt much more comfortable in his body, although he could not temporarily verify whether other symptoms had been resolved. But he subconsciously believed that this young man, Zhang Bing, was indeed extraordinary. After 5 minutes, Zhang Bing finished tidying up and humbly said, Old Zhao, your health issues have been resolved. So soon? Old Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, just like that. Feng Qianqiu interjected, Old Zhao, the 9-xian acupuncture technique is a treasure of our country's medicine, long lost to time. It is said to have been passed down by ancient great physicians and has miraculous effects. I see. Old Zhao took a deep breath, shook his feet, and noticed that the numbness he usually felt after sitting for a while had indeed disappeared. Remarkable. The younger generation is formidable. If our country had more young people like you, how could our nation not be revitalized? Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. This big hat was too much for him to bear. Old Zhao, you flatter me. I'm just a freshman at an art university. Ha ha ha. Old Zhao laughed heartily, his eyes filled with approval. Xiao Bing, I heard from old Feng that your skills are impressive. That young man Ma Chao, who won the National Martial Arts Championship, couldn't even withstand one of your moves. Zhang Bing was taken aback. He didn't expect old Zhao to know about Ma Chao. Just luck. Just luck. It's also possible that Ma Chao, the national champion, got his title through money. Zhang Bing chuckled. Xiao Bing, don't be arrogant, old Zhao said kindly. I've seen that kid from the Ma family. He does have some skills. Now Zhang Bing was even more surprised. He had always thought Ma Chao was a fraud, that winning the national championship was merely for show, backed by wealth and influence. But since old Zhao said Ma Chao had some ability, it must be true. Dr. Zhang, what old Zhao said is true. Ma Chao is not as incompetent as you think. Perhaps you are just too strong, Feng Qianqiu added. Zhang Bing pondered. It seemed the ancient martial arts system rewarding him was too powerful, making Ma Chao appear weak in comparison. Alright, kid, study hard and contribute to the country in the future. I will arrange for someone to assist you with the matters concerning the Ma family. After all, they still hold considerable influence in the capital, old Zhao said gently. Just then, Zhang Bing's personal phone rang. He glanced apologetically at old Zhao and Feng Qianqiu, and old Zhao nodded, indicating it was fine for Zhang Bing to take the call. After the call, Zhang Bing's expression was somewhat grim, clearly displeased. This did not escape the notice of old Zhao, a seasoned figure. Xiao Bing, have you encountered some trouble? Old Zhao asked. Zhang Bing did not hide it and recounted the call he had just received from Lu Ruyan. It turned out that the president of the Capital Art University personally intervened to expel him, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan. Even Qin Ji was to be publicly reprimanded and given a major demerit. Old Zhao, the Ma family is going too far, Feng Qianqiu said angrily. Old Zhao did not express his stance. He had long been aware of Zhang Bing's situation at school and his issues with Ma Chao. Kid, you should go back to school. Remember to study hard, be humble, and contribute to the country and the people in the future. I will make arrangements as appropriate. As long as you don't break the law, no one can use special means to retaliate against you. With old Zhao's words, Zhang Bing felt completely at ease. Capital Art University, President's Office. President Wu Jun, Vice President Qin Ming, and other relevant leaders were present. Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and Qin Ji were also called in. A school leader announced on the spot that the three would be expelled for violating campus discipline. Of course, the so-called violation of campus discipline was merely an excuse. Even a fool could see that. This must definitely be the Ma family's doing behind the scenes. The fundamental issue lies with Zhang Bing. Principal Wu, Uncle Ming, on what grounds is the school expelling us? They say we violated campus discipline, but where's the evidence? Which specific rule did we violate? Qin Ji was the first to express his discontent, and Qin Ming was still his uncle. Enough, Qin, there's no point in arguing. This is a unanimous decision made by our school leadership. Xin Ming's expression was not good. He knew very well that this was a case of wanting to impose guilt without justification. But he couldn't change anything. He had already said what needed to be said to Wu Jun and done the necessary work. However, Wu Jun was the top authority at Kyoto University of Arts, and his word was law. Everyone knew this was the work of the Ma family. The Ma family was a prized asset for Kyoto University of Arts. Aside from fixed financial allocations, most of the school's funding came from enterprises under the Ma Group. Every teacher, staff member, and even every student benefited greatly from this. Expelling 3 people, especially Zhang Bing, was only to be expected. Xin Xiao, just let it go, arguing is pointless. Lu Ruyan was more rational and advised, it's obvious that the Ma family is behind this, targeting President Zhang. We are merely collateral damage. Poof. Lin Huanchua understood the situation as well, but she believed her boyfriend would definitely find a way to resolve it. Principal Wu, leaders, the school wants to expel us, and we really can't resist. But I remind you, my boyfriend Zhang Bing is not a soft persimmon, he will not let you succeed. To this, Principal Wu Jun scoffed. Although Zhang Bing was quite capable, when it came to choosing between Zhang Bing and the Ma family, it was a matter of who had the votes. Enough with the nonsense, you 3, including Zhang Bing, are to be expelled immediately, and we will report to the education system in the name of the school, putting all 4 of you on the blacklist of all universities in Longhua. Wu Jun said coldly. Damn it, you lapdog. Xinji, after all, was a wealthy young man of considerable status, previously high and mighty, but now he found himself oppressed with no way out. Hearing Wu Jun's words, Xin Ming and the other school leaders were also stunned. Expelling 4 people was already excessive. Now they wanted to report to the entire education system, completely cutting off the future educational paths of the 4. This was too much. This was effectively ruining the futures of 4 young people. Principal Wu, reporting to the education system seems a bit excessive. Xin Ming reminded. Old Xin, no need to say so much, you know the reason. It's useless to say more, just execute it. Wu Jun's attitude was also very firm. If he didn't follow the Ma family's instructions, he wouldn't be able to maintain his arrogant position at this art university, and the Ma family could easily use their connections to replace him. You are going too far. Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, on what grounds do you blacklist us from all universities nationwide? If you want to expel us and blacklist us, then do the same to Ma Chao. Wu Jun was too lazy to explain and didn't need to justify himself to them. His face darkened as he scolded, this is the school's decision. You have no right to question it. Get out. On what grounds? We will definitely file a complaint against you. Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanchua began to argue loudly, while Qinji clenched his fists tightly beside them. At this moment, he felt regret. He hadn't expected Ma Chao to be so ruthless. After all, they had known each other for a long time and had called each other brothers on the surface. Now he was even being targeted for retaliation. Just then, the office door was kicked open. Zhang Bing rushed in, directly pushing the door open and storming inside. Zhang Bing, President Zhang. Seeing that Zhang Bing had arrived, Lin Huanchue and Lu Ruyan both showed expressions of joy, while Qinji was surprised for a moment. Zhang Bing nodded at the few of them, his gaze fiercely fixed on Principal Wu Jun. Zhang Bing, do you still have any discipline in your eyes? This is a school, and as a freshman, you dare to kick the door of the principal's office. Do you think the school can't do anything about you? Wu Jun snorted coldly and reprimanded loudly. What qualifications do you have to be the principal? Zhang Bing retorted without courtesy. You brat, what did you say? Wu Jun was also angered by Zhang Bing's words, showing signs of being humiliated and furious. I said you are just a dog of the Ma family. You are the principal of a first-class art school, a person of status, yet you willingly act as a watchdog for the Ma family, a house slave, shameless. Zhang Bing's words were extremely intense, filled with sharp sarcasm. This made Wu Jun's forehead darken, and he slammed the table, shouting, Zhang Bing, get out immediately. From now on, you 4, especially you, have been expelled from the Kyoto Art University. Ha! Zhang Bing didn't care at all. Zhao Lao had personally told him before coming. He would coordinate this matter, and with Zhao Lao's identity, just giving an order to someone would probably scare Wu Jun to death. Wu Jun gives you face, calling you Principal Wu. Without that face, what are you? If you want to expel us, you can blacklist us in all national universities, but then you should also deal with Ma Chao. That would be fair, otherwise, you can forget it. You brat! Wu Jun said with a stern face, don't think that just because you have money and can fight, you're something special. I'll tell you the truth, the Ma family is not something you can offend. Whether I can offend them or not has nothing to do with you, Zhang Bing mocked. Tell me, how much benefit does the Ma family give you every year? I'll double it. Zhang Bing, stop slandering. I'm telling you, this is defamation. Wu Jun shouted loudly. Although everyone understood the situation, it could never be brought to the surface. Get out immediately, or I'll notify the security to throw you out. Zhang Bing chuckled, standing there unmoved. He disdainfully said, Principal Wu, if you want to expel our student status, it seems your words don't count. Poof. Wu Jun also looked down on him, saying, Brat, at Kyoto Art University, what I say goes, even if you have money, it won't help, understand? Is that so? Zhang Bing retorted, Don't worry, we'll see. Get out now. Wu Jun pointed angrily at the door. Zhang Bing coldly snorted, Alright, Principal Wu, you're calling so happily now. Don't come begging us not to leave later. After saying this, Zhang Bing didn't linger and left with Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan. Xinji hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to follow them out. Brother Zhang, is what you just said reliable? Xinji asked hesitantly. Zhang Bing smiled, looking at Xinji, who seemed to have switched sides. Although he didn't particularly like Xinji, he had to give face to the Qin family. Young Master Qin, don't worry. Wu Jun wants to expel us and blacklist us in all national universities. He can't do it, and his words don't count. Xinji sighed and said, Brother Zhang, although you are indeed powerful, Wu Jun is the principal, and he does have the final say in school matters. Even if my old man intervenes, if he doesn't give face, my old man won't have a solution. As for blacklisting us in all national universities, the Ma family will definitely use their connections behind the scenes. Yeah, Zhang, this matter would be hard to resolve even with money, Lu Ruyan added with a sigh. Poof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, Young Master Qin, Sister Wang, you can rest assured. I said Wu Jun's words don't count, and they definitely won't. We just need to wait, who knows, within an hour, Wu Jun might come begging us. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Qin Ji and Lu Ruyan no longer spoke, guessing that Zhang Bing must have some hidden means. Following Zhang Bing's suggestion, the group went to the school cafeteria, planning to have lunch first. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Qin Ming and a few other school leaders still held a negative attitude towards Wu Jun's decision. After all, expelling the four was already a serious punishment. If they really reported it to the education system as instructed by the Ma family, blacklisting them from all universities nationwide would be pushing them to a dead end. Enough, I don't want any of you to mention this again, or don't blame me for being rude. Wu Jun, as the principal, had the final say in school matters. Principal Wu, don't be too ruthless. Expelling these four has already given the Ma family an explanation, Qin Ming insisted, not only because one of the four was his nephew, Qin Ji. Old Qin, do you not understand what I'm saying? Wu Jun was angry, his voice cold. This matter is for you to handle. Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Hanxue, and Lu Ruyan must leave the campus within an hour, and it must be reported that these four are banned from stepping foot in our school for life. Just then, the dedicated phone in the principal's office rang, interrupting Wu Jun. He paused for a moment, as that line was usually only called by higher-ups when there was something important. He immediately walked over to answer, and in the next second, his posture straightened. Yes, good, yes. In just a few short words, in less than 10 seconds, Wu Jun was drenched in cold sweat. Principal Wu, which leader called? Qin Ming and the others asked curiously. In their memory, it was the first time they had seen Wu Jun in this state. Wu Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Quick, hurry, go bring Zhang Bing and the others back, now. Principal Wu, what do you mean? Qin Ming and the others asked in confusion. Wu Jun was completely anxious, not caring about anything else, running out while shouting, Don't say that, hurry. At this time, in the school cafeteria, Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Hanxue, and Lu Ruyan were sitting together eating. Except for Zhang Bing, the other three were somewhat worried. Among the four, except for Lu Ruyan, who came from a very ordinary background, Qin Ji's family had significant power, and Lin Hanxue's family was also standard upper middle class. However, being expelled from university was a very detrimental matter. At that moment, Wang Chang and a group of rich kids walked in, a few at a time. The two sides locked eyes, and it was a case of enemies meeting, especially hostile. Zhang Zong, it's Wang Chang and his group. It seems they want to cause trouble, Lu Ruyan reminded. Zhang Bing nodded, his face full of disdain. From the beginning, he had never taken Wang Chang, a typical nouveau riche second generation, seriously. Wang Chang, on the other hand, was filled with hatred for Zhang Bing, wishing he could curse Zhang Bing's ancestors. Although he was somewhat afraid of Zhang Bing's strength, he had honestly relayed Zhang Bing's original words to Wang Ba, who had followed through. However, they all knew about Ma Chao's actions. The school had already publicly criticized and expelled the four, and according to Ma Chao's character, this was just an appetizer. Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, you four have already been expelled from school, yet you still have the nerve to swagger around? Wang Chang approached with a group of people, all of whom Qin Ji recognized. They had previously been his followers, but now he had been abandoned by Ma Chao, and Wang Chang had successfully taken his place. Wang Chang, are you looking to die? Xin Ji, who looked down on Wang Chang, stood up and angrily rebuked him. Wang Chang snorted coldly and said, Xin Ji, do you think it's still the same as before? Let me tell you, you are now just a stray dog. After Ma Laoda deals with the Zheng family, it will soon be your turn. Damn it, what did you say? Xin Ji was furious, unable to contain himself when someone he once looked down upon mocked him to his face. Xin Xiao, calm down. At that moment, Zhang Bing also stood up, trying to restrain Xin Ji. He glanced at the smug Wang Chang and threatened, Wang Chang, it seems the slaps I gave you yesterday didn't teach you a lesson. What? Do you want to challenge my bottom line? Zhang Bing. Wang Chang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. His hatred for Zhang Bing was second to none, but he truly couldn't afford to provoke Zhang Bing, only hoping for Ma Chao's support. Now, Zhang Bing and the others had been expelled from school, and the entire school had been notified. This also meant that Zhang Bing, Qin Ji, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan were no longer students of the art school. Under this identity, if they dared to make a move, the nature of the situation would be completely different. I know you can fight, but now that you've been expelled, if you have the guts, try hitting me, Wang Chang taunted. Dog bastard, let's see if you dare. Xinji couldn't hold back any longer and picked up a plate from the dining table, ready to smash it down. Young Master Qin, don't be impulsive, Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanxue hurriedly stopped him. Young Master Qin, we mustn't fall for it. With our current status as non-students, if we fight him on campus, the consequences will be severe and very troublesome to handle. If senior sister Lin is right, Zhang Bing agreed, giving Qinji a look to signal him to put down the plate. Although Qinji usually seemed brainless, he calmed down at this moment. Oh, Qinji, it seems you have a new master now, so obedient, Wang Chang mocked when he saw Qinji not taking the bait. Zhang Bing sneered, Wang Chang, it's true that Qin Xiao's background makes it hard for you to act against him, but I can. Zhang Bing, go ahead and try to hit me, Wang Chang scoffed. You've all been expelled, while we are still students of the art school. If you dare to lay a hand on me on campus, what does it matter if you have money? I can send you to the sewing machine anytime. Damn it! Zhang Bing's expression darkened, and suddenly he grabbed a plate from the table and swiftly brought it down onto Wang Chang's head. This scene shocked everyone else. Just moments ago, Zhang Bing was advising Qinji not to act impulsively, yet here he was, taking action himself. Wang Chang and his group were also stunned. Zhang Bing was clearly not playing by the rules. You bastard, you're a social person now, daring to fight on campus, Wang Chang cursed, touching his head. So what if I did? Zhang Bing continued without hesitation, slapping Wang Chang twice more. Who told you I'm a social person? Wang Chang's group had witnessed Zhang Bing's skills firsthand. He could easily handle Ma Chao. If a fight broke out, none of them could withstand it. You, hurry and notify the school leaders, call security, quickly. Wang Chang urged his companions as his face began to swell. Zhang Bing sneered, idiot, it won't do you any good to notify anyone. Just then, a large group of people entered the cafeteria. Leading them were Principal Wu Jun, Vice Principal Qin Ming, and other relevant school leaders. Seeing the hurried appearance of the school leaders, Zhang Bing already had a sense of what was happening. He knew that someone from old Zhao's side had arranged for action to be taken. However, Wang Chang and the others were completely unaware, thinking the school leaders had come to help. Principal, this bastard Zhang Bing has been expelled, yet he still lingers on campus and even hit me, Wang Chang shouted angrily, covering his face, stained with dirt. Yes, Principal, these few have already been expelled and are no longer students of our school, yet they dare to fight on campus. Principal, this is a very serious matter, they should all be arrested. The other rich kids joined Wang Chang in shouting. Seeing this situation, Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan also became anxious and quickly began to explain. Outsiders beating students on campus is a matter of very serious nature. If this is pursued relentlessly, and with the Ma family secretly using their connections, it will be very troublesome. Even if Zhang Bing is wealthy, it will still bring him trouble. Principal, it was Wang Chang who provoked and insulted first, and that's why Zhang Bing acted. Yes, Principal, it was clearly Wang Chang and his group who came looking for trouble. Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, what the hell are you saying? Wang Chang shouted angrily. Qinji also stepped forward and said, I was the one who hit him, it has nothing to do with Zhang Bing. Alright, Qinji, you really think you can take the blame for this? Wang Chang said coldly. Shut up. At this moment, Wu Jun was already sweating profusely. Principal Wu, we should immediately have someone arrest this trash Zhang Bing, detain him first, and I still need to go to the hospital for an injury examination, Wang Chang suggested. Wang Chang, what the hell are you trying to do? Wu Jun's face darkened as he scolded him on the spot. Principal Wu, what do you mean by that? Wang Chang was puzzled, not expecting Wu Jun not to help but to reprimand him first. Wu Jun ignored Wang Chang, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked up to Zhang Bing, speaking very humbly and respectfully. Zhang Bing, the school made a mistake just now. It was a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. As soon as Wu Jun said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Zhang Bing knew what was going on. Zhang Bing, you are all invaluable talents for the school. As the principal, I sincerely apologize to you for the hasty decision made earlier. Principal, what do you mean by this? Are you kidding? You're not expelling those 4 anymore? Wang Chang and the others, including Qin Ming and other school leaders, were completely confused. Everyone looked at Zhang Bing, who had a faint cold smile on his lips. Principal Wu, it's good to be able to correct mistakes, but please keep your eyes open in the future. Yes, Zhang Bing, you are right, this is our major mistake. Wu Jun said, his tone quite humble. He had just received a call from above, and the person involved in the call was someone he never dared to dream about. Later, all relevant leaders of our school will publicly reflect on this matter and admit our mistakes. This statement left the relevant leaders bewildered. All leaders publicly reflecting and admitting mistakes to the students? Do as you please. Zhang Bing was not interested in this, but instead focused on the astonished Wang Chang and his group. Principal Wu, do I still need to deal with the fact that I just hit that scoundrel Wang Chang? Yes, of course, it needs to be dealt with seriously. Wu Jun glared at Wang Chang and sternly reprimanded, Wang Chang, you and your group have been bullying others in the school for a long time, relying on your family's wealth, making the school's atmosphere a mess. Today, each of you must immediately publicly reflect and receive a serious reprimand from the entire school. What? Principal Wu, it was Zhang Bing who hit me? Principal Wu, we refuse to accept this. Wang Chang and this group of rich kids were shocked and could not understand Wu Jun's drastically changed attitude. I have the final say in this school, you all listen clearly, a serious reprimand from the entire school is the lightest punishment. If you dare to cause trouble again, you will be directly expelled. Wu Jun warned. Then, he changed his attitude again, looking at Zhang Bing with a flattering expression, and asked, Zhang Bing, how do you think this should be handled? Are you satisfied? Zhang Bing did not respond. He did not take this group of rich second-generation kids seriously. The real trouble was still behind with Ma Chao. You are the principal, just handle it as you see fit. The rest has nothing to do with us. All right. Wu Jun nodded, then with a stern expression, began to reprimand Wang Chang and his group, driving them all away. Once everyone had left, Qin Ji, Lin Hanyue, and Lu Ruyan could no longer hold back. What kind of means did Zhang Bing have that could directly change Wu Jun's attitude like this? And previously, when the Ma family members and the captain of the patrol team, Shirlei, went to the Tianlong Hotel to cause trouble, they were also scared into apologizing and left after a single phone call, even compensating $1 million in damages. Brother Zhang, it seems you definitely have some big figures backing you. Qin couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat fortunate now. Otherwise, Wang Chang's current predicament would be his own. Manager Zhang, you're amazing, even the principal doesn't dare to provoke you now, Lu Ruyan said with admiration. Lin Hanyue said nothing, but her eyes were also filled with joy. Finding such a powerful boyfriend gave her a strong sense of security. At this moment, after warning and reprimanding Wang Chang and the others, Wu Jun immediately set about handling the matter of leading the entire school in self-reflection. Qin Ming and the other school leaders were utterly confused, but Wu Jun offered no further explanation, insisting that everyone do so. Meanwhile, Ma Chao, who had spent half a day in the hospital, returned to his villa. Pang Biao, Shirlei, Ma Zhanshan, and others stood by to report everything that had happened. After listening to their reports, Ma Chao felt an overwhelming urge to tear Zhang Bing to pieces. At that moment, a call came in from Wang Chang, explaining the situation that had just occurred at the school. Damn it, this Shang is really going to go head-to-head with my Ma family? Huh? Get me my phone, I want to personally inform my dad. Seeing this, Shirlei hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up to advise, young Master Ma, that Zhang Bing really has some power behind him. It might be better to let this matter go. If it comes to a real fight, both sides will suffer. It's better to keep our distance. Shirlei meant well. He and Principal Wu Jun had received the same phone call from the same person. Although that person wasn't of a very high rank, it was hard to say whether he was acting on his own accord or relaying someone else's intentions. Such a big shot was not someone they could afford to provoke. Bastard! Ma Chao was unceremonious, not taking Shirlei seriously at all. As the captain of the patrol team, you can't even handle this? My family has spent so much money supporting you, raising you, and you're not even as good as a dog. Young master, you're going too far. Shirley felt his pride was insulted and was quite displeased. Ma Zhanshan immediately stepped in to stop Shirley and simultaneously advised Ma Chao, young master, Captain Shir has always been helping our Ma family, he's one of us. Humph. Ma Chao was unconvinced and threatened, if you dare to say such things again, I'll immediately inform your superior, Director Gao, and have you guard the reservoir. Hearing this, Shirley no longer spoke, a cold smile forming in his heart. He had a premonition that Zhang Bing's background was definitely solid. Even if Ma Yunting personally intervened, it might not be resolved. Young master, Ma Zhanshan calmly analyzed from the side, I've secretly investigated this Zhang Bing. On the surface, he seems to have no background. From my analysis, I suspect it's mostly the old Qin family doing the mischief. Although the old man of the Qin family has retired, he still has some connections. What a Qin family, not knowing when to back down, wanting to go against our Ma family, huh? Ma Chao sneered, the old Qin has already retired, people come and go, and we have those connections too. Currently, only Qin Guanghua is in the financial system, holding some power, so let's start with Qin Guanghua. Then immediately terminate all cooperation and dealings with Qin Guangming and the Qin family. Yes, young master, Ma Zhanshan replied, I'll start arranging it right away. The next day, in the morning, as Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue had just woken up in the hotel suite, his phone rang. When he opened it, he found it was a call from Qin Yuan. Hello, Sister Yuan, is there something good happening so early? Brother, where are you? I have something urgent that I need your help with. On the other end, Qin Yuan's voice was quite anxious. I'm at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Huanxue hugged him and said with a hint of jealousy, Sister Yuan must be interested in you. It's not just her, Zhang Tingting is also interested in you. Zhang Bing could only smile to hide his embarrassment. Hey, you're young, wealthy, and capable. Which girl wouldn't like you? Lin Huanxue said sadly. Zhang Bing sighed and gently replied, others liking me is their business, but you are my girlfriend, aren't you? Lin Huanxue nodded, and the two then got up to get ready. 15 minutes later, Qin Yuan indeed rushed to the hotel in her car. As soon as they met, Qin Yuan anxiously said, brother, something happened to Uncle Guanghua. After thinking it over, maybe only you can help. Upon hearing that something had happened to Qin Guanghua, Zhang Bing was also very surprised and quickly asked, Sister Yuan, don't panic. What exactly happened with Director Qin? Qin Yuan then explained that Qin Guanghua had gone to work as usual that morning and was directly taken away for questioning by the relevant authorities. Old Master Qin had just undergone surgery, and although he was recovering well, upon hearing this news, he immediately made several calls to find out what was going on. However, he was completely in the dark, and it was only out of necessity that she thought of Zhang Bing. Director Qin is an upright person. If something suddenly happened, it seems there must be a conspiracy behind it, Zhang Bing analyzed. Yes, brother, we all know Uncle Guanghua's character and integrity. He must have been set up, Qin Yuan said anxiously. Grandpa is still in the hospital and can't be discharged, and the rest of our Qin family can't help, so I had to come to you for assistance. Qin Yuan was not foolish. The last phone call had scared off Shirley, and just yesterday, another call had made Principal Wu Jun break out in a cold sweat. Zhang Bing definitely had significant backing, perhaps even surpassing the Qin family. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Bing said, Sister Yuan, don't panic. Let's first understand what happened before we come up with a plan. I can assure you that if Director Qin has no issues, we will definitely restore his justice. Meanwhile, Qin Guanghua was being held in a secret room, where several relevant personnel were interrogating him. This made the usually upright Qin Guanghua unable to endure any longer, and he angrily said, Have you finished your questioning? I, Qin Guanghua, am not afraid of an investigation. Feel free to investigate, but if you can't find out the truth, I will demand an explanation from you. Director Qin, we are also acting on orders and following procedures, the investigators explained. Just then, the door to the secret room opened. A middle-aged man walked in, and upon seeing him, the two investigators immediately stood up and shouted, Director Gao. The newcomer was Gao Feng, the head of the police department. Seeing Gao Feng, Qin Guanghua was also very surprised. Gao Feng's status was not ordinary. His personal appearance made Qin Guanghua feel an ominous premonition. Director Qin, I think there are some issues you should honestly disclose to get out sooner. Confessing will lead to leniency. I have some connections with Old Master Qin. If you continue to resist, you will be the one to suffer in the end. Director Gao, Qin Guanghua said calmly, I don't understand what you mean. I, Qin Guanghua, am upright and above board. What issues do I need to disclose? Gao Feng smiled without sincerity. He certainly knew that Qin Guanghua had no issues, but this was a call from Ma Yunting, asking him to deal with Qin Guanghua to give old Master Qin a warning. With the immense authority of the police chief, it was no problem to find any excuse to detain someone and smear their reputation. Director Qin, there are some things I don't want to say, but I have to. Look, your old man has been retired for so long, and you've been doing well in the financial sector. Why do you have to meddle in other people's business and provoke those you shouldn't? Hearing this, Qin Guanghua was still a bit confused. Director Gao, just say what you mean. Gao Feng sighed and said, I've heard that your Qin family has been getting close to a young student recently, who has a huge amount of funds, and you work in the financial system. You even went to the Kyoto bank branch to help that young man, which raises suspicions about whether you are colluding with outsiders. Upon hearing this, Qin Guanghua finally understood. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by the Ma family, and he truly hadn't expected them to come after him directly. Humph! Qin Guanghua snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Director Gao, you are the head of the patrol bureau. Don't you know that everything must be based on law and evidence? Gao Feng was even more dismissive, saying, if you want evidence, that's easy. The law serves power, don't you understand that? If you cooperate well, I can guarantee you won't be affected, but if you remain stubborn, you'll regret it sooner or later. Zhang Bing and Qin Yuanyuan were running around, trying to find a solution. But the Ma family had clearly used significant connections this time. Those whom the old Qin had once helped were now keeping silent. They all declined, finding various excuses to avoid getting involved. Indeed, when people leave, the tea gets cold. When Grandpa was in power, he helped them a lot, and now they all turn their backs, Qin Yuanyuan said angrily. Zhang Bing comforted her, saying, it's only natural for people to forget when someone is gone. Besides, the Ma family is the richest in Kyoto. They can operate in the dark and isolate Director Qin for investigation without a sound, which shows their considerable power. Brother, what should we do now? Qin Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Bing for help, feeling helpless. Zhang Bing thought for a moment and said, as I said, as long as Director Qin is innocent, we will definitely restore his justice. Just then, Zhang Bing suddenly received a text message on his phone. He curiously opened it and was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? What's wrong, brother? Qin Yuanyuan asked. Zhang Bing said angrily, damn it, the Ma family is really fast. They froze my 5 billion. Let's go to the bank and ask, Qin Yuanyuan said, stepping on the gas and quickly driving Zhang Bing to the bank. At that moment, inside the Kyoto bank branch, President Li Ben and client manager Su Ru were being scolded harshly. The one scolding them was none other than the previous head office leader, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was sent to freeze Zhang Bing's 5 billion deposit and was also there to take revenge and show off. Director Zhang, we checked that 5 billion, the source is legitimate and clean. Directly freezing it might not comply with regulations, Li Ben said, lowering his head and arguing softly. Humph! Zhang Wei didn't care about legitimacy and angrily shouted, Li Ben, are you trying to quit as branch president? Is it up to you to decide what's legitimate? Su Ru sighed. She had witnessed Zhang Bing's strength at school several times, but she also knew that whether Zhang Bing's 5 billion was legitimate or not didn't matter. What mattered was that someone wanted to target Zhang Bing, and that someone was definitely the Ma family. They couldn't afford to offend the Ma family, so Su Ru was quite realistic, pretending to be pitiful on the spot and deliberately unbuttoning a few buttons on her blouse to reveal her ample figure. Director Zhang, just tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Poof! Zhang Wei glanced at Su Ru's figure and then said with satisfaction, now that's more like it. I'm not afraid to tell you, Qin Guanghua was taken away for investigation early this morning, understand? Zhang Bing is bound to be finished, he has offended the wrong people. Upon hearing this, Li Ben and Su Ru confirmed that Zhang Bing was doomed. Get out! I want to rest well here. Zhang Wei glanced at Li Ben and scolded. Li Ben dared not speak and quickly retreated, leaving only Su Ru and Zhang Wei in the VIP room. At that moment, Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Bing also arrived. As the two entered the bank, Li Ben had just walked out of the VIP room. President Li, is it okay to freeze my account without a word? Zhang Bing asked, somewhat displeased, as he walked over to confront him. Li Ben sighed and explained politely, Mr. Zhang, you should know that you are our bank's biggest client. I have no reason to freeze your account. Poof! Zhang Bing snorted coldly, knowing Li Ben was speaking the truth, but he was indeed very dissatisfied. I'm not making it difficult for you, just tell me who made you do this. Li Ben showed a difficult expression, not wanting to offend Zhang Bing. After all, he was just a branch president. He then pointed to the VIP room and whispered, it was Director Zhang who came early this morning with orders from the head office to freeze it. Zhang Wei. Zhang Bing almost forgot about this chubby little leader from the head office. Get him out here. Zhang Bing shouted. Li Ben shook his head and said softly, Mr. Zhang, times have changed. Director Zhang just said that Director Qin was isolated for investigation early this morning. Do you think Director Qin is finished, so you can act recklessly? Zhang Bing asked coldly. Li Ben didn't know how to explain. He didn't want to offend anyone. Fine. Zhang Bing nodded and then directly pushed past Li Ben, rushing toward the VIP room. No, Mr. Zhang, please don't. Mr. Zhang. Li Ben was anxious. If Zhang Bing rushed in now, it would definitely lead to a confrontation. No need to think about what Zhang Wei and Su Ru were doing inside. But Zhang Bing didn't listen at all, kicking the door open at the VIP room entrance. Sure enough, at a glance, Su Ru was kneeling on the ground, disheveled, serving Zhang Wei. Xin Yuan felt her eyes burn and immediately turned her head away. Damn it, it's you, kid, what do you want? Seeing Zhang Bing appear, Zhang Wei didn't care at all. He put on his pants, pushed Su Ru aside, and stood up coldly, saying, Zhang, I haven't settled the score from last time with you. Stupid pig. Zhang Bing scolded without holding back. With your kind of trash, you still want to settle accounts with me. Oof. Zhang Wei shouted, Kid, let me tell you, Qin Guanghua is finished. All the money in your account will be confiscated. Soon you'll be left with nothing. Is that so? Zhang Bing scoffed. Just because of you, a stupid and fat pig? How dare you be so arrogant? Zhang Wei threatened, don't think I don't know about your grievances with Ma Xiao at the art school. Kid, you're done, completely done. At this moment, Su Ru buttoned her clothes, tossed her hair, and directly linked arms with Zhang Wei, fully exploiting the situation. Mr. Zhang, no, you are no longer worthy of being Mr. Zhang. I advise you to face reality. You are about to lose everything, and you might even face prison time, yet you still speak so rudely to Director Zhang. Seeing Su Ru's demeanor, especially her flirtatious attitude, Xin Yuan felt a wave of disgust. Your name is Su Ru, right? You weren't like this back in school. He. Facing Qin Yuan's sarcasm, Su Ru didn't care and said, Miss Qin, it's just different from the past. A good bird chooses its tree to perch on. Should I be dragged down with him? Pa, shameless. Qin Yuan scolded angrily. Zhang Bing pulled Qin Yuan, signaling her not to stoop to the level of such a woman. Listen up. Within a day, you will honestly unfreeze my account. Ha! Zhang Wei sneered. Kid, dream on. Not only will your account funds be frozen, but the Tianlong Grand Hotel under your name will also be sealed off immediately. Ha ha. And the Ma family has already sent word that they want your leg within 2 days. Ha! Hearing Zhang Wei's boastful words, Zhang Bing showed great disdain. He had long been aware of the harsh words and various messages coming from Ma Chao's side. He didn't care about it. His legs were as thick as they could be. He just didn't want to bother old Zhao over trivial matters. After all, relationships with super big shots like this must be used wisely. Moreover, one must let the other party see their uniqueness and value. Only then would they truly recognize you. Otherwise, such relationships would diminish with each use. Keep barking, and you'll know when the time comes. After saying that, Zhang Bing had no intention of wasting breath with Zhang Wei and was about to leave with Qin Yuan. But Zhang Wei wouldn't let it go. Although he was just a small leader at the headquarters, he was extremely concerned about face. Last time, with Qin Guanghua present, he didn't dare to speak up, which led to a loss of dignity. Now it was different. Qin Guanghua had been investigated early on. He also knew that the Ma family was behind it. In his view, Zhang Bing's backing was Qin Guanghua and the entire Qin family. Now that the Qin family was about to fall, he needed to assert his presence. Stop! Zhang Wei shouted. Did I let you go? Xin Yuan could no longer tolerate it. She felt genuinely disgusted by Zhang Wei, a greasy middle-aged man who liked to flaunt his little power. What do you want? Humph. Zhang Wei glanced at Qin Yuan, his eyes filled with greed. Qin Yuan's figure and temperament were unmatched by Su Ru. But for now, he didn't dare to openly target Qin Yuan. The Qin family was still around. Zhang Bing, last time you had Qin Guanghua backing you, and you made me lose face in public. Since we've run into each other today, you must sincerely apologize to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing felt speechless and secretly cursed Zhang Wei for being not only foolish but also immature. Are you an idiot? Do I need to apologize to you? Who the hell are you cursing? Zhang Wei directly puffed out his belly and raised his hand to slap Zhang Bing. Director Zhang, be careful. Su Ru had seen Zhang Bing's skills at school. How could Zhang Wei possibly gain the upper hand? Sure enough, as soon as Su Ru's warning reached him, Zhang Bing had already made his move. Zhang Bing found it both amusing and infuriating that Zhang Wei dared to attack him directly. Therefore, he was unceremonious, quickly reaching out and grabbing Zhang Wei's wrist. You really are interesting. I didn't look for trouble with you, yet you want to fight me? He applied a slight force, and Zhang Wei immediately felt as if his wrist was about to be crushed. Let go. You better let go. Zhang Wei shouted while cursing. Zhang Bing didn't show any mercy, coldly snorting and delivering 2 slaps. Remember, you were the one who made the first move. With 2 slaps, Zhang Wei's eyes filled with stars, and his face quickly swelled up. Before you fight me, you should have checked your facts, you stupid and disgusting fat pig. Saying this, Zhang Bing finally released Zhang Wei. You, how dare you hit me? You dare to assault a public servant? Just wait. Zhang Wei covered his face, shaking his hand and shouting fiercely. Don't think that just because you're a small leader at the headquarters of the Kyoto Bank, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Bing mocked disdainfully. Zhang Bing, how dare you hit someone? You dare to assault Director Zhang, and we will immediately report it to the police. Su Ru interjected, fawningly supporting Zhang Wei. Li Ben, Zhang Wei shouted loudly. Li Ben walked over with his head down, not saying a word throughout the process, but he remained by the side. Are you deaf? This person just hit me. Immediately notify the police to handle this seriously. If he isn't locked up, I'll write my name Zhang Wei backwards. Li Ben sighed. To be honest, he was quite unhappy with Zhang Wei, but he actually admired the young Zhang Bing more. However, with higher officials suppressing the lower ones, he didn't dare offend Zhang Wei. Director Li, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and notify the police. Seeing this situation, Li Ben glanced apologetically at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing also noticed Li Ben's dilemma and calmly said, It's fine, Director Li, you're a decent person, just report to the police. I want to see who ends up locked up today, me or this stupid fat pig. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Li Ben had no choice but to comply. Zhang Bing, you better wait, I will definitely make you pay for this. Zhang Wei shouted fiercely, constantly threatening. Su Ru, while fawning over Zhang Wei, chimed in, Zhang Bing, you're just a student. Although you do have some strength, that's all in the past. Back in school, you offended the young master of the Ma family, and now no one can help you, not even the Qin family can protect themselves. Looking at Su Ru's expression, Zhang Bing felt a wave of regret. He remembered how she had served him when he first came. You're really cheap. Qin Yuan couldn't hold back her anger and pointed at Su Ru, scolding her. Miss Qin, when you call me cheap, did you ever think about yourself? You're 30 and still single, yet you like a 19-year-old who already has a girlfriend. Who's really cheap here? You. Qin Yuan's face turned red from being retorted, so angry she couldn't speak. Sister Yuan, don't stoop to this woman's level, it's beneath you, Zhang Bing advised. Humph. Su Ru tried hard to show off in front of Zhang Wei, continuing sarcastically, Zhang Bing, it seems you still don't know. Director Zhang has a very close relationship with Captain Shur of the police who is in charge of this area. When Captain Shur arrives, you'll be in for a treat. Hearing this, both Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't Captain Shur Shirley? Last time, Ma Zhanshan, the manager of the Ma Group's security department, personally went with Shirley to find trouble at the Tianlong Hotel. After a single phone call, Shirley was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, apologizing and compensating before leaving cautiously. Who would have thought Zhang Wei and Su Ru were still fantasizing about calling Shirley for help? Oh really? I'm so scared, Zhang Bing mocked. Zhang Bing, you think you're so proud now, but just wait until Captain Shur arrives. You'll be in for a world of hurt, Zhang Wei threatened. Zhang Bing sneered and retorted, stupid pig, I'm right here waiting. After saying that, Zhang Bing simply sat down with Qin Yuan, both of them calm and unconcerned. About 5 minutes later, the sound of police sirens echoed outside the bank. Hearing this, Zhang Wei and Su Ru became even more arrogant, glaring at Zhang Bing before walking out together. A police car arrived at the entrance, and indeed, the leader was Captain Shirley. Director Zhang, Director Li, what's going on? Shirley asked politely. Guan Chang, shut up. Guan Biao was sweating profusely, he was present yesterday. Uncle Biao, what are you doing? Guan Chang, still clueless, continued to shout, hurry up and take this scum down, wait for young Master Zhang to deal with it. Shut up. Guan Biao couldn't hold back any longer, angrily saying, do you know you've caused a huge disaster? Guan Chang remained dismissive, stubbornly saying, Uncle Biao, look at you getting scared. I know my uncle gave the order last night, what's the big deal? Even if this person has some background, so what? Once young Master Zhang arrives, he will definitely kill him. Impudent. Guan Biao roared, suddenly making a move. But it wasn't directed at Zhao Feng, it was aimed at Guan Chang. A loud slap landed heavily on Guan Chang's face. You completely ignored the family head's personal order, and you still don't know how to repent. You've already caused a great disaster. Guan Chang was slapped for no reason and felt extremely displeased, but he always thought Zhao Feng was nothing. Even if we take a step back, Zhao Feng might have found a powerful ally in the Chu family, but the Guan family is not to be trifled with. However, this is not just about the Guan family, it's also about Zheng Tianwei. You, Uncle Biao, you actually hit me. Guan Biao wished he could kill Guan Chang on the spot, This was not just hitting Guan Chang but saving him. Not to mention Zhang Tianwei, even Zheng Shanhe, Zheng Tianwei's father, could not provoke Zhao Feng. I told you to shut up, so shut up. Immediately apologized to Elder Zhao. As Guan Biao spoke, he steeled his heart and made another move. He directly grabbed Guan Chang, raised his hand, and swung it left and right, delivering several hard slaps. Guan Chang's eyes were filled with stars, and several of his teeth were knocked out. It was clear that Guan Biao was indeed using great force. If he didn't do this to quell Zhao Feng's anger, Zhao Feng might personally take action, and Guan Chang might not even survive. Elder Zhao, I'm sorry. Guan Chang is young and reckless, so he offended you. Last night, our family had also issued an order that no one from the Guan family is allowed to oppose the Chu family or you. I'm sorry. We will definitely discipline him strictly and teach Guan Chang a severe lesson. Please calm your anger. Guan Biao was clearly frightened and kept saying a lot, constantly explaining and admitting fault, hoping to gain Zhao Feng's forgiveness. Seeing this scene, Guan Chang and several of his subordinates were completely dumbfounded. Zhao Feng and Xu Nan remained seated at the dining table, calmly watching this unfold. Your Guan family really doesn't know what's good for you. Just based on what this little trash said earlier, it would be reasonable for me to take his life, right? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, Guan Biao became anxious. Suddenly, he slapped Guan Chang hard, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. This slap was definitely delivered with real force, enough to seriously injure Guan Chang, who was at the third stage of the shackled realm. Then, Guan Biao knelt down directly, pleading, Elder Zhao, you are magnanimous. We will definitely punish Guan Chang severely. We only ask you to show mercy and spare his life. At this moment, Guan Chang's face was pale, blood was pouring from his mouth, and he couldn't believe that Guan Biao would strike him so hard and kneel down to plead with Zhao Feng. The foolishness of it all left him unable to comprehend, and instead, while spitting blood, he shouted angrily, Guan Biao, you are crazy. If you don't want to die, shut up immediately. Guan Biao was sweating in anxiety, truly feeling for the first time how foolish Guan Chang was. What he was doing was a strategic retreat, saving his life. Zhao Feng sat in his seat, watching all of this mockingly, and sighed, Your name is Guan Biao, right? You seem to be quite clever. It's just a pity that this young master of the Guan family is not very bright and doesn't appreciate it. Elder Zhao, you are right, whatever you say goes. Enough. Zhao Feng didn't want to drag it out, coldly saying, Take this fool from the Guan family away immediately, get out, and don't disturb us while we eat. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Guan Biao felt a sense of relief, secretly thinking that Guan Chang's life was saved. Thank you, Elder Zhao, thank you. Guan Biao repeatedly expressed his gratitude and stood up, wanting to quickly take Guan Chang away. Who would have thought that at this moment, Guan Chang, not knowing what was wrong with him, struggled desperately and shouted, I won't leave, I want to wait for young Master Zhang to deal with him. Guan Chang, you fool, shut up. Guan Biao shouted loudly, his forehead darkened, and he was about to forcibly take Guan Chang away. Just then, a convoy of luxury cars arrived outside the restaurant. These luxury cars were quite domineering, directly rushing over and blocking the entrance of the restaurant. A large group of people then rushed out of the cars, led by Zheng Tianwei. Seeing Zheng Tianwei arrive with his subordinates, Guan Chang felt more confident. Guan Biao, I command you to let me go immediately. Let me go right now. Young Master Zhang has personally come. Zhao Feng must suffer today. Shut up. Guan Biao knew very well that Zheng Tianwei was also going to have a bad day. He slapped Guan Chang across the face, his mind racing. At that moment, Zheng Tianwei and his men burst in and immediately saw Guan Chang, bloodied and being held by Guan Biao. At a table by the window, Zhao Feng was leisurely eating with Chu Nanyu. Young Master Zhang, Guan Chang shouted frantically, Is the Zhao Feng you're looking for that scoundrel? They are from the Chu family. A fierce glint flashed in Zheng Tianwei's eyes as he led his men directly towards Zhao Feng and Chu Nanyu. Zhao, you really know how to hide. Let's see where you can hide this time. So you are from the Chu family, very good. Zhao Feng sneered, It seems you didn't take my warning that night at the ancient well of the martial emperor to heart at all. Mentioning that night only intensified Zheng Tianwei's murderous intent, his anger soaring. As the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association, he had never suffered such humiliation. Trash, you have some strength, but not much. Today, I will make sure to torment you well, so you know the consequences of offending me in Jinyang, in the northwest. Saying this, Zheng Tianwei glared fiercely at Chu Nanyu, threatening, And you, Chu family, I will leave none of you alive. Hearing this, Guan Biao felt anxious. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly stepped forward to advise, Young Master Zhang, calm down. You absolutely cannot provoke Elder Zhao and the Chu family, listen to my advice. Zheng Tianwei looked at Guan Biao with some surprise and confusion. What? When did the Guan family become so foolish and cowardly? Guan Biao was almost in tears, urging, Young Master Zhang, I'm giving you good advice, you cannot afford to offend Elder Zhao. Ha! Upon hearing Guan Biao's words, Zheng Tianwei and his group couldn't help but laugh. As the son of the president of the Jinyang branch of the Martial Arts Association, who in this area could he not afford to offend? After dealing with Zhang Wei, Zhang Bing immediately asked the branch manager Li Ben to unfreeze his account. Li Ben helplessly stated that it was frozen by the head office, and as a branch manager, he had no authority to unfreeze it. Zhang Bing did not make things difficult for Li Ben. Instead, after discussing with Qin Yuan for a while, he left the bank. The urgent matter now was to see Qin Guanghua, but Qin Guanghua was currently under isolation and investigation. The Qin family had sought various connections but still could not meet Qin Guanghua. After thinking it over, Zhang Bing felt the helplessness of money for the first time. Despite his current worth of 75 billion and having the system by his side, he felt somewhat powerless when faced with power. He hesitated whether to seek Elder Zhao's help. As long as Elder Zhao made a call, everything would be resolved. But if he did that, his impression in Elder Zhao's eyes would greatly diminish. Brother, what should we do now? Why don't you help and make a call to Elder Feng? With Elder Feng's status in the medical field and his extensive connections, as long as he is willing to help, Uncle Guanghua will definitely be fine, Qin Yuan said worriedly. Sigh. Zhang Bing sighed and said, Sister Yuan, let's wait a bit longer, to be honest. Last time, Shirley and the Ma family went to Tianlong Hotel to cause trouble, and Wu Jun wanted to expel the four of us, all thanks to Feng Lao's recommendation. So frequently asking for help from him really isn't good. Alright. Qin Yuan had already guessed all of this and felt the pain Zhang Bing spoke of in her heart. Just then, Zhang Bing's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Lu Ruyan. President Zhang, where are you? The police have come to our Tianlong Hotel, you need to come back quickly. Hearing that the police were causing trouble at Tianlong Hotel again, Zhang Bing felt a surge of anger and said, You hold on, I'll be back right away. Meanwhile, at Tianlong Hotel, police vehicles were flashing their sirens, and a row of fully armed officers made it look like a huge operation. All the hotel staff were controlled in the lobby, and the person leading this operation had a very high status. It was none other than the police chief, Gao Feng. Tianlong Hotel was quite famous in Kyoto, a 5-star hotel that combined accommodation, entertainment, and bathing into one entertainment center. Previously, when it was in the hands of the Wang family, everything had been peaceful, and no one had come to investigate. However, since Zhang Bing took over, this was the second time it had been inspected in a short period. Moreover, this time the police's operation was very large, with even Chief Gao Feng personally involved. As a result, many hotel staff were frightened, especially the 88 beauties from the 8th floor club, who were all forcibly driven to the lobby. At this moment, a squad leader approached Gao Feng and reported quietly, Chief Gao, the 8th floor was just thoroughly inspected, and no illegal activities were found. Gao Feng frowned and coldly asked, How is that possible? He knew very well what the 8th floor of Tianlong Hotel was for, as he was the district chief overseeing this area. This time, coming to take revenge for the Ma family and launching a surprise attack, how could they not find any evidence on site? Chief Gao, they were too cunning. By the time our people arrived, everything had already been cleaned up, the squad leader reported. Gao Feng pondered for a moment, glancing at Lu Ruyan, Wang Fen, and the 88 beauties controlled in the lobby. He immediately instructed, Call Wang Ba and have Lin Jin and the others come over right away. The police team did not dare to delay and immediately notified Wang Ba as per Gao Feng's instructions. Previously, Tianlong Hotel was managed by Wang Ba, so he was definitely familiar with the operations of the 8th floor and related information. The hotel staff were all frightened. To them, Gao Feng was an incredibly significant figure. As the general manager appointed by Zhang Bing, Lu Ruyan, although still a junior at the art university, had far more social experience than the average person. She mustered her courage and said, Chief Gao, our hotel has always been legally paying taxes and is a well-known industry in Kyoto. Last time, Captain Sure came to inspect, and nothing was found. How about letting your people withdraw for now? Our President Zhang is already on his way. Ha! Gao Feng looked Lu Ruyan up and down, noticing she was young but spoke with confidence, and her figure was exceptionally attractive. However, a big shot of his level was never short of various beauties. Little girl, if you want to survive well in Kyoto in the future, you better cooperate with us and hand over the relevant evidence from the 8th floor of the hotel. Your boss, that kid named Zhang Bing, is already finished, understand? Although Lu Ruyan felt very scared, during this time of interaction, she had discovered a subtle affection for Zhang Bing deep in her heart, so she naturally wouldn't betray him. Chief Gao, I don't know what you're talking about. Tianlong Hotel has been operating for many years, from the time of President Wang until now. All the business has remained unchanged and has been continuously operated. It seems you are not very old, yet you refused to drink the toast and instead faced the penalty drink. Gao Feng was too lazy to waste words. What surprised him was that despite personally leading the raid, they had not caught anything on site. Just then, Wang Ba and the former general manager Li Guoqing received a call and rushed over. Director Gao, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing greeted respectfully. Gao Feng nodded and said, Mr. Wang, the Tianlong Hotel was yours before. Tell me, is there any illegal activity in the hotel's operations? Wang Ba and Li Guoqing were constantly thinking about reclaiming the Tianlong Hotel, and with such a good opportunity, they naturally did not want to miss it. Director Gao, the club on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel is a den of vice, seriously affecting social order, Li Guoqing spoke up loudly. That's right, Wang Ba added, we wanted to completely shut down the club on the 8th floor, but Zhang Bing, relying on being a major shareholder, firmly disagreed, and because of this, he completely kicked us out of the Tianlong Hotel. Hearing the shameless words of Wang Ba and Li Guoqing, Lu Ruyan and some hotel staff showed disdain. They secretly cursed these two for being so full of nonsense, fabricating lies like this. Gao Feng nodded in satisfaction and then instructed his subordinates to find relevant evidence with Wang Ba and Li Guoqing. As long as they could find a shred of evidence, he could directly use his means to shut down the entire Tianlong Hotel in a legitimate and reasonable manner. Moreover, he could take Zhang Bing away, create a chain of evidence, and send him to the sewing machine. This included Lu Ruyan and the current second largest shareholder of the hotel, Lin Jin, all of whom would be sent in. Although Lu Ruyan felt very scared inside, she was not worried. Ever since Zhang Bing had instructed her to take safety precautions after Ma Zhanshan and Shirlei came looking for trouble last time, she had been prepared for any eventuality, and she never expected it would come in handy today. The 8th floor club would definitely leave no evidence behind. No matter how familiar Wang Ba and Li Guoqing were, they would not be able to find any valuable clues. Sure enough, after Wang Ba and Li Guoqing searched the upper floor with several patrol officers, they came down empty-handed. Director Gao, that Zhang Bing is young but very cautious. He must have been prepared in advance, Wang Ba said. Gao Feng nodded. For big shots at their level, having evidence was not always that important. If Zhang Bing were just a student, he could arrange a charge of disturbing the peace just for spitting on the ground. But Gao Feng was aware of Zhang Bing's background. He was financially strong, with cash deposits in the bank amounting to 5 billion. Plus, he had a good relationship with the Qin family. Before the old man Qin retired, he held a higher position than even their patrol bureau chief. Therefore, even if the old man Qin retired and Qin Guanghua was under investigation, Gao Feng still wanted to handle the matter reasonably. Just then, Lin Jin arrived. Upon seeing the situation, Lin Jin felt a wave of panic. Director Gao, Lin Jin said, looking at Gao Feng with some fear. Gao Feng's expression was cold as he said indifferently, Mr. Lin, we received a report that illegal transactions are taking place on the 8th floor of the Tianlong Hotel. And no, Director Gao, this must be someone else being envious and reporting falsely. Lin Jin's first reaction was to explain and deny vigorously. Gao Feng was unimpressed and continued, Mr. Lin, don't be in a hurry to deny it. You know our patrol bureau's methods. Now you have two options in front of you. The first is to refuse to admit it and then come with us for an investigation. The second is to confess and receive leniency. I can decide to let you pay a fine and let it go. Gao Feng's words were clearly a threat, and anyone could hear that. But for a businessman like Lin Jin, it was indeed very effective. Recently, the matter between Zhang Bing and Ma Chao has been causing quite a stir at school, and he has long felt regret in his heart. Had he known this would happen, he shouldn't have personally drugged his daughter Lin Hanxue and sent her to Zhang Bing's bed, hoping to cling to Zhang Bing's thigh. Unexpectedly, that thigh is about to break so soon, and it has implicated their Lin family as well. However, Lin Jin usually acts as a hands-off manager. The specific affairs of the Tianlong Hotel are all handled by Lu Ruyan. He glanced at Lu Ruyan and then said, Xiao Wang, you are still young, and you understand Zhang Bing's situation better than I do. If there's anything to explain, hurry up and tell Director Gao the truth. We can just pay a fine at most. Mr. Lin, you. Lu Ruyan was very surprised, not expecting Lin Jin to be so spineless, deciding to betray Zhang Bing just because Gao Feng said a few casual words. You are still Zhang's future father-in-law, and you can lie at home counting money, all thanks to Zhang. How can you do this? Xiao Wang, those who know the times are wise. Zhang Bing can't compete with the Ma family's young master. Lin Jin continued to persuade. Lu Ruyan, however, appeared very resolute and directly refused. Mr. Lin, I don't know what you're talking about. I already informed President Zhang. He is on his way here. Bitch, weren't you the one selling houses at Bishi Lanting? What are you pretending for? Li Guoqing jumped out, pointing at Lu Ruyan and cursing. I'd advise you to cooperate obediently, or I'll send you straight in to work the sewing machine. Humph. Lu Ruyan decided to be bold, saying, I won't say anything now. Everything will wait until President Zhang arrives. Li Guoqing wanted to continue intimidating and insulting her but was stopped by Wang Ba. As the former hotel owner, Wang Ba was worth billions and was also a figure in society. He sneered and said, "Little girl, do you think there's a future in following Zhang Bing? Zhang Bing does have some ability, but don't you know who is coming to deal with him now? Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that the most promising Qin Guanghua from the Qin family was taken away for investigation early this morning, and Zhang Bing's 50 billion in deposits has also been frozen. Hand over the evidence obediently, switch sides, and follow us if you want a future. Think it over carefully." Mr. Wang, Lu Ruyan replied directly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I've thought it through very clearly. First, our hotel has no illegal operations, and second, I won't say anything. We can wait for President Zhang. You refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment drink." Gao Feng snorted coldly. With his status, it would be a matter of minutes to take down a 5-star hotel. Moreover, he had the Ma family backing him up. It can be said that his position as the chief of the local police station was not without the Ma family's operations behind it. "Come, seal the hotel, and take everyone back for a slow investigation." Saying this, Gao Feng ordered the sealing of the Tianlong Hotel and the removal of all personnel. "Stop!" At that moment, Zhang Bing's voice came from outside the hotel lobby. Qin Yuan drove in with Zhang Bing in that Mercedes sports car. He opened the car door and rushed down quickly. "On what grounds are you arresting my people and sealing my hotel?" Zhang Bing was furious, especially seeing that the hotel was filled with police officers. It looked like a counter-terrorism drill to anyone unaware. Qin Yuan followed closely, quietly reminding him, "It's the police chief Gao Feng." Zhang Bing was taken aback, not expecting the chief to come personally. It seemed Ma Chao was indeed going to take serious action. Gao Feng glanced at Zhang Bing, his eyes revealing disdain. Seeing that Zhang Bing looked like a mere 18 or 19-year-old student, he said bluntly, "So you are Zhang Bing, right? Good. Now come with us." Zhang Bing snorted coldly and retorted, "On what grounds?" "Just based on the report we received, the 8th floor club of the Tianlong Hotel is suspected of illegal operations, and as the behind-the-scenes boss, you can't escape responsibility. Come here, handcuff him." Gao Feng was quite imposing, waving his hand, and immediately 2 officers from the police department rushed over. "You say it's suspected, so it's suspected?" Zhang Bing was not at all flustered, angrily saying, "As the police chief, don't you know you need evidence? If you have evidence, bring it out. If you can't produce evidence, I'll go head-to-head with you on this." "Ha!" Wang Ba stepped forward with a cold smile, mocking, "Zhang Bing, do you still think the Qin family can help you? With Chief Gao personally leading the team, you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you think having a bit of money makes you forget your own surname? Trash." Zhang Bing didn't want to pay any attention to someone like Wang Ba. Although he was only 19, he was full of courage and was not intimidated by Gao Feng's display of power at all. Gao Feng's expression darkened, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Zhang Bing, who showed no fear, and threatened, "Young man, in front of me, you are nothing. If I want to deal with you, no one can protect you. Is that so?" Zhang Bing was unconvinced, saying, "Aren't you just a biting dog for the Ma family?" "Kid, what did you say?" Gao Feng threatened, "When we get to our station, I will definitely treat you well. Take them all away." Gao Feng snorted coldly, completely losing patience and giving a direct order. "Gao Feng, you are too lawless." Qin Yuan stepped forward and shouted angrily, "On what basis? If you have evidence, bring it out. If you don't have evidence, on what basis are you doing this?" Gao Feng glanced at Qin Yuan, he knew her. "Miss Qin, your uncle is under investigation, and your family patriarch has long since retired. Don't stretch your hand too far, understand? You!" Qin Yuan's chest heaved violently with anger. Seeing this, Zhang Bing immediately blocked Qin Yuan, looking calm and composed. He just didn't expect Lin Jin to also side with Wang Ba and the others, and throughout the whole time, he didn't say a word to help him. "Sister Yuan, there's no need to argue with him. Today, I'll make it clear, he can't touch me. Ha ha ha." "Zhang Bing, do you still think you have money and the Qin family backing you? Let me tell you the truth, I've long been unhappy with you. Now that young Master Ma wants to deal with you, what does it matter if you have money? Can you compare with the Ma family?" Wang Ba and Li Guoqing couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Zhang Bing's words. "Li Guoqing, Wang Ba, you 2 dog scum look so pleased with yourselves. Barking over there?" Zhang Bing scolded angrily. "Damn it, kid, you still dare to be so arrogant, huh?" Wang Ba gritted his teeth in hatred, then an evil thought popped into his mind. He pulled Lin Jin and threatened, "Lin Jin, make a statement, or you'll be sent in with him." Lin Jin's face looked very bad. He glanced at the disappointed Zhang Bing and then thought about the current situation. Zhang Bing had completely offended the Ma family, and Ma Yunting was the richest man in the capital, with connections everywhere. A single phone call could have the police chief personally come to arrest someone. and Zhang Bing was merely wealthy and had a good relationship with the Qin family. But now, Qin Guanghua from the Qin family was under investigation, and Zhang Bing's funds had also been frozen. Very realistically, Lin Jin felt that what he was doing was somewhat despicable, but he had no other choice. Zhang Bing, you are finished. Don't associate with my daughter anymore. Mr. Lin, you. Mr. Lin, you are going too far. Hearing Lin Jin's words, Qin Yuan and Lu Ruyan were very angry, and the two women publicly criticized him. Lin Jin sighed and said, "You are all students and still young, not understanding the situation. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Zhang Bing, don't blame me. Who told you to be young and vigorous, daring to offend even the young master of the Ma family?" Sigh. Zhang Bing felt extremely displeased upon hearing this, but still politely said, "Since Mr. Lin has made up his mind, that is your freedom." Seeing this, Wang Chang and Li Guoqing were quite pleased. "Zhang Bing, you can rest assured, the Tianlong Grand Hotel will soon be back in my hands. And you, just honestly go in and operate the sewing machine, ha ha, is that so?" Zhang Bing sneered, pushing away the two approaching police officers. He then turned to Gao Feng and asked, "Do you believe that if I make a phone call right now, you will immediately take your people and leave?" Gao Feng was dismissive, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to let Zhang Bing make the call. "Kid, I've already investigated your background. You're from the south, your parents are dirt poor, your huge funds likely come from illegitimate sources, involving crime. Do you think the Qin family can still protect you? Let's see what kind of storm you can stir up with this phone call." Zhang Bing was not vague either. At this moment, he had no other choice but to call for help from old Zhao. Soon, old Zhao's call was connected. Before Zhang Bing could say anything, old Zhao's voice came through the phone. "Child, the Qin family has already contacted old Feng, and I have a general understanding of the situation. Don't worry, just do your own thing, and I will arrange the rest." Hearing this from old Zhao, Zhang Bing smiled and politely hung up the phone. He put away his phone and looked at Gao Feng, Wang Ba, and Li Guoqing with a mocking expression. "Kid, are you done with the call? What now?" Gao Feng sneered. Zhang Bing coldly snorted, "Just wait, someone will contact you soon." "Is that so? I want to see who you can find to help." Gao Feng was unconvinced. "Director Gao, this kid is just putting on a show." "Yeah, Director Gao, this kid is merely relying on the support of the old man from the Qin family." Wang Ba and Li Guoqing kept fanning the flames from the side. Zhang Bing looked disdainful. He glanced at the frightened hotel staff, then took a deep breath and solemnly announced, "You are all working for me, Zhang Bing, so there's no need to be afraid. As long as you follow the hotel's rules and work honestly, no one can touch you." Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Gao Feng, Wang Ba, and Li Guoqing all laughed. "Kid, you can't even protect yourself, and you dare to boast here." Gao Feng had a cold smile on his face. He was sent by the Ma family to find a reason to take Zhang Bing away. As for how the Ma family would deal with Zhang Bing, it was not hard to guess. Given the enmity between Zhang Bing and Ma Chao would definitely be ruthless. However, just then, Gao Feng's phone suddenly rang. Gao Feng naturally took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button, and instantly, his posture straightened. "Yes, please instruct." "Okay." In just a few seconds, Gao Feng's expression changed drastically. He hung up the phone, looking at Zhang Bing in disbelief and shock. Seeing Gao Feng like this, Zhang Bing knew that old Zhao must have made arrangements. So he mocked, "Director Gao, how about it? Do you still want to take me away?" Gao Feng's face was very ugly. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to disperse. Seeing this situation, Li Guoqing, Wang Ba, and others were also puzzled. They secretly wondered if there really was a big shot behind Zhang Bing. A single phone call had changed the expression of the police chief Gao Feng. "Director Gao, who called?" Wang Ba asked quietly. "Secretary Bai," Gao Feng said in surprise. Upon hearing that it was Secretary Bai personally calling, Wang Ba, Li Guoqing, and Lin Jin were also taken aback. Secretary Bai had a significant influence and an extremely wide network. They simply cannot afford to offend him, unless Jack Ma personally intervenes. Perhaps then they could wrestle him down. "Director Gao, what should we do now?" Wang Ba asked. Gao Feng was deep in thought when he received a call from Secretary Bai himself. On the phone, Secretary Bai explicitly stated that Zhang Bing could not be touched and warned him not to act recklessly. Moreover, Secretary Bai indicated that he would come over personally and was already on his way. Although he was the director of the police department and had considerable power, with the Ma family backing him, Gao Feng knew very well that someone like Secretary Bai, who had immense influence and extensive connections, absolutely could not be offended. At least, he could not afford to offend him. You all get ready, Secretary Bai is coming over personally. Upon hearing that Secretary Bai was coming, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing felt a chill run down their spines. Even Lin Jin and Lu Ruyan were surprised that Zhang Bing actually knew such a big shot as Secretary Bai. Wang Ba, Li Guoqing. A cold smile flashed across Zhang Bing's lips. In fact, he did not know Secretary Bai at all. But he understood that old Zhao's status was too terrifying, and he would not personally get involved in such matters. Secretary Bai was definitely sent by old Zhao himself, or perhaps someone arranged by old Zhao. You two scoundrels, weren't you just boasting loudly a moment ago? Wang Ba and Li Guoqing dared not speak, lowering their heads, their faces filled with embarrassment and fear as they let Zhang Bing scold them. Gao Feng stood aside, allowing his subordinates to disperse and lifting the control over the hotel staff. Everyone patiently awaited Secretary Bai's arrival. About 10 minutes later, a regular black sedan pulled up at the hotel entrance. A middle-aged man in his 40s got out of the car. Upon seeing this man, Gao Feng's expression changed, and he immediately walked over to greet him. Hey, Secretary Bai, if you have something to discuss, just let me know. How can I let you come in person? The visitor was indeed Secretary Bai, a very special figure in the Kyoto circle. Secretary Bai wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and clearly did not give Gao Feng, the police department director, a good face. Director Gao, no need for pleasantries. Saying this, Secretary Bai walked directly into the lobby. The others dared not speak. For wealthy tycoons like Wang Ba and Li Guoqing, Secretary Bai was someone they had to look up to. Their wealth could turn to ashes in front of a big shot like Secretary Bai with just a wave of his hand. This was also Zhang Bing's first time meeting Secretary Bai. He did not know this person. Which one is Mr. Zhang Bing? Secretary Bai glanced around the hotel lobby and then asked. I am. Zhang Bing stepped forward and replied politely. Secretary Bai looked at Zhang Bing and then said quite courteously, Mr. Zhang, I am Bai Xiaochun. Secretary Bai, you are too polite, just call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Bing dared not be presumptuous. After all, he was only 19 and still a junior. Hearing their conversation, especially seeing Bai Xiaochun's self-introduction, Gao Feng and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Secretary Bai was very courteous to Zhang Bing, even showing a bit of respect. Mr. Zhang, have you encountered some trouble here? Bai Xiaochun asked deliberately while looking at Gao Feng and the others. Yes, Zhang Bing did not hesitate, pointing at Gao Feng. He said, this Gao Feng is abusing his power to seal off my hotel for no reason and wants to arrest my people. It's truly lawless and outrageous. Bai Xiaochun nodded, looking at Gao Feng. He asked, Director Gao, is this true? Secretary Bai, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Gao Feng quickly changed his tune and explained, it's just some envious troublemakers reporting us falsely. We are merely fulfilling our duties to take a look. Is that so? Secretary Bai's tone turned serious as he retorted, if this is just a routine visit, why the grand setup? Even the armored vehicle is here? Gao Feng wore an awkward smile, unsure of how to explain. Director Gao, Bai Xiaochun was well aware that this involved the Ma family, and Gao Feng was helping them. He had received a call from a superior earlier today, instructing him to come immediately. The leader's intention was for him to resolve this matter and to focus on nurturing Zhang Bing, while also needing Zhang Bing's assistance with a very significant issue. Bai Secretary dared not disregard the superior's words. Director Gao, I must remind you that the Tianlong Hotel is a well-known enterprise in Kyoto, providing employment and paying taxes every year. You should be more cautious with your actions at the police station. This is a warning. Yes, we will definitely be careful. Gao Feng nodded repeatedly, taking the hint. All right, you're dismissed. Everyone can leave now, Secretary Bai ordered. Gao Feng was eager to leave and quickly took his subordinates away. Wang Ba and Li Guoqing, seeing this, also wanted to leave. Stop! Zhang Bing shouted as he stepped forward. Gao Feng and the police can go, but you two stay. At that moment, Wang Ba and Li Guoqing were trembling, sweat pouring from their foreheads. You two were quite loud just now, Zhang Bing said. What? Now you want to leave? Wang Ba wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, Zhang, we didn't mean it. Humph. Zhang Bing was unrelenting, suddenly slapping Wang Ba across the face. Wang Ba didn't expect Zhang Bing to strike him directly, but he didn't dare retaliate. I've wanted to hit you for a long time. I've let it slide several times. Do you think I, Zhang Bing, can't handle you? No. Wang Ba lowered his head in explanation. Today, the hotel's total losses are 50 million. You will compensate for all of it. Do you have any objections? Zhang Bing pressed. Wang Ba didn't dare disagree, though it pained him. Remember, this is the last time. If there's a next time, I will definitely not let the Wang family off. Get out immediately. Wang Ba felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly fled with Li Guoqing. At that moment, only Lin Jin stood awkwardly in place. Zhang Bing didn't spare Lin Jin another glance. he was very displeased with Lin Jin's earlier behavior. If it weren't for Lin Huanxue, he would have wanted to teach Lin Jin a lesson. Alright, senior sister Wolin, you will handle the next matters, Zhang Bing instructed Lu Ruyan. Okay, Director Zhang, Lu Ruyan sighed, her gaze towards Zhang Bing completely different now. Throughout the process, Bai Xiaochun had been watching, feeling a bit of admiration for this young man who was still a student. Secretary Bai, I apologize for the trouble. Director Zhang, you're too polite. When I was your age, I didn't even have 3 meals a day sorted out, Bai Xiaochun said enviously. Indeed, while their status appeared glamorous, their lives were far less comfortable than those of the wealthy. Moreover, they had to be extremely cautious in their actions and words, otherwise, they could easily be caught in a bind. Director Zhang, do you have time now? I have something very important to discuss with you. Of course, I have time. Zhang Bing thought for a moment and then suggested, Secretary Bai, how about we find a quiet place in my hotel to discuss? Sure, Bai Xiaochun readily agreed. Thus, the two went to a quiet suite in the hotel. Zhang Bing had initially planned to take Bai Xiaochun to the 8th floor club, but considering the potential impact, he decided against it. Secretary Bai, please go ahead. What do you need my help with? Zhang Bing asked first. Bai Secretary nodded and said, Director Zhang, the higher-ups have provided a dossier about you, indicating that you are to be prioritized for development. Focus on cultivating me? Zhang Bing was somewhat puzzled. He wasn't quite sure if the above that Secretary Bai referred to meant old Zhao. However, based on his understanding, although Secretary Bai was quite influential, his rank seemed to be much lower than old Zhao's, making it unlikely that he was old Zhao's secretary. Yes, Secretary Bai continued politely, Mr. Zhang, I was personally sent by Secretary Li, and your information was also handed to me directly by Secretary Li. Secretary Li? Zhang Bing immediately understood. It seemed that old Zhao's status was too high for him to deal with such trivial matters, so he likely instructed Secretary Li to make arrangements, and Secretary Li sent Secretary Bai. Secretary Li was a top-tier big shot, even the super-rich were as docile as cats in front of him. Mr. Zhang, I've heard that your skills are exceptional. We all know about that young master from the Ma family, he indeed has some prowess, being a national martial arts champion, yet he couldn't withstand a single move from you. That's right. In a while, there will be an international college martial arts competition between Long Country, M Country, and our country. Secretary Li hopes that you can represent Long Country in the competition, overpowering M Country and our country, and bringing glory to the nation. No problem. Zhang Bing agreed without a second thought. First, he knew that Secretary Li must have been instructed by old Zhao to do this. Second, our country had always been an enemy of Long Country. He would not let this opportunity to strike against our country in an international competition slip by. Great! Upon hearing Zhang Bing's agreement, Secretary Bai also appeared very pleased. However, he patiently explained in detail, Mr. Zhang, the competitors from our country and M Country are quite formidable. They are all traditional martial arts masters. Moreover, this national college martial arts competition is of great importance to the country. This matter concerns our nation's face and development plans. We can only win, not lose. Hearing this, Zhang Bing suddenly felt that his earlier agreement was somewhat hasty. He had thought that the college students from our country and M Country were merely traditional martial arts champions, similar to Ma Chao. Or perhaps they were stronger than Ma Chao. But that wouldn't be much of a challenge for him. The ancient martial arts set rewarded by the system could easily handle them. He hadn't expected that the opponents were also ancient martial artists. This changed everything. But since he had already agreed, and it was for the glory of the country, he would give it his all. Secretary Bai, I will definitely do my utmost and will not let our country and M Country succeed. Secretary Bai nodded, stood up, and patted Zhang Bing's shoulder, saying, Mr. Zhang, go for it. Secretary Li has high hopes for you and specifically instructed that if you need any help or encounter any problems, just let us know. As long as it's within reason, we will help you resolve it. Hearing this, Zhang Bing pondered for a moment and no longer hesitated, saying, Secretary Bai, to be honest, I am indeed facing some trouble right now. Go ahead, it's nothing. I'm here to help you with your troubles so that you can focus on the upcoming National College Martial Arts Competition, Secretary Bai said. Zhang Bing then truthfully explained the situation regarding Qin Guanghua being taken away for investigation and his bank's 50 billion in funds being inexplicably frozen. Upon hearing this, Secretary Bai was very clear in his mind. This was definitely the Ma family's doing. Ma Yunpeng, the richest man in the capital, had significant influence. At the very least, he had connections with big shots of Secretary Li's caliber, and on his own, he truly couldn't do much against the Ma family. However, Secretary Li had instructed him to protect Zhang Bing and focus on cultivating him. With Secretary Li's words, Bai Xiaochun knew what to do. What Bai Xiaochun didn't know was that Secretary Li had received direct instructions from old Zhao. Mr. Zhang, this matter is the Ma family's behind-the-scenes manipulation. They indeed have considerable power, but Secretary Li has given instructions. Come, I'll take you to meet Qin Guanghua first. As long as Qin Guanghua is clean, there will definitely be no problem. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Zhang Bing quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Secretary Bai. Meanwhile, in a villa belonging to the Ma family, Ma Chao, Ma Zhanshan, Gao Feng, and Shi Lei were all present. Damn it, Zhang Bing actually has Bai Xiaochun backing him up. No wonder he's so arrogant, Ma Chao cursed angrily. At that moment, Ma Zhanshan also suddenly realized why Shi Lei had become so timid after receiving a mysterious phone call. It turned out that Zhang Bing's support came from Bai Xiaochun, not the Qin family. Bai Xiaochun was a person of Secretary Li, and they indeed could not afford to provoke him. Even Gao Feng from the police bureau was cautious about getting involved, because you could never know whether Bai Xiaochun's message was truly his own or if it was Secretary Li's intention. Young Master Ma, in terms of rank, I'm not afraid of Bai Xiaochun, but what I fear is whether this is Bai Xiaochun's intention or Secretary Li's. This matter probably requires your father, Mr. Ma, to step in, Gao Feng analyzed from the side. Ma Chao scoffed, mocking, isn't Bai Xiaochun just a mere secretary? What's so special about him? If we give him face, we call him Secretary Bai, if we don't, he's just a nobody. Hearing Ma Chao's arrogant words, Gao Feng, Ma Zhanshan, and Shi Lei exchanged glances. Although a secretary isn't a big shot, it mainly depends on whose secretary he is. Secretary Li Tai is indeed a significant figure, and even the Ma family must be polite. Young Master Ma, be cautious with your words, Gao Feng reminded him. Ma Chao remained unconcerned, saying, just wait. I'll call my dad and have him use his connections. Don't mention Bai Xiaochun, even Li Tai has to give my dad face. Without hesitation, Ma Chao dialed the phone number of the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yunting. He then exaggeratedly relayed the situation to Ma Yunting. Let Gao Feng listen in on the call. The richest man Ma Yunting commanded from the other end. Ma Chao immediately handed the phone to Gao Feng. Gao Feng took the phone with a flattering smile, saying, Mr. Ma, what are your instructions? Director Gao, I already know about the situation. Remember my words, my son Ma Yunting is not someone others can bully, whether it's the Qin family or Bai Xiaochun. Yes, Mr. Ma, I understand your meaning, Gao Feng replied. Although he was the director of the police bureau, he had no authority in front of the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yunting. After all, becoming the richest man in Kyoto is not just about wealth. Who knows how exaggerated the connections behind him are. But, Mr. Ma, Bai Xiaochun is backed by Secretary Li, Gao Feng added. Ma Yunting on the other end of the line was clearly displeased and said, you don't need to worry about Li Tai, just follow Ma Chao's orders. Also, the higher-ups are currently organizing an international college martial arts competition, and they are placing great importance on this honor. We must ensure that Ma Chao finds a way to secure it. Yes, Mr. Ma, we know what to do, Gao Feng responded. Shortly after, Ma Yunting hung up the phone. Everyone present had heard Ma Yunting's words very clearly. That meant they didn't have to worry about Li Tai and could proceed as they wished. If anything went wrong, Ma Yunting would take responsibility. With the richest man Ma Yunting's assurance, Gao Feng and the others felt completely relieved. Young Master Ma, whatever you say, we will do it right away, Gao Feng flattered Ma Chao. Ma Chao clenched his fist and said, you all heard what my dad said, the International College Martial Arts Competition is the most important. Right now, go and capture Zhang Bing, break his legs. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, young Master Ma, we will do everything as you instructed, Gao Feng readily agreed. Now that Ma Yunting had personally guaranteed it, they felt no hesitation. Without someone like Bai Xiaochun protecting him from behind, with the methods of the police bureau, they could easily find a reason, or even without a reason, to directly arrest Zhang Bing and have him rot in prison. On the other side, in a small house of the financial system, Bai Xiaochun brought Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan directly over by car. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun had personally come, Director Liu of the financial system hurriedly brought people down. Bai Xiaochun didn't waste time and got straight to the point, saying, where is Qin Guanghua? We are here to see him. This is Zhang Bing, and this is Qin Yuan, Liu explained respectfully. Secretary Bai, Qin Guanghua is in a small room in our financial system, but the police bureau has issued an order that no one is allowed to contact him for the time being. The police bureau issued an order? Secretary Bai questioned on the spot, can the police bureau interfere with your financial system? Liu knew very well that the financial system and the police bureau had nothing to do with each other. But since Gao Feng had personally come to give the order, with various hints, he understood. The Ma family wanted to deal with Qin Guanghua, and he certainly didn't dare to offend the Ma family. Enough with the nonsense, we are here to discuss matters according to the process. Hurry up and lead the way, Bai Xiaochun urged with great authority. Lu showed a difficult expression but still agreed and signaled his subordinates to immediately notify Gao Feng from the police bureau. In the bright small room, Qin Guanghua had been wrongfully detained for over 24 hours, cut off from all contact with the outside world. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, Zheng Bing, and Bai Xiaochun arrive, Qin Guanghua stood up in excitement. Secretary Bai, I am wronged, Qin Guanghua shouted. Uncle Guanghua, please don't get agitated, Secretary Bai is here to help you, Qin Yuan comforted. Zheng Bing nodded and said, Director Qin, we all believe in your character. This is clearly the Ma family pulling strings behind the scenes. Their target is me, and you got caught up in it. Qin Guanghua sighed and looked angrily at Lu who had come in with them. He then said, Luwen, have you found out anything from Gao Feng at the police bureau? I must have you publicly apologize and restore my reputation. Luwen could only smile awkwardly. He was just a pawn and couldn't afford to offend either side. Brother Qin, let's talk outside. Bai Xiaochun glanced at Lu Wen and said, why haven't you released him yet? Lu Wen hesitated and explained, Secretary Bai, this doesn't comply with the rules, does it? Why don't you call Director Gao and ask him? If I tell you to release him, then release him. Stop the nonsense, Secretary Bai reprimanded. Lu Wen was still hesitating. It was clear that he had worked hard to reach his current position, and Gao Feng or the Ma family had supported him behind the scenes. Lu Wen, do you not want to keep your job? Bai Xiaochun saw this and issued an ultimatum. Lu Wen stammered. He certainly didn't want to offend Bai Xiaochun, because everyone knew Bai Xiaochun was Secretary Li's secretary, but Gao Feng had also emphasized repeatedly that without his orders, no one was allowed to take Qin Guanghua away. I warn you, do not help Gao Feng and his group do as they please. Qin Guanghua is diligent and upright. You know this in your heart. And Secretary Li is also aware of this, understand? Mentioning Secretary Li, Lu Wen couldn't hold on any longer and could only agree to release him. Soon, Zheng Bing, Secretary Bai, Qin Guanghua, and Qin Yuan left the small room and went downstairs. However, as soon as the four reached the ground floor, they ran into Gao Feng, Shirlei, Ma Zhanshan, and Ma Chao, who had just arrived. Enemies meeting face to face, it was particularly intense. Zheng Bing didn't expect to run into Mai Ji here. Lu Wen, who told you to release him without permission? Gao Feng immediately reprimanded upon seeing Qin Guanghua. Director Gao, you have quite the authority. It was I who ordered his release. Do you have any objections? Bai Xiaochun responded without backing down. Gao Feng certainly knew that it was Bai Xiaochun who had forced Lu Wen to let him go. But just now, Ma Yuntang had personally given instructions, so he was no longer afraid of Bai Xiaochun. Secretary Bai, don't you think your hand is reaching a bit too far? Gao Feng mocked. Gao Feng, you have quite the nerve. You weren't acting like this back at the hotel, Bai Xiaochun retorted. Secretary Bai, that was then, this is now. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, Gao Feng threatened. Bai Xiaochun wanted to retort, but Zheng Bing stepped in first, advising, Secretary Bai, it's obvious that Ma Chao is here. He must have been emboldened by the Ma family. Oh, little trash, you're quite clever, Ma Chao said, no longer pretending, as he pushed past Gao Feng and swaggered forward. Little trash, I underestimated you. I initially thought you were relying on the Qin family, but it turns out you have Bai Xiaochun backing you. But so what? I can deal with you as easily as stepping on an ant. Bai Xiaochun glanced at the arrogant Ma Chao and warned, Ma family kid, don't let your family background lead you to act recklessly and bully others. This isn't good for you personally, nor for your father, Mr. Ma. What does that have to do with you? Ma Chao showed no respect in the face of Bai Xiaochun's reminder. I can do whatever I want. Who are you to control me? Ma family kid, you're too arrogant. Bai Xiaochun, being a significant figure, had never been confronted so boldly by a spoiled brat like Ma Chao. Enough with the nonsense in front of me, Ma Chao said coldly. I'll call you Secretary Bai out of respect, but if I don't, what are you? Others may fear you, but I, Ma Chao, don't take you seriously at all. Bai Xiaochun's forehead darkened in anger. He wished he could slap Ma Chao twice right then and there. At that moment, Zhang Bing stepped forward, looking disdainfully at Ma Chao, and mocked, Trash, it seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time, still daring to scheme behind people's backs. Mentioning the incident at school made Ma Chao's anger boil over. Zhang Bing, listen up. I've decided to break your legs and make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Trash, do you have the ability to do that? Zhang Bing cracked his knuckles, the sound of bones cracking crisp in the air. Gao Ju, sure DUI, what are you waiting for? Grab him. Ma Chao, knowing he wasn't Zhang Bing's match, ordered Gao Feng and Shirlei beside him. Who dares? Bai Xiaochun immediately scolded. You dare to act lawlessly in front of me? Bai Xiaochun, Ma Chao threatened, I warn you to get lost immediately and not to meddle. Let's see who dares to move. I'll inform Secretary Li right away. Bai Xiaochun countered, bringing up Li Tai. Zhang Bing shook his head from the side, advising, Secretary Bai, since they dare to speak to you like this, they must be prepared. Let me handle this myself. With that, Zhang Bing stepped forward, walking towards Ma Chao. Trash, do you really think that just because you brought a few cops, I won't dare to hit you? Trash, try touching me and see what happens. Zhang Bing's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Trash, let's see. As he spoke, Zhang Bing made his move. His speed was incredibly fast. He sidestepped and charged right next to Ma Chao. Gao Feng and Shirlei were caught off guard by his speed. Today, I'm going to teach you how to behave. Zhang Bing slapped Ma Chao twice and then kicked him hard in the stomach. Ah, you dare to hit me. Ma Zhanshan, Gao Feng, what are you waiting for? Kill him, shoot him. Ma Chao was beaten and kicked by Zhang Bing, and in his anger, he began to speak incoherently. He even directly ordered Gao Feng and Shirlei, 2 officers from the police station, to open fire. Of course, Gao Feng and Shirlei were not bold enough to go that far, acting recklessly. Ma Zhanshan let out a loud roar. As the security manager of the Ma group, he was not weak himself. Ma Chao's techniques were taught by him, and seeing Ma Chao being beaten, Ma Zhanshan couldn't care less and rushed forward quickly. Bai Xiaochun was also anxious. He knew Ma Zhanshan's strength and ruthlessness, and it was not an exaggeration to describe him as a desperate man. If it were 2 against 1, he worried that Zhang Bing would suffer. After all, Zhang Bing was the candidate specifically chosen by Secretary Li to represent the country. Stop! Ma Zhanshan, if you dare to hurt Zhang Bing, Secretary Li will definitely not let you go. However, Secretary Bai's warning was completely useless. Ma Zhanshan did not listen at all. He swung his fist, as big as a sand pot, directly at Zhang Bing's forehead. Zhang Bing snorted coldly. To him, Ma Zhanshan's attack was too slow. He sidestepped and effortlessly grabbed Ma Chao, then threw him towards Ma Zhanshan. What? I heard you are the security manager of the Ma group, not weak in skills. Do you want to try my methods? At that moment, Zhang Bing's aura was extremely strong. Ma Zhanshan caught Ma Chao with one hand and asked, Young master, are you okay? Ma Chao, once again bruised and battered, half dead, spat blood and roared, Do you think I'm okay? Hurry up, call for help, right now. I don't care about anything else, I must take him down. Ma Chao had completely lost his reason and was shouting wildly. Zhang Bing stood still, calmly watching everything. Gao Bureau, sure team, please help me keep an eye on my young master. Ma Zhanshan clenched his fist, his face showing a fierce light. If it were against an ordinary person, Ma Zhanshan could definitely intimidate a large crowd just by his presence. He was definitely a ruthless character, one who had truly seen blood. Ma Zhanshan, you dare to be reckless. Bai Xiaochun shouted angrily. Bai Xiaochun, stop calling in front of me. If there's anything, our General Ma will communicate directly with Secretary Li. You can roll aside immediately. You! Bai Xiaochun shouted, Alright, you Ma family really think you can cover the sky with one hand. Saying this, Bai Xiaochun took out his phone and stood in the middle, directly calling Li Tai. Seeing this, Zhang Bing confidently said, Secretary Bai, this matter doesn't need to trouble Secretary Li for now, let him come. Today, we'll settle both new and old accounts together. Let those useless Ma family members see my skills. Damn it, kid, today I'll take action myself, you'll see. Ma Zhanshan was also filled with rage. Having Ma Chao beaten half to death in front of him was a slap in the face. Zhang Bing seemed unfazed, mocking, What? Is it just your Ma family's uselessness that can only shout loudly? Bring it on! Go to hell! Ma Zhanshan shouted loudly, clenching his fist, and swung a punch at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing didn't even look. No matter how strong an ordinary person was, they were no match for him, who was skilled in ancient martial arts. He raised his hand and easily caught Ma Zhanshan's punch. Ma Zhanshan felt as if his punch had hit cotton, instantly revealing a look of terror. However, before he could react, Zhang Bing tightly gripped his fist. Crack! Ah! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, Ma Zhanshan's scream followed. Zhang Bing had directly crushed Ma Zhanshan's fist. This terrifying scene left Gao Feng and Shirlei from the police station dumbfounded. Ma Zhanshan's abilities were definitely stronger than those of a special forces king, and his strikes were extremely ruthless. One punch could easily take down 3 adults without any pressure. However, it couldn't shake Zhang Bing in the slightest, and with a casual squeeze, his entire fist shattered, blood spilling everywhere. Waste. Do you want to try again? Zhang Bing provocatively kicked Ma Zhanshan aside. Ma Zhanshan's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a 19-year-old boy possess such strength? You! Ma Zhanshan covered his bleeding fist, his face pale. Remember, if you provoke me again, you'll bear the consequences. Zhang Bing warned coldly. This made Ma Chao much more obedient, stopping his shouting. He had learned martial arts from Ma Zhanshan since childhood and knew Ma Zhanshan's abilities, now even Ma Zhanshan was no match for Zhang Bing. "Let's go!" Ma Zhanshan, being a tough guy, signaled for Shirley to help Ma Chao, and then they quickly left. Zhang Bing did not stop them and left with secretary by Qin Guanghua and Qin Yuan. The group returned to the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Clearly, today's events had exceeded by Xiaoqun's expectations. He hadn't anticipated that the Ma family wouldn't even give him face, meaning they didn't even give face to Secretary Li behind him. But at the same time, the biggest gain was that he had witnessed Zhang Bing's terrifying strength firsthand. This strength could very likely overpower competitors from our country and M country during the International University Martial Arts Competition. After a brief exchange, Bai Xiaoqun took his leave first. He needed to meet Li Tai to report. It was also the first time Qin Guanghua had seen Zhang Bing's extraordinary qualities, not expecting him to be on good terms with big shots like Secretary Bai and Secretary Li. After a simple chat and expressing thanks, Qin Guanghua also left the hotel. He needed to return to the Qin family to reassure them. At this moment, Lin Huanxue arrived with Lin Jin. Seeing Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing together, Lin Huanxue clearly felt a twinge of jealousy, but she said nothing. "Zhang Bing!" Lin Huanxue ran over, linking her arm with Zhang Bing's, asserting her claim. Zhang Bing liked Lin Huanxue in his heart, but he was very displeased with Lin Jin. "Zhang Bing, about that matter with my dad, please don't take it to heart," Lin Huanxue stammered. Zhang Bing sighed, knowing that Lin Jin had likely coerced Lin Huanxue into pleading on his behalf. "Uncle Lin, I hope you can come to me directly if there's anything in the future, and not always send Huanxue to face me. I have no issues with you, for Huanxue's sake, I won't retaliate against you, so don't worry." Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lin Jin's anxious heart finally relaxed a bit. Then, as if nothing had happened, he smiled and said, "Xiao Bing, if you have things to do, I won't disturb you." On the other side, at the Kyoto hospital, one of Ma Zhanshan's hands was basically ruined, and Ma Chao had also suffered fractures. Gao Feng and Shirley personally took the two to the hospital, and Pang Biao rushed out to receive them. Upon learning that it was Zhang Bing who had done this, Pang Biao fanned the flames, cursing Zhang Bing, while a malicious plan suddenly popped into his mind. "Young Master Ma, Mr. Ma, that Zhang Bing's girlfriend is in our hospital with her father. How about it?" Pang Biao suggested with a sly grin. "Go, quickly bring that dog trash Zhang Bing's girlfriend here." "Ah, hurry up." Ma Chao completely lost control, hating Zhang Bing to the bone. Now, he wouldn't let any opportunity to retaliate against Zhang Bing slip by. However, Gao Feng and Shirley, being from the police department, felt that this approach was somewhat inappropriate. "Young Master Ma, please calm down. As the saying goes, don't bring disaster to your family. Won't this have some negative impact? You shut up and go do it right now." Ma Chao shouted at Gao Feng and Shirley, no longer caring about anything else. Gao Feng and Shirley exchanged helpless glances at the shattered fist of Ma Zhanshan. Ma Zhanshan also had a gloomy face, filled with deep hatred for Zhang Bing, and said, "Do as the young master wishes. If anything happens, our Ma family will handle it." With Ma Zhanshan saying this, Gao Feng and Shirley had no way to excuse themselves and could only comply. Gao Feng glanced at Shirley and then said, "Shirley, you go over now and bring the person here." Although Shirley was reluctant, he had no choice but to follow orders. At this moment, in a hospital room in Kyoto, Zhang Tingting was taking care of Zhang Yunfeng. After the surgery and with the rest he had been getting, Zhang Yunfeng's condition was almost fully recovered, and he would be able to leave the hospital in a few days. According to the information provided by Pang Biao, Shirley arrived at the hospital room. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Zhang Tingting looked at Shirley and asked. Shirley glanced at Zhang Tingting. Although she was dressed simply, her naturally sculpted face, curvy figure, and especially her long legs were strikingly beautiful. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, not expecting Zhang Tingting to be so pretty. "Are you Zhang Tingting?" Shirley asked as he took out his identification. "I am from the police department and need to understand a situation with you. Please step outside." Upon hearing that he was from the police department, both Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting immediately became tense. "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" Zhang Tingting inquired. "No need to say much, it's just a routine investigation," Shirley urged. Zhang Tingting, being quite innocent and lacking experience, upon hearing this, informed her father Zhang Yunfeng and then followed Shirley out of the hospital room. Shirley directly took her to a high-end ward in the Kyoto hospital. As soon as she entered the ward, Zhang Tingting saw Ma Chao. She immediately sensed something was wrong and turned to run out, but was caught by Shirley. "Let go of me. What do you want?" Zhang Tingting struggled. Shirley ignored her and said to Ma Chao, "Young Master Ma, the person has been brought here. She is indeed quite good." Ma Chao snorted coldly. Despite having a few bones broken by Zhang Bing, his lust was still strong. He glanced at the people in the room and then ordered, "You all go out first. keep an eye on the entrance and don't let anyone in. Gao Feng, Shirlei, and Pang Biao nodded and then left with Ma Zhanshan. Zhang Tingting's face showed fear. She had learned about Ma Chao's identity back at school. He was the son of Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto, and had a grudge against Zhang Bing. Even she, no matter how innocent, understood that Ma Chao was out for revenge against Zhang Bing. Slut, kneel down and take off your clothes. Ma Chao shouted angrily at Zhang Tingting. Naturally, Zhang Tingting was unwilling. She retreated to the door, wanting to run out, but there were Shirlei and the others guarding outside. You are Zhang Bing's woman, right? Today, I will take my anger out on you and record it for that bastard Zhang Bing to enjoy. Ma Chao approached Zhang Tingting, limping with rage. Although Zhang Tingting was terrified, she mustered her courage, thinking of Zhang Bing. Young Master Ma, I am not Bing Ji's girlfriend. Bing Gu is a good person. Can you please not cause him trouble? Slut, are you really that innocent or just pretending? Ma Chao almost laughed at Zhang Tingting's naive words. Hurry up and take off your clothes, kneel down, and crawl over to me. Zhang Tingting shrank into the corner, covering her chest while trying her best to speak up for Zhang Bing. However, her innocence only served to provoke Ma Chao further. Shut up, you whore. Ma Chao cursed loudly, limping over and directly slapped Zhang Tingting across the face. He then violently tore at Zhang Tingting's top, and she struggled desperately. But as a weak woman, she could not break free from Ma Chao, who, despite being badly beaten by Zhang Bing, was still a trained fighter with a strong physique. Although he hadn't been discharged yet, he couldn't care less and rushed directly towards Shirlei. As the captain of the patrol bureau, Shirlei lightly kicked, sending Zhang Yunfeng crashing to the ground. Dad, what right do you have to hit my dad? Zhang Tingting cried as she ran over, disregarding her exposed body. Tingting, don't be afraid, Dad is here. Zhang Yunfeng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and struggled to get up from the ground. At that moment, Ma Chao also stepped out, and upon seeing this scene, he was instantly furious. Gao Feng, Shirlei, what the hell are you doing? Gao Feng and Shirlei were at a loss for words, feeling deeply ashamed of Ma Chao's behavior. You beast, how dare you bully my daughter? I'll fight you. Zhang Yunfeng, dragging his unhealed body, was about to charge at Ma Chao. Ma Chao snorted coldly, not even glancing at him, and ordered, very well, since this country bumpkin has come, I'll play a little bigger. Gao Feng, you take this country bumpkin inside and hold him down. Shirlei, you guard outside. If anyone else dares to disturb me, I'll deal with you first. Gao Feng and Shirlei hesitated, especially Gao Feng, who was also the head of the patrol bureau in this area and had some status. Helping Ma Chao do such a thing was already excessive. Now he was being asked to further restrain Zhang Yunfeng. Watching Ma Chao toy with Zhang Tingting, even a beast wouldn't do such a thing. Gao Feng, Shirlei, I'll say it again, do it immediately. Ma Chao didn't waste any more words. Limping over, he grabbed Zhang Tingting by the hair and dragged her towards the hospital room. Beast, let go of my daughter, I'll fight you. Zhang Yunfeng shouted, desperately trying to protect Zhang Tingting. But with his body not yet recovered, he was no match for Ma Chao. Chief Gao, what should we do? Shirlei asked, uncertain. Do as ordered. Gao Feng sighed and had no choice but to step in, running over to directly restrain Zhang Yunfeng. You go in and help, I'll guard outside. Shirlei nodded, then took out handcuffs and directly cuffed Zhang Yunfeng, dragging him towards the hospital room. Dad, Tingting. The father and daughter were filled with terror, especially Zhang Yunfeng, who watched helplessly as his daughter was about to be violated. Beasts, may you die a horrible death, may lightning strike you. Beasts, let go of my daughter. Zhang Yunfeng roared, but with his hands cuffed by Shirlei, he couldn't break free at all. Ma Chao seemed to be quite experienced in such matters, appearing very skilled. He sneered, country bumpkin, don't blame me, blame your connection with that dog Zhang Bing. I'll take my anger out on you first, then I'll deal with that trash Zhang Bing later. Saying this, Ma Chao directly pulled Zhang Tingting over and pressed her under his foot. Slut, you know what to do now? Seeing this, Zhang Yunfeng's eyes filled with tears as he screamed, Ma Chao, I beg you, please let Tingting go, take it out on me. I'll bow to you. Zhang Yunfeng, with his hands cuffed, knelt down and bowed to Ma Chao. Ha ha ha. Ma Chao laughed heartily, showing no intention of letting Zhang Tingting go. He reached out to caress Zhang Tingting's fair skin, then took a deep puff of his cigar and pressed it against her. Zhang Tingting instinctively struggled in pain. Slut, if you dare to move, I'll kill your dad right here. Tingting, no, Tingting. Zhang Yunfeng cried bitterly. As a simple farmer, he was no match for a super-rich second generation like Ma Chao. Humph. Ma Chao felt much better now and threatened Zhang Tingting, strip completely right now. I'm very angry, help me relieve my anger, and let your country bumpkin dad watch. No, Ting Ting, no, Zhang Yunfeng shouted, getting up from the ground, trying to rush over. But he was grabbed by Shirley and couldn't break free. Country bumpkin, still dare to call out, huh? Shirley, beat him to death for me. Zhang Tingting panicked and immediately struggled, saying, don't hit my dad, please, I promise you, I'll agree to anything. Please let my dad go. Ma Chao sneered and said, now you're talking, be honest. Zhang Tingting was completely desperate. Her father, Zhang Yunfeng, was her only support. She could not bear to watch her father be beaten to death, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. For Zhang Yunfeng, he would rather die than see his daughter humiliated like this. Bitch, hurry up, I'm really angry right now, Ma Chao ordered while filming with his phone. Ma Chao, I'll kill you. At that moment of despair, an angry shout came from outside. The next second, the door to the hospital room crashed down, and Gao Feng was thrown in like a ball. Following that, Zhang Bing charged in like a lion, roaring with rage. Seeing Zhang Bing suddenly arrive, Ma Chao and Shirley became a bit flustered. Ma Chao, today I will definitely take you down. Zhang Bing shouted, not wasting any time on nonsense, and charged straight at Ma Chao. Shirley, quick, stop him. Ma Chao panicked, feeling Zhang Bing's fury, and shouted at Shirley. As the captain of the police station, Shirley was quick to react, rushing forward to pull out money to block Zhang Bing. Get out of the way! Zhang Bing roared, delivering a fierce punch directly at Shirley. Shirley, too fast to even draw his money, was struck by a tremendous force and flew out, crashing hard against the wall, instantly knocked unconscious. The next second, Zhang Bing flashed and charged towards Ma Chao, who had retreated to the window. Ma Chao was trembling all over but still threatened arrogantly. What do you want? Zhang Bing clenched his fists, looking at Zhang Tingting, whose body was covered in burns from cigars, wearing only her underwear, tears streaming down her face. He then glanced at Zhang Yunfeng, kneeling on the ground, hands cuffed, his mouth covered in blood. For the first time, he felt a murderous intent, realizing that scum like Ma Chao could only be completely eliminated to avoid future troubles. Beast, either you jump down yourself, or I'll throw you down. Zhang Bing roared. Ma Chao was frightened by Zhang Bing's current state, retreating to the window and glancing down. It was the 5th floor, jumping down would likely mean death. You, Zhang Bing, let's talk this out, don't force me. My dad is Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto. If you push me too hard, my dad will kill you. Zhang Bing tightened his fists, stepping closer, gritting his teeth. I'll say it once, jump down yourself or I'll throw you down. Ma Chao's face turned extremely fearful. Zhang Bing, don't force me, it's just a woman, right? If you want a woman, it's not hard. I can just make a call, any star you like from the entertainment industry, I'll have her come over for you to play with. Play my ass. Zhang Bing cursed loudly and slapped him hard. Trash beast, don't think you're amazing just because your family is rich. Furious, Zhang Bing mercilessly raised his foot and kicked Ma Chao's broken bones twice. Ma Chao screamed in pain. At that moment, he truly felt a deep fear. Zhang Bing was not joking, he would really kill him. Go die. Saying this, Zhang Bing grabbed Ma Chao with one hand and pressed him against the window. Ma Chao was completely panicked, his eyes filled with terror, pleading, Bing, brother Bing, please, don't throw me down. Please, brother Bing, I promise, yes, I promise I won't trouble you again. It's late. Zhang Bing's eyes were filled with murderous intent, especially when he saw Zhang Tingting curled up in a corner, along with the tragic Zhang Yunfeng. He steeled his heart and directly pushed Ma Chao out of the window. Just as he finished this, a large group of people rushed in from outside. Qin Yuan arrived with the hospital security and several others, including Peng Biao. Tingting, Uncle Zhang, how are you? Qin Yuan saw that Zhang Tingting was stripped of her clothes and pants, wearing only a bikini, while Zhang Yunfeng was handcuffed and lying on the ground. In another corner of the room, Director Gao Feng and Captain Shirley were half lying down, unconscious. Beast, Ma Chao, you are nothing but a beast. Qin Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and cursed for the first time, while taking off her coat to cover Zhang Tingting. At that moment, Peng Biao also came out, glanced at the ward, and did not see Ma Chao. He hurried over to wake up the unconscious Gao Feng and Shirley by pinching their acupoints. Gao Feng and Shirley stood up awkwardly, glaring fiercely at Zhang Bing. You dare to lay a hand on us? Gao Feng pulled out his gun and shouted at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was unafraid and retorted angrily, Scum, beast, you, as the head of the patrol bureau, and you, as the captain, are aiding and abetting Ma Chao, that trash, in abusing Tingting, beast. Zhang, do you have any evidence? Shirley refused to admit it and also drew his gun at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing coldly looked at the two and shouted, Gao Feng, Shirley, listen up. If you can continue wearing this skin, I, Zhang Bing, will write my name backward. Gao Feng's eyes turned red as he threatened, Kid, You think you're something just because you have Bai Xiaochun backing you, right? Let me tell you, we'll see about that. After quickly calming down, Gao Feng realized he was in the wrong, and with so many people arriving, he left with a harsh remark. Just then, a scream suddenly came from outside. Ah, someone jumped off the building. Pang Biao, Gao Feng, and Shirlei immediately reacted and rushed to the window to look down. Lying on the ground was Ma Chao, surrounded by a crowd. No, this is bad. It's young Master Ma. Pang Biao's face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly ran outside. Upon hearing that it was Ma Chao who jumped, Xin Yuan looked at Zhang Bing in shock, knowing in her heart that this must have been done by Zhang Bing. How could someone like Ma Chao jump off by himself? You, Zhang Bing, you dare to throw young Master Ma down? You're dead. Bai Xiaochun can't save you. Gao Feng and Shirlei, who were about to leave, were dumbfounded, their hearts sinking. Ma Yuntung only had this one son, whom he had always spoiled. If something happened, one could imagine how the Ma family would retaliate. Zhang Bing ignored them, focusing on comforting Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting. Soon, all the hospital leaders rushed over in a panic, and Gao Feng and Shirlei hurried down. Ma Chao had lost too much blood and had fallen into a coma. His condition was extremely dangerous. As the son of the richest man in the capital, a hospital dared not be negligent and immediately began emergency treatment. In another ward, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting's emotions had calmed down significantly after being comforted by Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan, and the arriving Lu Ruyan. Qin Yuan looked at the calm Zhang Bing and quietly asked, "Brother, did Ma Chao really fall by himself?" Zhang Bing smiled and said, "The hospital windows are specially treated to prevent patients from jumping out in desperation. How could Ma Chao fall by himself?" Then, Qin Yuan had already guessed but was still not completely sure. "It's nothing." Zhang Bing didn't care and said, "There were only a few of us in the room. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. It was I who threw Ma Chao down. For scum like him, I would do it again without hesitation. It's over, this situation has completely spiraled out of control." Lu Ruyan said with a worried expression, "If Ma Chao can be saved, that's one thing. If he dies, the Ma family will definitely seek revenge." Miss Qin, Miss Wang. Zhang Yunfeng also spoke up, saying, "I was the one who pushed Ma Chao down. It has nothing to do with Mr. Zhang. If the Ma family seeks revenge, I will take full responsibility. It's just a life for a life." Dad. Zhang Tingting choked out. "Ting, remember, when the police investigate later, you must grit your teeth and push everything onto me. Don't involve Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yunfeng was determined to take all the blame to clear Zhang Bing's name. "Mr. Zhang, you are a good person, my life was saved by you, and today you saved Ting as well. Don't worry, I know what to do. I only ask you to look after Ting in the future. She is the only one I am worried about." Hearing Zhang Yunfeng's words, Zhang Bing immediately comforted him. "Uncle Zhang, where are you thinking? Don't worry, it will be fine. Besides, there's no need for you to take the blame. Ma Chao was thrown down by me, and there are no surveillance cameras here, so there are no witnesses. If the Ma family seeks revenge, let them come. I'm not someone to be trifled with." Just then, a convoy of luxury cars arrived at the hospital, and a middle-aged man with a distinguished demeanor stepped out. It was Ma Yuntang, the richest man in Kyoto. "Mr. Ma, hello, Mr. Ma." As the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yuntang was a top-tier billionaire even on the Forbes list of the entire Long country. Moreover, the Ma family was not just wealthy, their connections were equally formidable. Upon learning that his son had fallen from the 5th floor of the hospital and was currently in emergency care, Ma Yuntang immediately dropped everything and rushed to the hospital. "Damn it!" Ma Yuntang arrived in a furious rage, directly cursing at the group of people who greeted him. "What is Ma Chao's condition now?" Immediately organize the best experts for the rescue, using the best medical technology, no matter the cost. Ma Yuntang was furious. Although Ma Chao had a somewhat arrogant personality, he was overall an excellent son. He only had this one son, whom he cherished deeply. "Mr. Ma, the young master fell from the 5th floor. The situation is not optimistic," said Peng Biao, the chief physician, who had already organized the rescue with the hospital's important leaders. But as a professional doctor, he was also aware of the gravity of the situation. "Bastard!" Ma Yuntang didn't care about anything else. Upon hearing Peng Biao's words, he slapped him. "If my son dies in your hospital, none of you will get away with it." "Mr. Ma, please calm down, please calm down." Gao Feng, seeing that Ma Yuntang was furious, quickly came to appease him. Seeing Gao Feng, Ma Yuntang suppressed his anger and gave Gao Feng some face. "What happened? Ma Chao was fine, how could he fall from the 5th floor? Director Gao, have you investigated the cause?" Faced with Ma Yuntang's series of questions, Gao Feng had no choice but to take him aside and briefly explain the situation. After listening, Ma Yuntang's forehead darkened. He wasn't angry that his son bullied others. After all, that was nothing. What angered him was that it seemed Ma Chao didn't fall on his own. there was likely more to the story. Where is that person? Bring him to me immediately, Ma Yuntong ordered. Gao Feng showed a difficult expression and replied in a low voice, Mr. Ma, that Zhang Bing is very young but quite capable and wealthy. He has Bai Xiaochun backing him. Bai Xiaochun. Ma Yuntang clenched his fists and said, so what if it's Bai Xiaochun? If something happens to Ma Chao today, I won't give Bai Xiaochun any face. Stop talking nonsense, go bring those people to the conference room right now. I want to ask them personally. Gao Feng had no choice but to take Shirlei with him to find Zhang Bing. At that moment, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Lu Ruyan, Zhang Tingting, and Zhang Yunfeng were discussing in another ward. Gao Feng and Shirlei burst in aggressively, their attitude very hostile. Director Gao, Shirlei, what do you want? Qin Yuanyuan stood up and asked sternly. Gao Feng directly ignored Qin Yuanyuan, staring at Zhang Bing, and coldly said, Mr. Ma wants to talk to you, come with us. Hearing that Ma Yunting had come personally, Qin Yuanyuan and Lu Ruyan felt a bit nervous, but Zhang Bing looked indifferent and disdainfully said, if Ma Yunting wants to talk to me, fine, let him come see me. You! Zhang Bing's response infuriated Gao Feng and Shirlei. Don't be too arrogant, just because you have Bai Xiaochun backing you doesn't mean you can look down on everyone. Even Bai Xiaochun would be polite in front of Mr. Ma. Get lost. Zhang Bing retorted without holding back, angrily shouting, stop your nonsense, if Ma Yunting wants to talk, he can come, if not, you can get the hell out. Seeing Zhang Bing furious, Qin Yuanyuan immediately signaled to persuade him. Brother, forget it, Ma Yunting is the richest man in Kyoto, since he wants to talk, we should go. Yes, Zhang, let's go together, Lu Ruyan also advised from the side. They understood the situation better, knowing Ma Yunting's power and status, so they persuaded Zhang Bing to let it go. Hearing Qin Yuanyuan and Lu Ruyan's advice, Zhang Bing reluctantly agreed. He then followed Gao Feng and Shirlei out with Qin Yuanyuan, Lu Ruyan, Zhang Tingting, and Zhang Yunfeng. In the conference room, Ma Yunting was pacing back and forth with a cigar in his mouth. Pang Biao, Ma Zhanshan, and other senior members of the Ma family stood on either side, not daring to breathe. At this moment, Gao Feng and Shirlei brought in Zhang Bing and the others. Mr. Ma, this is Zhang Bing, Gao Feng introduced, pointing at Zhang Bing. Ma Yunting immediately threw away his cigar and shouted, is it you who pushed my son down the stairs? You have some nerve, daring to harm my son. Do you think just because you have a few coins in your pocket you can act recklessly? Ma Yunting's demeanor was extremely arrogant, starting off with threats. Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said, first, ask your son what he did. Your son only got what he deserved. What did you say? Do you want to die? As soon as Zhang Bing finished speaking, without Ma Yunting saying anything, a group of people immediately jumped out to reprimand him. Mr. Ma. Qin Yuanyuan took a deep breath and stood up to speak for Zhang Bing. This was her first time seeing the famous richest man in Kyoto. I am Qin Yuanyuan. It was Ma Chao who went too far, trying to tarnish Tingting, which led to this tragedy. Qin family girl. Ma Yunting snorted coldly. Do you still think it's the time when your old man was in power? Get out of the way. You have no say here. Zhang Bing couldn't stand it anymore and sarcastically said, it seems like father, like son. It's not wrong to say that the father is at fault for not teaching the son. Bastard! Ma Yunting was furious, pointing at Zhang Bing and scolding, you little beast, I heard you have some money and know Bai Xiaochun, right? Do you think Bai Xiaochun can protect you? You better not point your finger at me. Zhang Bing was also fired up, standing his ground. Gao Feng. Ma Yunting gritted his teeth and ordered loudly, what are you still standing there for? Immediately arrest him. Gao Feng didn't hesitate, signaling to Shirlei, and they both took out their weapons and moved towards Zhang Bing. On what grounds are you arresting him? Qin Yuanyuan protested, asking back, do you have any evidence? Just because you are the richest man in Kyoto? Shut up, you little girl. In a fit of rage, Ma Yunting slapped Qin Yuanyuan across the face. Ma Yunting, how dare you hit Sister Yuanyuan? Zhang Bing's anger erupted in an instant, his fists clenched, the muscles and bones in his body cracking with tension. You little beast, not only do I dare to hit this foul girl, but today I want all of you to accompany my son to the grave. With that, Ma Yunting shouted, get to it. Disable this little beast and this father-daughter pair. Ma Yunting, you dare. Zhang Bing was frantic, he didn't care for himself, but Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting would suffer. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, and in an instant, his ancient martial arts kicked in, moving with incredible speed as he flashed towards Ma Yunting. Before anyone could react, he had seized Ma Yunting's throat with one hand. Ma Yunting, if you dare to act recklessly, I'll kill you right now. The others were terrified, knowing Zhang Bing was quite skilled, but they never expected him to be this extreme. Zhang Bing, don't do anything reckless. Let Mr. Ma go immediately. Do you know who he is? Gao Feng, Shirlei, Ma Zhanshan, and others rushed over, warning Zhao Feng. Zhang Bing was unfazed, gripping Ma Yunting's throat. With just a little more force, he could snap it. Ma Yunting, don't think being the richest man in Kyoto makes you special. Since that's the case, let me tell you the truth. Your worthless son is the one I threw off the building. I'm acting on behalf of justice, so what? Ma Yunting struggled to breathe, never expecting this young man to be so ruthless, daring to attack him directly. You, just wait. Bai Xiaochun is your backing, right? Ma Yunting felt breathless and dared not act rashly, but his secretary and trusted aides had already started making calls for help. Ma Yunting, being the richest man in Kyoto, certainly had connections that wouldn't fear Bai Xiaochun. Fine, I'll wait. Zhang Bing was determined. After all, he had Zhao Lao backing him, so what was there to fear? Moreover, he felt no remorse in dealing with scum like Ma Chao. I want to see just how powerful you, the richest man in Kyoto, really are. Soon, the situation reached a stalemate. Gao Feng, Shirlei, and Ma Zhanshan surrounded Zhang Bing and the others, and they had already notified other officers from the police station who were on their way. Ma Yunting's confidants had also gone outside to inform their connections. Xin Yuan and Lu Ruyan were urgently making calls for help as well. Both sides were competing for backing. But to everyone, it seemed that although Zhang Bing was powerful, he couldn't match Ma Yunting, the richest man in Kyoto. Moreover, everyone believed Zhang Bing's backing was Bai Xiaochun, who was Li Tai's secretary. Li Tai was indeed a major player, but Ma Yunting surely knew many big shots at that level. Just then, news came from the hospital. After a round of emergency treatment, Ma Chao's life was saved, but he would have to stay in the hospital for at least 6 months and would likely be left with a lifelong disability. Hearing this news, Ma Yunting felt somewhat relieved. A disability was better than death. Mr. Ma, we've contacted the department, and they said they're coming over personally to check the situation, so you can rest easy. Ma Yunting's secretary entered, holding a phone. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan and Lu Ruyan looked terrified. They never expected Ma Yunting could directly call such a big shot from the department for support. In contrast, Zhang Bing remained calm. He had heard of the department head, who was indeed a well-known figure. Zhang Bing, you little beast, remember, no one can save you today, not even if Li Tai comes in person. Although Ma Yunting was under Zhang Bing's control, his attitude remained arrogant. Fool, stop barking. I'm waiting, Zhang Bing replied confidently. Time passed second by second, and about 20 minutes later, the first to arrive at the hospital was Director Qin Guanghua. Qin Guanghua was an upright person and had long understood the ins and outs of the situation, but he truly could not afford to offend Ma Yunting given his background and status. Mr. Ma, why make things so tense? Can't we just take a step back? Qin Guanghua, shut your mouth, this is none of your business. Ma Yunting completely disregarded Qin Guanghua, reprimanding him. When your old man was still in power, I reluctantly gave your Qin family some face, but what is your Qin family now? Get lost, I tell you, Minister Guan will be here soon. Qin Guanhua's face was grim, and he could only sigh repeatedly. A few minutes later, a black sedan arrived at the hospital. A middle-aged man stepped out, exuding the aura of someone in power. Upon seeing him, Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and everyone else wore flattering expressions. Minister Guan, thank you for coming despite your busy schedule. The visitor was indeed Minister Guan, a powerful figure with a good relationship with Ma Yunting. Yunting, that kid Ma Chao has escaped life-threatening danger, right? Minister Guan did not directly say he was there to support Ma Yunting, only that he came to check on Ma Chao, but everyone knew the real reason. Thank you for your concern, Minister Guan. He just escaped life-threatening danger, but he will be left with a lifelong disability. Oh, Minister Guan responded and then looked at the people in the conference room, noticing Zhang Bing still had his hand around Ma Yunting's throat. Xiao Gao, what are your officers doing? Gao Feng immediately understood, pointing his gun at Zhang Bing, threatening, Zhang Bing, let Mr. Ma go immediately. Zhang Bing sneered, saying, if you have the guts, shoot me and see who is faster. I won't let go until my people arrive. Minister Guan glanced at Zhang Bing and said calmly, young man, you are too disrespectful of the law. I heard you know Xiao Bai, right? He. Zhang Bing chuckled, catching the underlying meaning in Minister Guan's words. Directly referring to Bai Xiaochun as Xiao Bai was undoubtedly a warning to him, but his backing was certainly not Xiao Bai. Minister Guan, please understand the situation before speaking. That beast Ma Chao didn't die from the fall, it's just his luck. Just then, Bai Xiaochun and a middle-aged man finally arrived. This middle-aged man was Li Tai, Secretary Li, whose status was slightly below Minister Guan's. Minister Guan, you are here too? Li Tai exclaimed as he and Bai Xiaochun entered. Minister Guan nodded and chuckled. Xiao Li, I came to see how Ma Chao is doing. you brought Xiaobai along? Minister Guan was clearly asking a question he already knew the answer to, subtly warning Li Tai. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun immediately replied politely, Minister Guan, Zhang Bing is a friend of mine. I heard he had an accident, so Secretary Li and I came to check on him. Oh, Minister Guan responded. Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun naturally knew about the relationship between Minister Guan and Ma Yunting. He was there to support Ma Yunting and intimidate them. However, Li Tai was very clear about who was behind Zhang Bing, and in front of him, Minister Guan was also just Xiao Guan. Zhang Bing, are you okay? This was Li Tai's first time meeting Zhang Bing, and he asked with concern. Secretary Li, I'm fine for now, Zhang Bing replied with a smile. Since you're fine, let Mr. Ma go first. Don't worry, I'm here, Li Tai gave Zhang Bing an assuring look. Zhang Bing nodded and finally released Ma Yunting. Ma Yunting rubbed his neck and directly shouted, Secretary Li, don't say I didn't give you face. Today, in front of Minister Guan, you need to make a choice. I must deal with this Zhang Bing severely. Li Tai chuckled and said, Mr. Ma, we've all heard about the matter between Zhang Bing and your son. I think it's best if we each take a step back and let it go. Secretary Li, I clearly tell you that it's impossible to let it go. Ma Yunting was very aggressive, relying on Minister Guan's support. The department head chuckled and said, Xiao Li, you don't need to worry about this. Li Tai just smiled and didn't respond, then said he was going out to make a phone call. Seeing this, Ma Yunting thought things were stable. After all, no matter how impressive Li Tai was, he was still Xiao Li in front of the department head. Zhang Bing, kneel down for me. Ma Yunting shouted angrily at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, suddenly darted forward, and slapped Ma Yunting. This slap is for the one you just gave Sister Yuan Yuan. Before Ma Yunting and the others could react, Zhang Bing raised his hand and slapped again. This slap is to tell you that you have failed to teach your son properly. You haven't managed your foolish son. The two consecutive slaps left Ma Yunting stunned, shocking the department head. A big shot. You dare to make a move in front of the department head? Zhang Bing, you. The department head's forehead darkened quickly, and he stared at Zhang Bing with displeasure, saying, Young man, it seems you really are lawless. It's time to teach you a lesson. Humph. Zhang Bing had a very poor impression of this department head because he immediately took Ma Yunting's side without distinguishing right from wrong. I look forward to how you plan to teach me a lesson, he. The muscles on the department head's face twitched as he exchanged glances with Gao Feng, who understood immediately. Even with Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun present, it wouldn't matter. This was the department head's intention. Wait. At this moment, Li Tai walked in again with his phone. Department head, there's a call I need you to take. The department head, Ma Yunting, and the others were not fools. They all understood that Li Tai had definitely gone out to make a call to connect with his network. However, even in Kyoto, the department head was still a top big shot. Secretary Li, it seems you are determined to help this Zhang Bing, not even giving face to the department head, right? Ma Yunting had already received 2 slaps from Zhang Bing, and his face was swollen. As the richest man in Kyoto, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? It was no longer just about avenging his son, he had to kill Zhang Bing. The department head's expression was also not good, looking at Li Tai with a warning. Xiao Li, I won't listen to anyone's call right now. Department head, I advise you to take the call. Li Tai had a sheepish smile on his face. The person on the other end of the line could only call the department head Xiao Guan in front of him. Upon hearing Li Tai say this, the department head finally took the phone, cleared his throat, and said, Hello, this is Guan. An elderly voice came from the other end, Xiao Guan. Upon hearing this voice, the department head looked as if he had seen a ghost and immediately turned off the speaker. Yes, what you instructed is, okay. In just a few short sentences, the department head straightened his back like a student who had done something wrong. After handing the phone back to Li Tai, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. His attitude made a complete turnaround, and he said to Zhang Bing, Xiao Zhang, it's all a misunderstanding. Regarding your matter with Ma Chao, see if you have any other requests. The department head's change left Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and the others dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the fawning department head. Department head, what is this? Ma Yunting cautiously asked for confirmation. Ma Yunting, it's your failure to teach your son. What Xiao Zhang said is absolutely correct. You better discipline your son well. Ma Yunting was completely stunned, unable to believe it. Zhang Bing sneered and walked up to Ma Yunting, Gao Feng, and Shirlei. Ma Yunting, how is it? Did you think you could cover the sky with one hand? Ma Yunting and the others looked awkward. Even a fool could tell that the person behind Zhang Bing was someone even the department head couldn't provoke. Remember, all matters end here. Everyone mind their own business. If there's a next time, you will bear the consequences. Hearing that Zhang Bing intended to let it go, the department head and Li Tai both stepped in to smooth things over. Ma Yunting, Aren't you going to thank Zhang Bing right away? Zhang Bing is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. You should take care of yourself. Ma Yunting's mind was racing. Being the richest man meant he was certainly intelligent, and he immediately put on a serious face. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I will definitely discipline Ma Chao strictly from now on. Poof. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to the terrified Gao Feng and Shirlei, looking at them with amusement. The two were already sweating profusely, feeling like they were done for. Just as they were about to say something nice, Zhang Bing didn't give them the chance. Director Guan, Secretary Li, Secretary Bai, these two are much more harmful than Ma Chao. I've said it before, if they can still wear that skin in the future, I'll write my name backward. So, you all can handle it as you see fit. After saying this, Zhang Bing walked over to support Zhang Yunfeng, calling out to Qin Yuanyuan, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Tingting, and they all left. Once Zhang Bing and the others were gone, Ma Yunting could no longer hold back and asked, Director Guan, who was behind Zhang Bing. Director Guan's face darkened, looking at Ma Yunting with resentment, clearly affected by this matter as well. Don't ask who it is, take care of yourself. Don't come to me unless it's something important. And Gao Feng, Shirlei, you two have 3 days to resign on your own. After saying this, Director Guan quickly left. Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun smiled and also left. After successfully resolving the matter with Ma Yunting, Zhang Bing returned to the Tianlong Grand Hotel with a few people. Nowadays, the Tianlong Grand Hotel had become Zhang Bing's main activity base. The luxurious mansion worth 50 million that the system had given him before had been bought but remained unoccupied. After some thought, Zhang Bing decided to let Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting live in that mansion. After all, Zhang Yunfeng had not fully recovered yet, and it was quite troublesome for him to come from his hometown in Kyoto for checkups. Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting were extremely grateful for this, making Zhang Bing feel quite embarrassed. If it weren't for the fact that they refused to accept it, a 50 million mansion was nothing. Giving it away wouldn't be a big deal. Watching Zhang Bing personally take Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting to the Bu Lanting mansion, Lu Ruyan and Qin Yuanyuan observed closely. The two women had their own thoughts, exchanging glances, each understanding the other's unspoken feelings. Young, wealthy, loyal, and with a powerful background that even Director Guan feared, who wouldn't like such a person? Sister Yuan, should we tell Hanyuan about this? Lu Ruyan asked. Qin Yuanyuan thought for a moment and said, we must tell Sister Hanyue. The two smiled at each other, clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Bing's special treatment of Zhang Tingting. After bringing the father and daughter to the mansion, Zhang Yunfeng, being very understanding, said he would go buy some things. In fact, it was to create an opportunity for the two. Zhang Tingting dressed simply but had an extremely alluring figure. Brother, I don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, my dad and I really wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Tingting looked at Zhang Bing, expressing her gratitude. Zhang Bing smiled and said, it's nothing, we're friends. Friends don't need to say thanks. Zhang Tingting lowered her head, walked in front of Zhang Bing, and suddenly asked, brother, do you think I'm pretty? This question made Zhang Bing's heart race immediately. Beautiful. Then do you like me, brother? Zhang Tingting took a deep breath, not knowing where her courage came from. She pushed Zhang Bing down onto the bed. Tingting, what are you doing? No, please don't. Brother, you've helped me so much. I have nothing to thank you with, so let me thank you with my body. You're a good person. Zhang Bing's breathing quickened. Although he had long had feelings for Zhang Tingting, he already had a girlfriend, and he didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability. With his capabilities, he didn't know how many women would throw themselves at him. Tingting, don't do this, I have a girlfriend, and I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Zhang Tingting directly sat down and slowly took off her top. Brother, I know this is unfair to Sister Huanxue, but I just want to thank you like this. I've never had a boyfriend before. No way, Tingting, calm down. Zhang Bing said no, but his body was very honest. However, hearing Zhang Tingting say it was just to repay him, he did feel a bit disappointed. There are all kinds of women when you have money, but those who are sincere and not after money are rare. Brother, don't dislike me. I like you, and I'm giving myself to you. I have no regrets. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing, who had just felt disappointed, suddenly became very interested. Zhang Tingting directly leaned on him and kissed him. The next morning, Zhang Bing woke up early from his sleep. After having relations with Zhang Tingting last night, he found it hard to face Zhang Yunfeng, so he made an excuse to return to the Tianlong Grand Hotel overnight. Waking up early, Lin Huanxue had already arrived. Today, Lin Huanxue was wearing a halter top, exposing a third of her snow-white skin, completely different from her usual style. Huanxue, why are you so sexy today? Zhang Bing asked. Lin Huanxue was a bit angry and asked, I don't mind you giving the house to Tingting and Uncle Zhang, but why didn't you call me when you took them there? Why didn't you let Sister Yuanyuan or Wolin go with you? Tell me, Are you trying to make a move on Tingting? Zhang Bing felt a bit guilty and argued, Huanxue, don't say that. Tingting is innocent. If this gets out, it will affect others' reputations. Lin Huanxue didn't quite believe him but didn't press further. Get up quickly, a distant cousin is coming back to the country today and wants to treat my parents to dinner. My dad means to invite you too. Zhang Bing wanted to refuse. After all, they weren't married yet and were still studying, so meeting relatives so soon wasn't very good. Maybe I shouldn't go, it's not good to meet relatives so soon. No, you have to go. Lin Huanxue said unhappily, that distant cousin is a returnee. I heard his family is quite wealthy and he used to like me a lot. My dad means he wants you to. At this point, Lin Huanxue felt a bit shy. Zhang Bing understood immediately and smiled, asking, does your dad want me to show your cousin who's boss? Lin Huanxue replied, alright, no problem. Since that's the case, I'll see how strong your cousin is. 20 minutes later, they came down from the room hand in hand. Zhang Bing first called Li Ben, the president of Kyoto Bank, asking him to immediately get him the most expensive luxury car, specifically a Bentley. As for the price, there was no need to consider it, just buy it with his eyes closed. The only requirement was to be quick, as he needed it in an hour and a half. After arranging all this, Lin Jin also called. He said that the returnee cousin Lin Feng had arrived and that the restaurant for dinner had been booked. Surprisingly, the hotel was booked at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. This made Zhang Bing laugh. It seemed that the Tianlong Grand Hotel was still quite powerful in Kyoto under the Wang family's management. This returnee cousin chose his own hotel to show off. Huanxue, it seems your cousin probably doesn't know the hotel is mine. Lin Huanxue's face turned red, pinching Zhang Bing and scolding, you're so bad. Zhang Bing laughed heartily and immediately called Lu Ruyan to understand the situation. It turned out that after Lu Ruyan became the general manager, she had elevated the hotel's restaurant as a flagship business. Moreover, she had spent a fortune to poach several Michelin 3-star chefs from Wawa to take charge. So now, the Tianlong Grand Hotel was famous not just for the club on the 8th floor but also for its high-standard dining. Yes, Mr. Zhang, someone did indeed reserve a table at our hotel just now. From the sound of it, they seem quite wealthy and asked us to prepare the best and most expensive, claiming that money is not an issue, Lu Ruoyan said truthfully. I see, Zhang Bing thought for a moment and said, this person is Lin Shue's distant cousin. When they arrive later, make sure to arrange things well, and remember to be generous, you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Lin Shue and then back at Zhang Bing, replying, Mr. Shang, I know what to do. After a while, Lin Jin and his wife, having dressed up specially, arrived as well. Seeing Zhang Bing and Lin Shue holding hands and looking affectionate, the couple beamed with joy. Xiao Bing, Lin Feng has been abroad for a while and can be a bit arrogant. Sometimes he even looks down on me and your aunt, so you need to be prepared, Lin Jin said with a chuckle, clearly wanting to take down Lin Feng a notch while putting it this way. Don't worry, Uncle Lin, I'll handle it, Zhang Bing replied. But I'm curious, doesn't he know that you also have a stake in the Tianlong Grand Hotel? Lin Jin said, feeling somewhat awkward. If it weren't for your generosity, we Lin family members wouldn't have been able to say a word at Tianlong Grand Hotel before. Lin Feng has been abroad and doesn't know that Wang Ba has long since withdrawn. The hotel is now entirely yours. I see, a sly smile flashed across Zhang Bing's lips. Just then, a flashy new Ferrari supercar drifted in, catching everyone's attention. A young man in a white suit and sunglasses stepped out. Looking to be in his 20s, it was Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, you're here. Lin Jin and his wife greeted him politely as they approached. Uncle, Aunt, Lin Feng nodded, his expression one of arrogance, and then he immediately spotted Lin Shue holding hands with Zhang Bing. I came back in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts, but this Ferrari has been gathering dust in the airport parking lot, so why not give it to my cousin Shue? As he spoke, Lin Feng swaggered over to Lin Shue, his tone light but dripping with condescension. Cousin, it's been a while since we last met. You're even more beautiful and sexy than before. This sports car is for you. Lin Feng completely ignored Zhang Bing, and even with sunglasses on, it was clear to everyone that his gaze hadn't left Lin Shue's chest. Thank you, cousin, but I don't like it, Lin Shue replied. Don't mention it. This sports car is worth at least 5 million, Lin Feng boasted. Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer and smiled as he said, Cousin, right? With that outdated sports car of yours, you might as well keep it for yourself. It doesn't match Lin Shue, understand? Oh, Lin Feng sneered, taking off his sunglasses and disdainfully said, so you're Lin Shue's boyfriend? I don't think you're anything special. May I ask what car you drive? What do you do for a living? What's your income? Zhang Bing let out a cold laugh and said, as for the car, I just donated one recently. As for work, sorry, I'm studying at Kyoto University of Arts. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't contain himself and mocked. So you're just a student with no car or job, Huh? Cousin, please be more polite. Zhang Bing is my boyfriend, Lin Shui said, displeased. Shui, if you're going to find someone, at least find someone with some capability. Why settle for any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Lin Feng scrutinized Zhang Bing, seeing that he looked like a student with no power, and was thus quite rude. Just as Lin Shui was about to explain, Zhang Bing interrupted her. He glanced at Lin Feng, finding him even more annoying than what Lin Jin had described. You want to test my capabilities, huh? What? You think you have any capability? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, and just then, a convoy of cars appeared ahead. All of them were brand new Bentleys, and at first glance, there were at least a dozen. Li Ben, what's going on? Didn't I tell him to get the latest model? Why did he bring a whole fleet? Seeing the brand new Bentleys, Zhang Bing couldn't help but mutter to himself. Enough, country bumpkin. Compared to me, Lin Feng, you might as well hope for a better life in your next life. Lin Feng cursed, pointing at Zhang Bing with an arrogant attitude. Leave Han Shui immediately, that sports car is yours. Ha! Zhang Bing couldn't hold back any longer and sarcastically said, do you see this Bentley fleet? I could buy them all with a single word, got it? Ha ha! Lin Feng burst into laughter, thinking Zhang Bing's boast was ridiculous. Before you brag, you should do your homework. This is clearly a VIP service provided by Bentley in the Dragon Country region, bringing all the most luxurious cars from the store for VIP clients to choose from. Just you? Zhang Bing sneered. Looks like you know quite a bit. Is it possible that this VIP client is me? You? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then laughed even harder, saying, if that's the case, I, Lin Feng, will lick the floor. Remember what you said, make sure to lick it clean when you do, Zhang Bing replied and walked over. At this moment, the fleet parked in order. All were the latest models, starting at a minimum of 6 million, with a total of 25 vehicles. The imposing lineup parked neatly at the hotel entrance immediately attracted a crowd. Li Ben and a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman got out of the front car. Each Bentley behind them had a tall, handsome driver in black suits, ties, and white gloves. Mr. Zhen. Hello, Mr. Zhen. Li Ben got out of the car and jogged over, bowing respectfully as he called out, while the 20 or so drivers behind him also bowed and shouted in unison, hello, Mr. Zhen. This scene directly stunned Lin Feng, who was about to jump out and mock them. Hello, Mr. Zheng. I am Catherine, the president of Bentley's Dragon Country region. I apologize for the urgency of your request, so I took the liberty of urgently mobilizing all the available cars from the Kyoto stores for you to choose from. I hope you are satisfied. The foreign woman spoke in relatively fluent Chinese, respectfully explaining to Zhang Bing. No problem. Zhang Bing smiled mysteriously and turned to look at the dumbfounded Lin Feng. Then he waved his hand and said, I want all these available cars, full payment. Oh my god, Mr. Zhang, is this true? Are you sure? Both Catherine and Li Ben were stunned. These dozens of Bentleys were worth at least 2 small fortunes, and Zhang Bing actually said he would take them all, and with full payment. What a fuss! Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said casually, Li Bank manager, you handle the payment, contract, and other procedures for me. Is there any problem? No problem, no problem. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. Good. Zhang Bing continued lightly, Uncle Lin, Auntie, and bank managerly, each of you pick one, no need to be polite. The rest, let roll and find someone to drive them away later, and give them as year-end bonuses to outstanding employees. Upon hearing this, not only Li Ben but even Catherine was stunned. Even Lin Huanshui and Lin Jin felt their hearts bleed, feeling the pain. Although this was Zhang Bing's money and he didn't care at all, they had long accepted that Zhang Bing was the son-in-law of the Lin family. Li Ben and Catherine were so excited they could hardly speak, wishing they could kneel down and thank Zhang Bing immediately. After casually wrapping up all this, Zhang Bing smiled at the petrified Lin Feng. Cousin, how about it? How does it compare to your broken Ferrari supercar? Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling like he had hit a brick wall this time. However, he was still stubborn and had some strength. Although his funds were clearly far less than Zhang Bing's, his connections might not be. New money? What's so great about having a little money? Lin Feng stubbornly said, the owner of the Tianlong Grand Hotel is my friend, you know? This time, the highest specification private room we booked, all expenses are on the house, and the hotel restaurant even specially sent us a bottle of 40-year-old Mao Tai. No matter how rich you are, can you buy a bottle of 40-year-old Mao Tai? He. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh. He knew that what Lin Feng said was definitely arranged by Lu Ruyan. However, this fool Lin Feng still thought the hotel was Wang Ba's, that it was Wang Ba who had instructed it. We'll talk about this later, please lick the floor clean for me first. You. Lin Feng certainly refused to lick the floor. What? A real man, this is what you just said. Do you want to go back on your word? Zhang Bing threatened. Kid, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, you have to keep your word, lick the floor right now. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously and shouted, "Kid, this time a big shot from Kyoto invited me back to participate in the National University Martial Arts competition. You dare to make me lick the floor? With just one word from me, no matter how rich you are, it won't matter." Hearing this, Zhang Bing was a bit surprised. This was something Feng Qianqiu and old Zhao had mentioned to him, a matter of national glory. He didn't expect someone to invite Lin Feng back. It seemed this Lin Feng had some skills. "Oh really? Which big shot invited you back?" Zhang Bing mocked. "Oof," Lin Feng proudly said. "Li Tai, do you know Secretary Li?" Zhang Bing almost couldn't hold back. He didn't expect Lin Feng was actually invited back by Li Tai. Li Tai was indeed a big shot, but in front of him, that was quite a compliment. Hearing this, Lin Jin and his wife were also shocked. They didn't expect their nephew Lin Feng to have connections with someone like Li Tai. They were unaware of the incident involving the hospital and the richest man, Jack Ma. To prevent things from getting awkward, the couple immediately came over to smooth things over. "Xiao Bing, how about we let it go? We're all family. Lin Feng, you should be careful too. Just apologize to Xiao Bing and let it go." Lin Huanxue saw that it was about time. After all, getting dozens of Bentleys in one go, giving one to each person, was enough to shock her cousin. After all, they were relatives. Licking the floor was too embarrassing. "Zhang Bing, forget it. I guess he knows your strength now." Hearing Lin Huanxue, Lin Jin and his wife persuaded, and Zhang Bing finally relented. "Remember, if you want to test your strength against me, I'm always ready." Humph. Lin Feng was clearly still unconvinced, but even if he sold his kidney, he couldn't come up with enough cash to buy dozens of Bentleys. "Alright, Xiao Bing, Lin Feng, let's go in and eat." Lin Jin and his wife smiled. Then the group walked into the restaurant together. As soon as they entered the private room, even Zhang Bing was shocked by the luxurious decor inside. Although it was his own hotel, it was his first time dining here. Seeing Zhang Bing's astonished expression, Lin Feng felt an opportunity had come and said with a smirk, "It seems there is still a difference between nouveau riche and aristocrats in this world." "What? Even if you're very rich, you can't book such a high-end private hotel restaurant room, right? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my face, you wouldn't be able to book this even if you spent a lot of money." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Jin and his wife, along with Lin Huanxue, were completely speechless. Little did they know, the entire hotel belonged to Zhang Bing. A mere private room could be turned into a restroom if he wanted. "Oh really? Your face is quite big." Zhang Bing looked at Lin Feng as if he were a clown. Of course, Lin Feng was completely oblivious to Zhang Bing's sarcasm and seemed very pleased. "Huanxue, uncle, aunt, I know the owner of this hotel. He gives me a lot of face. I heard you had some cooperation with the hotel before. Do you want me to give you a heads up?" Lin Jin and his wife, along with Lin Huanxue, were utterly speechless. "There's no need, Lin Feng, just having this intention is enough," Lin Jin said awkwardly. "Uncle, aunt, it's fine, we're all family." Lin Feng began to speak sarcastically again, looking at Zhang Bing with disdain. "I'm not like some people who think they're impressive just because they have a bit of money. In our class, being rich isn't anything special. What matters is strength and connections." Zhang Bing sneered. "Oh really? What a coincidence. I also know the owner of the Tianlong Hotel." "You?" Lin Feng was a bit surprised, but mostly skeptical. "Why don't you believe me?" Zhang Bing teased. This time, Lin Feng was smarter. He didn't rush to threaten Zhang Bing, especially after the incident with the Bentley convoy outside had embarrassed him. If it weren't for Lin Jin's family speaking up for him, he would have had to lick the floor. After all, being this rich, even if he was a nouveau riche, knowing the owner of the Tianlong Hotel wasn't that surprising. But Lin Feng was instantly convinced that even if Zhang Bing really knew the hotel owner, it couldn't compare to him. Before he got off the plane, he personally called to make a reservation, and the restaurant's general manager told him that all expenses today would be waived, plus a bottle of 40-year-old Mao Tai that money couldn't buy. So, Lin Feng was sure this was to give him face, especially since he had hinted in the circle before returning that Li Tai had specifically invited him back. "So what if you know him? Can you have the same face as me, with all expenses waived and a special supply of 40-year-old Mao Tai?" Zhang Bing couldn't hold back anymore, grinning. "Is it possible that this Mao Tai and the waived expenses have nothing to do with you?" "Humph," Lin Feng said coldly, "if it has nothing to do with me, does it have anything to do with you? Who doesn't know that I, Lin Feng, was personally invited back to the country by Secretary Li Tai's secretary?" Seeing Lin Feng still trying to put on a show in front of him, Zhang Bing didn't let it slide. "If that's the case, why don't you call the owner of the Tianlong Hotel to confirm?" "Alright, let a nouveau riche like you see." Lin Feng was quite confident, pulling out his phone and dialing Wang Ba's number. To show off in front of Lin Huanxue and Lin Jin, he even put it on speaker. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Wang, this is Lin Feng, the Lin Feng who was invited back to the country by Secretary Li Tai for the Three Kingdoms University Martial Arts Competition. Oh, it's young Master Lin. What can I do for you? Mr. Wang, I'm currently at your Tianlong Hotel, could you come over? The Tianlong Hotel hasn't belonged to me for a long time, and I won't be going there again. That's it, goodbye. After saying that, Wang Ba hung up the phone without hesitation. Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lin Jin all wore strange smiles. Lin Feng, is this the hotel owner you know? Lin Feng looked embarrassed. He really didn't know that Wang Ba had already been dismissed by Zhang Bing. But when he called to make the reservation, the hotel manager had indeed been very polite and had claimed the expenses would be waived, even sending wine. Alright, I'll call again, Lin Feng said, dialing the previous reservation number again and specifically asking for the hotel manager to come over. This time the call was quickly connected, and the voice was indeed Lu Ruyan. Less than a minute after hanging up, there was a knock on the door outside the private room. Lu Ruyan walked in, dressed in professional attire, looking quite hot, holding a bottle of Mao Tai that looked like it had some age to it, smiling as she entered. Mr. Wang, you are the general manager of the Tianlong Hotel, right? Lin Feng stood up and asked. Lu Ruyan nodded and politely replied, Mr. Lin, yes. Alright then. Lin Feng snorted coldly, provocatively glancing at Zhang Bing. Now tell this kid, is all the consumption here today waived, and is the bottle of Mao Tai you're holding a gift? Yao Ruyan smiled gently and said, Mr. Lin, yes, all expenses in this private room are on the house today, and this bottle of the rare 40-year-old Mao Tai, which money can't buy, is also a gift for you in this room. As soon as Yao Ruyan finished speaking, Lin Feng began shouting at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, did you hear that? What if you have more money than me? If you want to compete with me, I, Lin Feng, have 1,000 ways to show you the rules of high society. Zhang Bing, unhurried, glanced at Yao Ruyan and gave her a knowing look. Yao Ruyan understood immediately, cleared her throat to interrupt Lin Feng, who was lost in his fantasies, and continued, Mr. Lin, don't be anxious, I haven't finished yet. This wine is indeed a gift for this private room, and all expenses in this room are indeed on the house. However, this is based on President Zhang's face, and has nothing to do with you, so don't get it wrong. Of course, considering that you and President Zhang are relatives, if you come to consume in the future, you can get a 20% discount. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire private room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Lin Jin and his wife, along with Lin Huanxue, could no longer hold back and started laughing, covering their mouths. Lin Feng's face turned dark, feeling so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhang Bing also wore an awkward smile and asked, Cousin, how is it? You. Lin Feng's neck was bulging with veins from holding back his anger. Yao Ruyan walked over with a smile and respectfully asked, President Zhang, should we open the wine now? Zhang Bing nodded and said, Go ahead. Yao Ruyan, who was indeed a top salesperson, was very perceptive and emotionally intelligent. While opening the wine, she said, Mr. Lin, you should thank our President Zhang for this, as this wine cannot be bought on the market. It was specially given to President Zhang by a big shot. Also, President Zhang is the owner of our Tianlong Grand Hotel. At this point, Lin Feng could no longer stand firm and staggered back a few steps. He looked at Zhang Bing in shock, then at Lin Jin and Lin Huanxue, feeling a burning pain on his face. All right. Lin Jin saw that his son-in-law had indeed gained face today, making this distant nephew, who had always looked down on him, remember his place. So he spoke up to smooth things over. Lin Feng, Xiao Bing is just joking with you. Zhang Bing also laughed. Cousin, am I classy enough for high society now, huh? Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, feeling completely humiliated today. However, he still refused to accept it, believing he was a returnee and had been personally invited by Li Tai to participate in the competition. Even if Zhang Bing was very wealthy, he was nothing in front of a big shot like Li Tai. Alright, Zhang Bing, just wait, I was personally invited back to the country by Secretary Li to participate in the competition, just wait. After saying this, Lin Feng felt bored and directly stormed out. The next day, in the morning, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue woke up in the hotel suite. No one paid much attention to what happened yesterday with Lin Feng. However, Zhang Bing felt that sometimes this feeling was really quite enjoyable. Lin Huanxue, being more innocent, was unaware of the incident with Ma Yunting in the hospital last time, so she lay in his arms and reminded him, Zhang Bing, you need to be careful. My cousin has always been very competitive and petty. After being humiliated by you yesterday, I estimate he will definitely find a way to ask Secretary Li for help. Zhang Bing was unconcerned, thinking who would be good enough to ask Li Tai for support against him. That would be self-humiliation. Just then, a long-lost system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host's task completion rate has been very good recently, and is now granting the host a set of mind-reading skills. This set of mind-reading skills is as valuable as ancient medical techniques and ancient martial arts. Please consider whether to accept it, host. Mind-reading skills, wow. Zhang Bing was so excited that he almost shouted. This is incredible. With mind-reading skills, he would be invincible from the start. No matter if they were ordinary people, business elites, or powerful figures, he could easily grasp them all. I accept immediately. Ding! Reward achieved. As the system's voice faded, Zhang Bing suddenly felt something new in his mind. He knew it was the mind-reading skill just awarded by the system. What are you grinning about? Get up, we have to go to school today. Lin Huanxue pinched Zhang Bing and called out. Zhang Bing smiled and looked at Lin Huanxue. Instantly, he gained insight into her thoughts. So she likes to stand while peeing when she bathes and sings. She worries that I might abandon her, can accept me having several women, feels jealous of Lu Ruyan, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Tingting, and wants to have my child soon. After reading Lin Huanxue's thoughts, Zhang Bing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This mind-reading skill gifted by the system was incredibly useful. Even if it were worth billions, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. No, nothing. Zhang Bing retracted the mind-reading skill and replied, then got up to wash up. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the hotel lobby. Lu Ruyan was already waiting outside in her BMW. The three of them were from the same school and were all heading to school today. Once in the car, Zhang Bing used the mind-reading skill on Lu Ruyan. Wow, incredible. It turns out she really has never had a relationship with a man while selling houses, just skirting the edges. Only dated a scumbag boyfriend? Wants to stay by my side, even as a lover? Her family background is so poor, with a gambling father, a sick mother, and a broken home. Zhang Bing was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Lu Ruyan to be so different from what he thought. Not only was she independent and strong, but to survive well in Kyoto, she indeed sold her body, but it was all just skirting the edges, while she was serious with him. Moreover, her family background was very poor, and almost all her earnings went back to her gambling father. Sigh, it's not easy. Zhang Bing retracted the mind-reading skill and couldn't help but sigh. What's not easy? You're being all mysterious. Lin Huanxue complained from the side. Nothing. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment, then said to Lu Ruyan, who was driving, Senior, the new restaurant launched by the hotel proves your abilities are quite impressive. So, from now on, you will receive 5% of the hotel's annual profits as equity. Work hard, and I definitely won't treat you poorly. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lu Ruyan almost slammed on the brakes. One should know that 5% equity in the Tianlong Hotel would amount to tens of millions a year. Zhang Bing was generous without hesitation. Thank you, President Zhang, thank you. Lu Ruyan accepted without decline, but her tone was very excited. Zhang Bing immediately activated the mind-reading skill to see her thoughts. This glance startled him. At that moment, Lu Ruyan wished to send Lin Huanxue away immediately and have a moment with him in the car. At the same time, he checked Lin Huanxue's thoughts, which made him very pleased. Lin Huanxue was not dissatisfied or jealous about him casually giving Lu Ruyan 5% equity. Instead, she fully supported his idea of winning people's hearts and even liked his generous and magnanimous style. A few minutes later, they arrived at the school. Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanxue both got out of the car, as they were from different departments. Zhang Bing, however, had no interest in studying at all. With his current financial strength, why would he still need to study? Therefore, he lay directly in the car, contemplating that he needed to find an opportunity to read Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuan's thoughts. Zhang Tingting had already taken the initiative to have a relationship with him, but he couldn't quite gauge Qin Yuan, the mature woman, for the time being. Just as Zhang Bing was lost in thought, his phone rang, interrupting his musings. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Bai Xiaochun. Hello, Secretary Bai. What instructions do you have? Xiao Zhang, it's like this. Secretary Li discussed it and suggested that you should transfer your household registration to Kyoto. It will be more convenient for the upcoming Three Kingdoms University student competition. If you don't have anything else, please go back to your hometown as soon as possible to handle it. We will help you arrange things here in Kyoto. Okay. Zhang Bing agreed immediately. The household registration in Kyoto was indeed more prestigious, and since he was going to Kyoto to register, life was quite carefree. Plus it had been a while since he visited his parents. Moreover, he remembered very clearly that when he came to this art university, relatives and friends back home had mocked him a lot. They said things like how his family was clearly not well off, yet he went to an art school, and that he would struggle to find a job after graduating, and so on. Their social atmosphere was not good, filled with the notion that studying was useless. Especially since he was attending an expensive art school, most of his high school classmates went straight to work after graduation. Therefore, he was one of the few college students in his class and was often ridiculed. This was a perfect opportunity to go back and show those who looked down on him and mocked him what he had achieved. Wealthy people do not return home, like a brocade-clad figure walking in the night. With the things the system had given him, returning to his hometown would be a breeze. After lying in the car for about an hour, Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanxue walked out of the school together. After getting in the car, Zhang Bing told them about his plan to go back to his hometown to transfer his household registration to Kyoto. I want to go too, Lin Huanxue said without thinking. Zhang Bing did not respond directly but used his mind-reading ability to understand Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan's inner thoughts. Soon, he read that Lin Huanxue genuinely wanted to be with him and was worried about how many distractions would come his way once he returned home. Lu Ruyan also wanted to accompany him back but felt shy to say it. At the same time, she realized that she and Zhang Bing were from the same province in the south, just different cities. Zhang, you are from Shangnan. Actually, I am also from Shangnan. Can we go back home together this time? In the end, Lu Ruyan expressed her thoughts. Zhang Bing quickly understood through his mind reading that Lu Ruyan indeed wanted to go back to see her gambling father, her sick mother, and their broken home, while also wanting to be with him. After the three returned to the Tianlong Grand Hotel, Qin Yuanyuan arrived just in time. Upon learning that Zhang Bing was taking Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan back to Shangnan, a hint of disappointment flashed in Qin Yuanyuan's eyes. Zhang Bing immediately used his mind-reading ability to see what Qin Yuanyuan was thinking. So this mature woman likes me and wants to follow me to Shangnan, but work is inconvenient. Not bad, just started dating a boyfriend, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, likes European and American muscular men, exciting. Seeing Zhang Bing looking at her with a strange smile, Qin Yuanyuan snorted coldly and said, Zhang Bing, when do you plan to leave for Shangnan? Zhang Bing quickly came back to his senses and replied, tonight. Alright, originally my grandfather was being discharged from the hospital tonight, and Uncle Guanghua and Qin Feng wanted to invite you for dinner, but you'll have to wait until you come back. Qin Yuanyuan sighed, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. Then she greeted Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan and left in her Mercedes sports car without looking back. This girl is quite proud, Zhang Bing chuckled to himself, knowing through his mind reading that Qin Yuanyuan was feeling jealous and a bit unhappy. Taking Lu Ruyan with him, Lin Huanxue returned to Shangnan, wanting to go but unable to leave. Zhang Bing, it seems Sister Yuan is a bit unhappy, Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan noticed and said from the side. Zhang Bing shook his head and fabricated, maybe it's because we left in a hurry and couldn't attend the banquet at the Qin family tonight. It's fine, let her be. After that, Lin Huanxue went upstairs to pack, while Lu Ruyan was in charge of arranging the tickets. With nothing to do, Zhang Bing thought for a moment and decided to call Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting. Upon learning that Zhang Bing was going back to Shangnan for a while, Zhang Tingting expressed her desire to see him off, but Zhang Bing politely declined. First, he wanted to leave a bit of suspense and see Zhang Tingting's true thoughts after returning to Kyoto from Shangnan using his mind-reading skills. Second, Zhang Yunfeng still needed someone to take care of him. By the time the three of them arrived at Shangnan Tianzhou Airport by plane, it was already late at night. They took a car to the city and found a hotel to stay for the night, planning to return to their respective homes the next morning. The next day, in the morning, Lu Ruyan got up early and arranged some things. Although she was the hotel manager, she was acting as a stunning secretary. Qin Piaoxue looked a bit tired after being tossed around all night. Last night, she felt like Zhang Bing had become a different person, perfectly aligning with her thoughts. Little did she know, it was the result of Zhang Bing using his mind-reading skills. President Zhang, Huanxue, the car is ready. There are gifts prepared for meeting the parents for the first time. My family is in the neighboring Huangzhou. After I visit my mom, I'll come to Tianzhou to meet you, Lu Ruyan said softly. Okay, senior sister, you go home and take a look first. This is my hometown, I'm very familiar with it, so you don't need to worry about us. Yes, thank you, Ruyan. You're really thoughtful, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue said with smiles. Then both sides got into their cars and parted ways. Zhang Bing's family was just of ordinary means. He had intended to transfer a large sum of money to his parents, but as a student, he was suddenly worried about how to explain such a large amount of money without raising suspicions, which was a headache for him. In the car, Lin Huanxue was very nervous. It was her first time meeting the parents. Therefore, she kept asking about what to pay attention to and so on. Soon, they arrived. Looking at an old neighborhood in front of her, Lin Huanxue felt a bit surprised and asked, Uncle, do Auntie and Uncle live here? Zhang Bing nodded and sighed. Of course, he wanted to immediately get his parents a villa, but he couldn't find a good reason to arrange it. Lin Huanxue was also very curious. Her boyfriend Zhang Bing was clearly so wealthy, even surpassing the richest man in Kyoto, so why did his parents live here? However, she didn't ask much and instead held Zhang Bing's hand, carrying the gifts Lu Ruyan had helped prepare. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiuman were already waiting with smiles on their faces. Xiao Bing. The couple looked very happy and came over to greet them. Uncle, Auntie, hello, I am Lin Huanxue. Before Zhang Bing could introduce her, Lin Huanxue took the initiative to greet them politely and introduced herself. Good. Huanxue, that's a beautiful name, and you look really stunning. Our Xiao Bing is really lucky. The couple was very polite, helping to take the things from Lin Huanxue's hands while leading the two into their home. Soon, the neighbors around also came out. Seeing Lin Huanxue's perfect figure, angelic face, and especially her noble aura, the neighbors immediately began to chatter. Old Zhang's son is capable, just went to Kyoto for school and brought back such a beautiful girlfriend. Hee, so what? Can the conditions of the old Zhang family support a girl from Kyoto? Maybe she'll be scared off in the middle of the night. I think this beautiful girl must have been deceived by old Zhang's son. Hearing the sour remarks from the neighbors, Lin Huanxue let out a cold snort, initially wanting to argue, but Zhang Bing immediately stopped her, fully aware that in a small town, the locals were not the kind to be harmonious and helpful. Instead, if your family was poor, they looked down on you. If your family was rich, they were filled with jealousy. This time he returned home. He just wanted to slap this group of people hard in the face. However, just arriving home, it wasn't appropriate to bicker with these neighbors. Don't pay them any mind, let them be sour, we'll talk later. Back at home, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu were all smiles, especially seeing Lin Huanxue, who looked like a young lady from a wealthy family, yet had no airs about her, was polite, and even took the initiative to help, made the couple secretly sigh that the Zhang family's ancestors must be smiling down. At this moment, Zhang Bing activated his mind-reading ability, first trying to understand Lin Huanxue's thoughts. He found that Lin Huanxue was indeed both beautiful and intelligent, showing no disdain for his family, not because of his own capabilities, but because she genuinely loved him from the heart. This made him quite satisfied, feeling a sense of happiness that money could never buy. He initially wanted to read his parents' thoughts to find a way to give them some money, but he gave up. After all, reading his parents' minds was quite awkward and embarrassing. Just then, a phone call came in. Zhang Bing took out his phone and saw it was his high school classmate calling. Hey, Zhang Bing, I heard you're back. We're organizing a class reunion today, you have to come. We only have 3 college students in our class. Hearing that sarcastic tone, Zhang Bing knew his high school classmate Zhou Qing had no good intentions. Sure, Zhou Qing, send me the time and place, I'll be there on time. After saying that, Zhang Bing hung up the phone, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Qing was the troublemaker in class, with poor grades, but his father was the director of a local factory. Therefore, during school, he often mocked Zhang Bing. Now that he heard Zhang Bing was back, he immediately called to organize a reunion, clearly wanting to take the opportunity to humiliate this college student. Tianzhou City, Mercedes-Benz 4S store. In the afternoon, Zhang Bing brought Lin Huanxue to look at cars, as he was going to attend the so-called high school reunion the next day. Experienced Zhang Bing knew this would definitely be a show-off event. Led by Zhou Qing, they were just looking to mock and humiliate him, the college student. If it weren't for the system, he really wouldn't go. Zhou Qing's father was the director of a factory in Tianzhou, which was considered a powerful figure locally. Although Zhou Qing was uneducated, having a good father in a small place like Tianzhou was usually seen as quite successful. The economy of Tianzhou couldn't compare to Kyoto, being a 4th-tier small city. With Zhou Qing's family background, he was considered very successful in the local classmate circle. Classmates usually centered around him, and even the class teacher at the time had to curry favor with him. After arriving at the 4S store, a female salesperson quickly came over to attend to them. The female salesperson initially looked down on Zhang Bing for being so young, thinking that if he weren't a rich second generation, how could he afford a Mercedes? But upon seeing Lin Huanxue beside him, her temperament, figure, and looks were even better than a TV star. Therefore, the female salesperson guessed that the plain-looking Zhang Bing might also be an unknown rich second generation. Sir, which model do you like? Our store is having a promotion with discounts. Zhang Bing simply glanced at the models in the store, the most expensive being the E300, which was indeed a top-tier car for ordinary people. But for him now, he could buy one and smash another if he wanted. Just the other day, he bought 25 Bentleys in one go in Kyoto, and the president of the Longwa district personally came to fawn over him. The reason for buying a car on a whim was just for the class reunion tomorrow. You guys' most expensive car is the E300. Don't you have anything better, something more upscale? Zhang Bing asked, somewhat disappointed. The salesperson looked at Zhang Bing in surprise, An ordinary person might save their whole life and still not afford an E300, yet Zhang Bing's demeanor and words clearly indicated that he found the E300 lacking in status. "Sir, our store is the best in the entire Tianzhou. The best cars you see are all here," the salesperson explained. "Alright," Zhang Bing said without further ado, "help me pick the most expensive one right away, full payment. Also, I have a request, and I hope you can cooperate." Upon hearing that Zhang Bing was going to pay in full, the salesperson's eyes widened, and the way he looked at Zhang Bing changed. So young, so capable. What woman wouldn't love that? But when he saw the cold and noble Lin Huanxue, the salesperson was still aware and didn't dare to be too direct. "Sir, please instruct us, any request is fine." As Zhang Bing spoke, he took out the super VIP black card from Kyoto Bank that Li Ben had given him and said, "It's nothing much. I want to drive the car away immediately, and later, you go to my house and tell my parents that I won this car in a lottery. Do you understand what I mean?" Alright, sir, rest assured, we will definitely do as you request." Hearing Zhang Bing's strange request, the saleswoman didn't dare to think too much and quickly agreed, then took the black card from Zhang Bing's hand. Kyoto Bank is the largest bank in Longwa, and generally, someone of the saleswoman's level wouldn't recognize a black card of this caliber. After looking at it from different angles, the saleswoman felt something was off about the card and had some doubts, but seeing Zhang Bing's casual confidence, she didn't dare to ask, fearing to offend him. Just then, a middle-aged man with a big belly, clutching an Hermes bag, walked in with a provocatively dressed, alluring woman. As soon as the salespeople saw this middle-aged man, they rushed over, all smiles and flattery. Boss Show, your presence graces our humble store." The middle-aged man exuded an air of a nouveau riche, holding a cigarette, and casually spat on the ground, showing no manners at all. "I'm here to check out the cars. Bring me the most expensive Mercedes you have." Upon hearing this, the alluring woman beside him beamed and immediately kissed him on the cheek. "Darling, you're the best. He. The middle-aged man reached out and pinched the woman's backside, laughing and scolding, "You little vixen, stick with me, and you'll have a good life. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get me the most expensive, best Mercedes in your store." The saleswoman showed a troubled expression and smiled as she explained, "Boss Show, the best car in the store has just been taken by that gentleman." As she spoke, she pointed towards Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue. "Darling, you promised to let me drive a new car today." The alluring woman immediately began to pout. The middle-aged man took a puff of his cigarette, spat a thick phlegm on the ground, and cursed, "I want the car, everyone else can step aside, got it?" The saleswoman knew she shouldn't do this, but she didn't dare offend the middle-aged man, so she had to muster the courage to explain to Zhang Bing, "Sir, if you could wait a moment or choose another car, I can offer you a discount." Zhang Bing snorted coldly. He recognized him at a glance. This man, spitting everywhere, with a big belly and a full nouveau riche aura, was Zhou Dabiao, the father of his classmate Zhou Qing. He had seen him once back in school, and the impression was deep. "No way, first come, first served. Do you think I can't afford it?" "Well, sir, that's not what I meant." The saleswoman explained earnestly, "Boss Zhou is very powerful locally, and you see. I said no means no." Zhang Bing's attitude also became very firm, and for a moment they fell into a deadlock. At this moment, Zhou Dabiao came over with the enchanting woman. As soon as he saw Lin Huanxue, Zhou Dabiao's eyes lit up. He was quite experienced with beautiful women, but it was the first time he had seen such a stunning beauty as Lin Huanxue. He glanced at Zhang Bing, who was young and didn't look like a rich kid, so he said in a very ostentatious manner, "Kid, do you know who I am? This car costs 5 to 600,000. Can you afford it?" "Ha!" Zhang Bing sneered, "It's just a broken E300. "Oh," Zhou Dabiao mocked, "You're young, but your tone is quite big." Then he intentionally or unintentionally stared at Lin Huanxue's figure, which made both Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue extremely disgusted. "Little sister, what's your name?" "I'm Zhou Dabiao, let's get to know each other. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well with me." Disgusting. Lin Huanxue didn't give Zhou Dabiao any good face. Zhang Bing couldn't stand it anymore. It was unacceptable for him to flirt with his girlfriend in front of him. "You're the director and owner of the Tianzhou cement factory, right?" Zhang Bing asked coldly. "Kid, you know my power, and you still dare to go against me? Who in Tianzhou doesn't know the name Zhou Dabiao?" "Oh, you're quite impressive," Zhang Bing sarcastically replied. He immediately activated his mind-reading ability to see what Zhou Dabiao's strength and thoughts were like. In an instant, he couldn't help but laugh. Bank savings of 10 million, over 10 mistresses outside, all ages, and they're all foot massage girls, quite a unique taste. The one he brought today is also a foot massage girl, planning to only pay the down payment for the car. After understanding Zhou Dabiao's true background and little thoughts, a cold smile flashed across Zhang Bing's lips. With this little strength, he still wanted to show off in front of him? If it were before, it might have been fine, but now his worth was 750 billion, and his connections reached the heavens. Zhou Dabiao, the car was mine first, letting you have it is impossible. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Zhou Dabiao spat again, making it look disgusting no matter how you saw it. The big gold chain around his neck and the branded briefcase at his waist looked very tacky. Little handsome guy, you dare to be so arrogant in front of Boss Zhou? Do you know that a meal from our Boss Zhou is enough for your whole family to live without eating or drinking for several years? Zhang Bing remained non-committal. He didn't want to waste time, so he urged the saleswoman, stop talking, hurry up and swipe the card, get the car. The saleswoman looked troubled, glancing at Zhou Dabiao, clearly afraid to offend him. If this kid takes the car today, I'll make a call to have your manager fire you, believe it? Zhou Dabiao threatened. The saleswoman was also an honest person, it was just a job and she really didn't dare to provoke a big shot like Zhou Dabiao. What's going on? Boss Zhou, what brings you here? At that moment, the manager came down from upstairs. Lao Gao, your store is really outrageous. Seeing that it was manager Gao Ming, Zhou Dabiao immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Gao Ming glanced at the saleswoman, who quickly summarized the situation. Alright, I understand. Gao Ming waved his hand, then smiled and said, since Boss Zhou is here to buy a car, of course, he gets priority. Then he looked at Zhang Bing, noticing that although Zhang Bing was young, Lin Huanxue by his side was indeed stunning. However, as the manager, Gao Ming knew with his toes that he should stand on Zhou Dabiao's side. This young man, you can take a look at other models, I can give you a discount as the manager. As for the best car in the store, let's leave that for Boss Zhou. What do you think? Not interested, Zhang Bing replied bluntly, as the manager, don't you know about first come, first served? Stop talking nonsense, I want to reserve this car today, I'm going to swipe my card right now. Saying this, Zhang Bing handed his black card to the manager. The manager took a look at the card and frowned, saying, young man, this card is not right. I've never seen this type of bank card from Kyoto Bank. Ha! Zhang Bing laughed in anger. This was the top-tier special card from Kyoto Bank, with only a few in the world. However, it was applied for by Li Ben at the headquarters, and the limit was basically unlimited. He didn't expect that in this small place of Tianzhou, the manager of the 4S store wouldn't recognize it. Your status is too low, so you naturally wouldn't recognize this as the black card from Kyoto Bank headquarters. No limit, understand? The black card from Kyoto Bank headquarters, just you? Zhou Dabiao laughed loudly upon hearing this. He glanced at the card and disdainfully said, old gal, this is obviously fake. This kid is here to mess with you. Saying this, Zhou Dabiao leisurely took out a gold card from his bag. Kid, look closely, this is the gold card that only VIP customers of Kyoto Bank have, with a limit of 3 million. Have you seen one? Zhou Dabiao had a proud expression. As the owner of a cement factory, he usually dealt with large sums of money. It was indeed reasonable for him to have a gold card as an important client of some local banks in Tianzhou. Darling, you're amazing. The foot massage girl immediately kissed Zhou Dabiao again, her eyes full of admiration. Gao Ming also had a gloomy face and said to Zhang Bing, kid, considering you're still so young, get out of here immediately and don't cause trouble, otherwise I'll call security to throw you out. Zhang Bing could no longer hold back. He had intended to keep a low profile, but the development of the situation no longer allowed him to do so. You are the manager, right? It's not your fault that you don't recognize the black card from Kyoto Bank headquarters, but whether it's real or not, and whether there's money in it, we can find out right away by swiping it, can't we? Stop babbling in front of me, hurry up. Seeing that Zhang Bing was young but had a strong presence, and his words and actions were very confident, Gao Ming looked at him suspiciously and then instructed the salesgirl to get the POS machine. Manager, the POS is here. The salesgirl said, try swiping the card. Gao Ming said while watching Zhang Bing. The salesgirl immediately followed the instructions and began to swipe the card. After a few dozen seconds, the salesgirl looked astonished and said, yes, it's real, manager, this card can really swipe money. Hearing the salesgirl's exclamation, Gao Ming and Zhou Dabiao were both stunned. They had indeed never seen a black card of this level, and with Zhang Bing being so young, their first reaction was that it was fake. They didn't expect it could actually swipe money. How about that? Zhang Bing looked at Gao Ming and Zhou Dabiao mockingly, sarcastically saying, it's not your fault for being ignorant like a frog at the bottom of a well, but you should at least adjust your attitude. I want to drive the car away now. Give me the keys. Humph. Zhou Dabiao, with his big yellow teeth, shouted, kid, so what if you have some money? Just a few coins in your pocket. What are you pretending for in front of me? At this moment, Zhang Bing was really fired up. Looking at the uncouth Zhou Dabiao, he retorted firmly, if you dare to keep talking nonsense, you'll regret it later, believe it? Ha ha ha. Zhou Dabiao laughed wildly. In Tianzhou, he was still quite powerful, the owner of a cement factory, with a network of connections behind him. Just you? Even if there's some money in that card, so what? Can you compare with me? Zhang Bing sneered and said, fine, this is what you asked for. Then he stopped saying anything and pulled Lin Huanxue to a nearby sofa in the lounge. He was very clear that if he used this black card for consumption, the branch manager of the bank in that city would be informed immediately, drop everything, and come to serve the owner of the black card. Therefore, by calculating the time, the branch manager of the Jindao Bank in Tianzhou was probably already on his way, rushing over urgently. At that moment, he suddenly had an idea to forcibly acquire Zhou Dabiao's cement factory. First, to teach Zhou Dabiao a lesson, and second, to slap Zhou Qing's face at the class reunion tomorrow. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want his parents to still be working for money. He would find a reason to let someone manage the cement factory, allowing his parents to earn a white-collar salary, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Gao Ming was chatting with Zhou Dabiao and the foot massage girls. To curry favor with the wealthy Zhou Dabiao, Gao Ming instructed the staff to send cigarettes and tea. This greatly satisfied the vanity of Zhou Dabiao and the foot massage girls. Just then, a car arrived outside the 4S store. Before the car had completely stopped, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses ran down from it. Following him was a voluptuous young woman in a black uniform. Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming both changed their expressions upon seeing them. The person was none other than Nie Guobiao, the branch manager of the Jindao Bank in Tianzhou. As the local bank branch manager, he was already part of the upper class. His status was certainly much higher than that of Zhou Dabiao and the store manager of the forest shop, and Nie Guobiao's social standing was not something they could compare to. Manager Nie, what brings you here? Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming rushed over with flattering smiles. Nie Guobiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, anxiously and excitedly asking, who just used our Jindao Bank's black card? Upon hearing this, Zhou Dabiao, Gao Ming, and the group of salespeople were dumbfounded. They instinctively looked towards Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue, who were resting on the sofa. Mr. Nie, does your bank really have a black card? I've never heard of it before. Gao Ming and Zhou Dabiao swallowed hard. Although they hadn't fully confirmed it, their hearts were already racing. A person of Nie Guobiao's status rushing over so urgently and immediately asking about the black card made it clear how serious the matter was, especially since it was the young Zhang Bing who claimed to have the highest level black card. Of course, Nie Guobiao said excitedly, explaining, that is our Jindao headquarters specially made black card, for our bank's most distinguished super VIPs, and you must have a deposit of 5 billion to qualify for it. 5 billion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dabiao, Gao Ming, and the others were completely shaken. Quick, tell me who just used our bank's black card? Nie Guobiao looked down on these two. One was just a slightly higher level worker, and the other was a country bumpkin, albeit with some money. No need to ask, the black card is mine. Zhang Bing, seeing that it was about time, stood up with Lin Huanxue and walked over with a smile. You, is it really yours? Nie Guobiao was astonished because Zhang Bing was too young. Absolutely. Zhang Bing smiled and took out the black card again, handing it to Nie Guobiao. Nie Guobiao took the black card, and his hands trembled. Although he was the branch manager of Tianzhou, it was also the first time he had seen the highest level black card from the headquarters. Mr. Zhang, hello, my name is Nie Guobiao, the branch manager of Jindao Bank in Tianzhou. It's a pleasure to serve you, you can call me Xiao Nie. Nie Guobiao's voice trembled, and the young woman manager who came with him looked at Zhang Bing with admiration and envy. Zhang Bing just smiled and said, Director Nie, no need to be polite. I originally wanted to keep a low profile and casually buy a car to play with, but unfortunately, someone insists on opposing me, and the car won't be sold to me. Upon hearing this, Nie Guobiao immediately understood what had happened. His expression changed, and he stared at Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming. Zhou Dabiao, I am now officially notifying you in my capacity as director that regarding your cement factory and our bank loan, you must repay it in advance. Your 3 million credit card limit with our bank is immediately void. And you, Gao Ming, I will personally inform the president of the Shangnan district. So get ready to pack your things and leave. Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming were completely stunned, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They never expected that such an ordinary day would lead to a direct confrontation with a titanium alloy steel plate. Mr. Zhang, are you satisfied with this handling? If you have any other needs, we are at your service 24 hours a day, Nie Guobiao cautiously inquired. A holder of such a black card could, with just one word, have the director removed. They had to be careful. Zhang Bing smiled and nodded, indicating his satisfaction. He then looked at the terrified Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming. Boss Zhou, Manager Gao, do you have anything to say now? Zhou Dabiao and Gao Ming no longer dared to act tough or arrogant. They both simultaneously knelt down on the spot. Mr. Zhang, please spare me. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm just a rough person, unable to recognize greatness. just treat me like a fart and let me go." Seeing the two kneeling before him, Zhang Bing frowned. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth gold. Both of them were somewhat significant figures in Tianzhou, yet they knelt down? "Joe Dapio, if you want me to spare you, that's fine. I plan to fully acquire your cement factory. Do you have any objections?" Joe Dapio was taken aback, along with the others. "Objections? I'm not trying to bully you, just quote a price based on market value," Zhang Bing said lightly. After all, a cement factory was just a small target for him, merely a drop in the bucket. "Mr. Zhang, if you really want to buy it, would 200 million work for you?" Joe Dapio thought Zhang Bing wanted him to leave Tianzhou, but unexpectedly, he was offering to buy the cement factory. The profit from the cement factory wasn't high, and it often required bank loans for turnover. Having someone willing to acquire it was a good thing. Of course, the factory was worth more than 200 million, but Joe Dapio didn't dare to ask for more. "Alright, no problem," Zhang Bing agreed without a second thought. "Director Nya, please help me handle the relevant procedures and various matters for the acquisition of the cement factory." "Sure, no problem," Nye Guobiao readily agreed. "Alright, get up. From now on, keep your eyes open. Don't think that just because you have some money, you can look down on others, understand?" Zhang Bing looked at the two kneeling on the ground and admonished them. Yes, you're right. We won't dare again in the future." The two lowered their heads and repeatedly responded. Zhang Bing pondered for a moment and then instructed, "Joe Dapio, although I have fully acquired the cement factory, the specific daily operations will remain unchanged and will continue to be managed by you. Of course, all personnel salaries will increase by 20%, and you need to find a way to bring my parents in, but don't let them know about me. Do you understand what I mean?" Although everyone was confused by Zhang Bing's series of arrangements, no one dared to say anything. "Understood, Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I will arrange everything properly." Joe Dapio finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was doomed, but unexpectedly, he had struck a big deal. "All right." Zhang Bing smiled and pulled Lin Huanshui towards the most expensive E300, saying, "Director Nya, I'll trouble you to handle the follow-up matters. Don't worry, when I have time later, I'll say a few good words for you to the leaders at the bank." Driving his newly bought E300, Zhang Bing took Lin Huanshui around Tianzhou, visiting some nearby attractions. By evening, the two returned home. As soon as they got home, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu had already prepared a table full of dishes, waiting for them with kind smiles. Through the couple's words, Zhang Bing learned that the forest shop in Zhoudabio had already taken care of everything. Although the couple was somewhat surprised at how such good fortune could happen, almost like a pie falling from the sky, upon reflection, it seemed there was no harm in it, and they passively accepted it. "Dad, Mom, this Mercedes I1 will be left for you. After I finish the household registration, I'll go back to Kyoto for school. It's of no use to me. And also, I heard the cement factory has a new boss, and the benefits have improved a lot. They're in great need of workers, so if you two are really bored, you can go back to work," Zhang Bing advised at the dinner table. He felt a bit emotional. With a net worth of 75 billion, his parents still had to work. Currently, he was still a student and could only try to make life a little better for his parents in this way. If he directly gave them a large sum of money, they would definitely be suspicious and uneasy. "Xiao Bing, you don't need to worry too much about us at home. Just focus on studying well at the Kyoto Art School, learn more skills, and show your true abilities to the neighbors after you graduate. Your dad and I have enough to eat and use at home, so don't keep thinking about us. Remember to treat Shaolin well." The family enjoyed this rare moment of peace and happiness together. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanshui got up to get ready. Today was the high school class reunion. It was also a chance to show off and demonstrate strength. Originally, Zhang Bing didn't care much about showing off in front of his classmates, but now he had come to terms with it. With these people, being polite and reasonable was useless. The more polite you were, the more they would see you as weak and easy to bully. The best way to deal with such people was to showcase your strength, making them feel the insurmountable gap. Crushing them with absolute power was the only way to achieve lasting results. The venue for the gathering was chosen at the famous Tianzhou Grand Hotel, which could barely be considered a 5-star hotel. The expenses couldn't compare to those in Kyoto, but in this small place of Tianzhou, a gathering for dozens of people would still cost 30 to 50,000. For the average Tianzhou citizen, with a monthly salary of 3,000, 30 to 50,000 was equivalent to a year's worth of income without eating or drinking. Therefore, it was clear that Zhou Cheng would definitely bear the expenses of this gathering. By morning, many classmates had already arrived early. These classmates, both male and female, mostly went to work right after graduating from high school or stayed local to work. This time was special, coinciding with the holidays, so they had the time. For someone like Zhang Bing, whose academic performance wasn't particularly outstanding at the time but still managed to get into the Kyoto Art School, that was already quite good. Of course, no one knew. If he wanted, he could attend the best university in Longwa, Hucking University, but choosing between Hucking University and 75 billion was a matter of voting with his feet. After a while, a BMW X3 arrogantly drove up. Upon seeing the license plate, the early arrivals immediately gathered around, all smiles and flattery. The BMW parked, and a tall young man with a buzz cut and a young woman in high heels and a sexy bodycon dress got out. It was Zhou Chang and the class flower, Huang Yanyan. Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao is getting more handsome, and his girlfriend is getting prettier. A group of classmates all came over to flatter Zhou Chang and Huang Yanyan. After all, Zhou Qing's biological father, Zhou Dubiao, was the owner and director of the Tianzhou cement factory, holding a certain influence in the area. Among a group of classmates, Zhou Qing's family was the most powerful. Zhou Chang, with a proud expression, wrapped his arm around the class beauty, Huang Yanyan, and said loudly, "We're all classmates, no need to be polite. I'll cover all the expenses for today's gathering." Zhou Xiao is in high spirits. Zhou Xiao is mighty. Upon hearing this, the classmates applauded and cheered, eager to curry favor. The Tianzhou cement factory is a well-known enterprise in Tianzhou, with decent pay and, most importantly, stability. Zhou Qing smiled and said, "Do you all know? I heard that our classmate, the college student Zhang Bing, has come back and will also attend the gathering today." Upon hearing Zhou Qing's sarcastic words, the group of classmates immediately understood. Back in school, Zhang Bing had a relationship with the class beauty, Huang Yanyan, without even holding hands. Because of this, Zhou Chang had always looked down on Zhang Bing, and the two had ongoing conflicts. Heard he even went to an art school in Kyoto. What's so great about being a college student? With his family's conditions, he won't even find a job after graduation. Attending a worthless art school, he might as well go work on a construction site. Following Zhou Qing's lead, the classmates began to mock and ridicule. At that time, there weren't many college students in the class, the others were studying in different places, and only Zhang Bing returned home due to a household registration issue. Huang Yanyan also chuckled lightly and mocked, "Yeah, attending a useless art school, not only is the tuition expensive but he might as well come out and work early." Just as these classmates were discussing and laughing, Zhang Bing arrived with Lin Huanxue in the Mercedes E300 he had specifically picked up yesterday. This car was considered a luxury vehicle in Tianzhou, not commonly seen on the road, and it was a notch above Zhou Qing's BMW X3. Zhang Bing was not modest at all. He stepped on the gas and parked the car directly in front of the hotel, intentionally blocking the BMW X3. Then, he and Lin Huanxue got out hand in hand. When the classmates saw that it was actually Zhang Bing getting out of the car, and he was with a stunning beauty, they were all dumbfounded. Did I see that right? Zhang Bing can afford a Mercedes? And he found such a beautiful girlfriend? Zhou Qing's face suddenly turned ugly, especially when he saw Lin Huanxue. His eyes nearly popped out. Compared to her, the class beauty Huang Yanyan seemed like a roadside flower. "Oh, isn't this young Master Zhou and the class beauty?" Zhang Bing, holding Lin Huanxue's hand, walked with confidence and mocked. "Zhang Bing, is this car yours?" Soon, a classmate, not believing it, asked, "It's not mine, is it yours?" Zhang Bing retorted directly, "Ha, I bet you rented it to show off. And your girlfriend is so beautiful, just you? She's probably rented too." Exactly, being a college student, attending a class reunion and specifically renting a car and a girlfriend, you're making us laugh to death. Zhang Bing wasn't angry, he just smiled with Lin Huanxue, because all these powerful classmates listened to Zhou Qing, who had bought the cement factory from his family. "Zhang Bing, I thought you were quite honest, but I didn't expect you to be so tasteless. You even rented a car and a girl to pretend to be your girlfriend for the class reunion." Huang Yanyan started with a round of mockery. Perhaps out of jealousy among women, Huang Yanyan's eyes were filled with hatred towards Lin Huanxue. "Who told you it was rented?" Without Zhang Bing saying anything, Lin Huanxue snorted coldly. She looked disdainfully at Huang Yanyan, who wore heavy makeup and dressed provocatively. "You must be Zhang Bing's class beauty from high school, Huang Yanyan, right? Not much to write home about, dressed in cheap knockoffs. The skincare products you use probably don't exceed 2,000 a set. You little slut, what are you saying?" Huang Yanyan was directly hit by Lin Huanxue's words and angrily began to curse. Lin Hanhua, although the artistic school belle, had a good upbringing since childhood. After all, she came from a billionaire family. In terms of knowledge, thoughts, and cultivation, she was in no way comparable to Huang Yanyan. "Of course, I'm scolding you, you shameless woman. What right do you have to mock my boyfriend for renting a car? Are you just jealous because you've never seen one like his?" Huang Yanyan's chest heaved with anger, completely crushed by Lin Hanhua's aura, and she immediately sought help from Zhou Qing. "Zhou Qing, look at her bullying me." Zhou Qing snorted coldly, he had to admit that Lin Hanyua's figure, temperament, and looks were such that even a television star couldn't compare. Seeing Zhang Bing with such a beautiful girlfriend made him feel completely overshadowed. Zhou Qing was calculating how to regain his dignity from a position of strength. Zhang Bing, we're all classmates. There's no need to rent a car to show off. Everyone knows your family situation. The C300 costs 5 to 600,000. Can you afford it? Zhang Bing chuckled. He didn't even need to use mind reading to know the dirty thoughts in Zhou Qing and Huang Yanyan's minds. I told you, I just picked it up from the 4S shop yesterday. Believe it or not, if you don't, go ask your dad, okay? Zhou Qing clenched his fists but still suppressed his anger. He then turned with Huang Yanyan and headed for the hotel lobby. Wait, Zhang Bing called out. You bunch of uneducated, sycophantic, lazy people who think too highly of yourselves. I, Zhang Bing, am ashamed to associate with you. I'm here today to tell you that in the future, please don't invite me to such class reunions. Even if you ask me, I won't come. As soon as he said this, Zhou Qing and the others' expressions changed dramatically, and they began to point and curse at Zhang Bing. Humph, you really think you're something special as a college student. Zhang Bing, what are you so proud of? Aren't you just an art school student? Will you even find a job after graduation? Inviting you to the reunion is showing you respect. You really think you're someone important. Facing the ridicule from this group of classmates, Zhang Bing appeared particularly calm because he understood that he was no longer in the same world as these people. Alright, the expenses here aren't low for you, right? Since we're classmates, today you can eat, drink, and play as you like. I'll cover the bill. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Bing, I didn't know you could act so well. You cover the bill? Can you afford it? Do you know this is a 5-star hotel? Zhang Bing scoffed. What's your name? Don't worry, I'll call someone to cover the bill. Huh? Just you? Zhou Qing mocked. You really think renting a Mercedes makes you a rich second generation? Think about your parents. They might still be picking up trash tonight to support your education. What the hell did you just say? Zhang Bing suddenly exploded with rage. He could tolerate all kinds of mockery and ridicule directed at himself, but speaking about his parents was a taboo. What? Do you want to fight me? Zhou Qing had no idea how serious the situation was and didn't take Zhang Bing seriously at all. Zhang Bing's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he angrily said, You can say whatever you want, but insulting my parents? I won't let you off. With that, he activated his ancient martial arts and slapped Zhou Cheng hard across the face. This slap stunned Zhou Cheng and left everyone else in shock. It took at least 2 seconds for this group of classmates to react. Zhang Bing, you dare hit Zhou Xiao? You're finished. You actually dared to lay a hand on Zhou Xiao. Just wait for your parents to weep over you. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, completely unconcerned, and looked at this disgusting group of classmates, threatening, shut up. And Zhou Qing, until this moment, still couldn't believe that Zhang Bing actually dared to hit him. Ah, you dare hit me. So what if I hit you? Zhang Bing was unceremonious, suddenly kicking down again, angrily saying, If you dare to insult my parents again, I'll kill you. Do you believe it? You bastard. Just wait for me. Zhou Qing didn't react at all. In his impression, Zhang Bing didn't have this kind of guts, nor this kind of skill. Zhang Bing, you're going too far. If you dare to hit Zhou Qing, I'll call Uncle Zhou right now, and you're dead. Huang Yanyan saw her boyfriend being beaten, rushing over to help while shouting to take out her phone to notify Zhou Daipio. Go ahead. Zhang Bing sneered. He was just about to call Zhou Daipio to settle the bill and teach Zhou Qing a lesson, completely putting on a show. Zhang Bing, you're finished. If you dare to hit young Master Zhou, one word from Zhou will send you straight to the sewing machine. Zhang Bing, you better kneel down and apologize to young Master Zhou now. A group of classmates surrounded Zhou Qing, pointing at Zhang Bing and threatening him in various ways. Zhou Qing touched his swollen face, clearly wary of how Zhang Bing's skills had suddenly become so formidable. A slap and a kick had him dizzy, with no time to react. Zhang Bing, you wait for me. When my dad comes, it won't help you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhang Bing shook his head, sarcastically saying, You're already an adult. If you have the ability, come and challenge me one-on-one, and stop calling your parents. Fine, you just wait. You'll regret it later, and don't come crying to me. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth. He was someone no one dared to provoke back in class, a bully in school. Alright, I'm waiting. Let's see if your dad Zhou Daipio comes to deal with me or you. Zhang Bing sneered. Time passed second by second, and about 15 minutes later, a Honda SUV followed closely by a mobile office of Chenhan and rushed over. The SUV and the mobile office quickly stopped to the side, and Zhou Daipio, with a big belly and a wealthy aura, angrily stepped down, followed by more than 10 adult men from the mobile office. Who dares to hit my son? Who? Zhou Daipio's imposing manner was very arrogant. As the factory director of a cement plant, he still had some clout in society. With such a scene, let alone a group of students, even adults would be intimidated. Dad! Zhou Chang saw his father coming and hurriedly rushed over with people. It's this trash Zhang Bing who hit me. Zhou Dapio was about to curse and show off, but following the direction his son Zhou Qing was pointing, he happened to see Zhang Bing sneering at him. Dad, quickly help me deal with him. This dog is unexpectedly strong. I can't beat him. Zhou Qing hadn't noticed the rapid change in his father Zhou Dapio's terrified face and was still shouting and urging. Huan Yanyan and the other classmates also didn't see the change and began to fan the flames. Mr. Zhou, Zhang Bing hitting young Master Zhou is like hitting your face. Mr. Zhou, you really should teach this pretentious Zhang Bing a lesson. Zhou Dapio couldn't hold back any longer. If he let his son and these idiots continue, Zhang Bing might get angry and he would be in trouble too. Shut up, Zhou Dapio shouted, and immediately all the classmates fell silent. Then he directly kicked Zhou Qing hard in the abdomen, causing Zhou Qing to crouch down, holding his stomach in pain. You little beast, Mr. Zhang, hitting you is your blessing. Apologize to Mr. Zhang immediately, or I'll break your legs. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked, collectively petrified. Zhou Qing forgot the pain, looking at his father in disbelief. Dad, what did you call him? Little beast, didn't you hear what I said? Zhou Dapio didn't care about that anymore and kicked down again. At first glance, it was clear this wasn't just acting, it was serious. Although Zhou Dapio was a wealthy man without much refinement, he had been through enough to know better. He realized that Zhang Bing had shown mercy, otherwise, with just a word, he wouldn't even know how his son had died. Uncle Zhou, are you mistaken? Zhang Bing, he. Huan Yanyan was a bit slow, her mind not catching up, and she spoke instinctively. Shut up, you wretch. Zhou Dapio didn't care about anything else when he got angry, and he slapped Huan Yanyan across the face, making her instantly more obedient. At that moment, Zhang Bing walked over with Lin Huanxue, and all the classmates retreated as if they were facing a monster. Zhou Dapio, that's enough. After all, he's your son. Just remember not to provoke me in the future, Zhang Bing said, glancing at Zhou Qing, who was crouched on the ground, sweating from the pain, looking quite pitiful. After all, they were still classmates, and there was no deep-seated enmity. Moreover, his only goal was to show these people his strength, nothing more. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your generosity. Zhou Dapio repeatedly nodded and bowed in gratitude, his attitude very respectful. He then scolded Zhou Qing, who was on the ground. You little beast, hurry up and thank Mr. Zhang. From now on, keep your eyes open. If you dare to offend Mr. Zhang again, I won't have you as my son. And you lot, you little beasts, what are you going to do about insulting Mr. Zhang just now? Instantly, the group of classmates was completely stunned, trembling all over. After all, they were young, and being intimidated by Zhou Dapio and so many strong men made the timid ones cry outright. Lin Huanxue felt a bit sorry and quickly tugged at Zhang Bing's hand. Zhang Bing then smiled and said, forget it, don't scare them anymore. Zhou Dapio finally relented and ordered his men to disperse. Zhang Bing shook his head, looking at the classmates who had just been arrogant and mocking him. Now, their eyes were filled with fear and shock, and he couldn't help but sigh at human nature. Of course, this was the effect he wanted. Alright, we are all classmates. Although you often mock me and have sharp tongues, I won't hold it against you too much. Since today is a gathering, feel free to eat, play, and drink as you like. I'll cover all the expenses. Upon hearing Zhang Bing say this, Zhou Dapio, who was quite adept at handling such matters, quickly said, Mr. Zhang, no, how can I let you pay? Zhou Qing, this little beast, has offended you without recognizing the mountain. Let me take this chance to apologize. Ha, good. Zhang Bing didn't refuse. Since that's the case, then you take care of it. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Zhang Bing took Lin Huanxue and left without looking back, getting into the E300 and speeding away. Once Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue were gone, Zhou Qing finally regained his composure and got up from the ground. Dad, was that Mercedes E300 really bought by Zhang Bing? Zhou Dapio was instantly speechless and scolded, you idiot, how could I have such a stupid son? After dealing with those snobbish classmates, Zhang Bing felt extremely refreshed and took Lin Huanxue for a drive around the city. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon checking, it was a call from the bank president, Nguyen. Hello, Mr. Zhang, are you free? All the procedures for acquiring the cement factory have been completed, but there is one place that requires your personal signature to be valid. If it's convenient for you, I can bring it over for you to sign now. Zhang Bing smiled, secretly admiring how great the super VIP service at the Kyoto Bank was. It really saved him a lot of trouble. There's no rush. I'm out and busy right now. I'll contact you later. After hanging up, Zhang Bing took Lin Huanxue to a quiet road and stopped. Why did you stop? Lin Huanxue asked. Zhang Bing smiled and looked at Lin Huanxue. You bad guy, what are you planning to do? Lin Huanxue said shyly, what do you think? As Zhang Bing spoke, he activated his mind-reading ability, wanting to understand Lin Huanxue's thoughts at that moment. Instantly, he was overjoyed. It turned out Lin Huanxue was thinking even more than he was. That night, the two returned home. As soon as they entered, Zhang Bing saw that there were guests at home. Oh, isn't this our future art master? A young man in his 20s, with a delicate appearance, approached and began to mock. This person was his cousin Zhang Hu, along with his aunt Yang Cuihua. Although they were blood relatives, his cousin had been a source of pride for the Zhang family, having been accepted into a 211 university. In comparison, Zhang Bing's admission to an art school was far less impressive. Zhang Hu often flaunted his superiority whenever he had the chance, constantly seeking attention with cold sarcasm. Zhang Bing smiled and said, Cousin, what's wrong? Do you have an opinion? Zhang Bing, how can you talk to your brother like that, so disrespectfully? At that moment, Zhang Qingyun reprimanded him. Xiao Bing, I heard you enrolled in an art school in Kyoto. Why aren't you studying hard? Why did you come back? Aunt Yang Cuihua also began to mock him sarcastically. Aunt, can't I come back to transfer my household registration to Kyoto? Zhang Bing retorted. Zhang Bing, it's fine if your studies aren't good, but don't boast at such a young age. Kyoto's household registration is so prestigious, do you think you can just transfer it? Yang Cuihua clearly didn't believe him and mocked him. Zhang Hu seized the opportunity to ridicule him, saying, Zhang Bing, look at you. You never studied well since you were young, and now you've learned to boast. As far as I know, you'll never get a Kyoto household registration in your lifetime. Ha! Zhang Bing was too lazy to explain. There were some things he hadn't even told Lin Huanxue. Zhang Hu, say less. Although the art school Xiao Bing attends isn't as good as your 211, it's still an undergraduate program, and you are brothers, Zhang Qingyun admonished. Qingyun, Yang Cuihua said with an air of superiority, we're doing this for Xiao Bing's good. After graduating from an art school, he might not even find a job. Unlike our Zhang Hu, who has already signed a contract with the Tianzhou Kyoto Bank right after graduation. The president will personally interview him tomorrow morning. It's almost a sure thing. Hearing this, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue exchanged glances and both laughed. Zhang Bing, don't blame Aunt for saying this. You need to be more ambitious and learn from your brother Zhang Hu. Getting a job at the bank right after graduation will bring honor to our whole family. Yang Cuihua was extremely proud, full of boasting. Zhang Hu also looked smug and said, Xiao Bing, don't worry. After you graduate, I will definitely be the branch manager. At that time, considering we are family, I can arrange for you to be a security guard, which wouldn't be bad. Heh, no need, Zhang Bing replied with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu looked somewhat disappointed. Although one was his nephew, the other was his own son. As parents, who doesn't wish for their children to succeed? Zhang Hu, work hard. Uncle has high hopes for you. If you can help your brother in the future, do so. Got it, Uncle, Zhang Hu boasted. Zhang Bing shook his head. His cousin was indeed doing well in his studies, but his character was similar to that of his high school classmates. This kind of mentality, flattering those above and bullying those below, was extremely improper. Cousin, don't say I didn't remind you. You haven't officially passed the president's final interview yet, so it's better to be a bit low-key. Yang Cuihua immediately became displeased and said, Xiao Bing, what do you mean? Are you doubting Zhang Hu's abilities? Zhang Hu was a 211 university student. How can your second-rate art school compare? Zhang Bing smiled and said, Aunt, I didn't mean that. I'm just giving a friendly reminder. After all, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Poof, Zhang Hu confidently said, it's a matter of minutes. I'll start work tomorrow morning and treat the family to dinner in the evening, got it? Seeing this, Zhang Bing had nothing more to say. After all, he was his cousin. One should at least show some respect for family, especially since his uncle had been quite good to him when he was young. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Bing was still sleeping with Lin Huanxue when Li Xiu knocked on the door from outside, urging them to get up. After they got out of bed, they yawned repeatedly. Mom, what's the matter? Why do we have to get up so early? Li Xiu reminded them, today is the day Zhang Hu has his bank interview. Your aunt insisted on notifying our family, including other relatives, to go along. Zhang Bing was somewhat speechless, saying, is it really necessary? It's just a regular bank teller job. Does it need such a fuss? It's too showy. Oh, forget it. Your aunt just likes to show off. Stop talking and get ready, Li Xiu said helplessly. At 9 in the morning, outside the Tianzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank, indeed, Zhang Qingyun, Li Xiu, Yang Cuihua, along with his uncle Zhang Qingfeng and all the aunts and uncles had arrived. Cousin Zhang, who looked like a movie star, dressed in a brand new suit, wearing a tie, with shiny leather shoes and slicked back hair, walking down from the car with his head held high. Go for it, Zhang-hu. Zhang-hu, you're the best. Zhang-hu, we're waiting for good news. A crowd of relatives cheered him on, not forgetting to poke fun at Zhang Bing. Zhang-hu nodded and confidently walked into the bank. Zhang Bing, learn more from your brother. Look at him, just graduated and already working at a bank. What about you? You only went to an art school. What will you do in the future? Faced with these relatives, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue could only smile helplessly. After all, they were family, and it wasn't right to treat them like high school classmates. Especially with their parents present, if things got too heated, their parents would also hear the gossip. Hasn't he not officially confirmed yet? What if he doesn't get the job? Zhang Bing laughed. How could that be? I've seen you two grow up. Zhang-hu will definitely be fine. Yeah, Zhang Bing, stop being a jinx. Zhang Bing shook his head and muttered softly, even if he succeeds in the interview, it's just an ordinary bank teller job. What good will it bring you? Zhang Bing, you can't think like that. Zhang-hu is your brother. If he succeeds, it benefits us all, Zhang Qingyun lectured from the side. Meanwhile, his uncle Zhang Qingfeng and Aunt Yang Suehua had already started calling to book a banquet for lunch to celebrate. Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue felt quite helpless about this, especially Lin Huanxue, who found it even harder to understand. About half an hour later, they saw Zhang-hu walking out of the bank, and a group of relatives, including his parents, rushed over to ask, Zhang-hu, how did it go? Did you get the job? What's the salary like? Zhang-hu, you're truly the pride of our family. However, Zhang-hu remained silent, his head down, looking very grim. Lin Huanxue couldn't help but laugh. He definitely didn't get the job. I know, Zhang Bing also laughed, not out of schadenfreude, but because the scene was indeed comical. Zhang-hu, say something. It can't be. Yang Suehua sensed something was off with her son and had a bad feeling. Dad, Mom, Uncle, everyone, I'm sorry, I didn't get the job. Zhang-hu clenched his fists, his voice very low. What? How is that possible? What happened? There must be some hidden agenda. No way, I need to go ask the bank manager. Suddenly, a group of relatives erupted in outrage, their emotions running high. Yang Suehua was the most agitated, insisting on going directly to the bank to inquire. The banquet was already arranged, and so many relatives were called early in the morning to witness it, yet he didn't even get the interview. Mom, what are you doing? Although Zhang-hu was a bit annoying, at least he was still rational, quickly stopping Yang Suehua. No way, this is impossible. There must be something fishy going on. Yang Suehua was extremely agitated, her emotions gradually spiraling out of control. What nonsense! Uncle Zhang Qingfeng scolded, angrily saying, aren't you embarrassed enough? If he didn't get the interview, then he didn't get it. Whoa, why are you being so fierce to me? Aren't I doing this for Zhang-hu, for this family? If you have the ability, help Xiao-hu get in. After being scolded by Zhang Qingfeng, Yang Suehua immediately started to cry in grievance, leaving everyone speechless. A bunch of relatives rushed over to persuade and comfort her, even her own mother went. Meanwhile, Zhang-hu stood awkwardly in place, silent, seemingly also deeply affected, giving off a pitiful vibe, far from the confident demeanor he had yesterday. At this moment, the bank's security and some staff couldn't help but laugh at this ridiculous scene, pointing and whispering, this family is really something, making such a big fuss over an interview, truly bizarre. This is hilarious. Good thing he didn't get the interview. If he had, this family would have set off firecrackers to celebrate. Hearing the mockery from the bank staff, the Zhang family relatives exchanged glances, feeling utterly humiliated. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, all you uncles, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Zhang-hu, unable to bear the blow, shouted and suddenly rushed towards the main road. Zhang-hu, Xiao-hu, what are you doing? Xiao-hu, come back. In an instant, everyone panicked, realizing Zhang-hu wanted to do something foolish, and they hurriedly shouted and ran to stop him. Just at that critical moment, Zhang Bing swiftly used ancient martial arts, moving as fast as lightning, and forcibly pulled Zhang-hu back. Bro, are you an idiot? Zhang Bing scolded, it's just a job. You didn't get the interview, and you want to end it all? Such a fragile heart? With you acting like this, it's no wonder you didn't get the interview. Facing Zhang Bing's scolding, this time Yang Suehua and the other relatives didn't say anything, feeling that Zhang Bing was right. Zhang-hu, silly child, don't think like that, Mom is begging you. Yang Suehua was terrified by Zhang-hu's earlier actions. Zhang-hu's eyes were red, his mindset completely shattered. Looking at these relatives, he felt like the whole world was mocking him. Zhang-hu, a real man can't be brought down by such a small matter. Zhang Qingyun also stepped forward to scold him. Zhang Qingfeng was more direct, kicking him angrily, you worthless thing, if you want to die, go die, but don't do it in front of everyone. Elder brother, don't hit him. Zhang Qingyun quickly stopped the furious Zhang Qingfeng. Zhang Bing knew his uncle's temper and hurried over to pull Zhang Hu away. Lin Huanxue sighed repeatedly. If she hadn't experienced this with Zhang Bing, she wouldn't have even imagined it. She had found Zhang Hu a bit annoying yesterday, mocking Zhang Bing. But now, she felt a surge of compassion, thinking Zhang Hu was somewhat pitiful. Why don't you help your cousin? Lin Huanxue said softly. Zhang Bing sighed and nodded, saying, I'm considering it. For him, not to mention helping Zhang Hu successfully get a job at the bank, even becoming the president would be no problem. He could even get him a position at the headquarters. Then, Zhang Bing stepped aside, took out his phone, and directly dialed Nie Guobiao's number. Mr. Zhang, good morning. Please give your instructions. The respectful voice of Nie Guobiao quickly came from the other end of the line. Zhang Bing didn't waste words and directly said, President Nie, I need a small favor. Mr. Zhang, please don't say that. It's my honor to serve you, and I'm happy to help with anything you need. Okay. Zhang Bing responded and then revealed that the person who was rejected in the interview, Zhang Hu, was his own cousin. I understand, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't know he was your cousin beforehand. I'll arrange it immediately. Just proceed with the normal onboarding process, and subtly guide me on this side, but don't reveal too much. I don't want my family to know, but I must let my cousin know. Okay, understood, Mr. Zhang, I get your point. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing shook his head and then walked over to Zhang Hu. At that moment, his mother, aunt, and a bunch of relatives were trying to comfort Zhang Hu, fearing he might not be able to handle the blow and do something foolish. His father was advising his uncle not to put too much pressure on Zhang Hu. Brother, the ship will straighten itself out when it gets to the shore. As far as I know, you might not have been completely rejected yet. There could still be a chance. Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Zhang Hu looked up briefly and then quickly lowered his head again. During the interview, Nie Guobiao hadn't even glanced at him, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Yes, Zhang Hu, your brother is right. Try to think positively. Don't let it get to you, Yang Tsuehua advised earnestly. Just then, Nie Guobiao walked out of the bank. Seeing the bank president come out, everyone from the Zhang family fell silent. Yang Tsuehua wanted to argue a bit, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. Zhang Hu, is Zhang Hu here? Nie Guobiao looked at the large group of Zhang family members and thought this situation was quite bizarre, if not for Zhang Bing. Leader, I'm here. Upon hearing Nie Guobiao call him, Zhang Hu looked up and responded. Nie Guobiao nodded, cleared his throat, and announced, in light of your excellent academic performance and quick thinking during your university years, the earlier situation was just a test. You are now officially hired as the deputy manager of the credit department. What? I must have misheard. President Nie, you? As soon as Nie Guobiao finished announcing, the dejected Zhang Hu suddenly felt energized, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Everyone in the Zhang family shouted with excitement, and even the furious uncle was stunned. Zhang Hu, come with me for a moment. We need to prepare the employment agreement, Nie Guobiao said and led Zhang Hu into the bank. I knew our Zhang Hu would be fine, just wait and see. Zhang Hu is still the pride of our Zhang family, directly a deputy manager, that's impressive. You scared me. It turns out that was just a test. In an instant, Yang Tsuehua was once again beaming with joy, and Zhang Hu's uncle and father felt genuinely happy. Zhang Bing, did you see that? This is the benefit of studying. You must learn well from your brother. Yang Tsuehua felt pleased and began to tease Zhang Bing. Shut up, Zhang Qingfeng scolded. We're all family, stop being sarcastic. If it weren't for Xiao Bing's quick actions, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing his uncle reprimand Yang Tsuehua, Zhang Bing felt that helping his cousin Zhang Hu was worth it. I'm just stating the facts, Yang Tsuehua said smugly, and the other relatives began to flatter her. After all, being a deputy manager at a large bank branch was already quite impressive for them. Zhang Qingfeng sighed helplessly and then started making phone calls to continue booking the lunch banquet. After a while, Zhang Hu quickly walked out from inside, looking completely different this time, full of confidence and vigor. Zhang Hu, how did it go? Did you sign the contract? Yang Tsuehua and the others rushed to ask. Zhang Hu nodded and then walked towards Zhang Bing, his eyes filled with shock and even a bit of reverence. Nie Guobiao had clearly stated that it was all because of Zhang Bing, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the bank. He needed to be polite to Zhang Bing and keep a low profile about him in front of their parents and relatives. Brother, thank you. Ha ha. Zhang Bing smiled and said, no need to be polite, we're all family. Do a good job. I have high hopes for you. After all, you are a 211 top student. Zhang Hu smiled awkwardly, only now realizing that the clown was actually himself. Alright, I booked a few tables for lunch, let's all go eat and celebrate Zhang Hu, said Zhang Qingfeng, as a large group of relatives eagerly gathered around. Zhang Bing pulled Lin Huanxue and said, Uncle, Dad, Mom, you all go ahead, Hwanchue and I have a little matter to attend to, we'll join you later. After everyone left, Zhang Bing swaggered into the bank with Lin Hwanchue. Nye Guobiao had all the bank staff lined up in the lobby waiting. Hello, Mr. Zhan. Hello, Miss Lin. As soon as they entered the lobby, Nye Guobiao led all the bank staff in a bowing greeting. President Nye, there's no need to be so formal, let everyone disperse, Zhang Bing said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. All right. Nye Guobiao waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. He then led Zhang Bing and Lin Hwanchue to the VIP room. Zhang Bing smiled and asked, President Nye, to be honest, how is my cousin's ability? Well, Nye Guobiao looked a bit embarrassed, hesitating. It's okay, just speak frankly, I'm just curious. After all, he is indeed a 211 undergraduate, he should be fine in a normal interview. Nye Guobiao smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Zhang, the thing is, your cousin comes off as too pretentious, so during the interview, I directly scolded him and then rejected him. Zhang Bing and Lin Hwanchue exchanged awkward smiles, and then signed the contract for the cement plant acquisition before leaving. The lunch banquet was very lively, and it was clear that Zhang Hu's successful entry into the bank made his parents quite happy. After Zhang Bing and Lin Hwanchue greeted many relatives, they sat down to the side. During the meal, Zhang Hu came over to toast and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He remembered Nye Guobiao's words clearly and no longer dared to mock Zhang Bing as he used to, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. After the meal, Zhang Bing found an excuse to leave early with Lin Hwanchue. He didn't like to engage in boring bragging contests with these relatives. Instead, he took Lin Hwanchue to the relevant department in Tianzhou City to submit some materials and handle the household registration transfer. Looking at the empty lobby, he noticed that several windows were unstaffed. Zhang Bing felt a bit annoyed. These people took taxpayers' money, spent their days in air conditioning, slacking off, and making things difficult for the public. Glancing around, Zhang Bing walked directly to the last window and politely said, Hello, I would like to transfer my household registration. The staff at the service window was a woman in her 30s. Where do you want to transfer your household registration to? Did you not see the notice posted at the window? Are all the materials ready? The woman's attitude was not very good, and her impatient tone made Zhang Bing and Lin Hwanchue feel uncomfortable. Everything is prepared according to your requirements, Zhang Bing said, holding back his frustration as he handed over the prepared materials. The woman casually replied, Just put it here, I'll take a look in a bit. Zhang Bing was instantly a bit angry, noticing that the woman was still doing her nails, clearly not taking him seriously. Why do we have to wait? Isn't it your normal working hours now? Hearing Zhang Bing say this, the woman also got angry and said, I said to wait, so wait. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you believe I will complain about you right away? Although Zhang Bing was still young, he had heard plenty about such deliberate difficulties and how the public was often disregarded. Humph. Hearing Zhang Bing say he would complain, the woman finally stopped doing her nails, clearly annoyed. Then she flipped through the materials prepared by Zhang Bing and deliberately picked a fight, saying, Your handwriting is unclear, redo it. Zhang Bing could see that this woman was clearly looking for trouble. Where is it unclear? It's written completely according to the requirements. Are you trying to pick a fight? The woman was taken aback by Zhang Bing's attitude and flipped through the materials again. She saw that Zhang Bing wanted to transfer his household registration to Kyoto, and in Manhwa, having a household registration in Kyoto was not something one could just obtain. It was very prestigious. Seeing that Zhang Bing was young, she sarcastically said, Oh, you still want to transfer your household registration to Kyoto? I advise you to give up on that idea and not waste everyone's time. This has nothing to do with you, just follow the process, Zhang Bing said coldly. You've got quite the temper. The woman deliberately flipped through the materials, wasting time. One moment she said the handwriting was unclear, the next she pointed out this problem and that problem, dragging it out and refusing to process it. Why are you like this? Even Lin Hwanchue, no matter how well-mannered she was, couldn't stand it any longer. You're clearly looking for trouble. What do you mean? The woman snorted coldly and smugly said, Just because you say I'm looking for trouble doesn't mean I am. It's my duty to check carefully, do you understand? Fine. Zhang Bing suppressed his anger, knowing that the other party was seeking revenge. I want to see how long you can keep checking. He was confident that all his materials were prepared according to the requirements, and even if the other party nitpicked, it would be hard to find fault. Moreover, transferring his household registration to Kyoto was for the convenience of the upcoming martial arts competition for college students from the 3 countries. This was Zhao Lao's intention, coordinated through Li Tai. The small place of Tianzhou was deliberately making things difficult for him, which was asking for trouble. If someone from Kyoto made a call, wouldn't all the departments in Tianzhou be scared out of their wits overnight? It really wasn't necessary to use connections in Kyoto for such a trivial matter. The woman was also deliberately at odds with Zhang Bing, going through a large stack of materials, checking each word and each sentence one by one. Zhang Bing suppressed his anger and sat aside with Lin Huanxue. After about 2 full hours, the woman finally finished reviewing the materials. Then she deliberately annotated each document, marking that there were issues. Alright, your materials are generally fine, but there are some minor issues. I've marked them for you. Please make the corrections and come back to me. This woman was clearly calculating the time and doing this on purpose. Faced with such harassment, Zhang Bing could no longer hold back. He slammed his hand on the glass and said, "It seems you're deliberately stalling me, trying to make things difficult for me, right? Fine, just wait. How can you speak like that at your age? I'm just following the process, and look, I even took the time to point out every issue for you." The woman had a mocking expression, her attitude very arrogant. Zhang Bing was unceremonious and angrily said, "Damn it, people like you entering the system is simply an insult to the system. Young man, don't speak so harshly. What have I done to you? If you have the ability, go ahead and complain about me. Aren't you going to complain? I'm waiting. What kind of person are you?" Lin Huanxue also stepped in to support him. "Oh, I see you are still students, not studying properly, just early dating." The two sides quickly exchanged insults, leading to a dispute in the service hall. Soon, security personnel rushed over. "Security, this person is causing trouble. Please escort them out," the woman instructed the security. The security approached to escort Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue out. "Who told you we came to cause trouble?" The security, working there, of course knew the nature of the service hall, but he didn't want to offend these people. "Little brother, just let it go. If you really want to get things done, prepare a red envelope. Being so confrontational won't only fail to get the job done but will also waste your time." The security guard was quite polite, reminding from the side. Zhang Bing certainly knew these procedures, but he was unwilling to comply. Transferring household registration was just a routine matter for the relevant departments in Tianzhou, involving preparing materials and confirming with a stamp and signature. The main trouble was from Kyoto, but with Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun personally arranging things there, it should have been a simple matter. Unexpectedly, it got stuck in his hometown of Tianzhou. "Uncle Security, I just finalized this matter today, not just for myself, but for everyone else who comes to handle affairs in the future," Zhang Bing said, directly rushing to the service hall window, glancing at the woman's employee number and name. "You think just because you have a tiny bit of power in your hands, you can act so recklessly and deliberately make things difficult for us common folks? Fine, just wait. Ha ha." The woman was unfazed, saying, "Go ahead and complain, it won't affect me at all." Zhang Bing gritted his teeth in anger. He originally didn't want to use his connections in Kyoto for such a trivial matter, but now, he had no choice, so he stepped aside and directly called Bai Xiaochun. After briefly explaining the situation he encountered in Tianzhou, Bai Xiaochun was equally furious. He urged Zhang Bing not to resort to bribery or giving red envelopes, as it would only encourage bad practices, and he would handle it immediately. After hanging up, Zhang Bing looked at the woman still doing her nails, with an indifferent expression, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" He really wanted to rush in and slap her twice. The woman had seen Zhang Bing making the call and thought he was complaining about her. Usually, such complaints would only result in a few private criticisms from the leaders, and a reminder to be more careful in the future. Therefore, for someone like her, it was completely ineffective. 10 minutes later, a large group of people who looked like leaders hurriedly came out from the office upstairs in the service hall. From their demeanor, it seemed like something significant had happened. Leading them was a middle-aged man, looking very flustered, who rushed directly into the hall. "Who is Zhang Bing?" "I am," Zhang Bing replied loudly. "Mr. Zhang, no, I'm so sorry, really sorry." The leading director Lin was sweating profusely, quickly apologizing to Zhang Bing. Just now, he had received a call from Kyoto. Initially, he thought it was a scam call, but seeing the number, he realized the scammers wouldn't dare impersonate that. Upon answering, he was so frightened that his legs went weak. It was a call from a big shot in Kyoto, mentioning the deliberate difficulties caused by the service hall staff. Thus, Director Lin hurriedly called everyone in his department to rush down. Meanwhile, the woman at the window still hadn't realized something was wrong. Seeing the highest-ranking director come with all the leaders, she didn't think much of it and stopped doing her nails. "There's nothing to be sorry about. Who are you serving here? I just came to handle a small matter of transferring my household registration, and I've been made to jump through 3 hoops. You're the highest leader here, so you handle it," Zhang Bing said, quite displeased. "What you criticized, we will handle it immediately." Immediately, Director Lin was already terrified. This was the first time he received a call from a big shot in Kyoto, and it was of great significance. "Wang Wan, come out." Saying this, Director Lin hurriedly led a group of people to the window, shouting at the pretentious Wang Wan, "Director Lin, you're looking for me? Get out here right now." Director Lin wished he could immediately slap this woman, who had caused a huge mess while acting as if nothing was wrong. Wang Wan responded and then came out from the back. Seeing the furious Director Lin, she thought it was about Zhang Bing's complaint. What are you doing? The people are paying your salary. How are you doing your job? Wang Wan defended herself. Director Lin, what you criticized, I will definitely pay attention to in the future. Saying this, she didn't forget to glance at Zhang Bing. You're a disgrace, Director Lin reprimanded. There's no going back now. Either you resign voluntarily right now, or we will fire you. People like you tarnish the quality of our department. Upon hearing Director Lin's words, Wang Wan's face changed dramatically, and she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Director Lin, please, it's just a complaint, right? That young man, who told them to charge in. I'll handle it right away, just give me one more chance. Shut up. Director Lin's forehead darkened, warning, if I don't receive your resignation letter by this afternoon, you'll face the consequences. After saying that, Director Lin turned to Zhang Bing, changing his attitude. Mr. Zhang, is this handling acceptable to you? Zhang Bing snorted coldly, looking at the terrified Wang Wan, feeling no sympathy for such a person. I won't comment on these matters. I just hope you remember that you are here to serve the people and not intentionally make things difficult for the public. Yes, Mr. Zhang, you're right. We will definitely take this seriously and ensure such things do not happen again. Zhang Bing nodded. He was just a freshman, approaching things from his own perspective, and didn't want to get involved in departmental matters. He then handed the household registration transfer materials to Director Lin. After receiving them, Director Lin didn't even look at them and immediately rushed inside to process and stamp them. In less than a few minutes, he came back smiling, handing the stamped materials to Zhang Bing, saying, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. It was our negligence that wasted your time. We will definitely correct this. Zhang Bing took the materials and didn't want to linger, quickly leaving the office hall with Lin Huanxue. The next day, in the morning, Zhang Bing told Zhang Qingyun and Li Xiu that he had completed his paperwork and planned to head back to Beijing. The couple repeatedly reminded him and even forcibly stuffed some money into Lin Huanxue's hands. Seeing all this, Zhang Bing felt quite uncomfortable. He signaled Lin Huanxue to accept it. After all, it was the local custom. After bidding farewell to his parents, the two arrived at Tianzhou Station. During this time, Zhang Bing made a special call to Zhou Dabiao and Nie Guobiao, asking them to take good care of his parents with suitable reasons and excuses. The two then took the high-speed train to the neighboring Huangzhou, planning to find Lu Ruyan. Don't you think Roland actually likes you? Lin Huanxue suddenly asked Zhang Bing, looking at him. Zhang Bing smiled and shook his head, pretending to be surprised. No way? You really can act, Lin Huanxue was somewhat dissatisfied and pinched Zhang Bing. Earlier, she felt jealous and a bit worried. After all, Zhang Bing was so wealthy, young, generous, and had strength behind him. What woman wouldn't love that? But she had come to terms with it. Sometimes it's better to let things flow than to block them. Moreover, she had come to Tianzhou this time, met his parents, and their status and relationship were completely established. I really don't know, even if she likes me, it doesn't matter. That's her business. Having you is enough for me, Zhang Bing said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lin Huanxue felt as sweet as if honey had been spread in her heart. Of course, she didn't know that Zhang Bing had secretly used mind reading to grasp her thoughts and spoke the sweet words based on what she was thinking. Actually, Lu Ruyan has it tough. Although she hasn't told us, I learned about it by chance once. She has a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, a broken family, and she earns her own college tuition by working part-time, sending every penny back home. Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lin Huanxue was incredibly shocked, her sympathy overflowing. I didn't expect Roland to have it so hard, sigh. Yes, that's why I gave her 5% of the hotel shares. I hope it can help her. In Huangzhou, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue bought a lot of gifts and did not inform Lu Ruyan in advance but went directly to the address. Although it was said that Lu Ruyan was mocked for selling houses on the bus before, Zhang Bing, having used mind reading, understood afterward. He discovered that sometimes rumors can truly ruin lives. Although Lu Ruyan did indeed show houses to many male clients while selling properties and was taken advantage of, she had never had relations with anyone. Rather, she had indeed had relations with him. Moreover, this woman was soft on the outside but strong on the inside, hiding many grievances and matters in her heart, never complaining to anyone. From this perspective, she was still admirable. Following the address, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue hailed a cab and arrived at a dilapidated residential building. Rua Lin, have you always lived in a place like this? Lin Huanxue asked, somewhat surprised. It's even worse than our home. Zhang Bing was also a bit taken aback, but then thought it made sense. No matter how capable Lu Ruyan was, she was still a student, and she had bought a car, plus she liked to dress up, so her monthly expenses were not low. With a gambling father, a sick mother, and a brother in school, it was indeed very likely. Damn it, hurry up and give me 200,000, or I'll break your legs. I have no money. If you gamble again, my brother and I will never acknowledge you. What did you say? I raised you this big, you ingrate. As they approached a square entrance, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue heard shouting from inside. Listening closely, it was indeed Lu Ruyan's voice. Should we go in? Lin Huanxue asked awkwardly. Zhang Bing also felt a bit awkward, not expecting to run into Lu Ruyan arguing with her father right after arriving. Get out, damn it. If you don't give me 20,000 today, I'll break your legs. Wang Guoqing, you beast, get out. Don't bully Ruo Lin, you're not human, you're not a man at all. Stinking woman, get lost. If it weren't for treating you, I wouldn't have any money. Bastard, don't hit my mom, don't. Inside, the sounds of bowls and chopsticks breaking and things crashing to the ground echoed. Zhang Bing could no longer bear it, handed something to Lin Huanxue, and kicked the door open, charging in. Stop! Zhang Bing shouted, startling Wang Guoqing, who was beating Lu Ruyan's mother. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was doing her utmost to protect a middle-aged woman with a wrinkled face, who looked very weak. Seeing Zhang Bing suddenly appear and kick the door open, she was momentarily stunned. Who the hell are you? Wang Guoqing, with a big beer belly and a scruffy beard, looked like a typical gambler. He rushed up and began to scold Zhang Bing loudly, showing signs of wanting to get physical. Stop it! Lu Ruyan quickly stood up, ran over to block him, and angrily said, "This is our company's general manager Zhang. If you touch him, you're finished." Lu Ruyan understood the gravity of the situation. Zhang Bing was a person of status, someone even the richest in Kyoto wouldn't dare provoke. If her gambling father really hit Zhang Bing, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Lin Huanxue also walked in carrying a large pile of expensive gifts, looking at the damp and messy environment inside. She found it hard to imagine that the poised and emotionally intelligent Lu Ruyan came from such a background. A big man hitting his wife and scolding his daughter at home. What a disgrace. You little brat, what did you say? Wang Guoqing glanced at Lin Huanxue, shocked by the presence of such a beautiful woman. Don't go too far. Lu Ruyan stood in the middle and said, "This is my classmate." Zhang Bing was also wary of this gambler suddenly going berserk and was prepared. Humph. Wang Guoqing sized up Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue, then smiled and said, "So young and already a boss, you must be quite wealthy. You just kicked my door down, you need to pay for it. You, shameless." Lu Ruyan was almost driven mad. She worked part-time in Kyoto, selling her body, for what? It's not just to earn tuition for myself but also to pay for my sick mother's treatment and my younger brother's schooling. The worst part is this gambling father. The part-time job is a bottomless pit. Over the years, he has extorted at least $1 million from me under various pretenses. Yet it remains a bottomless pit. Although I did make some money selling the house, after my own expenses, there's hardly anything left. Where could I possibly get 200,000 to give to my gambling father? Mr. Zhang Huanxue, don't pay attention to this madman. Lu Ruyan felt deeply ashamed and didn't want Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue to know about her family situation. Little did she know, Zhang Bing had already understood everything clearly through mind reading. You want money, right? How much? Zhang Bing didn't mind. After all, he was never short of money. Give me 200,000, and my daughter is all yours. Wang Guoqing's eyes lit up, completely deranged. You shameless scum, you don't deserve to be a father, Lu Ruyan scolded. Even her sick mother couldn't help but struggle to get up from the bed, but clearly, she was unable to move well. Shut up. Anyway, you can give me 200,000 today, or else just wait and see. Wang Guoqing had a rogue demeanor. 200,000 is nothing. Without saying a word, Zhang Bing took out his phone. Mr. Zhang, no, don't give it to him. If you give it to him, he'll go gamble right away. Lu Ruyan immediately stopped him. Get lost. Wang Guoqing charged over and kicked at Lu Ruyan. Ruolin. Lin Huanxue quickly supported her, extremely furious, having never seen a biological father treat his daughter like this. Zhang Bing frowned. He didn't want to lay hands on Wang Guoqing but couldn't help but angrily say, "If you dare to hit or scold the senior, or your wife, I won't give you a single cent. As long as you give me money, I'll listen to whatever you say," Wang Guoqing said, his eyes gleaming with greed, completely disregarding everything else. Zhang Bing sighed, then signaled Wang Guoqing to take out his phone to scan the code. He didn't waste time and directly transferred 200,000 in 4 installments. Watching the money arrive, Wang Guoqing was overjoyed, saying, "Boss is generous, we're rich." He then walked out while talking. Mr. Zhang, I'll pay you back, Lu Ruyan sighed. No need, Zhang Bing shook his head and said, "I'll help you solve these problems, don't worry." Just now, he had quietly used mind reading to learn about Wang Guoqing's psychological state. Although Wang Guoqing was a gambling addict and completely deranged, he had once been a good husband and father. It was just that he had been set up and trapped, which led him to fall into gambling and unable to extricate himself. "Child, you shouldn't have given him money just now." At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's mother trembled as she spoke from the bedside. "Mom!" Lu Ruoyan hurried over to support her, introducing, "This is my boss, Mr. Zhang, and my classmate Huanxue." "Hello, Mr. Zhang." "Huanxue, please take a seat." "Roland, quickly attend to Mr. Zhang and Huanxue, don't mind me." Although Zhou Shanglian was seriously ill, it was clear she was a kind and traditional woman. "Auntie, no need to be polite," Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue said. Lu Ruoyan glanced at her shattered home. The slightly valuable things had long been sold off by Wang Guoqing, leaving the place bare and awkward. "Mr. Zhang, Huanxue, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "Roland, you really have it tough," Lin Huanxue said kindly, comforting her. "Wang Guoqing, you better come out and pay your debts." "Want to hide? Can you really hide?" At that moment, a commotion of shouting came from outside. Upon hearing the voices, Zhou Shanglian showed a look of terror. "Roland, quickly take Huanxue and hide, hurry." Before Zhou Shanglian could finish her sentence, a tattooed man burst in with several burly men. Seeing this group, Zhou Shanglian was completely unsettled. "Oh, everyone's here, and there are quite a few of you. Hey, there are two such beautiful girls." The leader, a tattooed man called Black Panther, was a notorious figure in Huangzhou, specializing in high-interest loans and gambling. Relying on his brother-in-law, a big shot in Huangzhou, Black Panther was practically lawless. Zhang Bing directly used his mind-reading ability to see through Black Panther's thoughts. This man was here to collect a debt. Wang Guoqing was the one who had been set up and ended up in this situation. He had only borrowed 50,000 back then, and now it had ballooned to 2 million in just 3 months. But upon seeing Lu Ruoyan and Lin Huanxue, Black Panther's mind filled with lewd thoughts, which instantly ignited Zhang Bing's fury. "Boss Black Panther, we don't owe you any money. The person you're looking for is Wang Guoqing. He just took out 200,000 and should be at the casino. You should go find him," Zhou Shanglian said, clearly familiar with Black Panther's gang. "Damn it, that bastard, having money and not paying it back. I'll have to break his leg later," Black Panther cursed, instructing his subordinates beside him. "Wang Guoqing is your husband. Since he won't pay, then you will." "Of course, I'm in a good mood today. What's the relationship between these two girls and your Wang family?" Zhou Shanglian's emotions became very agitated upon hearing Black Panther's words. She had just told Lu Ruoyan and Lin Huanxue to hide quickly to avoid this. "Boss Black Panther, please don't do anything reckless. I beg you, don't hurt my daughter and her classmate. If you want money, go find Wang Guoqing," Black Panther said, and his mouth curled into an evil grin as his eyes fixated on Lu Ruoyan and Lin Huanxue. Both were stunning beauties, especially their figures, which were simply exquisite. "So it's Wang Guoqing's daughter, looking so beautiful. Little girl, play with me, and I can consider forgiving some of your father's debt. Otherwise, I'll have to kill your father later." "Disgusting," Lu Ruoyan shouted angrily. Black Panther wasn't angry. He swaggered over and said, "Oh, you have quite the temper, I like it. What? A father's debt is to be repaid by the son, it's only natural. You better think it through. If you serve me well, not only will your father's debt be extended, but you can also enjoy a good life with me." As Black Panther spoke, he approached, ready to make a move. Zhou Shanglian struggled desperately on the bed, pleading with Black Panther not to harm her daughter. "Bah, really shameless," Lin Huanxue fearlessly scolded. Black Panther glanced at Lin Huanxue and said, "Beautiful lady, let's be friends. I'm Black Panther, just mention my name in Huangzhou." "Disgusting, vulgar," Lin Huanxue replied angrily. Black Panther and his gang were already wide-eyed. They had never seen such high-level beauties before. "You all have quite the spirit. Looks like I didn't come here for nothing today, ha," Black Panther said, completely ignoring Zhang Bing, ready to instruct his men to take Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruoyan away. "What the hell do you want to do?" Zhang Bing could no longer hold back. After reading Black Panther's gang's thoughts, he was extremely furious. This group of people could only be described as utterly immoral and wicked. 1,000 cuts would be too light a punishment. "Kid, who the hell are you?" "I'm your father," Zhang Bing said, clenching his fists and scolding. "You're looking for death. Kid, you dare to insult my boss." Black Panther's underlings immediately became furious, surrounding him menacingly. Zhang Bing sneered. For the first time, he felt that the ancient martial arts gifted by the system were truly useful. "You scum, not only did you set up and harm Roland's dad, 50,000 principal, and in 2 months turned it into 2 million, damn, just go rob him directly." Zhang Bing looked at Black Panther and directly revealed his innermost thoughts. Black Panther and the others were not surprised. They guessed it was probably Wang Guoqing who had said it. But Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Shanglian were shocked, not expecting that Wang Guoqing had actually been framed. "You scum, beast, you've ruined our family like this, I won't let you off." Lu Ruoyan shouted angrily. Zhang Bing gave Lu Ruoyan a glance, signaling her to calm down. This group of people had blood on their hands, they were ruthless characters, and indeed had connections behind them. I've taken on Wang Wuqing's debt, you bunch of social scum, you'd better get out of here right now, or I guarantee you'll regret it later. At that moment, Zhang Bing's sense of justice surged, his fists clenched, and the muscles and bones in his body crackled. Kid, you sure talk big, who do you think you are? Black Panther didn't explode in anger immediately but looked disdainfully at Zhang Bing, noticing that he was young, and with Lu Ruoyan and Lin Huanxue, they clearly still looked like students. 2 million is not a small amount, in Huangzhou, it's considered quite wealthy. What do you care who I am? 50,000 in principle, take it or leave it, if you don't want it, then get lost. Zhang Bing didn't waste words. Although he had a lot of money, he would rather donate 50,000 than let this group of unscrupulous socialites benefit. Are you messing with me? Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Black Panther immediately got angry, his eyes revealing a fierce look. Black Panther, don't do anything reckless. Boss Zhang has nothing to do with this. Please, debts have their owners. The money is owed by Wang Wuqing. Go find him for it, okay? Zhou Shanglian, though scared herself, was very kind and didn't want Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, or Lu Ruoyan to get involved. Shut your mouth, you damn horse! Black Panther roared, staring at Zhang Bing. Kid, you've got some guts, daring to mess with me, huh? But your girlfriend is not bad. If you let me have some fun with her, I might consider letting you off. As he spoke, Black Panther signaled his men to move. Play with your mother. Zhang Bing cursed loudly and struck first. Using ancient martial arts, he kicked a burly man to the ground and swiftly grabbed Black Panther, who hadn't reacted yet. With one hand gripping his throat, he slapped him twice. You, how dare you hit me? Get him, waste this little beast. Let go of our boss. Let go immediately. Black Panther never expected to be beaten without the power to fight back by a student. In his rage, he shouted at his men. Zhang Bing sneered, holding Black Panther's throat. With a little force, he could easily crush him. Facing the few burly men rushing over, he swiftly dodged and threw a punch. The speed of his punch was so fast that ordinary eyes couldn't catch it, sending the rushing men flying one by one, crashing to the ground, clutching their chests and spitting blood, unable to get up. This exaggerated scene stunned Zhou Shanglian, who was still in bed. Black Panther was dumbfounded, swallowing hard. After quickly dealing with these men, Zhang Bing coldly stared at Black Panther. What are you thinking? I know exactly what you're up to. You think I wouldn't dare to touch you, right? Today, I'll show you what happens. Saying this, Zhang Bing didn't hold back and slapped Black Panther hard. The room was filled with the crisp sound of slaps and Black Panther's screams and curses. I want to see just how tough your mouth is, big brother of the society. Zhang Bing didn't stop, directly swelling both sides of Black Panther's face, knocking out several of his teeth. Black Panther finally quieted down, his eyes filled with murderous intent, but he no longer dared to shout or curse. Zhang Bing sneered repeatedly. He used mind-reading techniques and understood Black Panther's thoughts clearly. The other party was thinking about how to cripple his legs later and wanted to toy with Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruoyan, with very evil and filthy ideas. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate, and the other party was indeed wicked to the core. Even if he killed him directly, it would be considered doing justice. I know you won't accept it, but I can give you a chance to test your strength. Zhang Bing gripped the Black Panther's throat and suddenly exerted force, lifting him up with one hand. This scene once again terrified everyone. But remember this clearly, if you dare to extort or intimidate Wang Wuqing, bully Aunt Zhou, or lay a hand on the senior sister in Han Shui, I will personally ruin you. After saying this, Zhang Bing directly swung his arm, throwing the strong Black Panther out of the room. A few subordinates were already pale with fear. They had never encountered someone so fierce. Get out! Zhang Bing shouted. The group immediately helped each other and ran out together, lifting the fallen Black Panther and quickly fleeing. Mr. Zhang, thank you. I'm really sorry for the trouble, Lu Ruyan said gratefully. Zhou Shanglian also regained her composure from the shock, not expecting her daughter's boss to be so young and so strong. Boss Shang, I really don't know how to thank you. Aunt Zhou, no need to be polite. I'm also an alumnus of the same school as Roland, it's only right. Besides, those people are just scum of society. At this moment, Lin Hanshue's eyes were filled with stars. Zhang Bing secretly used his mind-reading ability to grasp the thoughts of Lu Ruyan and Lin Hanshue. Lin Hanshue was full of admiration for herself, while Lu Ruyan was immensely in awe of him, wishing to rush over and give him a passionate kiss. He smiled, then glanced at Zhou Xianglian's condition. Aunt Zhou, I know a bit of medicine. In your situation, I might be able to help relieve it, and then we can find a good doctor. It should be no problem to treat you. Zhou Shanglian was even more surprised to hear this. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate. He knew that Zhou Shanglian's condition was treatable, but the cost was not low. Lu Ruyan could afford it, having done so several times. but it had all been taken away by Wang Guoqing through various ruthless means. He walked directly to Zhou Xianglian's side, using the ancient medical techniques provided by the system, rotating his fingers and then pressing on the acupoints on Zhou Xianglian's body. After a series of operations, flowing smoothly, in less than 10 minutes, Zhou Xianglian's complexion visibly improved, and she could get out of bed. This left Lin Hanxue, Lu Ruyan, and Zhou Xianglian all stunned. Mr. Zhang. Lu Ruyan's eyes were red. She truly didn't know how to thank Zhang Bing. Zhou Xianglian felt the same. She had been half lying in bed for a long time, and this was her first time getting up. Boss Zhang, I owe you a great debt. I will work for you like a horse. Saying this, Zhou Xianglian was about to kneel down to express her gratitude. Aunt Zhou, please don't. Zhang Bing immediately stepped forward to stop her, saying, Auntie, I only relieved your condition. You still need to stay in the hospital for a while. Hearing this, a look of helplessness flashed across Zhou Xianglian's face. Zhang Bing understood the specific reason. He looked at Lu Ruyan and then said, Senior sister, since Han Shui and I are here, let's take Auntie to the hospital together. You don't need to worry about the funds. Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Bing with immense gratitude. If at first, she just wanted to keep this wealthy man around, now she was completely smitten, willing to be Zhang Bing's lover for a lifetime. At Huangzhou First Hospital, Zhang Bing, Lin Hanxue, and Lu Ruyan managed to bring Zhou Xianglian over after much discussion. The three split up to act quickly, helping Zhou Xianglian secure a private ward, which, although not cheap, was nothing compared to Zhang Bing's hourly bank interest. After settling Zhou Xianglian in, Zhang Bing knew it was time to deal with the Black Panther and his group thoroughly. He had read their thoughts before letting the Black Panther go and knew they would launch a retaliatory action. For such ruthless characters, the most direct method was to eliminate them once and for all, crushing them with absolute strength and making them feel despair. Moreover, he also read that the Black Panther would order his men to give Wang Guoqing a severe beating, but not to actually break his legs, because if they did, the debt couldn't be repaid, but a good thrashing was inevitable. Zhang Bing did not oppose this. Although Wang Guoqing was set up, he was indeed scum, not a real man, and a beating would serve as a lesson. Sure enough, Lu Ruyan hurried out of the hospital room. Mr. Zhang, my dad is in trouble. He was caught by the Black Panther's men at the casino. Although Lu Ruyan hated Wang Guoqing deeply, he was still her biological father, and she was quite worried. Zhang Bing nodded and said, Don't worry, your dad won't be in life-threatening danger, nor will he lose any limbs. But a good beating is definitely unavoidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt relieved. Her thoughts aligned with Zhang Bing's. Her father indeed needed to experience a painful lesson. Over the past few years, the money she earned, aside from investing in herself, had almost all been lost. In the end, even the money for her mother's medical treatment had been gambled away, and they had sold off everything of value at home. Moreover, she had already helped Wang Guoqing pay off a considerable amount of gambling debts, only to find out he still owed a full 3 million. Then let's not care about him, he deserves it, Lu Ruyan said angrily. Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue exchanged a smile, then said, You can ignore your dad, but the interest on the 50,000 gambling debt that is rolled into 3 million, including dealing with the Black Panther and his men, still needs to be addressed. Otherwise, when we return to the Kyoto Art School, they will definitely retaliate against your mother. What Zhang Bing said was exactly what Lu Ruyan was worried about. The Black Panther's group would do anything, completely lacking humanity. Let's go, we'll check out the casino and take care of these matters thoroughly, Zhang Bing said with a smile. At that moment, in an underground casino in Huangzhou, Wang Guoqing, as expected, had already lost the 200,000 he had just received and was being held by the Black Panther and his men. After just being beaten by Zhang Bing at his home, the Black Panther was looking for a place to vent his anger. He ordered his men to pin Wang Guoqing to the ground and beat him mercilessly. Wang Guoqing begged for mercy, claiming he would definitely pay back the money. Stop hitting me, please stop hitting me, boss, I will pay back, I will definitely pay back. Wang Guoqing knelt on the ground, bowing his head in supplication. Damn it, took 200,000 and won't pay it back, beat him hard. The Black Panther touched his swollen face, recalling the scene of being ruthlessly slapped by Zhang Bing, his anger soaring. However, upon seeing Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan, two beautiful women, a wicked desire ignited within him. Wang Guoqing, now I'm giving you a way out. Let your daughter and her classmates come play with me, and I can give you some leeway. Otherwise, today it's either your legs or your arms, you choose. No, boss, let's talk this over. No, I promise I will pay back, I will definitely pay back. Wang Guoqing was frightened and hurriedly begged for mercy. Useless, 3 million including principal and interest, can you pay that back, you useless piece of trash? Let me tell you, use your daughter to offset the debt. Do you understand what I mean? The Black Panther had a greedy look on his face. At this moment, he had an idea. His backer was a big shot in Huangzhou, who was also his brother-in-law. If he could have beauties like Lin Huanshui and Lu Ruyan as his women, he could enjoy them himself and also offer them to those big shots. This would elevate his future development in Huangzhou. No, boss, my daughter's boss, that Zhang guy, is very wealthy. That 200,000 was given to me by him. Shut up. The Black Panther kicked him, angrily saying, I'm not short on money, but your daughter and her classmates are indeed quite good. So, give your daughter to me, and I'll waive the 3 million entirely. Upon hearing this, the last shred of Wang Wuqing's conscience vanished. Just then, Zhang Bing arrived at the casino with Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan. Although it was an underground casino, Zhang Bing had read Black Panther's thoughts, so he was familiar with the situation and jumped right in. As the three entered the casino, Black Panther's underlings recognized them and rushed in to report. Boss, that kid just came in with those two beauties. Upon hearing this, Black Panther immediately sprang to his feet, as if energized. Great, damn it, he dares to come back, fine. He waved his hand and ordered, notify all the brothers to grab their weapons. The men should be taken out, and be careful with the two women, don't let them get hurt. Soon, Black Panther charged out from the inner room with a large group of subordinates, full of momentum. At that moment, Zhang Bing was in the hall with Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan. This casino couldn't be called luxurious, but the gamblers were quite serious. The vices of gambling and drugs were harmful. Gambling and drugs could ruin lives. The consequences could be as light as a wasted life or as severe as a family being torn apart, with Wang Wuqing being the best example. Seeing Black Panther rush over with a large group, Zhang Bing was not at all flustered. With his mastery of ancient martial arts, dealing with this group was a piece of cake. Since he dared to bring two women, he was fully confident. Wang Wuqing, who had been beaten half to death, was also dragged out. Seeing Wang Wuqing's miserable state, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but sigh. Trash, you have some guts. I was just looking for you, and you dare to come to me. Black Panther gritted his teeth, standing behind the crowd. When he was at Lu Ruyan's house, he had personally experienced Zhang Bing's skills, so he was more cautious this time. Zhang Bing sneered, then jumped onto the gambling table, shouting, "Everyone get out immediately." Many gamblers looked confused, glancing at Zhang Bing and then at their boss Black Panther and his group. They quickly understood and all stopped, retreating towards the door. You dare to hit me and come here to cause trouble? If I let you walk out of here today, then I've wasted all these years as Black Panther. Black Panther shouted, then waved his hand, and a group of subordinates rushed forward. Zhang Bing remained calm, jumping down from the gambling table and positioning himself in front of Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan. He then placed one hand on the heavy gambling table and suddenly lifted it with force. The gambling table, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, was flipped over and hurled towards the group of attackers. This scene was something only seen on television, and everyone was stunned. In an instant, the gambling table crashed into the more than 10 rushing men, pinning them down. A group of thugs had never seen such a scene. They were terrified and screamed in horror. Zhang Bing walked over step by step, standing on the gambling table, which was pressing down on more than 10 thugs. Black Panther swallowed hard, realizing he had underestimated the situation. He never expected Zhang Bing to be so fierce. Flipping a 1,000-pound gambling table with one hand was too exaggerated. So you're Black Panther? I now give you two choices. First, turn over a new leaf, close the casino, and wipe out all of Wang Wuqing's gambling debts, and be a good person. Second, I want you to regret being a person for the rest of your life, stuck in a sewing machine. Although Black Panther was wary of Zhang Bing's terrifying strength, he was not afraid. He had backing. His brother-in-law was a powerful figure in Huangzhou, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to run a casino. You have guts, I admire you, Black Panther. But as long as I make one phone call, no matter how strong you are, it won't matter. Black Panther took a few steps back, threateningly. Is that so? Zhang Bing knew Black Panther was starting to call in favors. When it came to connections, not to mention Black Panther, even the entire Shangnan, or even Kyoto, few could compare to him. Fine, today I want you to understand clearly. Feel free to call your backer, I'll be waiting. Zhang Bing stood on the gambling table, speaking coldly. Black Panther did not hesitate and immediately began making a phone call. Meanwhile, Wang Wuqing was so scared that his face turned purple, quickly kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. Black Panther, this has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. Dad, you're really embarrassing. Lu Ruyan looked at her father like this, feeling no heartache, only disgust. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanshui also felt helpless. There were some things, some words that they both were outsiders to, and it was indeed hard to say, hard to do. You little brat, shut up. Just now, Boss Black Panther said that as long as you accompany him, all my gambling debts will be forgiven. It's all your boss's fault. Wang Guoqing scolded with resentment. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly in anger and cursed, "You're just a beast. Is there a father like you in this world? What do you know?" Wang Guoqing shouted, "With one phone call from Lord Black Panther, your boss is dead for sure. What good is it to be strong? Who in Huangzhou doesn't know about Boss Black Panther's connections? What do you understand?" At this moment, many gamblers had gathered at the door to watch the commotion. Indeed, many people knew about Black Panther's background, which was why this underground casino had been operating for many years, flaunting itself without any trouble. Zhang Bing, a young man who looked to be under 20, dared to sweep the place with two beauties. Although Zhang Bing had just single-handedly overturned the gambling table in a chaotic manner, in front of the power of the big shots, it meant nothing. The big shot only needed a phone call, a word, and any charge could be pinned on him. The sewing machine would be smoking. Black Panther had just finished his call. He watched Zhang Bing warily, afraid that Zhang Bing would rush over and make a move. "Just wait, someone will come to deal with you soon. You think you're tough, huh? You want me to spend the rest of my life on a sewing machine, right?" Zhang Bing sneered, completely unconcerned. He could only sigh. He had originally just come home to handle a household registration transfer, yet kept running into such matters. He really didn't want to have to seek help from secretary by far away in the south. Although he could completely ignore Black Panther with his own strength, that would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The best way to address the root cause was to make the other party feel despair, to feel what it meant to be crushed. "Very well, I want to see how arrogant you are now. Later, I'll make you suffer." After making a call for help, Black Panther felt emboldened. He didn't believe that Zhang Bing, who looked to be at most under 20, could possibly match him in connections, even though he was absurdly strong. Zhang Bing kept sneering, not caring at all. Many people in the casino began to cheer, mocking Zhang Bing for being a newborn calf not afraid of tigers, truly unaware of the danger. About 10 minutes later, a group of officers from the police station indeed arrived outside the casino, quickly surrounding the area. Seeing the police arrive, Black Panther was not at all flustered. This underground casino was not a secret, the police were well aware, but generally, they wouldn't go too far, turning a blind eye. Moreover, they couldn't afford to offend Black Panther's brother-in-law, Captain Xiao. Seeing the police rush in, Black Panther finally breathed a sigh of relief and greeted the leader, who he was familiar with. The leader, Xiao Han, was considered a big shot in Huangzhou and had a brotherly relationship with Black Panther behind the scenes. "Black Panther, what's going on?" Xiao Han glanced at the environment inside the casino. Although it wasn't that obvious, there were still many chips scattered on the ground, especially with many gamblers watching the show around. "Captain Xiao, I'm just doing some legitimate business. This kid came to cause trouble and even injured our brothers." Black Panther shifted the blame directly onto Zhang Bing. Xiao Han glanced at the young Zhang Bing, who was standing on a gambling table, with a large group of Black Panther's underlings underneath. This left Xiao Han dumbfounded, feeling it was unbelievable. "Young man, are you the one causing trouble?" Xiao Han looked at Zhang Bing and asked. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then stepped down from the gambling table, casually grabbing it and lifting the table, which weighed over 1,000 pounds, with one hand, allowing the underlings trapped underneath to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, over time, it is very likely that it will lead to loss of life. "What do you mean by causing trouble?" Zhang Bing pointed at Black Panther and the others, saying sternly, "This group is running a casino, setting traps to harm others. Their evil deeds are numerous. I'm just here to uphold justice." Seeing Zhang Bing casually lift a 1,000-pound gambling table earlier, Xiao Han and his group of officers were also extremely shocked. How much strength must that take? However, shock aside, they had guns in their hands, a natural sense of justice. Even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie low. "You're not very old, but your tone is quite arrogant. Who do you think you are to uphold justice? Come with us for a while, we need to take your statement," Xiao Han said with an unsatisfied expression, giving a direct order. "On what grounds are you arresting us?" Lin Huanxue stepped forward without hesitation, saying, "Isn't running a casino and lending at high interest illegal? Shouldn't you be arresting them?" Xiao Han glanced at Lin Huanxue, instantly captivated. As the captain of the patrol bureau, it was his first time seeing such an exquisite beauty. "Little sister, you can eat anything, but you can't speak carelessly, understand? You need evidence to speak. You say they are running a casino and lending at high interest. Do you have any evidence?" "Hoof," Lin Huanxue replied discontentedly. "There are chips all over the ground, gambling tables, and these gamblers. Aren't they all evidence?" "That Mr. Wang borrowed 50,000, and in 2 months it rolled to 3 million. Is there such a thing in the world?" Upon hearing Lin Huanxue's words, Black Panther immediately pointed aggressively, threatening, "You little girl, don't slander my reputation. This is just a group of friends playing here, it's not gambling. As for you saying I lent that useless Wang Wuqing 50,000, and it rolled to 3 million in 3 months, you can ask Wang Wuqing if that's true." As he spoke, Black Panther glanced at the gamblers gathered around and at Wang Wuqing beside him, his eyes filled with suggestive warnings. These gamblers were regulars here, and of course, they all knew Black Panther's strength and background. Xiao Han and the patrol bureau were just going through the motions, and from Xiao Han's tone and attitude, it was clear to everyone that he was clearly favoring Black Panther. "Captain Xiao, this kid and this beauty are talking nonsense. We are all friends of brother Black Panther, just here to hang out. Yeah, saying we are gambling is ridiculous. If we were really gambling, would we dare to stand here watching when you patrol officers arrived?" A few gamblers began to speak up for Black Panther. Wang Wuqing was even more direct, jumping out to accuse, "Captain Xiao, there's nothing going on, absolutely nothing. Brother Black Panther is a good person. How could he lend at high interest?" Hearing that Black Panther was a good person, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. However, he still had to put on a show. He pretended to look at Wang Wuqing and asked, "Your name is Wang Wuqing, right? What happened to your injury?" "Captain Xiao, I accidentally fell." "Captain Xiao, please don't wrong brother Black Panther. This boss named Zhang and my daughter, along with that girl, are all students who don't know better, just talking nonsense here." "Alright, I will handle this fairly myself." Xiao Han nodded, then turned to Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Wang Ruo. "You three have all heard and seen it. What else is there to say?" Lin Huanxue and Wang Luyuyan, being girls, couldn't stand this situation where right and wrong were confused and black and white were reversed. The original plaintiff continued to argue but was stopped by the office. Zhang Bing had long used mind reading to understand Black Panther's background. Everything happening now was normal. He was not afraid and disdainfully said, "It seems you are deeply colluding, unable to distinguish right from wrong." "Not bad. What did you say, kid?" Xiao Han caught the sarcasm in Zhang Bing's words and directly warned, "With that sentence, I can detain you right away, understand?" "I'm so scared." Zhang Bing was unconvinced. "You little beast, you dare to be so arrogant in front of Captain Xiao? You think you're tough, huh? Why don't you give it a try?" With Xiao Han and his group of officers present, Black Panther was as arrogant as he could be. "Captain Xiao, this kid is relying on a couple of small fries. As you can see, he smashed my place and injured so many of my brothers. We must deal with him severely." Xiao Han nodded, and then his subordinates began to apprehend Zhang Bing. "What do you want? Do you still have any respect for the law?" Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan stepped forward, angrily rebuking Xiao Han and his officers. "Huanxue, senior sister, don't pay them any mind." Zhang Bing was confident. He knew very well that Xiao Han was just a small character. The real evil behind Black Panther was his brother-in-law. To truly intimidate Black Panther and his group, he needed to get a hold of his brother-in-law. "Today, I want to see if there is still a distinction between right and wrong in this world." Xiao Han sneered, seeing that Zhang Bing was just a student with naive thoughts. He disdainfully said, "Kid, save your words for when we get to the police station. Now, come along quietly." Just then, a small car suddenly pulled up outside the casino. Several middle-aged men rushed out of the car, accompanying an elderly man. "Stop!" The old man's voice was loud, and it was clear he held a significant status. Accompanied by several middle-aged men, the old man walked directly into the casino. Black Panther and Xiao Han did not recognize the old man, but seeing his extraordinary demeanor and the number of people accompanying him, they figured he was not an ordinary person. "Who are you?" Xiao Han asked. Black Panther was much more aggressive than Xiao Han, loudly saying, "Who are you? Another busybody?" "Watch your tone," one of the middle-aged men beside the old man said, clearly displeased with Black Panther's attitude. "This is Chen Guozhong, the director of Huangzhou First Hospital." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood in respect. Huangzhou First Hospital was the best tertiary hospital in the area, and being its director meant he was a person of significant social standing and influence. "So it's Director Chen. It's you, Director Chen. I've heard so much about you." After learning the old man's identity, both Xiao Han and Black Panther changed their attitudes, becoming very polite and respectful. After all, the circle in Huangzhou was small. Unless there was a special reason, it was best not to offend anyone. Chen Guozhong was also quite courteous, politely nodding to both Xiao Han and Black Panther. He then glanced around the casino hall, his gaze locking onto Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan. "May I ask who is Zhang Bing, the boss?" Chen Guozhong inquired. "I am," Zhang Bing replied, politely asking, "Director Chen, what can I do for you?" Chen Guozhong nodded, looking at Zhang Bing with disbelief. "So young, truly a hero among the youth, remarkable, remarkable." Chen Guozhong praised, speaking to himself, leaving others confused. After all this, the director of the first hospital suddenly came looking for Zhang Bing? Zhang Bing was also a bit surprised, but he did not use his mind-reading ability, as it was unnecessary. Anyone could see that Chen Guozhong came with good intentions, not as a foe. Divine Doctor, Zhang Divine Doctor, please allow me to pay my respects. Saying this, Chen Guozhong suddenly clasped his hands and was about to bow to Zhang Bing. This scene stunned everyone, even Zhang Bing himself was a bit taken aback, but he roughly guessed what was happening. Most likely, when he was at the Wang family, he had used ancient medical techniques to treat Zhou Shanglian and then sent her to the hospital, which must have led Chen Guozhong to notice something. After understanding the situation with Zhou Shanglian, he hurriedly came to find him. It was undoubtedly his extraordinary medical skills that had shocked this old man. Director Chen, what is this? This kid is supposed to be some kind of divine doctor? He's just a student, but he does have some skills, said Black Panther and Xiaohan disdainfully. To say a student is a divine doctor is indeed hard to believe. What do you know? Chen Guozhong scolded loudly. Dr. Sang's medical skills surpass my understanding. How could you ordinary folks know? Old Chen, could it be a mistake? Xiaohan still found it hard to believe. Chen Guozhong shook his head, indicating it was impossible. Just as Zhang Bing had guessed, while treating Zhou Shanglian, he discovered that she had been treated by a master. That technique was extraordinary, and after some inquiries, he learned it was Zhang Bing who had intervened. He then used his connections to find him at the casino. Old Chen, you're exaggerating, it's just a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning, Zhang Bing humbly replied. But Old Chen, is Aunt Zhou's condition any better? Chen Guozhong nodded and said, don't worry, Dr. Zhang. After your treatment, Ms. Zhou has actually improved a lot. Before we came, we had already arranged for an expert consultation, and there are no major issues. Upon hearing this, Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan finally understood. Although Xiaohan and Black Panther found it hard to believe, hearing Chen Guozhong say so allowed them to basically conclude that it should be true. Chen Guozhong paused, glanced at the chaotic scene, and then looked at the officers from the police station surrounding Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan. Being experienced, he guessed what had happened. May I ask if you are here to arrest Dr. Zhang? Xiaohan nodded and explained, Director Chen, this Zhang Bing falsely accused Black Panther, injured many people, and caused damage to this place, so according to protocol, we need to take him back for investigation. Yes, Director Chen, although I don't know why you call him a divine doctor, this kid is not a good person, Black Panther added. He. After hearing this, Chen Guozhong sneered, do you think I'm blind? It's clear this is a casino. And who doesn't know your name, Black Panther, in Huangzhou? You say Dr. Zhang is not a good person. How can you say such a thing? With Chen Guozhong's sarcasm, Black Panther's face turned ugly. He had already been beaten up by Zhang Bing, and now he felt an indescribable absurdity. Director Chen, even if you are highly respected, you should speak with evidence, Black Panther said, though he didn't want to offend Chen Guozhong. He wasn't afraid. Captain Xia from the police station is here, and so many witnesses have just testified. You say this is a casino. Director Chen, some words shouldn't be said lightly. Indeed, Xiaohan said politely, Director Chen is a person from the medical field. This matter is not his expertise. If you know this person, rest assured, we in the police station will handle things according to procedure, emphasizing evidence. We won't wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a villain go. Chen Guozhong kept sneering and stopped wasting words, directly stating, everyone knows what's going on, that's enough. Today, I want to protect Dr. Zhang. I ask you if you will give this face. Zhang Bing was a bit surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Chen Guozhong to be so supportive. They weren't even acquainted, yet because of his superb medical skills, he had directly offended Black Panther and Xiaohan's group, who were forcefully trying to protect him. Although he didn't need Chen Guozhong's protection, the old man's actions still made him respect him quite a bit. Xiaohan was in a bit of a dilemma. He really didn't want to offend Chen Guozhong. After all, his status in Huangzhou was higher than his. But his relationship with Black Panther was evident, and Black Panther had stronger connections. So, he could only look at Black Panther's attitude at this moment. Director Chen, we have always kept our distance. I, Black Panther, also respect you. Isn't it inappropriate for you to intervene like this? There's nothing inappropriate. Just tell me whether you will give me this face, Chen Guozhong asked forcefully. Black Panther fell into deep thought, but recalling the scene of being beaten by Zhang Bing, and with so many people watching today, he realized that if he didn't handle Zhang Bing properly, he would lose all his authority in the future. Since you, Dean Shen, have said that, if you don't give me, Black Panther, face, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Black Panther, are you really going to do this? Chen Guozhong was also quite displeased. He knew Black Panther had backing. However, he thought that relying on his own status, Black Panther would at least give him some face, but he didn't expect Black Panther to be so tough. Dean Shen, I've already given you face. If it were any other matter, I, Black Panther, would never hesitate, but this little beast, there's no room for negotiation. Chen Guozhong's expression instantly darkened, feeling as if he had been slapped in the face. Dean Chen, thank you for standing up for me, but it's fine, I think I can handle this myself, Zhang Bing said, stepping forward at the right moment, seeing Chen Guozhong in a difficult position. He knew that Chen Guozhong valued his ancient medical skills and wanted to build a relationship with him. However, it was clear that Black Panther's backing was strong, and even Chen Guozhong seemed unable to provoke him. You're Zhang Bing, right? Black Panther looked at Zhang Bing and threatened, no one can save you. If you dare to go against me, you'll regret it. Is that so? Zhang Bing retorted sarcastically, aren't you just relying on your brother-in-law? I want to see what your brother-in-law can do to me. Black Panther snorted coldly and stopped talking, giving Xiaohan a look. Xiaohan understood immediately and stood up, saying, all right, you can talk about this at the police station. As he spoke, the police personnel moved to forcibly take Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan away. Wait! Chen Guozhong still didn't give up and shouted. Seeing that Black Panther was not giving him face, he had no choice but to speak to Xiaohan. You're the captain of the police station, do you really not know what's going on? Such blatant bias, I, Chen Guozhong, will definitely report your situation to the higher-ups. If it were someone else reporting, Xiaohan wouldn't care at all, but if it were Chen Guozhong, the higher-ups would definitely take it seriously. Unlike Black Panther, Xiaohan had no scruples. Dean Chen, why do you have to do this? I'm just following the procedure. Don't use procedures to scare me, you know very well how your so-called procedures work. I advise you not to help certain people act recklessly. When it comes down to it, you're just a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Chen Guozhong's words were indeed correct, and Xiaohan knew this himself. At this moment, seeing Xiaohan hesitating, Black Panther immediately reminded him, Captain Xiao, what are you doing getting involved in this? Chen Guozhong, giving you face means I call you Dean Chen. Not giving you face means you're just an old fool who doesn't know when to quit. Stop meddling in things that don't concern you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you, Black Panther? Lawless. Chen Guozhong was completely enraged, shouting, I know your brother-in-law is Secretary Zhao. I don't believe Secretary Zhao can dominate Huangzhou. If you want to take Zhang Shini and the others away today, then take me along, otherwise, this matter is over. Hearing Chen Guozhong's strong words, Zhang Bing felt embarrassed. If he didn't teach Chen Guozhong a lesson and pass on some ancient medical skills, it wouldn't be right. Chen Guozhong, old fool, are you determined to go against me for this kid? Fine, just wait. Saying this, Black Panther was about to take out his phone to call his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao. Black Panther, don't be impulsive, Xiaohan said calmly, quickly advising, at this time, Secretary Zhao is in a meeting. Chen Guozhong was not afraid at all and retorted angrily, if you have the ability, then notify Secretary Zhao to come. I don't believe that in broad daylight, someone can really turn black into white and cover the sky with one hand. Old bastard. The Black Panther was furious. Black Panther, forget it, let's give Director Chen some face today, Xiaolan urged. The Black Panther gritted his teeth, looking at the righteous Chen Guozhong, and finally put away his phone, not making that call. Seeing this, Chen Guozhong snorted coldly and then very friendly said to Zhang Bing, Dr. Zhang, let's go. Don't worry, I can't stand these things the most, and I will definitely find a way to keep you safe. Zhang Bing politely thanked him and nodded, although he didn't need Chen Guozhong's protection. But it's best not to use connections in the capital if it can be avoided. Thank you, Director Chen. Hee, it's a small matter, let's go. Chen Guozhong was eager to learn about the ancient medical skills that Zhang Bing was going to demonstrate. Zhang Bing nodded and then said, Director Chen, there are still a few small matters to resolve. He then glanced at Lu Ruyan and looked at the nearly beaten Wang Guoqing. If they left together, Wang Guoqing might really be beaten to death. Mr. Wang, do you want to come with us? Wang Guoqing certainly wanted to leave with them, but he was afraid of retaliation from the Black Panther. Dad, can you act like a man? Mr. Zhang is willing to help you. What are you afraid of? Lu Ruyan, seeing her father's demeanor, couldn't help but scold him. Mr. Wang, you don't need to be afraid. We, including Director Chen and the people from the police station, can testify for you. You don't owe the Black Panther any money, Zhang Bing reminded. Wang Guoqing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was indeed the case. Just now, the Black Panther had publicly stated that he did not lend at high interest. Thinking of this, Wang Guoqing didn't care about anything else and quickly got up to run towards Zhang Bing and the others. Seeing this, the Black Panther could only suffer in silence, unable to say anything, and could only plan to ask his brother-in-law to intervene later. Thus, the group quickly left the casino. Damn it, that old Chen Guozhong doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, does he? The Black Panther was so angry that his teeth itched, cursing. Xiao Han sighed and said, Black Panther, Chen Guozhong is the director of the first hospital in Huangzhou, and he knows quite a few people behind the scenes. This matter might be difficult for us to handle without Secretary Zhao's word. I know, the Black Panther was extremely dissatisfied. Alright, you hurry up and clean this place up. Destroy what needs to be destroyed, and it's best to close it for the next few days to avoid gossip, Xiao Han reminded and then left with the police team. On the other side, the group got into Chen Guozhong's business car and headed straight for the first hospital in Huangzhou. After arriving at the hospital, Chen Guozhong personally accompanied them to Zhou Xianglian's ward. Sure enough, Zhou Xianglian looked much better, almost like a different person compared to before. Mr. Zhang Ruyan, Director Chen, Zhou Xianglian greeted as she got up. Seeing her husband Wang Guoqing covered in footprints and bruised, Zhou Xianglian's mood soured. Mr. Wang, you are Ruyan's father, and some things shouldn't be said by us juniors. But I still want to say, I advise you to turn over a new leaf, not to indulge in gambling, and not to think about recouping your losses. As for the Black Panther, I will help you resolve it completely. But if you continue like this, I will personally send you into work on a sewing machine until you change. After saying this, Zhang Bing hinted to Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanchue to stay in the ward with Wang Guoqing. He then walked out with Chen Guozhong to the director's office. Dr. Zhang, please have a seat. Chen Guozhong was very polite and respectful, quickly inviting Zhang Bing to sit down and personally making tea. Zhang Bing smiled and said, Director Chen, there's no need to be so polite. He knew what Chen Guozhong was thinking. When he entered the room, Zhou had already quietly used mind reading to understand Chen Guozhong's thoughts. This old man was indeed quite good, upright in character, and had reached the position of director through solid professional skills, along with a bit of luck. Facing off against the Black Panther, helping to pursue him was partly because he valued his own talent, and partly because he genuinely wanted to learn the treatment methods Zhang Xianglian had used. Chen Guozhong chuckled and did not hide it, directly saying, Dr. Zhang, to be honest, the treatment methods you used for MS. Zhou have never been seen in the current world medical community. It's truly astonishing. Zhang Bing secretly laughed in his heart. This was an ancient medical skill gifted to him by the system, with an extraordinary origin, and of course, it was rare worldwide. Dr. Zhang, if you are willing, I would like to take you as my teacher. What do you think? Chen Guozhong was very direct and respectful. That won't do, Director Chen, absolutely not, Zhang Bing quickly declined. You are the director of a top-tier hospital, highly respected. How could it be appropriate for a student to take you as a teacher? Chen Guozhong did not mind and introduced, every profession has its own specialization, and there is no order in learning. Dr. Zhang, although you are young, your medical skills are beyond reach. There is nothing wrong with taking you as a teacher. Director Chen, that really won't do. Zhang Bing still refused, feeling awkward about having a highly respected old director take him as a teacher. I can teach you medical skills, we can communicate more, but there is really no need for a teacher-student relationship. Rest assured, Director Chen, I definitely won't hold back. Upon hearing Zhang Bing say this, Chen Guozhong finally gave up on the idea of taking him as a teacher, looking at Zhang Bing with eager eyes. Zhang Bing sighed and said, since there's nothing else to do, let's get started. On the other side, after a series of attacks from Lin Huanchue and Lu Ruyan, Wang Guoqing lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. He expressed his apologies to Zhou Xianglian, to Lu Ruyan, and to his family. Forget it, no need to say more. I hope you can truly turn over a new leaf. If it weren't for you gambling all the money away, my mother's illness would have been cured long ago, Lu Ruyan lamented. Wang Guoqing did not speak, as Lin Huanchue and Lu Ruyan had briefly mentioned Zhang Bing's strength. He was sure that he could help him completely resolve the issues with the Black Panther, so he felt much more relaxed. Moreover, he had just seen with his own eyes how friendly and polite Chen Guozhong was towards Zhang Bing. For ordinary people, Chen Guozhong was also a big figure. By evening, Zhang Bing and Chen Guozhong came out of the office. Chen Guozhong was beaming, clearly having gained a lot from Zhang Bing. Then, Chen Guozhong insisted on arranging a meal, inviting Zhang Bing, Lin Huanchue, and Lu Ruyan. Of course, although Wang Guoqing's actions made Chen Guozhong look down on him, out of respect for Zhang Bing, he naturally included him as well. Although Chen Guozhong was older, he was very generous and open-hearted. He stated on the spot that he would personally arrange for Zhou Xianglian's hospitalization. At the same time, if Wang Guoqing could truly reform, he could recommend him to the hospital as a security guard. As for the matter with the Black Panther, Chen Guozhong emphasized again, he would definitely do his utmost, but he also hinted at the brother-in-law behind the Black Panther, Secretary Zhao. This secretary Zhao was indeed a top figure in Huangzhou, someone whose words could make countless people lose their jobs. The Black Panther was also quite famous in Huangzhou, but in the eyes of the upper class, the Black Panther was not as significant. However, everyone had to consider Secretary Zhao's face, so the Black Panther was almost untouchable. To this, Zhang Bing continuously expressed his gratitude and said it was no problem, but he could not resist Chen Guozhong's enthusiasm. After dinner, Chen Guozhong said he would come to pick up Zhang Bing early the next morning to introduce him to someone. If this person could step in, then Secretary Zhao, the Black Panther's brother-in-law, would also give face, and this matter could be completely resolved. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Bing did not refuse and agreed. He did not want to use connections in Kyoto. It would be best if he could resolve things in Huangzhou. The next morning, Chen Guozhong arrived with a driver to pick up Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue had already gotten up and packed, then got into the car. Director Chen, may I ask which big shot you are going to introduce us to? Zhang Bing asked after getting in. Chen Guozhong sighed and said, this person is the richest man in Huangzhou, quite famous throughout Shangnan, with a vast network of connections. If he is willing to step in, Secretary Zhao should still give him some face. The richest man in Huangzhou. Zhang Bing chuckled inwardly. No matter how rich the richest man in Huangzhou was, he couldn't compare to him. However, he put on a show of politeness, as it wouldn't be good to dismiss Chen Guozhong's good intentions. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the villa area in Huangzhou. Chen Guozhong led Zhang Bing and Lin Hanyue directly to the innermost villa. Just as they reached the villa's entrance, they were stopped by a servant. May I ask who you are looking for? The servant inquired. Chen Guozhong politely replied, could you please inform Mr. You that we are here? I am Chen Guozhong. The servant clearly was not impressed and said, Mr. You is not someone you can just visit without an appointment. Do you have a prior reservation? Without an appointment, Mr. You does not see anyone. I made an appointment with Mr. You last night. What is going on? Chen Guozhong said loudly. Then how come I don't know about it? Sorry, I haven't received any notice from Mr. You, so I can't let you in, the servant said arrogantly, refusing to let them through. Zhang Bing immediately understood the servant's thoughts through mind reading. It turned out that this was a deliberate act by Yu Guang, the richest man in Huangzhou, to give Chen Guozhong a warning. Clearly, this richest man in Huangzhou was unwilling to get involved in murky waters and did not want to offend the big shot, Secretary Zhao, in Huangzhou. However, Chen Guozhong was also getting agitated and was about to pull out his phone to contact Yu Guang. Director Chen, wait a moment, Zhang Bing quickly advised. Why not just forget it? Let's not trouble Mr. Yu. Chen Guozhong shook his head and sighed. It seems the other party does not want to see us. It's intentional. But there's no other way. Among the people I know, only Yu Guang has the influence to make Secretary Zhao give us some face. Forget it, Director Chen. Zhang Bing was genuinely unable to watch any longer. It's fine, Zhang Shini. Since we are here early in the morning, I want to see what Yu Guang has to say. Chen Guozhong was very stubborn and directly pulled out his phone to call Yu Guang. The call did not go through, but at that moment, a refined, wealthy-looking middle-aged man walked out of the villa. It was indeed Yu Guang, the richest man in Huangzhou. Director Chen, I'm sorry, I forgot about our appointment due to last night's socializing. Please, come in quickly. Yu Guang had a smile on his face, and anyone could see that this was just small talk between adults. The excuse of forgetting about socializing was merely a way to delay. Of course, Chen Guozhong did not directly expose it. Instead, he took the opportunity to smile and said, it's fine, Mr. Yu is the richest man in Huangzhou, busy with business. That's understandable. Ha, it's good that Director Chen understands. Don't stand outside, come in and talk, Yu Guang said, still pretending to be very polite, welcoming Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Hanyue inside. The villa was luxurious, with expensive food and furnishings. Naturally, Lin Hanyue, who came from a well-off family, did not feel anything unusual. As for Zhang Bing, he had long lost any concept of such things. He still had 5 billion in cash sitting in his account. Plus, he had the abilities of ancient martial arts, ancient medicine, and mind reading. To him, money was just a series of numbers. The richest man in Huangzhou was worth at most 3 to 5 billion, which was nothing compared to his Tianlong Grand Hotel. So, no matter how Yu Guang puts on airs in front of others, or tries to show off, when it comes to himself, if he wants to flaunt his financial advantage, that would be self-humiliation. Mr. Yu, there's no need to be polite. I'm here because I have something to ask for your help, Chen Guozhong said straightforwardly. Yu Guang smiled and replied, what is it? Director Chen, if I can help, I certainly will. Alright, Chen Guozhong continued without beating around the bush, this Dr. Zhang Bing has some conflicts with Black Panther, and now Black Panther is clinging to it. I would like to ask you to step in and say a word. In fact, without Chen Guozhong saying it, Yu Guang, given his status, already knew what it was about. About this matter, Yu Guang smiled and said, I heard someone mention it yesterday. The people from Black Panther are not easy to deal with, Director Chen. Mr. Yu, no matter what, Black Panther should at least give you some face, Chen Guozhong said. Yu Guang smiled with a hint of mockery. Although he maintained a smile throughout, it looked very insincere. Director Chen, you must know who is behind Black Panther, right? Isn't it just Secretary Zhao? Even Secretary Zhao should give you some face, Chen Guozhong replied. Yu Guang chuckled, Director Chen, you are overestimating me. What kind of person is Secretary Zhao? I'm just a businessman. Chen Guozhong knew that Yu Guang was trying to evade responsibility. With his strength, Secretary Zhao would definitely give him face. To protect Zhang Bing, Chen Guozhong was indeed willing to go all out. Mr. Yu, I have always been straightforward. To speak frankly, when your father came for treatment back then, I was quite attentive. Seeing that Chen Guozhong was starting to play the emotional card, Yu Guang was not angry and signaled to his servant. Director Chen, I naturally remember your efforts in treating my father back then. With my business being this large, I certainly understand the ways of the world. At this moment, a servant came in with a black bag filled with cash. Director Chen, here is 500,000, as a token of gratitude for the hard work you put into treating my father. Please accept it. Chen Guozhong was stunned, not expecting Yu Guang to be so ungrateful, insulting him with 500,000, knowing full well that what he wanted was not money, yet deliberately instructing the servant to bring 500,000. Mr. Yu, although I may not be as wealthy as you, I am not lacking in this amount. Yu Guang maintained his usual smile and said, since you think 500,000 is too little, fine, I'll add another 500,000. Saying this, the servant went to get more money. At this point, Chen Guozhong could no longer hold back and said angrily, Mr. Yu, if 1 million could solve the problem, why would I trouble you? Seeing Chen Guozhong's attitude change, Yu Guang's demeanor also shifted. Director Chen, just say how much you want. Yu Guang, you. Chen Guozhong was genuinely furious. Alright, Yu Guang began to show impatience. I'll be frank with you. If you need money, I have plenty. Take 1 or 2 million, no need to pay it back. But regarding Black Panther, it involves Secretary Zhao, and I can't help. Besides, why do you need to wade into murky waters? Is it worth offending Secretary Zhao just to help this person? Humph. Chen Guozhong snorted coldly and said, Yu Guang, if you won't help, then don't insult me with money. And let me tell you, Dr. Zhang is my master. He. Hearing Chen Guozhong's words, Yu Guang couldn't help but laugh. Director Chen, although you have money, this 1 million is enough for your retirement, so just take the money and leave. As for your treatment of my father back then, let's not mention it again. Goodbye. Chen Guozhong was extremely angry, feeling guilty as he glanced at Zhang Bing for not being able to help and instead facing humiliation. Director Chen, you should still take this money. I don't know what Yu Guang is thinking. It's obvious that Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Huanxue are about to leave. Yet, he still wants to use this 1 million to humiliate them, and even deliberately says, you're about to retire too, don't ruin your reputation for a lowly person of unknown origin. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Bing, who had been silent the whole time, could no longer hold back. He stopped and looked at Yu Guang, who wore a fake smile and an air of arrogance. Director Chen is right. If you don't want to help, then don't. There's no need to use money to humiliate us. And what do you mean by a lowly person of unknown origin? Yu Guang was somewhat surprised, probably not expecting Zhang Bing to be so tough. If it weren't for Director Chen, you wouldn't even have the right to step into my villa. Yu Guang, you're going too far. Don't think you're impressive just because you have money. Director Chen, I've already given you face. Please take this person out immediately, and don't dirty my floor. If you do, you won't be able to afford the damages. Damn! Zhang Bing could no longer endure it. Yu Guang, Huangzhou, right? How much is this villa worth? Hearing Zhang Bing's contemptuous tone, Yu Guang was taken aback, then disdainfully replied, just one piece of flooring here is something people like you would have to work for 10 years without eating or drinking to afford, understand? Is that so? Zhang Bing was no longer polite, glancing at an antique vase nearby. He walked over without caring how much the vase was worth. He smashed it on the ground, shattering it to pieces. You brat! What are you doing? Yu Guang was shocked and, after realizing what happened, was furious. That vase was worth 30 million. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Now Chen Guozhong was also stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Bing to do something like this. 1 million wasn't a big deal for Chen Guozhong, but 30 million was not a small amount for him either. In contrast, Zhang Bing looked indifferent and said, so what? It's just 30 million. I'll compensate you at the market price. What of it? 30 million, can you afford that? Yu Guang was furious. Even as the richest man in Huangzhou, he felt the pain of losing a 30 million antique. At this moment, Chen Guozhong's face turned pale, not believing that Zhang Bing could afford it. He lowered his head and said, Yu Guang, is that vase really worth 30 million? Humph. Yu Guang coldly replied, could it be fake? Let me tell you, Chen Guozhong, the person you brought here deliberately broke my vase. Either compensate me at market price, or you all can leave without anything. Yu Guang, let's discuss this properly. There's no need to make things so absolute. Chen Guozhong, knowing he was in the wrong, could only lower his voice and say nice things. Zhang Bing shook his head, pulled Chen Guozhong, and said, Old Chen, I appreciate your good intentions, but it's fine. Since I dared to smash it, I will compensate. Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Yu Guang threatened, fine, since you say you'll compensate, I want to see what you can use to pay. As he spoke, Yu Guang didn't forget to glance at Lin Huanxue beside Zhang Bing. Even though he was the richest man in Huangzhou, he couldn't help but feel a bit tempted by Lin Huanxue. If you can't afford it, then this girl stays here. You dare to lay a hand on my girlfriend? Zhang Bing shouted angrily. He then directly pulled out the black card given to him by the headquarters of the Kyoto Bank. Do you recognize this card? Is 30 million enough to compensate you? Yu Guang was stunned for a moment, took the black card from Zhang Bing, and took a look. Then he sarcastically said, Kid, are you trying to fool me with any random card? Zhang Bing was also taken aback. Previously, it was understandable that someone like Zhou Dabiao from Tianzhou and the forest shop manager didn't recognize it, but he didn't expect the richest man in Huangzhou to not recognize a black card. It was quite surprising. Ha! Zhang Bing mocked, it's a shame you're still the richest man in Huangzhou and don't even recognize the unlimited black card from the Kyoto Bank headquarters. Upon hearing that this was the black card from the Kyoto Bank headquarters, Yu Guang burst into laughter. Then he pulled out a pure gold bank card from his pocket and said, Kid, you're young but quite the braggart, and you have some guts. Look closely, this is the gold card from the Kyoto Bank, understand? Pure gold. You must have watched too many novels and TV shows. If you don't compensate 30 million today, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life operating a sewing machine, never to come out. As he spoke, Yu Guang was about to instruct the servant to notify the police to arrest someone. Fool! Zhang Bing scoffed. It's not your fault for being ignorant, but being stupid is a sin. Whether it's true or not, can't we just verify it? Zhang Bing said mockingly, urging Yu Guang to verify directly. Dr. Chen Guozhong, fearing the situation would escalate and become irretrievable, wanted to dissuade him, thinking it would be even more embarrassing later. Zhang Bing explained, Director Chen, it's fine, just trust me. You bastard, if that's the case, fine, I'll make sure you understand. Saying this, Yu Guang directly took out his phone and made 2 calls. One was to the police, and the other was to the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. With his status as the richest man, he was naturally a VIP of the bank and a hot commodity locally. Zhang Bing, seeing this, was not worried at all and sat down with Lin Huanxue. However, Chen Guozhong looked very awkward, his face pale, worried that something big was about to happen. Originally, he had thought of using his connections to bring Zhang Bing to ask Yu Guang for help. After all, Yu Guang was the richest man in Huangzhou. If he was willing to help, Secretary Zhao would likely give some face. He never expected things to turn out this way, from seeking help to being humiliated, and now it had directly turned into a threat of operating a sewing machine. Chen Guozhong felt very embarrassed and quietly asked Yu Guang again, Yu Guang, do you really want to make things this absolute? If you really want to compensate, I have some money here that I can give you first. Ha! Yu Guang sneered coldly, alright, Director Chen, are you going to pay 30 million with your life? I've already given you face. If you want me to let this kid go and let you go, 30 million is what I want. I won't ask for a single cent more, otherwise, you can wait for the police and the bank people to come and confirm. Director Chen, just sit down, really don't worry, it's just 30 million. Lin Huanxue also calmly advised, Director Chen, trust Zhang Bing. Although we aren't very wealthy, we can still come up with 30 million. Seeing this situation, Chen Guozhong had no choice but to wait. On Yu Guang's side, he also instructed the security of the villa area to guard outside, ensuring that Zhang Bing could not escape early. Time passed second by second, and soon 20 minutes had gone by. At this moment, a police car arrived outside the villa, and several police officers got out of the car. To everyone's surprise, the leader was Xiao Han. Xiao Han adjusted his clothes, looking a bit nervous, and led a few team members into the villa. The servant went to welcome Xiao Han and the others in. As soon as Xiao Han entered, he saw Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue sitting on the sofa. Chen Guozhong was restless, feeling uncomfortable, and there was the furious richest man Yu Guang, along with the broken pieces of a vase on the floor. Mr. Yu, what can I do for you? Xiao Han walked over and politely asked. This person just deliberately broke my vase worth 30 million.
You must control him immediately, and if he doesn't compensate, make sure they serve their time in prison, Yu Guang said angrily. Upon hearing Yu Guang's words, Xiaohan couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
He sighed that Zhang Bing really knew how to stir up trouble. The incident with Black Panther from yesterday wasn't over, and now he had provoked the richest man, Yu Guang. Now, it seemed that even if Chen Guozhong spared no expense, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Understood. Xiaohan nodded and immediately instructed his men to arrest Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was completely unperturbed, sneering, "What do you want to do, kid?" Xiaohan was not polite this time and said, "What happened yesterday is not over, and today you've caused trouble again. Come back with us to discuss it." "You say I should come back with you, so I just go?" Zhang Bing retorted. Xiaohan snorted coldly, pointed at the broken pieces of the vase on the ground, and asked, "Was it you who smashed Mr. Yu's antique vase? So what if I did?" Zhang Bing admitted. "Then that's settled, come with us immediately," Xiaohan reprimanded. "Just because I broke it, does that mean I have to pay for it?" Zhang Bing countered. Xiaohan was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Yu Guang, waiting for him to speak. "Fine." Yu Guang said straightforwardly. This kid casually took a card claiming it's an unlimited black card from the Kyoto Bank headquarters. "I've never seen it before, so let's make him clarify." "You people from the police station, wait a moment, I've already notified the bank to come verify." As Yu Guang was speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit indeed arrived at the door. The man was Qian Dongliang, the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. As soon as Qian Dongliang entered, he saw that there were quite a few people in the villa's hall, including police officers. He politely asked Yu Guang, "Mr. Yu, what can I do for you?" Yu Guang pointed at Zhang Bing and mocked, "This kid says he has a black card from your Kyoto Bank. Come on, tell him. Does the INM Kyoto Bank have an unlimited black card or not?" Chen Dongliang was taken aback and shot a glance at Zhang Bing. Seeing that Zhang Bing was just a student, how could he possibly have that kind of power? "Mr. Yu, it's like this, our headquarters does indeed have very special black cards, but as far as I know, there are only a few of them. The holder must have a minimum of 5 billion in current deposits at our bank to qualify," Qian Dongliang explained. 5 billion in current deposits? Not to mention the richest man in Huangzhou, even the richest in the entire Shangnan province wouldn't have that. Yu Guang's total assets added up to only about 5 billion, but being able to take out 100 million in cash flow instantly was already quite impressive. Oof. Hearing Qian Dongliang's explanation, Yu Guang looked at Zhang Bing and Chen Guozhong with disdain, mocking, "Kid, do you have 5 billion in deposits at the Kyoto Bank?" "Mr. Yu, you're joking. If he has 5 billion in deposits, I'll kneel down to him right now." Xiaohan laughed from the side. Qian Dongliang chuckled and said, "Mr. Yu, you're overestimating him." Chen Guozhong's face had turned as dark as a line. 5 billion was an amount that had lost all meaning. Who would believe that a student had 5 billion in deposits? Only Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue had cold smiles on their faces. Zhang Bing stood up, looked at Yu Guang, and mocked, "The richest man in Huangzhou, come on, tell me loudly, were you clear just now? Does the Kyoto Bank have a black card or not?" "Humph." Yu Guang snorted coldly. Wasn't it Chen Dongliang who said he really didn't know about the black card? Because his pure gold card was already the highest level, but so what? "Kid, if you don't compensate me for this vase worth 30 million today, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried, and no one can save you." "Idiot." Zhang Bing cursed, then directly took out the black card and handed it to Chen Dongliang. "You're the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank, right? Come on, tell this idiot loudly whether this is real or fake." Chen Dongliang was skeptical, but without thinking, he took the black card Zhang Bing handed over. Upon closer inspection, his expression suddenly changed, realizing something was off. The feel, the material, the craftsmanship, it really looks like it's genuine, Qian Dongliang said to himself after observing. However, it was hard for him to believe that a student had deposits exceeding 5 billion and possessed a black card from the Kyoto Bank headquarters. "Ha ha ha," Yu Guang laughed, glancing at Xiaohan. Xiaohan understood in an instant and said, "Zhang Bing, right? You really are audacious. Yesterday you dared to go to the Black Panther's territory and injured his men, and today you dare to come to Mr. Yu's house to smash a vase worth 30 million, and even dare to forge a bank black card. It seems you will spend the rest of your life on a sewing machine. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do?" Zhang Bing looked at the uncertain Qian Dongliang with disdain and said, "Have you verified it yet? It's surprising that you're still a branch manager with this level of business. Should I call your headquarters to report this?" Hearing Zhang Bing's words, his tone was filled with confidence. The card indeed didn't look fake, but experience told him, how could a student possibly have 5 billion in savings? However, to be safe, he still took out the device he carried with him to scan it, which would confirm everything. As Chen Dongliang scanned the card with the machine in his hand,
all the information displayed.
In an instant, Xian Dongliang trembled all over, unable to steady his hands. It's real! Xian Dongliang gasped in horror.
Holding the black card with both hands, he stammered, Mr.
Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry.
It's my incompetence. I didn't recognize it at a glance.
Please forgive me.
Yu Guang, Xiaohan, and Shen Guozhong were all completely dumbfounded.
It was actually real, which meant Zhang Bing's savings exceeded 5 billion.
This strength was far greater than that of Yu Guang, the richest man in Huangzhou.
Manager Qian, are you sure there's no mistake?
Yu Guang still couldn't believe it and asked for confirmation. Xian Dongliang nodded. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. Users of this black card were the most esteemed super VIPs of the headquarters. A single word could get him, the branch manager, fired. Worldwide, any branch of the capital bank had to provide unconditional 24-hour service to black card users. In other words, if Zhang Bing asked him to contribute his backside, he would have to go clean it immediately.
Mr. Yu, it's true. Mr.
Zhang is a super VIP black card user with deposits exceeding 5 billion at our headquarters,
Xian Dongliang said in shock.
Now, Yu Guang and Xiaohan were completely stunned, their hearts racing.
Mr. Zhang, please give your orders. It is my honor to serve you, Xian Dongliang requested cautiously.
Zhang Bing sneered and said, transfer 30 million to Yu Guang immediately.
Understood. Xian Dongliang didn't dare to delay and immediately took action.
Then Zhang Bing walked step by step towards Yu Guang, mocking, how is it?
Aren't you the richest man in Huangzhou? Didn't you use $1 million to humiliate Dean Chen and us? What are you pretending to be a big shot with those few coins in your pocket?
Yu Guang's face turned extremely ugly, feeling worse than if he had eaten feces. His entire fortune was worth at most 30 to 50 billion, while Zhang Bing's direct deposits exceeded 50 billion.
It was clear that their financial power was not on the same level.
Xiaohan was also completely dumbfounded, suddenly realizing why Zhang Bing dared to confront the Black Panther with such confidence. With bank deposits exceeding 5 billion, it was evident that the power behind him was not to be underestimated.
And you fool!
Zhang Bing looked at Xiaohan and reprimanded, as the captain of the patrol bureau, you are abusing your power.
Didn't you want to arrest me? Do you still want to now?
Xiaohan didn't dare to speak. A tycoon like this was not someone a small patrol bureau captain like him could provoke. Manager Qian, transfer 32 million to Yu Guang. Zhang Bing suddenly shouted, leaving everyone confused about his meaning. At that moment, Zhang Bing suddenly made a move, slapping Yu Guang's face with a backhand. Before Yu Guang could react, he followed up with another slap.
One slap, 1 million, reasonable, right?
Yu Guang was furious, shouting, don't get too cocky. A strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. At this moment, after finishing the transaction, Shen Dongliang immediately stood up and said, Mr. Yu, please watch your words.
Mr.
Zhang is our bank's most esteemed VIP, you'd better be careful.
Xian Dongliang,
Yu Guang was furious to the core. Previously, Shen Dongliang had acted like a sycophant towards him, and now he dared to threaten him.
Mr. Yu, I'm just kindly reminding you to be mindful of your attitude towards Mr. Zhang.
Shen Dongliang was certainly not foolish. Although Yu Guang was the richest man in Huangzhou and a VIP of their bank, he was nothing compared to the super-rich Zhang Bing. Even a pig knows how to choose. Offending Zhang Bing would mean he would have to pack his bags and leave immediately.
Let's go!
Zhang Bing didn't want to waste any more words, stood up, took Lin Huanchua's hand, called out to the still shocked Chen Guozhong, and headed outside.
At Huangzhou First Hospital, Lu Ruyan and the recently reformed Wang Guoqing were taking care of Zhou Shanglian in the ward.
Suddenly, Black Panther burst in with his men, and without saying a word, forcibly abducted Lu Ruyan and Wang Guoqing. Several doctors and security guards rushed in to stop them, but not only did they fail, they were beaten up by Black Panther's subordinates. Just after Zhang Bing, Lin Huanchua, Chen Guozhong, and Shen Dongliang left the villa, they received a distress call from Zhou Shanglian. That bastard Black Panther took my senior sister Wolin and her dad from the hospital. After hanging up, Zhang Bing was furious. Dean Chen, President Qian, please take me to Black Panther's lair right now, the faster the better.
Qian Dongliang nodded. As a local bank president, he had some influence.
Of course, he had heard of Black Panther, but they had never had any dealings.
Soon, under Qian Dongliang's direction, the driver slammed on the gas and sped towards Black Panther's hideout.
At that moment, in a small villa in Huangzhou, Black Panther was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, surrounded by a large group of subordinates. Wang Guoqing and Lu Ruyan were forced to kneel on the ground. Wang Guoqing, you think that old man Chen Guozhong and that kid with the surname Zhang can protect you, huh? Let me tell you, I will definitely take care of that kid with the surname Zhang, and as for that old man Chen Guozhong, if he dares to meddle again, I will make him pay. Wang Guoqing was terrified, but he was no longer as cowardly as before. After all, Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan had told him about Zhang Bing's strength.
Boss, if you want to do something, do it to me.
My debts and my daughter, my family have nothing to do with this.
Oh, hearing Wang Wuqing's words, Black Panther couldn't help but laugh. You've changed pretty quickly, huh? You were ready to sell your daughter and wife before. While mocking, Black Panther kicked him hard several times. Lu Ruyan was not afraid of Black Panther and shouted loudly, "Don't hit my dad, you bunch of beasts, scum." Just wait, mister. Zhang will definitely come to save us.
You little slut, shut up.
Black Panther greedily stared at Lu Ruyan's voluptuous and sexy body, hesitating to strike.
Don't worry, I will definitely make you beg for mercy later. As for that little bastard with the surname Zhang, no one can save him this time.
He.
Lu Ruyan scoffed. Don't say I didn't warn you, mister.
Zhang is not someone you can provoke. If you let us go now, it will be easier for you.
Otherwise, when Mr. Zhang finds out about this, you'll regret it.
Is that so? Black Panther was not afraid at all.
Yesterday, Xiao Han had advised him, plus Chen Guozhong's strong protection. But today, he had personally contacted his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, and received his support. No one, no matter how much Chen Guozhong tried to pull strings or protect him, would be of any use. On the contrary, if Chen Guozhong dared to interfere, he wouldn't spare him either.
Just then, a subordinate walked in.
Boss, we just received news from Team Xiao.
What did they say? Black Panther impatiently asked. The subordinate glanced at Wang Wuqing and Lu Ruyan's parents.
Then he whispered something in Black Panther's ear, and Black Panther's expression changed dramatically.
Is it true?
Boss, Captain Xiao just informed me like this, and he said he is on his way here now, the little brother replied honestly. Black Panther snorted coldly and said, "Damn it, Xiao Han is just a waste, so timid, I don't believe in evil." At this moment, Chen Dongliang, Chen Guozhong, Zhang Bing, and Lin Hanyue rushed to Black Panther's small villa. Zhang Bing was at the forefront, deeply worried. He had long read Black Panther's vile thoughts and knew that if Lu Ruyan fell into his hands, it would be trouble.
So he couldn't afford to delay for a moment and directly kicked down the villa's front door.
Black Panther, if you dare to touch a single hair on senior sister Wolin, I'll ruin you. As Zhang Bing shouted and rushed in, Black Panther and the others were momentarily stunned.
Zhang, you're just in time. I was looking for you.
Black Panther glared at Zhang Bing, his anger boiling. Then he looked at Chen Guozhong, Lu Ruyan, and Chen Dongliang, whom he didn't recognize. And you, Chen Guozhong, I'm telling you today, if you meddle again, I'll take care of you too.
Humph. Chen Guozhong replied coldly, you better pray for your own good. Chen Dongliang also stepped forward and said, Black Panther, I've heard of your reputation. I am Chen Dongliang, the president of the Huangzhou branch of the Kyoto Bank. I advise you not to go against Mr. Zhang.
Oh, President. Black Panther sneered, thinking he was just a platform guest invited by Chen Guozhong. I don't care what bank you're the president of, if you dare to meddle, I'll take care of you too.
Try it.
Zhang Bing clenched his fists, glancing at Wang Wuqing and Lu Ruyan, who were forced to kneel on the ground. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Lu Ruyan had not yet been defiled. I was going to let you off the hook, but since you refused to repent, today will be your end.
Just then, Xiao Han arrived with several officers from the patrol bureau.
He had a good relationship with Black Panther, so after leaving the Yueguang villa, he immediately called to inform Black Panther not to provoke Zhang Bing and the others.
Unexpectedly, Black Panther didn't listen at all.
When Xiao Han walked in and saw Zhang Bing, Chen Guozhong, and Chen Dongliang, he felt embarrassed.
Zhang Bing glanced at Xiao Han and mocked, Captain Xiao, what? Are you here to arrest me? Xiao Han awkwardly smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, you're joking. You haven't broken the law. How could I dare to arrest you? Hearing Xiao Han's response, Black Panther's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain Xiao, have you lost your mind? What do you call this kid?
At that moment, Xiao Han was cursing Black Panther in his heart, as he had already instructed his subordinates not to provoke Zhang Bing.
He didn't expect Black Panther to be so stubborn. Black Panther, what are you doing?
I advise you to release the Wang family father and daughter immediately and settle everything, or you will regret it. Regret my ass, Black Panther cursed loudly.
Listen, immediately arrest this kid and take him away for questioning.
Anyone who dares to resist will be dealt with directly.
Black Panther ordered Xiao Han in a commanding tone.
Xiao Han shook his head and sighed. Black Panther, I can't help you with this. They haven't broken the law.
You bastard. Black Panther was completely furious.
He then directly made a phone call and handed it to Xiao Han, saying, take the call.
Xiao Han reluctantly took the phone.
It was a call from Black Panther's brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, who personally called.
Xiao Han didn't dare to say anything and could only keep saying yes, yes, yes. After a few words, Secretary Zhao hung up. Seeing this, Black Panther roared, what are you still standing there for? Let's see who dares to protect this Zhang today. With a command from Black Panther, however, Xiao Han remained unmoved. He helplessly continued to persuade, Black Panther, listen to me, just let it go. Xiao Han, what the hell, are you an idiot? Black Panther didn't care about that, and started to insult Xiao Han's mother. This made Xiao Han extremely embarrassed, but he knew that Zhang Bing was a super VIP at the Kyoto Bank, a top tycoon with deposits exceeding 5 billion, who knows what else he has behind him. Even the richest man in Huangzhou, Yu Guang, had just been slapped twice, 1 million per slap, and in the end, Yu Guang could only accept his misfortune. At least when Yu Guang spoke, Secretary Zhao would have to give him some face. He was now caught in the middle, unable to offend Zhang Bing or Secretary Zhao. Idiot, stop shouting. Zhang Bing looked at the roaring Black Panther and sarcastically said, it's useless no matter how loud you scream, no one dares to help you today. Saying this, Zhang Bing stepped towards Black Panther. Xiao Han, do you still want to mix in this? I told you to immediately take action and catch someone, and you dare not listen to my brother-in-law? Black Panther was anxious. He had seen Zhang Bing's skills and knew that without the help of the police, his few subordinates were no match for Zhang Bing. Xiao Han still remained unmoved, sighing, keep barking. Today I'll make sure you can't scream anymore. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, unleashing his ancient martial arts, and charged forward in a swift step. Black Panther's subordinates hadn't even realized what was happening before they were sent flying, crashing to the ground and screaming in pain. Then Zhang Bing approached Black Panther and slapped him directly. Keep shouting. You bastard. Zhang Bing was unrelenting, kicking again, striking Black Panther in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Kneel down, be obedient. Although Black Panther looked very strong, in front of Zhang Bing, he was like a weak chicken. After 2 kicks, Black Panther could no longer withstand it and began to scream, you dare hit me, my brother-in-law will make you pay. Ah, and you Xiao Han, you traitor. Black Panther screamed while cursing angrily. Zhang Bing frowned and kicked towards Black Panther's kneecap. With a crack, accompanied by Black Panther's scream, his kneecap was shattered. Unable to endure any longer, he fell to his knees. Zhang Bing looked at him coldly and asked, so, do you still want to pay back Wang Wuqing's loan sharking? If you have the ability to kill me, if you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you all. Black Panther shouted fiercely, his mouth still tough. Alright, let's see how tough your mouth is. Zhang Bing didn't say much and kicked again. While kicking, he threatened, keep shouting. I'll beat you until you're obedient today. At this moment, Xiao Han couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, Black Panther was Secretary Zhao's brother-in-law. If he was beaten like this by Zhang Bing while he just stood by, he would definitely have a hard time explaining later. Mr. Zhang, please show some mercy. You've already beaten Black Panther so badly, show some mercy. Zhang Bing glanced at Xiao Han and sarcastically said, what? When Black Panther was breaking arms and killing people, did you stand up to stop him? Xiao Han said awkwardly, if Secretary Zhao finds out, you won't have a good explanation either. I don't care about what Secretary Zhao thinks, you get the hell out of here. Zhang Bing was unceremonious. He had long read Black Panther's thoughts. This person was so evil that it was an understatement, so no matter how violently he beat him, it wasn't excessive. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han didn't dare to say anything more and could only signal his subordinates to quickly go out and find a way to notify Secretary Zhao. 10 minutes later, Black Panther had already cowered, no longer daring to shout. But Zhang Bing still used his mind-reading ability to understand the other party's thoughts. The other party still wanted revenge, thinking that her brother-in-law would back her up. So Zhang Bing also let go of the Black Panther and kicked him aside. I know your brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, is quite powerful. Fine, let's settle this today. Just wait for your brother-in-law to come personally, Zhang Bing said, directly moving his stool over to sit down. He also signaled for Lin Huanchuet, Chen Guozhong, and Chen Dongliang to sit down and wait. Although Chen Guozhong, Chen Dongliang, and Xiao Han already knew about Zhang Bing's strength, he was considered a super rich man. But the Black Panther's brother-in-law was not to be trifled with. He was a true big shot in Huangzhou. If it weren't for Secretary Zhao backing him, the Black Panther would have long been in deep trouble for his actions. Mr. Zhang, should you inform the leaders at the headquarters? After all, Secretary Zhao is in Huangzhou, Qian Dongliang quietly reminded. No need, Zhang Bing said calmly. Today, we will wait for Secretary Zhao to come. I want to see how he explains his little brother-in-law's years of wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Qian Dongliang and Chen Guozhong stopped saying anything more. The Black Panther, beaten half to death, was gasping for breath, and although he no longer shouted, the resentment and anger in his eyes were unmistakable. About half an hour later, an Audi with a special license plate indeed arrived outside the villa. A relatively young man got out of the car,
and everyone recognized him at a glance. The visitor was not Secretary Zhao, the Black Panther's brother-in-law, but Zhao's chief secretary, Feng Jianxi.
Secretary Feng. Hello, Secretary Feng. Seeing that Feng Jianxi had arrived, Xiao Han and Chen Dongliang politely greeted him.
The Black Panther suddenly gained confidence and struggled to stand up with the help of his subordinates.
Old Feng, you came just in time.
Feng Jianxi frowned, glancing at the mess on the ground, the large crowd, and the bloodied, limping Black Panther.
Among them, Chen Guozhong and Qian Dongliang were the dean and the bank president, respectively, and he recognized them.
He was sent by Secretary Zhao to assist his little brother-in-law, the Black Panther, in handling some matters.
Black Panther, what happened? Feng Jianxi asked.
The Black Panther completely let go. Feng Jianxi was sent by his brother-in-law, and although his rank was not high, his status was there.
It's this scoundrel who beat me up like this.
Xiao Han, this scoundrel doesn't even listen to my brother-in-law and refuses to arrest anyone.
Feng Jianxi nodded,
first expressing his relationship with the Black Panther, then said, "Don't worry, whoever dares to beat you up like this, I will make sure they pay for it."
As he spoke, Feng Jianxi looked at Xiao Han and asked, "You are the captain of the patrol bureau, right? Do you want me to call your bureau chief and have him come personally to arrest someone?" Secretary Feng, I.
Xiao Han felt extremely awkward and troubled. Then Feng Jianxi looked at Chen Guozhong and Chen Dongliang, thinking they were supporting Zhang Bing, which was why Xiao Han wasn't arresting anyone.
Dean Chen, President Qian, are you backing this person? Chen Guozhong, being more straightforward, retorted, according to your meaning, as Secretary Zhao's secretary, are you here to back the Black Panther? Feng Jianxi's expression darkened. Chen Guozhong, you should back off quickly. Do you want to ruin your reputation?
Oof. Chen Guozhong was not swayed, saying, I stand firm and fear no shadows, do as you please.
Fine. Feng Jianxi sneered. President Qian, what about you? Qian Dongliang also felt very troubled.
Although the local authorities in Huangzhou had no jurisdiction over the bank, offending Feng Jianxi was equivalent to completely offending Secretary Zhao, making future work very difficult.
Secretary Feng, this, Mr. Zhang is our bank's highest-level VIP client.
Chen Dongliang's words surprised both the Black Panther and Feng Jianxi. To become the highest-level VIP of the Kyoto Bank's headquarters was indeed not simple. Upon hearing this, the Black Panther suddenly realized and glanced at Xiao Han.
Xiao Han nodded firmly in confirmation. Secretary Feng, I think we should just let this matter go.
After all, it was Black Panther who first captured Mr.
Zhang's friend, and Mr. Zhang acted out of anger.
Qian Dongliang still tried to show his face, hoping for some favor from Feng Jianxi, that Black Panther would give him some face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jianxi coldly snorted, so what if you are the highest-level client of your bank's headquarters?
Isn't it just because you have money?
We in Huangzhou do not allow such arrogant people to exist.
As he spoke, Feng Jianxi waved his hand and scolded Xiao Han. What are you guys from the police station still dawdling for? Do you really want your chief to come personally? Or should I come?
Xiao Han sighed. Now that Feng Jianxi was here, everyone knew it was definitely at the behest of Secretary Zhao. Even if he was reluctant to offend a super-rich person like Zhang Bing, there was no way out of it now.
Mr. Zhang, please come with us for a moment.
However, Xiao Han's attitude was clearly much better than before. He was now using polite language.
Wait,
Zhang Bing said calmly, finally speaking up. He looked at the smug and now jumping Black Panther. Then he glanced at Feng Jianxi, Secretary Zhao's big aide, with a sinister expression, clearly not a good person. I did hit someone, and it's fine to take me back for investigation.
But what about Black Panther running a casino, lending at high interest, and illegally imprisoning my friend's father and daughter? How do you explain that?
Feng Jianxi looked at Zhang Bing with some suspicion. After all, it was a bit unbelievable that someone so young was said to be the most distinguished VIP of the Kyoto Bank headquarters. But since the president himself said so, he could only believe it.
Black Panther, is there such a thing?
Black Panther, of course, denied it vehemently, saying, Old Feng, don't listen to his nonsense.
Feng Jianxi nodded and then looked at Xiao Han, asking, You are from the police station, is there such a thing? Xiao Han pondered for a moment and said, No.
Then Feng Jianxi stared at Zhang Bing again, saying, Did you hear that clearly? I can testify, there is such a thing. Chen Guozhong stepped forward and said loudly. Feng Jianxi snorted coldly, completely ignoring Chen Guozhong, and then ordered, Take him away.
Xiao Han nodded and walked over with a few team members.
Seeing that the situation was settled, Black Panther shouted frantically, If you don't kill me, I won't share your surname. And Chen Guozhong, Wang Guoqing, arrest them all, leave those two women. Zhang Bing sneered and suddenly activated ancient martial arts. His speed was incredibly fast, so quick that ordinary people couldn't react in time. He dashed in front of Black Panther again, raised his hand, and slapped down. Black Panther swayed unsteadily, and then Zhang Bing seized his wrist and pulled it away. With one hand, he squeezed hard, and with a crack, everyone could hear the sound of bones breaking.
Ah, damn it! Black Panther let out a pig-like scream. Stop! Do you dare to commit murder in front of me?
Fang Jianxi was also taken aback, not expecting Zhang Bing to be so arrogant, completely disregarding him.
What are you? Do you think you can turn black into white and confuse right and wrong?
You, don't think that just because you have money, you're something great. If you can walk out of Huangzhou, I, Fang Jianxi, will share your surname.
Xiao Han, what are you still dawdling for? Do you still want your official hat?
Fang Jianxi was furious. He was personally sent by Secretary Zhao to help Black Panther, yet Black Panther had his hand crushed and was beaten by Zhang Bing right in front of him.
How would he report back to his superiors?
Mr. Zhang, please stop immediately. Don't make it difficult for us.
Xiao Han still called out politely.
Zhang Bing completely ignored him, staring at Black Panther, warning, I told you, today you will be completely finished. He then took out his phone and started calling by Xiaochun in Kyoto. At this point, it was clear that he had to use connections in Kyoto. Even if he completely killed Black Panther today, the people behind him would definitely not let it go easily, and there would be endless trouble. The call was quickly connected, and Zhang Bing did not avoid it, briefly explaining the situation in front of everyone. By Xiaochun's rank was unknown, but it was certainly much higher than Fang Jianxi's. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bing finally released Black Panther. At this moment, Fang Jianxi felt a bit flustered, not knowing who Zhang Bing had just called. After all, Zhang Bing was a super rich man and might have some connections behind him. No matter who you ask for help, if you cripple Black Panther today, I will make sure you can't escape.
What are you? Who do you think you are?
Zhang Bing completely disregarded Fang Jianxi, as he had Zhao Lao backing him. This time he returned to transfer his household registration to Kyoto, to participate in the National University Martial Arts competition.
Sure enough, within a few minutes, Fang Jianxi's phone rang. He opened it, answered, and within seconds, he froze. Yes, as you instructed.
Fang Jianxi responded a few times like a student who had done something wrong, and then cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing Fang Jianxi's change, everyone was very curious about what kind of connection Zhang Bing had found. Secretary Fang, don't be afraid, I will talk to my brother-in-law. Black Panther also noticed Fang Jianxi's fear, and his gaze towards Zhang Bing changed. At this moment, Fang Jianxi was filled with dread. The call had come from Kyoto. This was it. Not only would Black Panther be finished, but it seemed even Secretary Zhao would be in trouble.
Poor Black Panther was still completely unaware, thinking that his brother-in-law, Secretary Zhao, could protect him. Fang Jianxi, how is it? Zhang Bing mocked.
Fang Jianxi wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly, with a thud, he knelt down in front of Zhang Bing. This exaggerated scene left everyone in the room stunned, even Zhang Bing himself was surprised.
Mr.
Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you. I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain.
Fang Jianxi, what are you doing? Black Panther exclaimed.
Chen Guozhong, Chen Dongliang, and Xiao Han were also dumbfounded.
A single phone call had scared the big secretariat of Huangzhou's big shot, Secretary Zhao, into kneeling down to admit his mistake? Zhang Bing frowned and said, "Get up and talk."
Only then did Fang Jianxi stand up, then respectfully stood to the side, lowering his head. Black Panther was completely stunned. His brother-in-law's personal secretary had directly knelt down in fear after a call from Zhang Bing. He suddenly felt something was wrong.
Fang Jianxi, what is going on? My brother-in-law. Idiot, stop calling. Your brother-in-law is useless. Anyone who does evil cannot be protected.
Zhang Bing directly scolded, interrupting Black Panther. Then he looked at Fang Jianxi and Xiao Han and said, how to deal with Black Panther, you decide. My suggestion is that he spends the rest of his life sowing to atone for his sins, but of course, you can ignore it. It has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Zhang Bing took Lin Huanshua's hand, exchanged a glance with Chen Guozhong and Chen Dongliang, and directly walked out of the villa.
The next day, big news broke in Huangzhou.
Black Panther, who had been entrenched in Huangzhou for many years and committed numerous crimes, was arrested, and various accumulated crimes were exposed. The protective umbrella behind him, the big shot Zhao, was also taken away for investigation, and people celebrated. Meanwhile, the promoter of all this, Zhang Bing, had already boarded a plane to Kyoto with Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan.
This trip home was indeed meaningful. Mr. Shang, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, sigh.
Sitting on the plane, Lu Ruyan's eyes were fiery, unable to hide her feelings any longer. It's nothing. We can consider it a service to the people, Zhang Bing said with a smile. Even without reading minds, he could feel Lu Ruyan's feelings for him.
Lin Huanxue could naturally feel it, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she lay in Zhang Bing's arms, asserting her claim. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, since both Zhang Bing and Lu Ruyan had returned home, Lin Jun was temporarily managing the Tianlong Hotel. Everything had already fallen into place, and there was no need for much management. Zhang Yunfeng and his daughter Zhang Tingting were living in Zhang Bing's luxurious apartment. After some time of recuperation, Zhang Yunfeng had basically recovered. Qin Yuan would occasionally come to check on Zhang Yunfeng, and through their interactions, the two had become good sisters. Of course, Qin Yuan often talked about Zhang Bing, trying every means to gather information about him from Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting was not foolish. As a woman, she could certainly sense that Qin Yuan liked Zhang Bing. However, she didn't tell Qin Yuan that she also liked Zhang Bing and had already been involved with him. Perhaps to avoid interfering with her daughter's relationship with Zhang Bing, after several checkups confirming his good recovery, Zhang Yunfeng, disregarding Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuan's advice, insisted on leaving Kyoto. On Zhang Tingting's side, she indeed had a strong artistic talent, coupled with the fact that Zhang Bing had previously mentioned her to the vice president of the art school, Qin Ming, and with Qin Yuan's connections, Zhang Tingting had successfully entered an art university for further studies. Zhang Tingting was already tall and alluring, a campus beauty at the art school, certainly not inferior to Lin Huanxue or Qin Yuan. With Qin Yuan's personal makeover, Zhang Tingting attracted quite a few wealthy second-generation suitors on her first day at the art school. Of course, she politely declined all of them. Moreover, Qin Yuan had also informed her cousin Qin Ji to take care of Zhang Tingting at school. In the afternoon, after work, Qin Yuan drove her silver Mercedes to pick up Zhang Tingting, and the two planned to go shopping together. After a short while, the two stunning beauties found a high-end restaurant to eat. As soon as they sat down, someone came over to strike up a conversation. Both of them were experienced in such matters. Given their looks, being approached like this had been frequent since school. Therefore, they politely declined, which did not affect their mood. However, a group of young men at the next table seemed relentless, which began to annoy the two. Qin Yuan, with a more straightforward temperament, stood up and directly addressed the group of men at the next table, saying, "We've already said we are not interested in you. We don't want to get to know you. Please stop bothering us and let us eat." "Hee, do you really think you're something?" one of the men at the table responded sarcastically. "It's a blessing for you that I, Lin Feng, have taken an interest in you. It's giving you face." Qin Yuan wanted to retort but was stopped by Zhang Tingting. "Forget it, Sister Yuan, let's just finish our meal and leave, don't mind them." However, at that moment, the sarcastic man stood up and walked over directly. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Feng, a PhD returning from abroad. I have been invited by a big shot to come back and participate in the martial arts competition for university students from the 3 countries. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting remained uninterested. Lin Feng, seeing their reaction, felt somewhat displeased. Since returning to the country, he had intended to play the role of a returning king. First, he wanted to win over his cousin Lin Huanxue and show off a bit, but unexpectedly, he was humiliated by Zhang Bing, leaving him embarrassed. Today, he had brought a group of wealthy second-generation friends to eat here, and upon seeing Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, he was astonished by their beauty. Both of them, in terms of figure, temperament, and looks, were certainly not inferior to his cousin Lin Huanxue. Of course, Lin Feng was not yet aware that Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting knew Lin Huanxue and were both Zhang Bing's women. "What? Do you look down on me, Lin Feng?" Seeing that Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting were ignoring him, Lin Feng continued to ask, "What kind of doctor are you? What big shot invited you back for the competition? Does that have anything to do with us?" Qin Yuan retorted angrily, "If we're just here to eat, stop bothering us. Old woman, don't push your luck. Our young master Lin was personally invited back by a big shot. At your age, you should talk less. We're only interested in the young." This statement immediately infuriated Qin Yuan. She was only 30, and she took great care of her appearance. Her figure and temperament were absolutely top-notch. However, compared to Zhang Tingting, she indeed lacked the youthful vitality, a mark left by time that couldn't be hidden. "A bunch of scum, no manners." Lin Feng sneered and boldly sat down, blocking Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting quickly shrank back and asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much, just wanted to make a friend." "Beautiful," Lin Feng said shamelessly. "Sorry, I don't know you and I don't want to make friends." Zhang Tingting rejected him. "Aren't we getting to know each other now?" Lin Feng chuckled, then deliberately flaunted the key to his Ferrari. "How about a ride, beautiful? If you like it, this car is yours." "I'm not interested, thank you. Please leave." Zhang Tingting was getting a bit angry. Qin Yuan couldn't control her anger any longer and shouted, "Lin Feng, right? Are you done? Do you think a bit of money makes you special? Who cares about your broken car? Oh, look at you, almost 30, getting older,
and your temper is just as big.
You're not going through menopause, are you?
Lin Feng said maliciously.
This made Qin Yuanyuan's face turn pale. Women are most sensitive about their age.
You're shameless and despicable.
You're going too far. Who do you think you are to say that about Sister Yuan?
Zhang Tingting also stood up, angrily scolding Lin Feng while trying to step out, but Lin Feng blocked her, refusing to let her pass.
Get out of the way. Qin Yuanyuan clenched her fists and reprimanded. Lin Feng was completely unafraid, laughing. What's wrong? Do you want to hit me? Qin Yuanyuan's anger flared up completely. Fine, if you won't move, don't regret it.
Saying this, she took out her phone.
Oh, calling for help? Good. I was just thinking of practicing my skills.
Lin Feng and the others laughed mockingly. After returning to the country, Lin Feng told everyone he was personally invited by a big shot to participate in the National University Martial Arts competition. Thus, he quickly established his leadership position in the rich second-generation circle in Kyoto. Of course, some people were skeptical, but seeing Lin Feng driving a Ferrari, with an extraordinary demeanor and generous spending, made them think he might have some credibility.
You better not regret it.
Qin Yuanyuan was furious. She wanted to call Zhang Bing, but considering Zhang Bing was back in his hometown, she called her cousin Qinji instead. Lin Feng and the others were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they continued to mock and ridicule. Beautiful, I want to see who you're calling for help.
It wouldn't be your dad, would it? Ha ha. Qin Yuanyuan was already very angry, blocked by this group, unable to leave.
About 10 minutes later, Qinji arrived in a car and rushed directly into the restaurant.
Who the hell is bullying my cousin and Tingting? Qinji shouted, charging in alone. Qinji, this. Seeing Qinji arrive, Qin Yuanyuan quickly waved.
Qinji had a strong temper and had seen a lot. He had previously been with Ma Chao. After Ma Chao was taken down by Zhang Bing and was still in the hospital, he had completely turned over a new leaf. But seeing his cousin being bullied, he couldn't hold back. It's you guys bullying my cousin and Tingting, looking for a beating, huh? Qinji clenched his fists and immediately swung at Lin Feng, the leader. Lin Feng sneered, completely unconcerned. Although he was not a match for Zhang Bing and was easily subdued by him, he was indeed a martial arts expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited back to participate in the martial arts competition.
As Qinji threw a punch, Lin Feng remained calm, extending his hand to catch it. He grasped Qinji's fist tightly, and with a sudden force, Qinji immediately cried out in pain. With such little skill, you dare to challenge me? Seeing Lin Feng's impressive skills, the group of rich second-generation youths began to flatter him. So, how is it? Beautiful lady, you brought such a waist here, ha ha. Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting exchanged glances, surprised that Lin Feng actually had some skills. Let go, you bastard, I'm Qinji from the art school.
Qinji cursed loudly, revealing his background, as he had some fame around the art school with Ma Chao.
Oh, Qinji? Never heard of you. I've heard of Ma Chao from your art school.
Lin Feng scoffed.
Damn it, you dare to bully my cousin and Tingting?
Just wait, when my brother Bing comes back, you're all dead. Knowing he was no match for Lin Feng, Qinji could only resort to mentioning Zhang Bing.
Heh, kid, it seems you still don't know our young Master Feng's strength and background.
Let me tell you, our young Master Feng was invited back to compete by a big shot. Even your brother Bing would have to behave in front of our young Master Feng.
The group of rich second-generation youths began to flatter him. Qinji, Qin Yuanyuan, and Zhang Tingting were also unsure of Lin Feng's true background. Alright, that's enough for today. Hurry up and add me as a friend. I have a big shots gathering tonight.
Lin Feng then released Qinji's hand and threatened him.
Add my ass. Qinji shouted angrily. Kid, are you looking for a beating?
Lin Feng glanced at Qinji and kicked him. Immediately, the group of rich second-generation youths rushed forward, beating Qinji mercilessly.
Stop, alright, adding you as a friend is fine. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't bear to watch her cousin being beaten and had to compromise. Otherwise, judging by the situation, Lin Feng and his group wouldn't let them go. That's more like it. I just wanted to make friends with you.
With his goal achieved, Lin Feng finally stopped.
Ladies, I'll invite you out again tomorrow. If you dare refuse, I can find you anytime.
After saying this, Lin Feng left with the rich second-generation youths, and as they passed the front desk, he ostentatiously paid for Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting's bill.
Are you okay? Brother Qin, I'm sorry, it's all our fault for getting you beaten. Seeing Qinji's battered face, Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting felt a bit guilty. I'm fine.
Qinji spat out blood and said, damn, that guy really has some skills, he's quite strong. Sister, Tingting, hurry and contact brother Bing.
Let him deal with him.
Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting sighed. They had been thinking about Zhang Bing for a while now.
Got it, Roland and Huanchua said they would return to Kyoto tonight.
Qinji then showed a smile and said, that idiot just said he would come looking for you tomorrow, so bring brother Bing along. I want to watch the show too. At night, in a high-end restaurant in Kyoto, in a private room, Bai Xiaochun was dining with a few people, and among them was Lin Feng. After a few rounds of drinks, Bai Xiaochun smiled and said, Shaolin, this martial arts competition is very important. You almost seized the opportunity and absolutely cannot lose to the students from our country and M country. Secretary Bai, you can rest assured about this. I can't say much, but when I was studying in M country, I had my fair share of competitions with the students there, and it was just that. As for our country, I've heard it's not even as good as M country. Lin Feng was quite confident. The young people at the dinner table would all participate in the upcoming martial arts competition for university students from the 3 countries, and he was clearly the leader, as Li Tai had arranged for Bai Xiaochun to invite him back. Shaolin, you should be humble and low-key. Originally, that Ma Chao from the Ma family was also on this list, but something unexpected happened. Of course, there's also a very capable young man participating this time. If he weren't back home handling some matters, he would have joined us for dinner tonight. Bai Xiaochun introduced with a smile. Lin Feng and the others secretly murmured. It was rare for Bai Xiaochun to praise someone so much, even he had never received such compliments. Secretary Bai, if we win the championship this time and bring glory to our country, could we ask you for a favor privately? Lin Feng calculated in his heart and suddenly spoke up. This left Bai Xiaochun a bit stunned, and he asked, as long as you can bring glory to the country and win the championship, and as long as it's not something unreasonable, feel free to ask. Great! Lin Feng appeared very excited and said, with your word, I feel reassured. It's not a big deal. I had a bit of a conflict with someone after returning to the country, and they used their wealth to humiliate me, so I would like to ask you to help me out then. He. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, feeling it was a bit childish, but he didn't refuse. In the evening, Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan's flight had already landed. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting had been waiting at the airport for a long time. From a distance, they saw Zhang Bing holding Lin Huanxue's hand, with Lu Ruyan following beside them. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting had different expressions, feeling a pang of jealousy, but no one showed it. After all, seeing the person they liked brought more joy than jealousy. Brother! Xiao Binggu! Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting called out and ran over with smiles. Huanxue, Wolin, you finally returned. It felt like something was missing while you were away from Kyoto, Qin Yuan said. Sister Yuan, Tingting, yes, we missed you too. The 4 women quickly bonded, leaving Zhang Bing somewhat sidelined. Zhang Bing chuckled and, without hesitation, activated his mind-reading ability. He had wanted to see Zhang Tingting's thoughts even before returning home. This little girl is indeed innocent. She thinks of me like this, dreaming about me every day. Not bad, not bad. After understanding Zhang Tingting's feelings, Zhang Bing was very pleased. It could be said that Lu Ruyan initially approached him for his strength and wealth. While Lin Huanxue's feelings weren't entirely based on that, there was a bit of it. If he hadn't made a high-profile donation of that Maybach, Lin Huanxue probably wouldn't have looked down on him, but she also likely wouldn't have dated him. Qin Yuan completely admired him, naturally drawn to the strong. Currently, it seemed that only Zhang Tingting was pure, genuinely liking him as a person, which he found particularly rare. You just got off the plane and haven't eaten yet, right? Qin Yuan said with a smile. Tingting, and I have already booked a restaurant, let's go eat now. I actually have something to tell you. So the 5 of them got into Qin Yuan's sports car. Zhang Bing sat in the passenger seat, while Lin Huanxue, Zhang Tingting, and Lu Ruyan sat in the back, with Qin Yuan driving. All 4 women were top-notch beauties, although Lu Ruyan was slightly less so. She excelled in being open-minded and emotionally intelligent. The figures of the 4 women were absolutely stunning, leaving Zhang Bing dazzled. Listening to the 4 women chattering away, he quietly activated his mind-reading ability. After reading the thoughts of the 4 women, he couldn't help but marvel. It is now basically confirmed that all 4 women like themselves and want to be alone with him tonight. This made Zhang Bing feel troubled, as Lin Huanxue was his official girlfriend. Lu Ruyan, Zhang Tingting, and he had already had relations, so they weren't in such a hurry. The one he most wanted to win over was Qin Yuan, the mature woman, whose heart was quite wild and sought excitement. As Qin Yuan sped along, the 5 soon arrived at a restaurant not far from the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Hey, Sister Yuan, why are we not going to my Tianlong Grand Hotel and instead booking a restaurant around here? After getting out of the car, Zhang Bing asked. You're so used to eating delicacies every day, don't you want to change your taste? When Qin Yuan said this, her tone was particularly strange, and her gaze was intensely fixed on Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing understood the hint, and it could even be said to have a teasing implication. Sister Yuan is right, it really is like that, Zhang Bing laughed. The 5 entered the private room of the restaurant, and as soon as they walked in, Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan saw that Qinji was also there.
Young Master Qin, Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Bing was also quite curious and glanced at Qinji's bruised face, asking, Young Master Qin, what happened? Bingo, sister-in-law, Roland, don't mention it, you guys are finally back, Qinji said while arranging for everyone to take their seats and pouring tea. No need to be so polite, we're all friends, Zhang Bing smiled. What happened to your injuries? Qinji sighed, then glanced at Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, feeling embarrassed to speak himself, hoping the two women would help him explain. Little Bingo, Qin Shigu was beaten up for helping me and Sister Yuan, Zhang Tingting said softly. What? Upon hearing that Qinji was beaten up for helping Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing immediately got angry and stood up. Sister Yuan, Tingting, what exactly happened? Yeah, who bullied you? We will definitely not let them off. Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanxue were also quite furious. The bond between the women was already like sisters, and hearing that their sisters were bullied was unacceptable. It was a guy named Lin Feng. Qin Yuan recalled the incident and got angry. Not only was she forced to add him as a friend, but she was also mocked as an old woman, and her cousin Qinji was beaten up. Lin Feng? Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue exchanged glances, deep in thought. What's this guy's background? How could he beat you up like this, young Master Qin? Zhang Bing asked curiously. After all, Qinji was also a tough character, and the Qin family had some power. Don't mention it, Bingo, Qinji cursed. This guy claims to be a returnee, invited back by some big shot to participate in the Three Kingdoms University martial arts competition. He really has some skills. Damn it, what a disgrace. I couldn't even take one of his moves and got beaten up instead. My cousin and Tingting were also forced to add him as friends, and he declared he would come looking for my cousin and Tingting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan were all shocked. They didn't expect it to really be the same Lin Feng. Brother, that Lin Feng has some strength. Qinji is no match for him. It's too much. He keeps pestering me and Tingting, Qin Yuan said angrily. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Bing's face as he said, I didn't expect that Lin Feng would not learn his lesson last time. You know him? Qin Yuan and Qinji asked curiously. This idiot is actually a distant cousin of Huanxue, Zhang Bing explained. Instantly, everyone was extremely surprised. Then Lin Huanxue briefly recounted what happened last time at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Hearing this, Qin Yuan, Qinji, and Zhang Tingting were stunned, feeling both angry and amused. They didn't expect Zhang Bing to have dealt with Lin Feng before and even taught him a harsh lesson. They were even more surprised to find out that Lin Feng was actually related to Lin Huanxue. It turns out, I must make him pay tomorrow. Qin Yuan snorted coldly. Qinji also showed a strange smile and said, let that fool be arrogant. I wonder what his expression will be when he sees brother Zhang tomorrow. Since he said he would come to find sister Yuan and Tingting tomorrow, let him come. Last time we gave him face, but it seems he still hasn't learned his lesson, Zhang Bing sneered. Lin Huanxue sighed, not knowing what to say. After all, he was her distant cousin, and they had known each other since childhood. Just give him a little lesson, but don't go too far, sigh. Zhang Bing nodded, glancing at the bruised Qinji, and said, whatever he did to you today, just return the favor tomorrow. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. The night quickly passed. The next morning, according to what they discussed during dinner last night, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qinji arrived at the place designated by Lin Feng. Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue sat in a nearby car, ready for Zhang Bing to give Lin Feng a good lesson. In the morning, Lin Feng indeed arrived with a few rich second-generation heirs, driving their luxury cars in a very arrogant manner. Seeing that Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuan were waiting as promised, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with his own strength and charm. Young Master Feng, those two girls really came on time. Of course, they don't know what kind of strength our young Master Feng has. Women should be conquered by strong power. But the kid who got beaten yesterday is also here. Lin Feng smiled, not caring that Qinji had come, planning to make him leave directly later. Oh, two beauties, how are you? Have you come to your senses? Ha ha ha. Lin Feng swaggered over and started to tease them. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting exchanged cold smiles, secretly cursing Lin Feng for being so shameless. You're so handsome and powerful. Which woman wouldn't love you? Yeah, we have a friend who wants to get to know you. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting mocked, and Lin Feng, not catching the sarcasm, genuinely thought they were infatuated with him after witnessing his strength yesterday. Not bad, Lin Feng said proudly, then glanced at the sneering Qinji and scolded, Kid, what are you laughing at? Are you not convinced? Of course not. Qinji replied mockingly, I'm just here to watch the show. What do you mean? Lin Feng sensed something was off. If you keep talking, do you believe I'll make you the main act? Hee. Qinji laughed. Lin Feng, keep calling. I want to see if you can still call out later. Fool, Lin Feng cursed loudly, signaling the few rich second-generation followers beside him to beat up Qin Ji. "Stop!" Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting shouted in unison. "What right do you have to hit someone? Do you think it's still yesterday?" Lin Feng looked down on them, glancing at the two and said, "Ladies, if you don't go back tonight, I might consider not beating this kid. But if you don't agree, I won't hold back." "Pa, so shameless," Zhang Tingting said angrily, "trying to threaten us with this." "Hee, Lin Feng, you better not regret it," Qin Yuan said with a half-smile, full of mockery. Lin Feng still didn't realize the problem and remained smug, leaning closer to Zhang Tingting, reaching out to touch her hand. "Beauty, how can this be called a threat? This fool came looking for trouble himself." Zhang Tingting immediately stepped back, angrily saying, "What are you doing? Shameless." "Oh, Beauty, you have quite the temper. Since you're out today, let's have some fun together," Lin Feng insisted, continuing to close in, trying to force himself on her. "Trash, get your filthy hands off. If you dare touch Tingting, you'll regret it," Qin Ji shouted as he rushed over. Lin Feng glanced at Qin Ji, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "Kid, it seems the lesson I gave you yesterday wasn't enough. Get lost right now, you're just an eyesore here, or I'll slap you directly." "Ha!" Qin Ji was unfazed, as Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue were watching from the car nearby. "You think you're tough, huh? You don't know if you can still act tough in front of my brother Bing?" Lin Feng and his group burst into laughter. "What brother Bing? In front of our Feng Xiao, he's just a little brother. Call that brother Bing out to have a go. Our Feng Xiao can take him down with just one finger." The rich second-generation kids laughed heartily. Lin Feng himself was quite pleased, disdainfully saying, "Oh, looks like you guys brought someone to test your strength against me today, huh? That's fine, I just happen to want to practice and let you see what real strength looks like." Seeing Lin Feng's reckless attitude, still bragging, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Ji couldn't stop laughing. If it weren't for hearing Lin Huanxue talk about how Zhang Bing dealt with him last night, the three might have actually been intimidated. Just then, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue, who had been sitting in the car, could no longer sit still. They got out and walked over directly. "Oh, Lin Feng, you sure have a big mouth," Zhang Bing said with a mocking expression as he quickly approached Lin Huanxue. You, cousin, how come it's you too?" Upon seeing Zhang Bing and Lin Huanxue, Lin Feng's demeanor changed completely, and he began to stutter. "I heard you wanted to show me your strength, right? Go ahead. How do you want to show it?" Zhang Bing sneered, countering. Lin Feng swallowed hard, looking in disbelief at Qin Ji, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Tingting. Only then did he realize that the brother Bing they were talking about was Zhang Bing. "Cousin, you're being too shameless." Lin Huanxue had seen everything Lin Feng had done, and upon witnessing her cousin bully and tease Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, she was furious. "Cousin, Zhang Bing, it's not like that." Lin Feng was completely panicked. He remembered clearly how Zhang Bing had slapped him in the face. In terms of financial power, Zhang Bing had sold 25 Bentleys in one go, and the Tianlong Hotel was all his. As for skills, Lin Feng knew he was no match. "Humph." Zhang Bing snorted coldly and said to Qin Ji, "Qin Xiao, however he hit you yesterday, you don't need to hold back today, just double it." "Okay, brother Bing." Qin Ji laughed heartily. He walked up to Lin Feng and slapped him directly. "You trash, weren't you being so arrogant? Stupid trash. Didn't you want to test your strength against brother Bing?" Qin Ji recalled how Lin Feng and his group had beaten him up yesterday, and his anger flared. He punched and kicked Lin Feng, who didn't dare to fight back at all. The few rich second-generation kids he brought along weren't stupid. From the moment Zhang Bing appeared, Lin Feng's tone had turned cowardly. They all knew that Zhang Bing was definitely not someone they could provoke. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Lin Feng's face quickly turned bruised, and only then did Qin Ji stop. Lin Feng, if it weren't for the fact that you're related to Huanxue, I wouldn't let you off so easily today. Keep your eyes open, if there's a next time, it won't be so simple." Lin Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes filled with defiance. He thought to himself that he was a young talent invited back by Xiaochun, and he had to bring glory to the country. Being slapped in the face by Zhang Bing last time was one thing, but now being beaten up by Qin Ji, he couldn't take it anymore. "Zhang Bing." Lin Feng clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Cousin, just give it a rest." Lin Huanxue was speechless upon hearing Lin Feng's boastful words. Originally, Zhang Bing thought that, for Lin Huanxue's sake, he would let Qin Ji retaliate and just beat Lin Feng up a bit. However, he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so ungrateful and dare to act tough. So, Zhang Bing stopped, turned around, and looked at the defiant Lin Feng, saying, "What's wrong? You don't accept it?" Lin Feng clenched his fists and angrily replied, "I know you are strong, but I'm not someone to be easily bullied either. You had Qin Ji beat me up like this, just wait,
I was invited back to the country to participate in a martial arts competition.
Let's see how you explain this to the big shots.
Zhang Bing sneered. Last time, Lin Feng had boasted that it was Li Tai who personally invited him back to the country. But it was clear that this was likely just bragging. He believed that Li Tai was aware of it, but the possibility of Li Tai personally inviting him back was very slim, almost impossible. Moreover, even if it were true that Li Tai personally invited him back, it didn't matter. Old Zhao had personally told him to bring glory to the country. Besides, Li Tai was also someone old Zhao had instructed his subordinates to focus on cultivating.
So tell me, which big shot is going to scare me? Zhang Bing's tone was filled with mockery and ridicule.
You, don't get too proud. To tell you the truth, it was Secretary Li Tai who personally invited young Master Feng back for the competition. If you let someone injure young Master Feng today, and something goes wrong during the competition later, even if you are strong, you won't be able to bear the consequences.
Zhang Bing laughed continuously, mocking. A big shot like Secretary Li would personally invite a waste like you back to the country? I just can't believe that.
Exactly. Shinji also mocked from the side. Even if Secretary Li invited you, he wouldn't invite a waste like you. At this moment, Lin Feng was fired up, angrily saying, Zhang Bing, just wait, I'm calling Secretary Li's secretary by right now.
Upon hearing Bai Xiaochun's name, Lin Huanchue was speechless. It seemed Lin Feng knew nothing about Zhang Bing's network.
Cousin, Zhang Bing has already let you go, so stop being stubborn. Just admit your mistake and leave quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Huanchue reminded him helplessly. Lin Feng was confident that as long as Bai Xiaochun came in person, or even just made a phone call, Zhang Bing would be scared out of his wits.
Men talk, women shouldn't interrupt.
Zhang Bing, just wait for me. Today's grudge and the humiliation from last time, I'll settle them all together.
Oh, Zhang Bing was in a playful mood, taunting. Weren't you the one who wanted to show off in front of me last time? What? No strength, feeling cornered? I'm waiting for you to call Secretary Bai.
Lin Feng stopped talking nonsense, took out his phone, walked aside, and began dialing Bai Xiaochun's number. After all, he was indeed invited back by Bai Xiaochun, and last night Bai Xiaochun had specifically invited them to dinner with the competitors for the upcoming competition. At the dinner table, he had publicly expressed his hope that after winning the championship, he could ask Bai Xiaochun to come out and support him.
At that time, Bai Xiaochun just smiled but didn't refuse.
Just wait, young Master Feng really knows Secretary Bai. Secretary Bai is a big secret for Secretary Li. Every word and action represents Secretary Li's intentions. A few rich second-generation heirs began to shout along, as their families were all billionaires. But this level of wealth was indeed not comparable to Secretary Bai and Li Tai. Therefore, they all believed that as long as Bai Xiaochun was willing to make a statement, Zhang Bing would be finished. Little did they know that Zhang Bing, Lin Huanchue, Lu Ruyan, Qin Yuanyuan, Zhang Tingting, and Qin Ji all wore mocking expressions, especially Qin Yuanyuan and Zhang Tingting, who had witnessed it firsthand in the hospital when Li Tai brought Bai Xiaochun to help, directly confronting the richest man in Kyoto, Ma Yunteng.
Ma Yunpeng also mobilized his powerful backer, Guanbu, who was ranked even higher than Li Tai.
It was just the last phone call, and Guanbu immediately acted as if he had done something wrong, directly letting go and even scolding Ma Yunpeng. About a few minutes later, Lin Feng hung up the phone, looking smug.
Zhang Bing, just you wait.
I've already told Secretary Bai, just wait, Secretary Bai is coming personally, you're done for. Zhang Bing scoffed, alright, then we'll wait. Lin Feng, still unaware, continued to threaten, cousin, I advise you to quickly abandon the dark and turn to the light, there's no future following him.
I'm telling you, Secretary Bai is very optimistic about me.
Lin Huanchue no longer wanted to speak and shot Lin Feng a look of disdain.
Zhang, if you kneel down and beg me now, when Secretary Bai arrives, I might still let you off the hook. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, what does it matter if the Tianlong Hotel is yours? Idiot.
Zhang Bing retorted sarcastically, if you just behave and get as far away as you can, considering Huanchue's face, I might spare you. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it later. Lin Feng, still oblivious, continued to shout, do you believe I can just have Secretary Bai make a call and directly shut down your Tianlong Hotel? At that moment, the rich second-generation friends following Lin Feng suddenly showed expressions of terror. They didn't know Zhang Bing, but they had just heard Lin Feng say that the Tianlong Hotel belonged to him. Instantly, these rich kids were frightened. They had heard recently that the Tianlong Hotel had a very young new owner who had thrown Ma Yunping's son, Ma Chao, directly from the hospital building. The background was incredibly strong and unfathomable. They never expected that this young owner was actually Zhang Bing standing right in front of them.
Feng Xiao, you're done for. Feng Xiao, stop talking, it's over.
The rich kids looked at Zhang Bing in horror.
What's over? Lin Feng scolded, not understanding. What are you afraid of? It's just money. Secretary Bai is already on the way. Once he arrives, what does it matter how rich he is? Feng Xiao, you probably can't afford to provoke. The rich kids trembled, instinctively distancing themselves from Lin Feng.
Zhang Bing glanced at these rich kids and guessed that they had probably just heard that the Tianlong Hotel was his and must have heard something. Shut your mouths and stand aside, otherwise, I'll deal with all of you later. The rich kids nodded repeatedly and obediently retreated to the side. Lin Feng also felt something was off, wondering if Zhang Bing had a strong background. However, thinking of Bai Xiaochun's backing being Li Tai, he still felt confident. A bunch of useless people, don't blame me for not supporting you in the future. The rich kids had long been scared silly by Zhang Bing. Even Ma Yunpeng's son had been left permanently disabled and was still lying in the hospital. Yet Zhang Bing himself was completely fine. What kind of background did he have? Although they usually acted arrogantly, they were not lacking in intelligence. About 20 minutes later, a black sedan drove over. Bai Xiaochun got out of the car. The reason he came personally was not because Lin Feng had such a big face. Mainly, he had just been nearby, and Lin Feng had exaggerated the situation, making it sound very serious. Considering that Lin Feng was a fighting champion, if something went wrong this time, it would still have a significant impact, so he came over. Seeing Bai Xiaochun arrive, Lin Feng completely let himself go. He shouted at Zhang Bing, "You're done for, even if you kneel and beg me now, it's useless." As he spoke, he ran directly towards Bai Xiaochun. "Lin Feng, what happened? Who beat you up like this?" Bai Xiaochun immediately noticed Lin Feng's bruised face and asked, "Secretary Bai, you have to stand up for me." Lin Feng said, his face full of grievance, turning to point at Zhang Bing. "Secretary Bai, that's Zhang Bing, who, relying on his wealth, doesn't even put you in his eyes." Bai Xiaochun followed Lin Feng's finger and happened to see Zhang Bing walking over with several women in Qinji, all smiling. At that moment, he understood and secretly cursed Lin Feng for being such a fool. "Secretary Bai, you really give this idiot Lin Feng face, actually coming here to back him up," Zhang Bing said with a grin, somewhat sarcastically. "Ahem." Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and explained, "It's nothing. I was just nearby, so I came to take a look." "Zhang Bing, I didn't expect it to be you." "That's right, it's me," Zhang Bing admitted generously. This waste has no real ability, but his character is quite arrogant. Hearing the conversation between Zhang Bing and Secretary Bai, Lin Feng froze. He stood there, awkward, confused, and terrified. He didn't expect Zhang Bing to know Secretary Bai, and it was clear that Secretary Bai seemed very respectful and appreciative of Zhang Bing. This kind of attitude had never been directed at him. "Secretary Bai, you know each other?" Lin Feng gasped, cautiously asking. "Lin Feng." Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened, angrily saying, "The person you just mentioned is Zhang Bing, right? Then consider yourself unlucky." Lin Feng didn't know what to say. "What do you mean, I?" Zhang Bing's expression darkened as he stared at Lin Feng, angrily saying, "Fool, what did I just say? Get lost early. Out of respect for Huan Shui, I'll let you off this time, otherwise, you'll definitely regret it." Saying this, Zhang Bing took action himself and slapped Lin Feng. As he hit, he recounted what had happened. This was also for Bai Xiaochun's benefit. After all, Lin Feng was invited back by Bai Xiaochun, and hitting him in front of him without a reason would indeed be inappropriate. Bai Xiaochun understood and sighed on the side. He thought to himself, why did Lin Feng have to provoke Zhang Bing? Getting beaten was already a light punishment. Ma Chao was still in the hospital, lying in bed. At this moment, Lin Feng dared not be tough at all, completely unable to fight back, receiving a beating from Zhang Bing. "Bing, brother Bing, I was wrong. I really know my mistake now. Brother Bing, please spare me, I didn't know before. Cousin, please help me plead for mercy." Lin Feng completely caved, knowing fear, and actually knelt down to beg for mercy. Seeing that Zhang Bing was unmoved, he began to plead with Lin Huanxue. Lin Huanxue shook her head, angrily saying, "I warned you long ago, you didn't listen, this is all your own doing." Zhang Bing looked at Lin Feng with disgust and said, "Hurry and apologize to Sister Yuan, Tingting, and young Master Qin. If they forgive you, I'll let you off." Lin Feng quickly knelt on the ground, apologizing and begging for mercy from Qin Ji, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Tingting. "Fool, do you know your mistake now?" Qin Shi snorted coldly. Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, being girls, were a bit softer-hearted. Seeing Lin Feng kneeling on the ground, bruised and pitiful, they couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. "Be more careful in the future. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have some ability. Sister Yuan is right, this time, out of respect for Sister Huanxue, we'll forgive you." After receiving forgiveness from Qin Yuan and Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing no longer made things difficult for Lin Feng. "Get lost quickly, and be honest in the future.
Thank you, thank you.
Lin Feng scrambled away in a panic.
Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaochun looked disappointed, shaking his head and sighing.
After dealing with Lin Feng's matter, Zhang Bing took the initiative to invite Bai Xiaochun to dinner at his Tianlong hotel. After all, this time returning to his hometown, both phone calls were made to Bai Xiaochun, who helped resolve the issues.
Bai Xiaochun did not refuse and readily agreed.
Upon arriving at the hotel's private dining room, Bai Xiaochun was also taken aback by the luxury inside.
Zhang Bing smiled and said, "Secretary Bai, don't worry, we're all family and friends here, it's just a meal."
Only then did Bai Xiaochun feel at ease and began chatting with Zhang Bing about the upcoming Three Kingdoms University Martial Arts competition. On the Dragon countryside, only residents of Kyoto were allowed, with only 5 spots available. Country M also had 5 competitors, and Country R had 5 as well, totaling 15 participants. Ultimately, the top 3 would be selected, as this was a matter of national pride. A certain big shot had casually mentioned that losing to anyone was acceptable, but losing to a competitor from Country R was not. Therefore, the martial arts competition was taken very seriously, and that was why he had invited Lin Feng back after gathering information from various sources. Originally, Ma Chao was also one of them, but that was no longer possible. However, what surprised Zhang Bing and the others was that this so-called waste, Lin Feng, actually had some skills and had won several fighting championships abroad. But now, in comparison, Zhang Bing further felt the strength of his own ancient martial arts.
A fighting champion couldn't even take a single hit from him.
Zhang Bing, I will provide you with the information on the 10 competitors from Country M and Country R in the next few days. Knowing ourselves and our enemies will ensure victory in every battle,
Bai Xiaochun said.
Alright, then I'll trouble you with that, Zhang Bing replied. After a few rounds of drinks, Bai Xiaochun stood up to take her leave. Zhang Tingting and Qin Yuanyuan subconsciously looked at Zhang Bing. Without needing to read minds, Zhang Bing understood their thoughts.
However, he couldn't do anything about it because Lin Huanxue was by his side.
So the two women had no choice but to get up and return home, while Lu Ruyan was fine, as she was still staying at the hotel. Lin Huanxue, however, blushed and pulled Zhang Bing into the presidential suite. The next day, in the morning, Zhang Bing was still asleep when Lin Huanxue, who had already gotten up and tidied up, woke him. Lazy pig, get up quickly, Sister Yuan is looking for you for something important today. Zhang Bing, still groggy, immediately lost all sleepiness upon hearing that Qin Yuanyuan had something important to discuss with him. He quickly got up and got ready, and the two went downstairs.
In the hotel lobby, Qin Yuanyuan was already waiting.
Today, she had her long hair down, wearing a black low-cut evening gown and high heels, with bold red lipstick. She exuded a mature and elegant aura, perfectly embodying a queen with fiery red lips. Although Lin Huanxue felt a bit jealous, she had classes at school today, and since Qin Yuanyuan had called early, she had no reason to refuse.
Sister Yuan, Roland and I will head to school first.
You can go with him to handle your important business, Lin Huanxue said with a smile.
Qin Yuanyuan smiled back and teased, Sister Huanxue, can you trust me to take care of him? Ha ha. Sister Yuan, don't joke around, what's there not to trust you with?
Lin Huanxue responded with a smile, then got into the car with Lu Ruyan.
Watching Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan leave, Zhang Bing's heart raced as he glanced at Qin Yuanyuan's sexy outfit today. Sister Yuan, what's the important matter today that you're dressed so beautifully?
Let's talk in the car, Qin Yuanyuan said, holding her head high, her ample backside swaying as she walked ahead, captivating Zhang Bing, who followed closely. Once in the car, Zhang Bing couldn't help himself. Last time, after he had just acquired the ability to read minds, he had tried to read Qin Yuanyuan's thoughts. He knew that this aloof goddess had a passionate heart and was extremely open, enjoying the thrill of excitement. Such a woman was definitely a rare gem. Today, dressed so sexily and formally, she completely overshadowed Zhang Tingting, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan. He directly used his mind-reading ability to see what kind of important matter he was accompanying her for.
Soon, Zhang Bing couldn't help but grin.
It turned out that Qin Yuanyuan was going on a blind date today and wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Moreover, what Qin Yuanyuan was thinking in her heart was not about pretending, but rather wanting to turn the act into reality, though she was always held back by Lin Huanxue. Through her mind-reading ability, she learned that Qin Yuanyuan's blind date came from a prominent family, not only wealthy but also powerful. The elder of the other party's family was comparable to the elder of the Qin family back in the day. It could be said that both families were well-matched, a perfect pair.
What are you looking at? Is it good? Qin Yuanyuan asked, driving while feigning anger.
Zhang Bing quickly withdrew his gaze and replied, it really is good. Then look more, I want you to see enough, Qin Yuanyuan said, not only not getting angry but instead actively teasing Zhang Bing. This was something Zhang Bing never expected. he saw Qin Yuan suddenly pull up her black evening dress. Her snow-white thighs were fully exposed, making his blood rush.
Qin Yuan deliberately asked, "Big pervert, who looks better, me or your girlfriend?"
Zhang Bing was a bit overwhelmed. He didn't expect the mature woman to be so direct and playful, making him feel a bit embarrassed. "Pervert, you have quite the fortune with women," she teased. "You have Huanxue, and also Roland, and even that innocent Tingting likes you, tsk.
Qin Yuan kept teasing.
Zhang Bing suppressed his inner turmoil and began to change the subject, knowingly asking, "Sister Yuan, please stop teasing me.
You're dressed so sexy and pretty today. What do you want me to cooperate with you for?" Qin Yuan chuckled and said, "I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend, is that okay?
Help me reject someone, but it can't be like how you dealt with Lin Feng. The elder of the other party's family is an old friend of my family, and the two families have a good relationship, so we can't hurt the feelings." Zhang Bing smiled. He had already known all this through his mind-reading ability.
However, he still pretended to ask, "Since that's the case, you two are well-matched, why not just be together?" "Humph." Qin Yuan suddenly got angry, her face darkening. "What does it have to do with you?" Zhang Bing awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm just curious, why choose me? There are so many talented young men in Kyoto, and I'm not the most handsome."
Qin Yuan rolled her eyes at Zhang Bing and explained, "But you are the most capable.
My blind date is not simple. In terms of looks, height, temperament, and eloquence, few can compare.
Especially since his family background is also prominent. Sigh, after thinking it over, only you have the ability to make him give up on me."
"So, does that mean I have a lot of pressure?" Zhang Bing laughed.
"Alright, you'll know when you see him," Qin Yuan said, stepping on the gas, turning a corner, and then stopping the car. Soon, the two got out and arrived at a very high-end restaurant. Zhang Bing glanced at the environment inside and said, "Not bad, it's almost on par with my Tianlong hotel."
"Yes, this restaurant belongs to his family," Qin Yuan explained.
Then, she took the initiative to link her arm with Zhang Bing's, causing his heart to race. "Now you are my boyfriend, and you can do anything you want," Qin Yuan said, her red lips moving as she looked at Zhang Bing with fiery eyes. Zhang Bing felt his blood boiling, secretly thinking that today he would definitely get what he wished for. Then the two went straight into a private room inside. The room was elegantly decorated, and a young man in a suit was already waiting.
When he saw Qin Yuan walk in holding Zhang Bing's hand, the young man was clearly taken aback. Yuan, who is this?"
The young man was Qin Yuan's blind date, Huang Yu, the eldest grandson of the Huang family.
"Huang Yu, this is my boyfriend Zhang Bing," Qin Yuan replied with a smile, and she didn't forget to lean closer to Zhang Bing on purpose.
Huang Yu's expression changed noticeably, but he still graciously invited, "Brother Zhang, Yuan, please take a seat."
Zhang Bing glanced at Huang Yu, who was indeed a handsome and refined young man, exuding charm and elegance, making even him feel a bit inferior. "Huang Yu, I told you earlier, I have a boyfriend, but you didn't believe me, sigh," Qin Yuan explained with a cold expression. Huang Yu wasn't foolish, although his face didn't look good, especially seeing Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan holding hands. Any man would feel jealous. Yuan, stop joking. I've already asked Grandpa Qin and Uncle Qin, where did you get this boyfriend? Huang Yu said. They just don't know, Qin Yuan huffed. Clearly, Huang Yu didn't believe her and guessed that she was deliberately finding someone to impersonate. Of course, Huang Yu was indeed cultured, at least he maintained a good facade. Even though he was quite displeased with Zhang Bing, he didn't show it. Instead, he politely asked, Brother Zhang, would you like something to drink? This made Zhang Bing feel a bit embarrassed, and he could only respond politely, Brother Huang, feel free, I can have anything. Alright, then I'll take the liberty to arrange it, don't mind me. Saying this, Huang Yu gestured, and soon a waiter came in with a bottle of high-end red wine. As Huang Yu instructed the waiter to pour the wine, he opened up the conversation. He directly bypassed Qin Yuan and started talking to Zhang Bing. May I ask where Brother Zhang is working? Not working yet, I'm still a student at the art school. Oh, Huang Yu smiled and said, so Brother Zhang is from the art school. I graduated from the Fine Arts Department of Hucking University next door. Looks like I need to learn from Brother Zhang today. It's been years since I graduated, and I've forgotten a lot of professional knowledge. Zhang Bing felt a bit speechless. Huang Yu was clearly trying to make him look bad. He had entered through a system exam. How could he compare to a proper Hucking University graduate in terms of professional level? Well, I'm just a freshman. You're a top student from Hucking University. How can you learn from me? Zhang Bing declined. He. Huang Yu chuckled and asked, oh, by the way, where are you from, Brother Zhang? Do the dishes here suit your taste? I'm from Shangnan, Zhang Bing answered honestly without hiding anything. Now Huang Yu had a clear idea and felt completely at ease.
he was certain that Zhang Bing was just a temporary actor Qin Yuan had found. Brother Zhang, this restaurant was opened by me after graduation, and I personally designed the interior style. What do you think? Not bad, Zhang Bing replied. Then, since you are Yuan's friend, you are also my friend. In the future, when you come to the restaurant to eat, or come with friends, it will all be on the house, Huang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Bing also chuckled. He had to admit that Huang Yu was indeed different. Unlike the rich second-generation types like Ma Chao and Lin Feng, it was clear that he was trying to win him over to make him back off. He didn't mind, as the key was Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, of course, wasn't foolish. She could tell what Huang Yu meant. She had brought Zhang Bing to make Huang Yu give up, so how could she let him have his way now? Huang Yu, although Zhang Bing is still a student, he is quite capable. Your restaurant is nice, but he isn't short on money. Oh, Huang Yu was a bit surprised but judged that Qin Yuan was just boasting. Zhang Bing kept smiling. After all, up to this point, Huang Yu had been polite and gracious, and it wouldn't be right to slap someone in the face recklessly. Zhang Bing, why are you grinning like an idiot? Qin Yuan pinched Zhang Bing hard and scolded. Huang Yu, don't doubt it. You know me, if he didn't have the capability, how could I become his woman? As Qin Yuan said this, she directly kissed Zhang Bing on the cheek. This left both Zhang Bing and Huang Yu stunned, especially Huang Yu, who felt like everything was going wrong. Although he knew that Qin Yuan was acting, it was a bit over the top. However, he still controlled his emotions and greeted her with a smile. Brother Zhang, could you do me a small favor? Brother Huang, what do you need? Huang Yu thought for a moment and said, could you please help me go out and get something? No way. Before Zhang Bing could respond, Qin Yuan directly refused. Huang Yu made it clear that he was deliberately looking for an excuse to send Zhang Bing away. Zhang Bing felt quite helpless. He also understood Qin Yuan's thoughts. Although Huang Yu hadn't offended him, a forced relationship is never sweet. So he sighed and said, Brother Huang, actually, you guessed right. I am indeed an actor that Sister Yuan called in at the last minute. But there's an old saying in Manhwa, a forced relationship is never sweet, feelings cannot be forced. Zhang Bing originally had a good impression of Huang Yu. After all, the other party was cultured and polite, without that lofty attitude. At most, he had just shown off that he was from Hucking University and emphasized that the restaurant was his. Therefore, he didn't want to make Huang Yu look too bad, so he remained low-key. Moreover, he sensed that Huang Yu wanted him to avoid the situation, so he spoke honestly. Who knew that Qin Yuan wouldn't have it, and once again pinched Zhang Bing's thigh hard, angrily saying, Coward, what are you afraid of? You are my man. Huang Yu watched all of this in silence, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that what Zhang Bing said was true, so he calmly said to Qin Yuan again, Yuan, why do you have to do this? We have known each other since childhood sweethearts. Your grandfather and my grandfather have been friends for many years. Our families are well matched, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Why do you have to find someone to make me angry? Don't worry, I won't be mad. Who said we were childhood sweethearts? Qin Yuan retorted, from childhood to now, we have only been friends. I treat you like an older brother, but you want to sleep with me. And who told you that Zhang Bing was brought in to make you angry? He. Huang Yu chuckled and said, you see, Brother Zhang just admitted it himself. Humph. Qin Yuan angrily said, I told you it's true, you don't believe me. He just doesn't want to hurt your pride. Huang Yu didn't care and said, Yuan, you are getting more and more ridiculous. I, Huang Yu, come from a prestigious family, graduated from Hucking University, and this restaurant is something I built through my own efforts, with no relation to my family. Alright, Yuan, stop messing around. You're not a child anymore, and neither am I. Our families are both urging us. Qin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time. She pulled Zhang Bing, who was standing there, and asked, Huang Yu, I really don't want our relationship to affect our families, but Zhang Bing is really my boyfriend, and what he said is right, feelings cannot be forced. I have no feelings for you. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you right now. Saying this, Qin Yuan took the initiative to hug Zhang Bing and then kissed him. This left Zhang Bing stunned, but Qin Yuan was very proactive, holding him tightly, almost suffocating him with the kiss. Instinctively, he began to respond, wrapping his arms around Qin Yuan's waist. The two didn't know whether it was real or fake, treating Huang Yu as if he were invisible. At this point, Huang Yu could no longer hold back. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't continue watching. Enough! Huang Yu slammed the table and shouted, Yuan, you are going too far. Only then did Qin Yuan stop, her face flushed, and Zhang Bing's heart was racing. Indeed, the style of a strong woman was quite stimulating. Which man could resist? Now do you believe it? Qin Yuan said nonchalantly. Huang Yu was so angry that he trembled all over, unable to hold it in any longer. Brother, could you please step out for a moment?
I need to talk to Yuan Yuan. Qin Yuan Yuan heard this and immediately stopped him, saying, "Don't go out, you are my boyfriend. What can you not hear?" Zhang Bing was also helpless, sighed, and then looked at the dark-faced Huang Yu. "Forget it, I'll just avoid this for now. You all should clarify things, it's better not to make it unpleasant." This time, Zhang Bing did not listen to Qin Yuan Yuan. After all, the Qin and Huang families were old friends, and it would indeed be bad if things got too tense. Once Zhang Bing left, Huang Yu stood up, looking at Qin Yuan Yuan with a pained expression. "Yuan Yuan, you are too foolish. Even if you find someone to make me angry, you shouldn't be the one to suffer. Zhang Bing is not worthy of you, you are too foolish." Upon hearing Huang Yu speak ill of Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan Yuan immediately retorted angrily, "Huang Yu, what do you mean? Please show some respect and don't say my boyfriend isn't. And I just said, if it weren't for my boyfriend giving you face and taking care of your dignity, you wouldn't be able to compare with him." Huang Yu snorted coldly. Although he was well-mannered, he thought Zhang Bing was just a poor student from out of town studying at the art school in Kyoto, completely incomparable to him. Moreover, when Qin Yuan Yuan had asked for a kiss from Zhang Bing earlier, he had not refused her, but instead had actively reciprocated. This made him very unhappy, and taking advantage of Zhang Bing's absence, he was no longer polite. "I am giving you face, I just don't want to embarrass Zhang Bing. What does he have to compare with me? He. Qin Yuan Yuan laughed mockingly. Originally, when they were in the car, she had specifically reminded Zhang Bing to give Huang Yu some face. After all, the two families had a good relationship, but now it seemed that Zhang Bing's low profile was being seen by Huang Yu as a sign of incompetence. "Alright, Yuan Yuan, stop making a scene." Huang Yu stepped closer, suddenly grabbing Qin Yuan Yuan forcefully. "Let go of me, Huang Yu, what are you doing?" Qin Yuan Yuan struggled desperately. "Yuan Yuan, don't struggle. Sooner or later, you will be my woman." Huang Yu's strong arms held Qin Yuan Yuan tightly, then he reached down her thigh and began to touch her, leaning in to kiss her. "Beast, let go of me, what are you doing? Huang Yu, let go of me, do you have no shame?" Qin Yuan Yuan resisted fiercely, struggling with all her might while angrily scolding him. However, Huang Yu was relentless, continuing to press on. "You were so proactive kissing Zhang Bing just now. What does that have to do with me? Let go of me. Zhang Bing, come save me, Zhang Bing." Qin Yuan Yuan struggled frantically, and seeing she couldn't break free, she shouted loudly towards the outside of the room for help. In an instant, the door to the room was kicked open, and Zhang Bing rushed in. "Stop, what are you doing?" Zhang Bing shouted loudly. Without saying a word, he charged over and forcibly pulled Huang Yu away with one hand. "Get out, this is none of your business, this is between me and Yuan Yuan." Huang Yu was not embarrassed at all, instead, he scolded Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing was now a bit angry. After all, Qin Yuan Yuan was so familiar with him, and she was thinking of him. Now, he had given face by avoiding the situation, but unexpectedly, Huang Yu wanted to use force. "Huang Yu, I was avoiding this to give you face. I didn't expect you to be such a petty person." Huang Yu was now completely unmasked, loudly reprimanding, "I was being polite to you for Yuan Yuan's sake, otherwise, with your status and strength, I, Huang Yu, wouldn't even glance at you. Get out immediately." Zhang Bing shook his head, sneering, "Oh really? Then you must be very powerful." Huang Yu's face began to darken, angrily saying, "You go to the front desk right now, take 500,000 and leave, just say it was my order. From now on, do not contact Yuan Yuan again, take the money and go. 500,000 is enough for you to struggle for 10 years. Zhang Bing couldn't help but laugh coldly, thinking that if he wanted to insult him, there were better ways than using money. 500,000? That wasn't even enough for a day's interest in the bank. "Huang Yu, do you really think you're something special?" After Qin Yuan Yuan broke free, she began to mock. Huang Yu ignored her and looked at Zhang Bing, saying, "If 500,000 isn't enough, how about 1 million? You get out right now and take the money and leave." Zhang Bing shook his head and coldly replied, "I was originally giving you face, not wanting to embarrass you and affect the relationship between the Huang and Qin families. But if you insult me with money, you must be mistaken. Ha ha." Huang Yu also laughed, saying, "Don't speak so nobly. You're just a university student from the south studying at the capital's art school. You probably haven't seen a million in your life. You're here to help Yuan Yuan. Aren't you just for the money?" Poof. Zhang Bing was unconcerned and suddenly walked towards Qin Yuan Yuan, forcefully pulling her into his arms. Then, provocatively, he said, "Let me make it clear, Yuan Yuan is my woman now." Qin Yuan Yuan's heart trembled, feeling very sweet, completely ignoring Huang Yu. Huang Yu was now furious, unable to contain himself any longer. "So it's Zhang Bing, huh? You're asking for trouble." Zhang Bing was no longer polite, saying, "It's you who are asking for trouble." Alright. Huang Yu looked at Zhang Bing holding Qin Yuan Yuan's waist, with Qin Yuan Yuan happily nestled in his embrace. Even if it was fake,
it was now taken as real. I want to see what strength you have. Poof. Zhang Bing scoffed. What do you want? I'll ask you one last time. Will you take 1 million and leave, or choose to oppose me? Huang Yu threatened. Zhang Bing shook his head, saying, how about I give you 10 million, and you disappear from now on, never to disturb Yuan again. You bastard. Huang Yu's forehead turned dark with rage. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and charged at Zhang Bing, completely losing his rationality. Zhang Bing didn't even glance at him. One hand held Qin Yuan while the other quickly reached out, delivering a punch. Huang Yu didn't even have the chance to get close before being sent flying by Zhang Bing's punch, crashing to the ground and struggling to get up. Enough, Huang Yu. Qin Yuan said expressionlessly, I told you before that I don't like you and that I see you as a friend, but you just wouldn't listen. If it weren't for the consideration of our family's relationship, I wouldn't even bother with you. Now everything is clear, right? Don't humiliate yourself any further. Yuan, you. Fine, you. Huang Yu was nearly spitting blood, his eyes bulging with anger, unable to speak. Since you say that, then don't blame me. Hey! Qin Yuan knew what Huang Yu was planning, which was merely to humiliate and attack Zhang Bing. But how could that be possible? Zhang Bing's strength and background were far beyond what Huang Yu could compare to. Huang Yu, just let it go, don't be so childish. I'll tell you the truth, Zhang Bing is not only a super VIP black card holder at the Capital Bank, but the Tianlong Hotel also belongs to him. I didn't want to say it, but since you insist, I have no choice but to tell you. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Yuan said this, Huang Yu was dumbfounded, staring at Zhang Bing in disbelief. Now you know, right? We are still friends, and I don't want our family's relationship to be affected because of us. Let's leave it at that and not make it too excessive. Qin Yuan sighed, and as she spoke, she took Zhang Bing's hand and was about to leave. Stop! Huang Yu shouted loudly, blocking Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan's path. Although he was shocked that Zhang Bing was so wealthy, he believed that money did not represent everything. The Huang family was a prestigious family, and their foundation was not something wealth could compare to. The Qin family was still somewhat lacking in this regard. The old man of the Huang family and the old man of the Qin family had both retired, but the old man of the Huang family had many former students and officials. Now there were quite a few big shots in the capital, and these big shots had to give face to the Huang family. Is being rich impressive? Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so materialistic now. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh, sarcastically saying, yes, I'm just that materialistic. I've always been this way, is that okay? Huang Yu snorted coldly and said, if that's the case, just wait. I'm going to make a call. Is being rich really that impressive? What exactly do you want to do? Qin Yuan asked impatiently. Huang Yu's face turned ashen. Just wait. Isn't your boyfriend very wealthy? Good. How boring. Qin Yuan was extremely angry. Zhang Bing sneered. He had already activated his mind-reading ability to see what Huang Yu was up to. It turned out that Huang Yu had completely turned his hatred towards himself, wanting to regain face in front of Qin Yuan and give himself a show of power. He was planning to invite a few big shots to back him up and bolster his authority. So he knows people from the Ma family and Gao Feng. Zhang Bing sneered inwardly, cursing Huang Yu for being a fool. He actually thought of calling the Ma family and the police chief Gao Feng to support him. It was truly laughable. After understanding Huang Yu's true intentions, Zhang Bing decided not to rush. In that case, let's just sit and see what he really wants, Zhang Bing said. Qin Yuan hesitated for a moment. From the teasing smile on Zhang Bing's lips, she could tell Huang Yu was definitely not going to have a good outcome, and he would surely end up humiliated. So she made one last attempt to persuade him, saying, Huang Yu, do you really want to continue? When things can't be resolved, you'll be the one embarrassed in the end. You better think it through. Ha! Huang Yu was full of confidence. No matter how rich Zhang Bing was, could he compare to the richest family in Kyoto, the Ma family? Moreover, he planned not only to call the Ma family for support but also to invite the police chief Gao Feng to come along. With both sides backing him up, Zhang Bing was bound to be left with his tail between his legs. Just wait. After saying that, Huang Yu slammed the door and left. Sigh. Qin Yuan shook her head and said, now it's going to be difficult for both our families to get along. There's nothing we can do, Zhang Bing comforted her. I don't think you did anything wrong, and I didn't either. It's the other party who's narrow-minded. We've already given him enough face. You! Qin Yuan sighed and decided to let it go. Suddenly, she stared intently at Zhang Bing, and he swallowed hard. You are now my boyfriend. Without caring about anything else, Qin Yuan suddenly pounced on Zhang Bing, hugging him and kissing him. Zhang Bing did not refuse and responded passionately. Exciting! Zhang Bing's heart raced. This kind of mature woman was really something. Meanwhile, after Huang Yu left the private room, he made a phone call. First, he called Ma Zhanshan from the Ma family. After all, The old man of the Huang family had a high status back in the day, and people from the Ma family all knew him. Then he called Gao Feng, who had a very close relationship with the Ma family and had also received some favors from the old man of the Huang family back in the day. Therefore, neither Ma Zhanshan nor Gao Feng declined and agreed to come over immediately to support him. About 20 minutes later, Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan arrived almost simultaneously. Both were in plain clothes and were very polite to Huang Yu. "Young Master Huang, you called us over in such a hurry.
Is there something good happening? Young Master Huang, is old Huang in good health?" Huang Yu nodded and politely replied, "Mr. Ma, Chief Gao, thank you for giving face to my grandfather."
"Heh, young Master Huang is too kind. The old man is highly respected. We certainly have to give him face." "Yes, young Master Huang, if there's anything, just let us know, and we will do our best," Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan said as they followed Huang Yu into the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the private room, Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan had completely forgotten everything else. They were like dry tinder and a raging fire.
Qin Yuan, this mature woman, was indeed stimulating, and Zhang Bing was starting to lose his composure.
Hearing the footsteps getting closer in the corridor, Zhang Bing reluctantly stopped.
He quickly halted, and Qin Yuan unwillingly pulled down her evening gown. So annoying. Qin Yuan pouted in dissatisfaction.
Zhang Bing smirked, "Don't rush. Once we finish this, we'll change places."
Qin Yuan chuckled and then tidied her hair, a blush on her face.
Just then, Huang Yu entered with Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan. Ma Zhanshan and Gao Feng initially didn't pay much attention, not even asking Huang Yu too many questions. With their status, ordinary people could only curry favor, no one dared to offend them. But upon entering and seeing Zhang Bing, both of them froze, feeling a wave of dread wash over them.
"Ha!"
Huang Yu, with an air of arrogance, looked at Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan and said, "Let me introduce you, this is Mr.
Ma Zhanshan from the Ma family's security department, a trusted aide of Mr. Ma Yunting, and this is Director Gao Feng from the police department. Aren't you rich? Isn't the Tianlong Hotel yours? What now?"
Zhang Bing had already figured out through mind reading that Huang Yu had called them to back him up.
So seeing two old acquaintances, he was not surprised at all.
"Oh, Director Gao, Mr.
Ma, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Zhang Bing smiled and took the initiative to tease them. Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan were dumbfounded, regretting it immensely.
If they had known Huang Yu called them to deal with Zhang Bing, they wouldn't have come even if you killed them.
"Mr. Zhang, we didn't know it was you.
Sorry for the disturbance. We'll take our leave." Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan were already scared from their last encounter. Given their status, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare provoke Zhang Bing again. The last person who offended Zhang Bing, Ma Chao, was still lying down. Even Ma Yunting from the capital had received a few slaps and had to go to the hospital personally, ultimately not daring to intervene and just left.
Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan, Huang Yu was completely shocked.
He even doubted if he had misheard.
"Mr. Ma, Director Gao, you know each other?"
Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan didn't dare say anything. It was more than just knowing each other. They had enmity.
"Young Master Huang, take care."
"Young Master Huang, we can't help you with this. Goodbye." Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan didn't dare linger for a moment longer and turned to leave.
"Wait,"
Zhang Bing called out, stopping Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan. The two were highly tense, their faces looking very grim.
"Mr. Zhang, we haven't offended you for so long, nor have we provoked you, right?"
"Yes,
we haven't bothered you at all during this time." Gao Feng and Ma Zhanshan were clearly terrified, fearing Zhang Bing would cause them trouble.
Seeing their frightened expressions, Huang Yu was even more shocked.
"Don't be so scared, I'm not a tiger that eats people."
Zhang Bing laughed. "I just want you to tell Huang Yu properly whether I have the strength to confront him."
"Okay."
The two didn't dare refuse. Then Gao Feng lowered his head and revealed that it was Zhang Bing who had caused Ma Chao to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair.
He only briefly mentioned Li Tai and Bai Xiaochun. Huang Yu was completely taken aback, standing there dumbfounded, staring at Zhang Bing.
He never expected Zhang Bing to have such a powerful background.
Even his family's patriarch at his peak was not as formidable as Li Tai.
Little did he know, Gao Feng had already shortened the story, just casually mentioning a few things. Later, even big shots from the Ministry of Public Security came, which showed that Zhang Bing had connections that even the ministry couldn't provoke.
"Huang Yu, how about it? Do you still want to test my strength?"
Zhang Bing teased, looking at the deflated Huang Yu. Huang Yu remained silent, knowing he had completely lost face this time. Even if it's just a matter of simplicity compared to money, he only has a few coins in his pocket, which can't be compared to Zhang Bing's wealth. "Huang Yu, I told you before, considering the relationship between our families, Zhang Bing didn't want to embarrass you, he was being accommodating. You think you're so great, but now the one who's embarrassed is you." Huang Yu felt utterly humiliated, lowering his head, not daring to look at Zhang Bing anymore. Zhang Bing didn't continue to humiliate or attack Huang Yu. After all, this was already enough. If things went too far, the Huang and Qin families would completely fall out.
Alright, you don't have anything to do here.
Zhang Bing waved his hand and said, Ma Zhanshan and Gao Feng didn't want to stay a moment longer and turned to leave.
Hey!
Qin Yuan sighed, looking at Huang Yu, and said, I hope we can still be friends in the future. After saying that, she took Zhang Bing's hand and walked out.
After leaving the restaurant, Qin Yuan and Zhang Bing both understood each other without words, both eager. Once in the car, Qin Yuan pressed the gas pedal, not going anywhere else, heading straight for the restaurant's underground parking lot.
Arriving at the garage, she parked and turned off the engine in one go.
Zhang Bing, take me. Qin Yuan was very proactive, directly pouncing over.
Zhang Bing's heart raced. Today, he finally got his wish. Meanwhile, at the art school, Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and the newly arrived Zhang Tingting became a beautiful sight on campus, but they could only be admired from afar. No one dared to approach.
After all, Zhang Bing had made a name for himself at the art school.
Even the richest man, Ma Chao, had fallen to him. The three women were quite happy to enjoy their peace, walking together on campus.
At that moment, Zhang Tingting's phone rang.
She stepped aside to answer, and her expression changed dramatically.
What happened to my dad? Okay, I'll be right back.
After hanging up, Zhang Tingting looked distraught, her face filled with worry.
Tingting, what's wrong? Did something happen to Uncle? Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanxue quickly asked with concern.
Zhang Tingting's voice was a bit choked as she said, Sister Wolin, Sister Huanxue, my aunt just called and said my dad was beaten back home.
He's on the way to the hospital now. The situation is very dangerous. I need to go back immediately. Tingting, don't panic. If Uncle needs money, I have some here. Yeah, Tingting, we'll accompany you back home right away.
Lu Ruyan and Lin Huanxue had long regarded Zhang Tingting as a sister. Among the three, Zhang Tingting was the youngest and also came from the poorest background.
Although Lu Ruyan's family was also a mess, she was capable enough to earn some money.
Zhang Tingting, however, was a true rural girl from northeast China. Her mother had passed away early, leaving her to rely on Zhang Yunfeng.
This time in Kyoto was originally to raise money for Zhang Yunfeng's surgery. Fortunately, she met Zhang Bing, which changed her fate.
Zhang Tingting wanted to decline, but Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan ignored her, directly taking her phone and transferring money. At the same time, Lu Ruyan immediately called the airline to book tickets, while Lin Huanxue hurriedly contacted Zhang Bing. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan were in the restaurant's underground parking lot, resting together after a series of passionate encounters.
It must be said that Qin Yuan was truly stimulating, far more than Zhang Tingting, Lin Huanxue, and even Lu Ruyan couldn't compare. Shu, Huanxue is calling.
Zhang Bing took out his phone to check and made a shushing gesture.
Oof. Qin Yuan felt a bit jealous and said, if it weren't for Sister Huanxue knowing you first, you'd be mine, and no one could take you away.
Zhang Bing ignored her and quickly answered the call. Soon, Lin Huanxue's urgent voice came through the line. After inquiring, he learned that Zhang Tingting's father, Zhang Yunfeng, had an accident back home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bing immediately sat up and started putting on his clothes.
After hearing this, Qin Yuan quickly got dressed and tidied herself up.
Send her to school to meet with the three of them. Tingting has it tough. We should be worried about her, Zhang Bing said.
Got it. Although Qin Yuan felt a bit jealous, she was still very understanding.
Half an hour later, Qin Yuan drove Zhang Bing to the entrance of the art school.
Lu Ruyan, Lin Huanxue, and Zhang Tingting were already waiting at the door.
Seeing Qin Yuan's satisfied expression, although she had tidied up, her hair was still a bit messy. As a woman, Lin Huanxue naturally sensed something was off, and a pang of jealousy surged in her heart.
Clearly, Zhang Tingting and Lu Ruyan noticed it too.
All three women had the same thoughts, but now was not the time to discuss this.
Tingting, what happened to your uncle?
After getting out of the car, Zhang Bing asked with concern.
Bingo, my dad was beaten up. It's serious.
Sister Wolin and Sister Huanxue are accompanying me back to our hometown, Zhang Tingting said urgently.
Damn, this is serious.
Zhang Bing exploded with anger and said, let's go, get in the car, I'm going to the airport too.
I'm going too. This time, Qin Yuan wouldn't back down. She insisted on going alone, wanting to stay by Zhang Bing's side. I happen to be on vacation, I have time, let's go together.
Okay. Zhang Bing agreed without thinking too much. Meanwhile, in a small city in northeast China, Binzhou, 1,000 miles away. This place is by the sea, a typical tourist city, but the economy is not developed.
After receiving Zhang Bing's help in Kyoto, Zhang Yunfeng's surgery was successfully completed, and he recovered well.
Later, to avoid interfering with his daughter's relationship with Zhang Bing, he returned to Binzhou alone while Zhang Bing went back to handle his household registration. However, he didn't expect that just a few days after returning, a group of thugs forcibly occupied his ancestral home. Zhang Yunfeng was an honest man and didn't want to argue with these thugs, but unfortunately, these people relied on their connections in Binzhou, acting recklessly and bullying others. The ancestral home, worth 100,000, was forcibly demanded to be sold for 5,000 by this group. Naturally, Zhang Yunfeng was unwilling, but what he received in return was a brutal beating. At this moment, in a hospital in Binzhou, Zhang Yunfeng was covered in blood, having just returned from surgery in Kyoto not long ago. After suffering a severe beating, his condition was very dangerous. His sister, Zhang Shuiyan, was a typical rural woman, and the whole family lived in Binzhou, all good-hearted, honest common folks. Fortunately, Zhang Shuiyan immediately called Zhang Tingting in Kyoto, and with the help of Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan, they promptly sent the hospital treatment fees. After emergency treatment, Zhang Yunfeng managed to get through the critical period and was no longer in life-threatening danger. However, outside the hospital room, 3 or 5 social figures were peeking around. After confirming that Zhang Yunfeng was not dead, these social figures quickly left. Inside the hospital room, Zhang Shuiyan looked worried, her eyes red as she said, "Brother, why don't we just let it go? We can't fight against them." "What are you saying, Shuiyan?" Despite his head being wrapped in bandages, Zhang Yunfeng remained strong and said, "The ancestral home was left to us by Dad. How can we let those bastards take it for 5,000? But if we don't agree, they will beat you to death." Zhang Shuiyan sighed. "Even if I get beaten to death, I won't sell it to them for 5,000. Zhang Yunfeng's attitude remained resolute. Zhang Shuiyan didn't know how to persuade him anymore inside. Fortunately, Tingting sent the medical fees in time, otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Tingting said she would be back tonight, sigh. Mentioning his daughter Zhang Tingting, Zhang Yunfeng felt very gratified. Although the family was poor, Zhang Tingting had blossomed like a flower, and even without dressing up, she was no less than those television stars. Many people have thought about pursuing Zhang Tingting, but she has firmly rejected them all. At least Zhang Tingting, who comes from a humble family, has good character and has not been tainted by any bad habits. In the evening, Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, Qin Yuan, Zhang Tingting, and Lu Ruyan arrived at Binzhou Airport. Without any hesitation, the 5 of them hailed a car and headed straight for the hospital. Although Binzhou is a small third-tier city, there are still quite a few beautiful women. However, when the driver saw Zhang Bing accompanied by 4 stunning women of different styles and outstanding figures, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found that Zhang Yunfeng had already woken up and was out of danger, which relieved everyone. "Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin, Miss Wang, Miss Qin, you all came," Zhang Yunfeng said, struggling to sit up upon seeing them. "Uncle Zhang, don't move around. We heard you had an accident, so we came to see you," Zhang Bing advised him. Zhang Yunfeng nodded and then introduced Zhang Shuiyan, saying, "Shuiyan, Mr. Zhang is an upright person. Thanks to him, we got through this in Kyoto. Miss Lin, Miss Wang, and Miss Qin are all very nice." After everyone got to know each other, Zhang Bing stepped out and called a nurse, using cash to request a better hospital room. Through further conversation, they learned the reasons behind the incident. "Uncle Zhang, just focus on your recovery. I'll help you deal with those thugs." "This is outrageous," Zhang Bing said angrily. "Why is it that every place has such bullies who act recklessly?" The next day, Zhang Bing, Lin Huanxue, Qin Yuan, and Lu Ruyan found the best hotel near the hospital to stay for the night. Zhang Tingting wanted to stay at the hospital to take care of Zhang Yunfeng. Although they suggested hiring a nurse, Zhang Tingting insisted against it, so they had to give up. After the 4 of them finished washing up in the hotel, they met in the lobby. After saying a word to Zhang Tingting, Zhang Bing took the 3 stunning women to buy a car. After all, it was inconvenient to be in Binzhou without a car. Binzhou's economy is much more developed than Shangnan, Tianzhou, and Huangzhou. "Let's buy a car with a larger space. There are too many of us, otherwise it will be too cramped," Lin Huanxue suggested. "Sure." Zhang Bing thought for a moment and then hailed a taxi, asking the driver to take them to the best Land Rover dealership in Binzhou. Like the driver from the airport last night, this driver was also envious when he saw Zhang Bing, a young man, accompanied by 3 gorgeous women. Upon arriving at the Land Rover dealership, the 4 of them immediately attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered the lobby. Land Rovers are luxury cars, and a full payment would cost around 2 million. For ordinary people, this is something they can only dream of in their lifetime. Therefore, the customers in the dealership were all relatively wealthy, at least quite capable in Binzhou. Seeing Zhang Bing with 3 stunning women, many local tycoons watching the cars had their eyes nearly popping out. The 4 of them were already used to such reactions and paid no mind. "Sir, ladies, are you here to buy a car?" Soon, a female salesperson dressed in black, looking quite attractive, approached them with a smile. "Not buying a car, are we here to play?" Qin Yuan,
the oldest and most straightforward among them, responded without any courtesy. She immediately sensed that the salesperson was flirting with Zhang Bing. Ahem. Zhang Bing cleared his throat awkwardly and politely said, "Yes, we are here to buy a car." The salesperson was not offended by Qin Yuanyuan's bluntness and maintained her smile, asking, "All right, sir, do you have a specific model in mind?" Zhang Bing didn't think twice and said, "I won't buy the right one, just the most expensive. Just take us to see the most expensive Land Rover in your store. It has to be in stock, the kind we can drive away immediately." Hearing Zhang Bing's confident yet somewhat arrogant tone, the saleswoman was a bit surprised. After all, Zhang Bing looked quite young and didn't seem like someone so wealthy, but the three beautiful women beside him were indeed stunning. "All right, sir, please follow me." Saying this, the saleswoman led them to a luxury Range Rover. Zhang Bing just took a glance and said, "Okay, no problem, let's go with this one, full payment, we want to drive it away right now." The saleswoman was already very excited. It was her first time encountering such a straightforward and generous customer. She nodded repeatedly and then jogged to the counter to get the card machine. "Humph," Qin Yuanyuan said somewhat dissatisfied, "if the three of us hadn't come today, that saleswoman would probably have tried to flirt with someone." Lin Huanxue and Lu Ruyan exchanged smiles but said nothing. Soon, the saleswoman, still excited, ran back with the card machine. Zhang Bing didn't waste time and directly pulled out his black card from the Kyoto Bank. As soon as he swiped the card, the president of the Billion.I Kyoto Bank branch would receive a notification and come over to serve him immediately. I must say, this kind of VIP treatment is indeed nice. However, just as Zhang Bing was about to hand the black card to the saleswoman, a man from the south, wearing a big gold chain, with a cigar in his mouth and a group of suited men behind him, walked over. "Kid, not bad." The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, unabashedly staring at Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan. He then said disdainfully, "Bringing three such beautiful girls and buying a luxury car outright, you've got some power. Where are you from? What does where we are from have to do with you?" Feeling the man's disrespect, Qin Yuanyuan immediately retorted, "Oh, little girl has some spirit. I like it, not bad, really not bad. I've never seen such beautiful women in Billion.I." The middle-aged man was very lewd and lascivious, which made the three women very uncomfortable, and Zhang Bing was also quite displeased. However, they were there to see Zhang Yunfeng and to help him deal with those bullies, not wanting to stir up trouble. "Swipe the card." Zhang Bing directly ignored the middle-aged man and urged the saleswoman to hurry up. "Wait," the middle-aged man shouted, then spoke in a threatening tone, "I also have my eye on this car." "What do you mean? Don't you know it's first come, first served?" TCH. The three women collectively exploded, unable to hold back their anger at the man with the gold chain. Zhang Bing glanced at the three women, signaling them to be quiet. He then calmly looked at the man with the gold chain and said coldly, "Are you trying to pick a fight on purpose? Oh, kid, do you know who you're talking to? You dare to speak to our brother who like that? You want to die?" Without the man with the gold chain needing to say anything, one of his lackeys jumped out, pointing at Zhang Bing and started cursing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, signaling the saleswoman to swipe the card without paying attention to them. But it was clear that the saleswoman was very afraid of this brother who, her face full of embarrassment. "If you dare to sell the car our brother who has his eye onto this kid, you're dead." Several lackeys threatened the saleswoman. The saleswoman looked terrified and quietly pleaded with Zhang Bing, "Sir, why don't you choose another car?" Zhang Bing was already getting angry. This was the second time. The last time he went back home, he also encountered such a situation. He even suspected whether it was the beauty causing trouble or if the system was deliberately creating problems for him. "I want this car, you just swipe the card. I'll take the car, you don't need to worry about anything else," Zhang Bing said calmly. "Yo, kid," Brother Who laughed. "Haven't you heard of my name, Brother Who? In Binzhou, who dares to compete with what I want? Is that so?" Zhang Bing replied coldly. "Kid, these three girls beside you have caught my eye. If you know what's good for you, come have a drink with me." Brother Who was very direct, showing no signs of restraint. It seemed he was used to this. "Shameless, bah, take a look in the mirror first. Disgusting." Qin Yuanyuan, Lu Ruyan, and Lin Huanxue all cursed at him simultaneously, giving Brother Who a cold shoulder. Brother Who sneered, looking at the three of them, even sticking out his tongue to lick his lips, which almost made them gag. "Ladies, it's your fortune that I have my eyes on you. If you like a Land Rover, I can let you drive it any time. As long as you stick with me, you can walk sideways in Billion.I." Saying this, Brother Who completely ignored Zhang Bing and was about to make a move on the three women. At this point, Zhang Bing could no longer hold back, snorting coldly, and suddenly made his move. In a flash, he slapped Brother Who across the face. "You, how dare you!" Bang! Before Brother Who could finish his curse, Zhang Bing kicked him, sending him flying at least 3 meters away.
Brother Hu crashed heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. Brother Hu, are you okay? A group of underlings were stunned, not expecting Zhang Bing to dare to strike directly, and with such strength. They were a dominant force in Binzhou, specializing in real estate demolitions, with a strong background in ruthless methods. Even the Land Rover dealership staff didn't dare to provoke them, yet they never expected to see someone as young as Zhang Bing kick their leader away. Ah, get him! Break that kid's legs! Brother Hu struggled on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, unable to get up, and roared at his subordinates. The group of underlings cursed loudly and charged at Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, then stepped forward, standing in front of the three women, facing the oncoming thugs. He clenched his fists and swept down with a punch, sending several of them flying like leaves in an autumn breeze. This display of strength completely subdued the group, and many other customers in the store showed expressions of fear. Zhang Bing glanced at Brother Hu's group and scolded, "Get lost immediately, and it's best there won't be a next time, or I'll make sure you know how to write the word wrong. You have some guts." Brother Hu, realizing he was outmatched and shocked by Zhang Bing's skills, dropped a harsh remark and left with the help of his subordinates. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Bing remained very calm. He called out to the stunned female salesperson, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and swipe the card." Okay. The female salesperson was already terrified. Instinctively, she took out the black card and swiped it without even looking. Once the money was transferred, other sales staff came over. The leader was the store manager, who did not seem pleased despite having just sold a luxury car. Instead, his expression was very grim. "We can't sell you this car." Store manager Lei Long said seriously, "Sorry, you not only offended Brother Hu, but you also laid hands on him. We want to keep our 4S store running, so, we'll refund your money." Hey, are you kidding me? Is this how you do business? Qin Yuan, Lin Huanchua, and Lu Ruyan were furious. Lei Long explained, "You guys probably aren't from Binzhou, right? You don't know Brother Hu's reputation. We really can't afford to offend him. I advise you to run as far as you can. If you wait too long, you won't be able to escape." Zhang Bing chuckled, looking completely unfazed. Calmly, he said, "Don't worry, since I dared to make a move, I naturally won't be afraid of him. Car, I've already paid, it must be reserved. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, do you understand? Sir, why do you have to make things hard for us?" Lei Long was also very afraid of Hu Ji's group and clearly did not want to provoke them. Business can be done anytime, but if you anger Hu Ji's group, you might have to renovate the store. You might even get your account cancelled. Hu Ji's group is serious about this. Ha! Zhang Bing sneered and said disdainfully, "In that case, let's just wait here. I want to see what that Hu Gu can do to us." Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lei Long and the sales staff were astonished, doubting if they had misheard. "Little brother, are you serious? Even if you're not afraid of death, you should think about the ladies around you. If you fall into Hu Ji's hands, just think about the consequences." "All right." Zhang Bing didn't want to waste words, saying, "I appreciate your good intentions, we'll just wait here." After saying that, Zhang Bing led the three directly to the sofa in the lounge. This made Lei Long and the others extremely anxious, their faces turning pale. He didn't want Hu Gu to come in with a large group and, in a fit of rage, smash their store. "Sir, I'm really sorry, please, I beg you to leave quickly. Really, I beg you, for your own safety and to prevent losses for our store." Lei Long followed them to the lounge, earnestly trying to persuade them. "What's wrong with you, store manager?" Qin Yuan couldn't take it anymore and said angrily, "We paid for the car, and you tell us it's not for sale. Are you just toying with us? Now we're sitting here waiting for that group, and you keep urging us to leave. What do you mean? Beautiful lady, I'm doing this for your own good. Those people from Hu Gu are really not joking. If you don't leave, our store will suffer too," Lei Long pleaded. "All right." Zhang Bing was too lazy to argue, saying, "If your store gets smashed later and there are any losses, I will compensate you at the market price." Sigh. Lei Long was almost in tears. However, just at that moment, the more he worried, the more it came true. Several cars suddenly arrived outside the store, leading with a Land Rover, followed by 3 or 4 mobile offices of Chunhanan. The vehicles blocked the entrance of the 4S store, and Hu Gu, who had just been kicked out, jumped down from below. Almost 100 people got out of the mobile offices behind, a dark mass of them, all fierce-looking and armed. The scene was very intimidating. "It's over. I told you to run quickly earlier, but you didn't listen. Now it's over." Lei Long expressed deep sympathy and had no choice but to fulfill his responsibility, starting to dial the police station's number. But he knew it would be useless even if the police came. Hu Ji's group had backing. Zhang Bing stood up calmly with the 3 women, calculating the time since he swiped his card to now. Hu Ji's group had arrived. The branch manager of the local Jingdu bank should be arriving soon too. branch managers in every region are definitely big shots who can operate in both the black and white markets. At this moment, Hugo, leading over 100 younger brothers, stormed directly into the store, roughly driving out all the customers who were looking at cars. Then they blocked the entrance, glaring at Zhang Bing again. "You little punk, you think you're tough, huh? I'll have over 100 brothers play with you." Saying this, Hugo waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Watch it, don't kill him, just break a leg first. Remember, those 3 women can't lose a single hair." "Yes, boss." Soon, a large group of subordinates, armed, charged directly at Zhang Bing. Seeing this, store manager Lei Long and many staff members dared not persuade or stop them, already scared to retreat to the side. Meanwhile, Zhang Bing remained calm and coldly watched the group. Although he had systematic ancient martial arts, he was not a deity. Taking on over 100 ruthless characters armed with weapons while ensuring the safety of 3 women was certainly impossible. Who dares to take a step forward? Let's see. Zhang Bing stepped forward, distancing himself from Qin Yuanyuan, Lin Hanyue, and Lu Ruyan behind him. With a loud roar, he casually punched a nearby pillar. With a bang, a fist mark appeared on the pillar, cracking it open, while Zhang Bing remained unharmed. Indeed, this move instantly intimidated the group of rowdy social figures. However, Brother Tiger and his gang had been dominating Binzhou for many years and were notorious for their lawlessness. Although they were momentarily subdued by Zhang Bing's display, with Brother Tiger's loud shot from behind, they were still eager to try their luck. "What are we afraid of? We have so many people and weapons. Let's go. Charge!" Brother Tiger shouted. The younger brothers hesitated for a moment, but soon some fearless ones rushed forward. Zhang Bing didn't waste words, he stepped out in a flash, moving as fast as lightning, and directly punched the first person in line. With a bang, the person's weapon fell to the ground, and he was sent flying, crashing into several others before finally stopping, clutching his chest and spitting blood. "Go, all together, kill him. Let's go together. Don't be afraid." Brother Tiger shouted fiercely again. Just then, an ordinary sedan rushed in, directly crashing into Chun Hanan's mobile office. A middle-aged man in a suit got out of the car. This middle-aged man ignored the many fierce-looking younger brothers of Black Tiger and charged straight in. "Who the hell are you? Looking to die? Don't you see Brother Tiger is working? Get lost." The newcomer was Jiang Zun, the president of the Kyoto Bank's Binzhou branch. "Looking to die." Brother Tiger's younger brother didn't recognize Jiang Zun and cursed before trying to make a move. "Stop." But Brother Tiger recognized Jiang Zun, after all, as the president of the largest local bank. His social status was significant, especially since they often needed to cooperate with the bank for territory development and such. "Are you blind? This is President Jiang of Kyoto Bank." Brother Tiger was clearly very polite to Jiang Zun, scolding the ignorant younger brother before proactively greeting Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun glanced at Brother Tiger, frowned, and asked, "Tiger, what are you doing here with so many people?" Brother Tiger smiled and said, "Damn it, there's a little punk who dares to oppose me just because he has some skills." Jiang Zun hesitated, looking around the hall, aside from the store manager Lei Long and a group of staff. It was just Zhang Bing, Qin Yuanyuan, Lu Ruyan, and Lin Hanyue. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly walked over to ask, "Who just swiped a card for 2 million here?" Lei Long and the previous female salesperson stepped forward, saying, "President Jiang, someone did indeed swipe a card for 2 million to buy a car, but we've already refunded it to him. What's the matter?" Saying this, Lei Long pointed at Zhang Bing. Jiang Zun took a deep breath, looking at the young Zhang Bing, then walked over and respectfully asked, "Are you Mr. Zhang Bing?" Zhang Bing nodded and smiled, "That's right, it's me." Jiang Zun immediately stood in awe and said, "Mr. Zhang, I apologize for the disturbance, it's a pleasure to serve you." "It's nothing," Zhang Bing smiled. At this moment, Lei Long and the other staff were all dumbfounded, and Brother Tiger and his gang felt incredulous. "President Jiang, do you know this little punk?" Brother Tiger instinctively asked. Jiang Zun's expression darkened as he scolded, "Tiger, watch your words. Mr. Zhang is the most distinguished super VIP of our bank, a black card holder." "What?" Now Brother Tiger and the others were completely unsettled. Jiang Zun was not someone to offend, but seeing how respectful he was towards Zhang Bing, he found it hard to believe. "You call yourself Tiger, right?" Zhang Bing spoke up at that moment, swaggering over. Clearly, Tiger and his gang were intimidated and dared not make a move. "It seems that kick earlier was too light for you. You really want a court death, huh?" Tiger remained silent, his eyes wide open. "Tiger, why the hell aren't you apologizing to Mr. Zhang?" Jiang Zun shouted. Tiger was still dazed,
Just a moment ago, he had boasted about breaking Zhang Bing's leg and even wanted to erase his account. Now he had to apologize to Zhang Bing? No need.
Zhang Bing snorted coldly. I won't accept this trash apology.
Saying this, Zhang Bing walked directly towards Tiger, and Tiger's underlings exchanged glances, instinctively parting to make way.
Zhang Bing stood in front of Tiger and slapped him hard.
Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let's see you keep that up. You. Tiger was also a proud man, and being slapped directly in front of so many underlings made him very unhappy. What about me?
Zhang Bing was unrelenting, delivering another slap.
You don't accept it, huh? You want to break my leg, right? Kneel down.
Zhang Bing was ruthless. Since Tiger was no good bird either, he swept his leg out.
Tiger, in pain, fell heavily to his knees. Ah, you. Don't go too far.
A cold smile flashed across Zhang Bing's lips as he raised his leg and kicked Tiger in the abdomen. Tiger screamed, beads of sweat dripping down, nearly passing out from the pain.
Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Tiger roared fiercely.
Zhang Bing didn't care about that. Using his mind-reading ability, he quickly understood the evil deeds of this group. What angered him the most was that the group of thugs who wanted to buy Zhang Tingting's ancestral home for 5,000 and had beaten Zhang Yunfeng into the hospital were Tiger's gang. This made Zhang Bing, who initially just wanted to teach them a lesson, change his mind immediately.
Trash.
You messed with me today, so consider yourself unlucky. I'll break your leg. Hearing Zhang Bing's cold words, everyone gasped.
Zhang Zun quickly advised, Mr. Zhang, wait a moment.
Zhang Bing looked at Zhang Zun.
Zhang Zun swallowed hard and explained, Mr.
Zhang, Tiger is a capable aide of Boss Zhou, who is a real estate tycoon in Binzhou, with substantial power.
So what? Zhang Bing scoffed.
The richest man's son in Kyoto had been made to sit in a wheelchair for life by him, and the richest man in Huangzhou had been beaten up without daring to make a sound. Even the big shot Zhao from Huangzhou was about to be sent to the sewing machine.
What could a Binzhou real estate tycoon do? You'd better not act recklessly.
Tiger sensed that Zhang Bing was extraordinary, not only in strength but also in ruthlessness. What happened earlier was my fault. Let's give each other some leeway.
If you really break my leg, Boss Zhou won't let you off.
Ha! Zhang Bing smiled. He had already read Tiger's thoughts. He knew the other party was not convinced and was preparing for revenge afterward, and in this situation, he would not let him off lightly.
Am I afraid of Boss Zhou? Breaking your leg is to teach you a lesson so you can't do evil in the future.
As he spoke, Zhang Bing moved swiftly, stomping down hard.
A crack of breaking bones echoed, accompanied by Tiger's pig-like scream. Ah, you bastard.
Tiger did not expect Zhang Bing to be so ruthless, directly kicking his leg in half without hesitation, and even invoking the name of the real estate tycoon Zhou was useless.
Bank President Zhang Zun also looked very grim. Zhang Bing was the highest-level client of the bank.
According to the headquarters regulations, he had to provide unconditional 24-hour service. But as a person from Binzhou, he was very aware of the brutality of the Tiger gang. The most troublesome part was that he couldn't afford to offend Boss Zhou behind the Tiger.
Try barking like a dog one more time?
Zhang Bing said coldly, threatening him. The Tiger was indeed a tough character. One of his legs had been brutally broken, and he gritted his teeth, not making a sound.
His more than 100 underlings also learned to be afraid. This was the first time they had seen their boss beaten up by a young man, losing a leg without even having a chance to fight back.
You've got guts, consider it my bad luck.
But don't forget, it's fine if you don't give me, the Tiger, face, but if you don't give Boss Zhou face, just wait.
The Tiger sat on the ground, his tone carrying a hint of threat.
What? Zhang Bing's expression darkened, and he said coldly, Are you threatening me? The Tiger paused but did not answer. Let me tell you, this is just a simple lesson. If you don't repent and come to provoke me again, next time it won't be as simple as just breaking a leg. Get lost.
With Zhang Bing's furious shout, the group of underlings immediately went up to lift the Tiger and then left in a hurry. Soon, the entire forest shop returned to its usual quietness, but now everyone looked at Zhang Bing differently. They hadn't expected that Zhang Bing, who looked so young, had such impressive skills, and most importantly, he was actually the highest-level VIP of the Kyoto Bank. Even the president of the Binzhou branch treated him with utmost respect.
Mr.
Zhang, Lei Long, after regaining his composure, hurried over and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, we didn't recognize the mountain.
Zhang Bing didn't make things difficult for Lei Long and said lightly, You're not bad, it's fine, hurry up and hand over the car.
Lei Long nodded repeatedly and quickly instructed someone to get the car keys for Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing didn't waste any words. He got into the car with Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan.
President Zhang, please help me handle the follow-up matters.
After dropping this sentence, Zhang Bing drove away. Once Zhang Bing left, the people in the shop finally breathed a sigh of relief.
President Jiang, who was Mr. Zhang? Lei Long asked cautiously.
Humph. Jiang Zun snorted coldly and said, according to our bank's regulations, a deposit of 5 billion is required to qualify for that kind of black card.
What do you think Mr. Zhang is? 5 billion.
Hearing this, Lei Long and the staff gasped in shock.
Alright, consider yourself lucky, Mr. Zhang didn't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, your shop's cooperation with our bank would be over. Jiang Zun dropped this sentence and quickly left.
On the other side, the Black Dragon was carried directly to the hospital by a large group of underlings. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss since his debut. Not only had he lost a leg, but he had also been publicly beaten. More than 100 underlings were present, but because Jiang Zun was there, no one dared to act.
Boss, are we just going to let this go? Boss, that Zhang guy is strong and his president Zhang backing him, but we're not pushovers either. A few trusted underlings surrounded the hospital bed, clamoring.
A fierce light flashed in the tiger's eyes as he said fiercely, of course, we can't let this go. When have I ever suffered such a big loss? This matter must be handled by the boss, otherwise, it will be difficult with Jiang Zun in the middle. Also, has the matter with the last ancestral house in the east of the city been taken care of? One underling quickly replied, Boss, that Zhang guy is fearless and refuses to cooperate.
Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. The tiger was furious upon hearing this and slapped down.
If you can't handle such a small matter and delay the boss's plan, I'll take care of you first. Since he doesn't fear death, let's take care of his whole family and bury them alive.
A few underlings nodded and said, understood, boss.
Meanwhile, Zhang Bing drove the car with the three of them to the hospital.
As soon as they walked into the ward,
everyone saw a young man inside as well. Upon seeing Zhang Bing and Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan enter, Zhang Tingting immediately ran over happily to greet them and introduced everyone to each other.
Mr.
Zhang, Miss Lin, Miss Qin, Miss Wang, thank you for taking care of Tingting.
The young man's name was Lu Ming, the nephew of Zhang Xueyan's husband.
In Binzhou, he could be considered a talented young man, having just turned 30, and was an ordinary officer in the Binzhou police department.
Although to Zhang Bing and the others, an ordinary police officer was nothing special. To people like Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Xueyan, a police officer represented authority, pride, and honor.
Mr. Lu, there's no need to be polite. Tingting is our good sister, and her matters are our matters, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Zhang Bing also chuckled and said, Brother Lu, Zhang uncle was injured.
Didn't your police department respond?
Lu Ming glanced at Zhang Bing, a flicker of something unusual flashing in his eyes. Just now, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting had praised Zhang Bing a lot, especially Zhang Tingting, who couldn't stop talking about him and seemed very happy whenever his name was mentioned.
As a man, his sixth sense was quite strong.
Mr. Zhang, I heard from Zhang uncle and Tingting that you are quite wealthy, perhaps not of this world. Those who injured Zhang uncle are said to be quite troublesome. They have connections. Zhang Bing shook his head, having caught the underlying sarcasm in Lu Ming's words.
If that's the case, does having connections mean nothing will be done? Then Zhang uncle was beaten for nothing, and the Zhang family's ancestral home will be forcibly sold for 5,000? Mr. Zhang, we are currently investigating who those people are.
I have already applied to the higher-ups, it will be resolved. There are many things you don't understand, so don't speak carelessly, Lu Ming said lightly. No need to investigate, Zhang Bing said directly.
I can tell you who did it.
The leader is called Tiger, and behind him is the biggest real estate tycoon in Binzhou, Boss Zhou. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan suddenly realized. No wonder Zhang Bing had been so ruthless at the forest shop earlier, directly crippling Tiger's leg. Lu Ming's expression also changed. He certainly knew who had injured Zhang Yunfeng, but as just a small team member of the police department, he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Yet he wanted to show off in front of Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Tingting. Moreover, he had always liked Zhang Tingting, and this was a good opportunity for him to make an impression.
Do you have any evidence for what you said?
I came today to see Zhang uncle and Tingting to understand the situation. If you need evidence, that's not difficult, Zhang Bing said calmly.
Just bring the people back, Zhang uncle can identify them. At the same time, I will help you find solid evidence.
Clearly, Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and even the lying Zhang Yunfeng all understood. Lu Ming seemed to harbor great hostility towards Zhang Bing, and everyone could guess the reason. Lu Ming had been pursuing Zhang Tingting, but she only regarded him as an older brother, and despite her attempts to hide it, Zhang Tingting's attitude and expression towards Zhang Bing revealed her admiration, which she couldn't completely conceal. Zhang Bing wasn't trying to make things difficult for Lu Ming. He already had a plan in mind. He intended to notify Jiang Zun later to retrieve the video evidence of the scene where Tiger's underlings had beaten Zhang Yunfeng that day, and then hand it over to Lu Ming.
He knew that Lu Ming would only be able to catch a few small fry.
As for someone like Tiger, Lu Ming didn't have the strength to take action against him, especially since Tiger had the backing of the real estate tycoon Boss Joe. Perhaps out of a sense of male pride, Lu Ming agreed on the spot to what Zhang Bing said. After getting up to say goodbye, he indicated that he would immediately return to the police station to apply for a warrant, then lead a team to catch the people who had participated in the beating of Zhang Yunfeng that day. Once Lu Ming left, Zhang Tingting said with some concern, "Brother Bing, why don't we just let it go? We can't afford to mess with those people, and I doubt Brother Lu Ming can either." Zhang Yunfeng also sighed, "Zhang Zong, forget it. I don't have anything major going on anyway, don't get you all involved." Zhang Bing smiled and said, "It's fine, I just can't stand these social scoundrels. Even if we let it go now, they won't just let it go, so the best way is to completely resolve this matter. Lu Ming is from the police station, I will help him." In the afternoon, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Tingting were chatting in a hospital ward. Suddenly, they received a call from Lu Ming, saying that they had found the people who had attacked Zhang Yunfeng that day. He hoped that Zhang Bing and Zhang Tingting could come in person to completely resolve this matter. Zhang Bing did not refuse and readily agreed, asking for the address and saying he would come right away. "Zhang Zong, Tingting," Zhang Yunfeng said with a worried expression, "you have to be careful, that group of people is lawless." Zhang Bing nodded and said, "Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you and completely deal with those people." At that moment, in a large hotel in Binzhou, several of the Tiger's trusted subordinates were gathered together, smoking and drinking. Among them were a few police officers, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly found the people based on the evidence Zhang Bing had obtained from Jiang Zun. However, as a mere police officer, he couldn't do anything to this group. On the contrary, his superior, Captain Wu Minghua, had scolded him. What was supposed to be a quest for justice for Zhang Yunfeng had turned into him mingling with this group, calling each other brothers. "Lu Ming, you haven't been in for long, do you understand things better now? Brother Tiger is a significant figure. He's a key player for Boss Joe. Going against him, not just you, even I can't handle it," Captain Wu Minghua said while smoking, trying to advise him. "Brother, what Captain Wu said is right. Why are you so concerned as a small officer? Besides, Zhang Yunfeng isn't dead, right? Paying 5,000 for his family ancestral home is already quite generous. Today, we are also doing this for Captain Wu's sake, otherwise, if our boss says something, you won't be able to stay in the police station." The Tiger's subordinates laughed and joked, completely disregarding Lu Ming, a regular officer. On the contrary, their words were laced with a threatening tone. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only compromise. He had indeed done his best. Even with the evidence provided by Zhang Bing, he couldn't touch this group, and he might even get directly fired or marginalized. "Alright, Xiao Lu, hurry up and get Zhang Yunfeng's daughter to sign. For my sake, Brother Tiger is willing to give an extra 5,000. Once you collect this 10,000 and get the signature, the matter will be settled, and we can still be friends," Captain Wu Minghua concluded. Lu Ming nodded, indicating that he had already notified Zhang Yunfeng's side to have Zhang Tingting come over to sign. At this moment, Zhang Bing arrived at the restaurant with 4 women. He parked the newly bought Land Rover at the entrance, got out, and walked straight in with the 4 stunning beauties. As they passed through the restaurant, they quickly attracted the attention of many diners. In Binzhou, many people were seeing for such outstanding beauties for the first time, with looks, figures, and temperament all top-notch. The 5 of them paid no attention to the gazes of others and directly went to the private room that Lu Ming had mentioned, pushing the door open to enter. 5 people suddenly entered, causing Wu Minghua and several patrol officers inside, as well as a few of Tiger's trusted subordinates, to fall silent and look over in unison. In the entire private room, everyone's eyes widened. The 4 great beauties, Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Tingting, were all stunningly beautiful, each with a distinct style and perfect figures. "Tingting, you all are here." Lu Ming was the first to react, standing up. He then began to introduce both sides to each other, not expecting Zhang Bing to bring Qin Yuan, Lin Hanyue, and Lu Ruyan along. At that moment, the few trusted subordinates of Tiger were completely panicked. They recognized Zhang Bing and the others at a glance. Wasn't this the super rich guy who had just crippled their boss Tiger's leg at the 4S shop during the day? Come, ladies, please take a seat, please take a seat." Wu Minghua, with greed in his eyes, stood up and walked over to invite the 4 women to sit, completely ignoring Zhang Bing. "Ha!" Zhang Bing also recognized those subordinates of Tiger. He sneered and said, "No need, we'll be leaving soon." Lu Ming, still confused, said, "Mr. Zhang, this is Captain Wu from our patrol bureau. Today, Captain Wu personally came forward to set up this friendly meal to completely resolve the matter with Uncle Zhang." "Friendly meal?" Zhang Bing and the 4 women were momentarily stunned, feeling puzzled. "That's right," Wu Minghua said with a smile, "we are all friends, and besides, it's said that Zhang Yunfeng is fine. As for the 5,000 for the ancestral land, it's a bit low, but Brother Tiger agreed to add another 5,000, and Xiao Lu has been with me for quite some time. Everyone take a step back, let's have this meal amicably, sign the papers, and everyone will be well. After Wu Minghua finished speaking, Zhang Bing and the 4 women were dumbfounded, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. Brother Lu, what does this mean? Zhang Tingting asked coldly, very angry. You're too much. I thought you were righteous and truly wanted to seek justice for Uncle Zhang, but I didn't expect you to collude so quickly. Exactly, if that's the case, why did you call us here? Qin Yuan, Lu Ruyan, and Lin Hanyuet also expressed their anger. Zhang Bing felt speechless. He didn't expect Lu Ming, who had spoken so well during the day, to turn traitor so quickly. Lu Ming, did you call us here to sign a paper to sell Tingting's family ancestral home for 10,000, and then not hold this group of trash accountable? This young brother. Wu Minghua didn't notice that the few Tiger's subordinates, who had been arrogant just moments ago, were now trembling and pale since Zhang Bing entered. He smiled and said, I'm Wu Minghua, the captain of the patrol bureau, and I'm mediating this matter. 10,000 is already quite good, and besides, Zhang Yunfeng is fine, so it's about time to settle. You can't afford to offend Brother Tiger. If it weren't for my face, you wouldn't even get 5,000. Ha! Zhang Bing sneered, looking at Wu Minghua with disdain, and sarcastically said, Oh, your face is quite big. As the captain of the patrol bureau, colluding with social figures, you still have the nerve to say that? Kid, speak more politely. How dare you talk to our Captain Wu like that? At this moment, several patrol officers stood up and sternly reprimanded Zhang Bing. Lu Ming was clearly on Wu Minghua's side, defending his superior. Mr. Zhang, although you are very wealthy, you still don't understand the rules. Captain Wu coming forward to help is already quite good, and besides, this is Uncle Zhang's family matter. You, an outsider, shouldn't meddle. Is that so? Zhang Bing said dismissively, firmly stating, then I really will meddle in this matter. Young man, don't think that having some money makes you above everyone else. Wu Minghua, still unaware of the situation, began to speak sarcastically. Zhang family's little girl, hurry up and sign, this is for your own good, and for your father's good too. Wu Minghua said while gesturing for Lu Ming to hand over the prepared agreement. I won't sign. Zhang Tingting directly refused. Tingting, don't be so stubborn, just listen to me, okay? I won't harm you, Lu Ming advised. At this moment, Qin Yuan was even more direct. She snatched the agreement from Lu Ming's hand, tore it to shreds on the spot, and threw it into the air. How can a man be as cowardly as you? You! Lu Ming's face turned ugly at Qin Yuan's words. Wu Minghua was also angry now, his expression shifting between dark and light, and in a half-threatening tone said, So you're saying you're refusing my kindness, giving me no face at all, and no face to Brother Tiger? Fine, once you walk out that door, you'll never have another chance. Don't regret it. After saying this, Wu Minghua deliberately signaled to a few of Tiger's underlings, indicating they should use regular means to teach Zhang Bing a lesson. Little did he know, these underlings were already scared out of their wits. Zhang Bing watched all of this unfold. He didn't need to use mind reading to see what kind of signal Wu Minghua was giving. Captain Wu, right? Why the signals? You might as well just say it, let these trash teach me a lesson? Wu Minghua and the others were shocked, not expecting Zhang Bing to be so arrogant as to call Tiger's trusted men trash. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he glanced at Tiger's underlings. These underlings stood still, completely lacking their usual fierce and arrogant demeanor. Enough, stop looking, Zhang Bing mocked. He then took a step forward, looking at Tiger's underlings, and scolded, a bunch of trash. Go back and tell your boss to prepare 500,000. 100,000 is the market price for the Zhang family ancestral home, and the other 400,000 is for Uncle Zhang's medical expenses and mental damages. If it's a penny short, I'll personally go find him to settle the score. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other patrol officers were dumbfounded, almost doubting if they had misheard. But these underlings of Tiger were like mice seeing a cat, facing Zhang Bing's intimidation. They didn't dare to make a sound. Didn't you hear what I said? Zhang Bing scolded again when he saw them silent. Why yes, we understand, Mr. Zhang. The underlings finally responded timidly. That's more like it. Zhang Bing snorted coldly, glancing at Wu Minghua and Lu Ming, who were stunned. Those who commit too many injustices will bring about their own demise, so take care. After leaving these words, Zhang Bing turned to leave. At this moment, Lu Ming, not knowing what got into him, shouted, Tingting, wait a minute. Zhang Tingting stopped, looking at Lu Ming with immense disappointment. Brother Lu, do you have something else to say? Although Lu Ming was shocked and couldn't understand why Tiger's fierce underlings were so afraid of Zhang Bing, he guessed it must be because Zhang Bing had money. Tingting, do you really want to listen to him? You need to think clearly, there won't be another chance for mediation. Brother Tiger has connections everywhere, and he's not someone your family can provoke. Also, Brother Tiger is a capable aide of Boss Joe. I know all this, Zhang Tingting said coldly, but I believe that justice will prevail, and I believe in Brother Bing.
Him? Lu Ming was completely jealous now, losing his rationality.
I admit, I heard your dad say he's very wealthy, but so what? One word from Brother Tiger, and he's done for.
And even if he's rich, can he compare to Boss Joe? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan, Lu Ruyan, and Lin Huanchua couldn't help but laugh. Tiger's underlings looked at Lu Ming as if he were an idiot, thinking to himself, "You're just full of hot air, don't drag us into this, and definitely don't involve our boss." At the forest shop, they had heard Jiang Zun say with their own ears that Zhang Bing had at least 5 billion in savings. 5 billion, even Boss Joe might not have that. Enough, Brother Lu, don't say anymore. Zhang Tingting, kind-hearted, didn't want to put Lu Ming in a difficult position. But at that moment, Lu Ming was acting as if he had taken the wrong medicine, relentless, and continued to shout, "Tingting, I know you like Zhang Bing, but I have to tell you, your dad can only be helped by me in this matter. Today, Team Wu is only willing to mediate because of me, otherwise, you can wait and see. If Brother Hu gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable." All right.
Zhang Bing could no longer listen and interrupted loudly. He then looked at the few Tiger's loyal subordinates and teased, "You guys better tell Lu Ming how Brother Hu plans to get angry."
Zhang Bing.
Lu Ming shouted angrily, "You're too reckless, you're looking for death. Don't drag Tingting and her family down with you. They are all Brother Hu's brothers, and also friends of Team Wu and us."
Lu Ming, fuck you, shut up.
At that moment, one of the younger brothers couldn't hold back and cursed loudly, "You're just full of hot air, don't drag us into this.
Mr.
Zhang is the highest level VIP of the Kyoto Bank. We can't afford to mess with Brother Hu." The highest level VIP of the Kyoto Bank indeed shocked Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and several other patrol officers. However, they weren't as scared as one might imagine. After all, in Longwa, having money doesn't mean everything, having power does.
Moreover, in their view, Brother Hu's backing was Boss Joe, the biggest real estate tycoon in Binzhou. Boss Joe was also wealthy, perhaps not less than Zhang Bing.
Of course, this was just due to their limited experience. They had no idea what it meant to be the highest level black card holder of the Kyoto Bank, but the loyal subordinates of Brother Hu had heard it clearly in the 4S shop. It was President Jiang Zun who said it himself, this level of black card required deposits to exceed 5 billion.
And everyone saw Jiang Zun's attitude towards Zhang Bing. At least Jiang Zun wouldn't take his boss, Brother Hu, too seriously. Brothers, even if he's very rich, does that mean Brother Hu's backer, Boss Joe, isn't rich? I think this person is so ungrateful and insulting to you all, he deserves a lesson. At this moment, Wu Minghua also stopped pretending and directly stated that Brother Hu's subordinates should teach Zhang Bing a lesson. The tiger's subordinates immediately wanted to curse, greeting Wu Minghua's ancestors.
Zhang Bing also revealed a wicked smile and instructed these younger brothers, "Just in time, I want you to beat up this Wu guy."
Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Lu Ming and the other patrol officers burst into laughter.
Although they couldn't understand why Brother Hu's loyal subordinates were so afraid of Zhang Bing, they would never believe that these younger brothers would follow Zhang Bing's orders and dare to lay hands on Team Wu's captain. The younger brothers were also taken aback. After all, Wu Minghua was the captain of the patrol bureau. "Remember, I'll only say this once, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Zhang Bing glanced at these younger brothers and said in a threatening tone, "He, you're really funny. Don't think that just because you have some money and are a super VIP of the Kyoto Bank, you can do whatever you want. Brothers, don't be afraid, I'll personally talk to Brother Hu later." Wu Minghua was quite confident, thinking Zhang Bing was just bragging, simply delusional. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore as several of the tiger's younger brothers stepped forward.
"Team Wu, sorry, don't blame us, blame your big mouth, you're the one bragging, don't drag us down with you."
Soon, under Zhang Bing's threat, these younger brothers no longer cared and rushed over to attack Wu Minghua.
"What are you doing? Stop, what do you want to do?"
Wu Minghua roared in anger, and Lu Ming along with several other patrol officers rushed over to help.
However, the number of Tiger's underlings clearly outnumbered them, with a total of 6 men.
Wu Minghua, along with Lu Ming and 2 other officers, only had 4 people in total.
Moreover, they had come out without any weapons, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage.
Zhang Bing and 4 women stood at the door, mockingly watching everything, unable to contain their laughter.
"Let me go.
If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will definitely go find Brother Tiger later." Wu Minghua shouted, but before long, he was left with a bruised face. Zhang Bing glanced over, saw that it was about time, and ordered, "All right, remember what I said, 50,000, not a penny less." After dropping this line, Zhang Bing turned and left with the 4 beauties. At this moment, Tiger's 6 underlings finally released Wu Minghua, and Lu Ming had a total of 4 patrol officers. All 4 had bruises on their faces, some blue, some purple.
What the hell do you mean?
Wu Minghua exploded in anger, flipping the table and shouting, "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation for today, I will go find your boss right now." After all, as the captain of the patrol bureau, he still had some power.
Tiger's 6 underlings exchanged glances inside.
One of them said, "Wu Captain, just let it go. Getting beaten up is already light punishment, and don't go looking for our boss. To be honest, that guy named Zhang just now, not to mention we can't afford to mess with him, even our boss can't." Hearing them insist on this, Wu Minghua and Lu Ming became even more curious.
"What's so great about him? Isn't it just money?"
Lu Ming said sourly.
"Ha!"
One of the underlings coldly replied, "Today at the Land Rover 4S store, we all saw with our own eyes President Jiang of the Jingsu Bank's Binzhou branch serving him like a dog. And President Jiang personally said that to hold a special black card, you need to have at least 5 billion in deposits at their headquarters."
5 billion?
Wu Minghua, Lu Ming, and the other 4 were completely dumbfounded. They had thought Zhang Bing was very wealthy, but at most he was a billionaire with some influence. They never expected that his bank deposits alone amounted to 5 billion. What kind of concept was that?
"Humph, that's not all.
Our boss had one of his legs broken in public today."
"What?" This time, Wu Minghua and Lu Ming could no longer hold it together, gasping in shock.
"Alright, if we hadn't listened to him just now, we might have all been in trouble. This person we can't afford to mess with. We must have our boss ask Boss Joe to step in to settle this."
The underlings sighed and recounted the events.
Wu Minghua and Lu Ming felt a mix of emotions, suddenly feeling a significant reduction in their anger, a sense of relief washing over them. Especially Lu Ming, whose face turned the color of liver. Thinking about what he had just said, wanting to show off in front of Zhang Tingting, he realized he was nothing but a complete clown. Meanwhile, Tiger, accompanied by his subordinates, limped in with a crutch directly to the Binzhou real estate building.
This was a landmark building in Binzhou and the property of the largest real estate tycoon, Boss Joe.
As a capable aide to Boss Joe, although Tiger's group was not top tier, many dirty jobs that Boss Joe couldn't handle were naturally left to Tiger.
After several layers of announcements, Tiger arrived at the top floor's president's office. "Come in." Tiger knocked on the door, and a deep voice quickly responded from inside. Leaning on his crutch, Tiger pushed the door open and walked in. The luxurious office overlooked the entire Binzhou, where a powerful and imposing middle-aged man sat on the sofa, smoking a cigar, while a beautiful secretary in uniform knelt on the floor. "Boss." The Tiger's expression was highly tense, clearly in great awe of Boss Joe. Boss Joe glanced at the Tiger's leg and casually asked, "What's going on?" "Boss, you have to uphold justice for me,"
the Tiger shouted, then immediately recounted what had happened in the 4S shop. Originally, Boss Joe appeared indifferent, but after listening, he showed a look of surprise.
"Is there really such a thing?"
"Yes, boss, that kid is very wealthy.
According to Jiang Zun, he has at least 5 billion in deposits at their bank, so he doesn't even regard you highly."
The Tiger exaggerated wildly, intending to provoke Boss Joe's anger so that he would personally deal with Zhang Bing.
Sure enough, under the Tiger's incitement, Boss Joe also showed anger. 5 billion in deposits, indeed not to be underestimated.
"But coming to Binzhou, even a dragon must coil for me, and a tiger must lie down for me. Since he doesn't give me, Joe, any face, then I, Joe, will have to meet him." Saying this, Boss Joe immediately instructed his secretary to go out, notify President Jiang Zun, and then arrange a dinner party for the evening. He wanted to personally meet Zhang Bing and test the waters. Seeing that Boss Joe was personally getting involved, the Tiger was quite pleased.
"By the way, how's the land in the east of the city coming along?"
Boss Joe suddenly asked. "Boss, currently there's only one household that won't budge, but don't worry, I'll personally take people to handle it later," the Tiger assured, patting his chest. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Zhang Bing returned from the dinner party with 4 beautiful women not long after.
Zhang Tingting revealed Lu Ming's performance and actions without any concealment.
Hearing this, Zhang Yunfeng shook his head and sighed. "This kid, sigh, if he can't help, we can understand, but mingling with those people is a bit too much." Zhang Xueyan, standing by, also felt somewhat speechless, but since he was her nephew, she still spoke up in his defense, explaining, "Brother, after all, Lu Ming had good intentions." Zhang Bing and the others listened quietly without saying much. On the other side, after learning that Boss Joe was personally getting involved, the Tiger excitedly left the Binzhou real estate building. He then directly took a few younger brothers and headed straight for the hospital. "Boss, this little matter doesn't need us to handle it. Your leg is still injured."
"Yeah, boss, there's only that last family left. If they don't sign today, we'll just chop them up." Several younger brothers vied to show off.
"Shut the hell up,"
the Tiger reprimanded. "What era is it now? We can cause trouble, but only if absolutely necessary, otherwise, causing a death will be very troublesome, understand?
Got it, boss, the younger brothers replied. Alright, hurry up and drive to the hospital. I'm going to take action myself. Today, no matter what, that family has to sign.
Just now, Boss Joe personally inquired about this matter. If we don't handle it well today and make Boss Joe unhappy, we're all done for. In the afternoon, around 5 o'clock,
the tiger, along with 5 or 6 younger brothers, had already arrived at the hospital. They rudely approached the nurse's station. They directly threatened the nurse to reveal Zhang Yunfeng's room number, then viciously made their way over. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Zhang Bing had just received a call from Jiang Zun. Jiang Zun had received an invitation from Boss Zhou, expressing a desire to have dinner with Zhang Bing that evening. Zhang Bing didn't hesitate much and readily agreed. He knew that to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. Only by dealing with Boss Zhou would the tiger and his gang become completely obedient.
We're going to tonight. Xin Yuan was the first to smile after Zhang Bing hung up the phone.
Lu Ruyan, Lin Huanxue, and Zhang Tingting all agreed. They all wanted to stay with Zhang Bing. Originally, Zhang Bing thought that such dinner parties would likely lead to some trouble, and he didn't want to bring 4 women along. But seeing the mischievous smiles on the 4 women's faces, he ultimately had to agree to go together in the evening. At that moment, shouts of abuse came from outside the hospital room.
Get lost! Damn it! How dare you stop us? Do you want to die? Do you believe I'll burn down your hospital? What are you doing? This is a high-class ward area, don't mess around. Get lost!
Inside the ward, Zhang Bing and the others were startled by the shouting from the corridor, and a few were about to open the door to see what was happening. At that moment, Tiger, along with a few lackeys, swaggered over. One of the lackeys kicked open the ward door and shouted, "Zhang, if you don't sign today, I'll kill your whole family."
Following closely behind were the limping tiger and several lackeys.
Zhang Bing and the others were astonished, their gazes locking with the intruders, and the air instantly thickened. Tiger could never have imagined that Zhang Bing would be here, and that he knew the last stubborn holdout. Likewise, Zhang Bing and the others couldn't believe that Tiger would dare to send people to the hospital to intimidate them, and that he would come in person, limping.
What do you want? Is there no law anymore?
I will never sell my ancestral home for 5,000. Zhang Yunfeng struggled to half sit up in bed, trying desperately to get up. Zhang Shuiyan quickly supported her older brother, advising, "Brother, don't provoke them."
However, Tiger and his lackeys suddenly fell silent, swallowing hard.
Their faces were filled with fear as they looked at Zhang Bing. "I won't sell to you. If you have the guts, kill me," Zhang Yunfeng shouted excitedly.
"Dad, don't get worked up." Zhang Tingting stepped forward to calm Zhang Yunfeng.
At this moment, Zhang Bing sighed, looking at Tiger and the others, and said slowly, "You've got some guts, coming to the hospital to cause trouble for Uncle Zhang.
It seems your useless lackeys didn't pass my message to you, did they?" Upon hearing Zhang Bing's words, Zhang Yunfeng and Zhang Shuiyan were momentarily stunned.
Zhang Tingting quickly signaled for her father and aunt to remain silent and just watch. Tiger regretted his decision. He had thought that by coming in person, he would force Zhang Yunfeng to sign today no matter what. He never expected Zhang Bing to be here, and he regretted not investigating beforehand.
Faced with Zhang Bing's mocking yet slightly angry questioning, Tiger lost his earlier ferocity and became as docile as a cat. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?"
Zhang Bing took a step forward, clenching his fist. The sound of his muscles and bones cracking was very intimidating. Tiger instinctively took a step back, and a few lackeys also showed signs of fear.
"Do you know this family?" Tiger swallowed hard and asked. "Are you blind? We came from Kyoto for this."
Zhang Bing replied affirmatively. At this point, Tiger felt a wave of dread. Zhang Yunfeng was the last holdout, and this piece of land was extremely important to his boss, Zhou.
He had to take it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shang, I didn't know. I apologize for the disturbance."
Tiger, aware of Zhang Bing's strength and ruthlessness, dared not provoke him further and could only soften his stance and leave for now. After all, his boss Zhou was already preparing to step in personally.
"Stop!" Zhang Bing shouted. "You think you can come and go as you please?" Tiger paused, his face looking grim, and asked, "What do you want?"
"Ha!" A cold smile flashed across Zhang Bing's lips as he suddenly stepped forward. He slapped Tiger hard. "I warned you at the 4S shop. If you don't learn your lesson after I break a leg, what's the point?"
"You!" Tiger was furious but dared not shout or threaten. "Remember, if there's a next time, the other leg is mine too. Get lost!" Zhang Bing shouted angrily. Tiger didn't dare linger for a moment and could only flee with his lackeys.
"Damn it, go check immediately what he meant by no one notifying me."
"Ah, I will definitely kill him."
The tiger, supported by his subordinates, walked while calling out. Sure enough, just as the tiger and a few people had just exited the hospital, the few trusted aides who had dined with Wu Minghua and Lu Ming earlier came over.
Boss, there's something urgent I need to tell you.
That stubborn resident knows someone with the surname Zhang, they are in it together.
A few subordinates rushed over to say, damn.
Upon hearing this, the tiger's face turned green.
What the hell were you doing just now? Why is such important information only coming out now? I got slapped for nothing.
Everyone kneel down, and stay like that until dawn. The tiger, furious, vented his anger at these trusted subordinates.
At 7 in the evening, at the Binzhou Grand Hotel, in a VIP private room, the most powerful real estate tycoon in Binzhou, Boss Zhou, arrived first, as was his habit.
Alongside him was the tiger, who had just received a slap from Zhang Bing 2 hours earlier.
Bank President Zhang Zun also arrived, and the three were already waiting in the private room for Zhang Bing's grand entrance. President Zhang, you must have seen and heard what happened. No matter what, the tiger is my man and has always worked for me.
Over the years, even if there are no merits, there are still efforts.
As the saying goes, you must consider the owner when beating a dog. How do you see it, with your super VIP client Zhang Bing treating my man like this?
Zhang Zun could only smile awkwardly. He was well aware of why Boss Zhou had invited him. The first reason was to meet Zhang Bing, and the second was to make him choose sides.
He couldn't afford to offend either Zhang Bing or Boss Zhou.
Both had the power to make him pack up and leave with a single word.
Boss Zhou, I have no choice. It's the regulations from the head office. Anyone holding that black card must be served unconditionally by any staff of the Capital Bank worldwide, 24 hours a day.
Boss Zhou snorted coldly, saying, I heard you need 50 billion in deposits to get that black card, right? Once Zhou's real estate project is developed, having 50 billion in liquid funds won't be a problem.
Zhang Zun smiled and sighed. Boss Zhou, you're joking.
That kind of black card requires approval from the leaders at the head office. Zhang Zun wasn't foolish. While real estate developers had high valuations, having 50 billion in cash flow was quite rare.
Alright, today you invited the other party out. You need to be aware of your position. If you don't dare offend that young man Zhang Bing, do you think Zhou is easy to offend? No, Boss Zhou, please don't misunderstand.
I'll try my best to mediate. Zhang Zun wiped away a cold sweat. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two powerful figures. The tiger could no longer hold back. Seeing Boss Zhou so assertive gave him confidence. Boss, this guy really has a big ego, making us wait for him here.
That's a small matter. Those who achieve great things shouldn't mind these trivialities. The goal is what matters, Boss Zhou taught.
Yes, the boss has a broader perspective, the tiger flattered. Around 7:30, Zhang Bing arrived driving a Land Rover, accompanied by 4 beautiful women. The 5 of them walking together in the upscale hotel immediately caused a stir. Many people cast envious and jealous glances at Zhang Bing.
Qin Yuan joked, look, with our 4 beauties by your side, you're the center of attention wherever you go. You must be secretly pleased, huh, hee hee. Zhang Bing smiled. Qin Yuan was indeed right.
For men, whether successful or not, face is always a primary concern. Now he somewhat understood why Ma Chao liked to create such a grand spectacle and even kept several popular female stars.
This feeling was indeed uplifting and refreshing. Soon, the 5 arrived outside the private room that Zhang Zun had prepared.
Zhang Bing, not bothering with polite knocks, directly pushed the door open and entered. As soon as they entered the private room, the 5 saw that both the tiger and Zhang Zun were present, along with a middle-aged man dressed in luxury, Boss Zhou.
Mr.
Zhang, Miss Lin, Miss Shang, Miss Wang, Miss Qin, you have arrived, he said. Please take a seat. Let me introduce you. Zhang Zun immediately stood up to greet them, his attitude very humble.
This is Boss Zhou, the real estate tycoon from Binzhou.
Just as he was about to introduce Zhang Bing and the others to Boss Zhou, the latter snorted coldly and said, no need for introductions. Zhang Zun awkwardly smiled and had no choice but to invite Zhang Bing and the others to sit down.
Zhang Bing was straightforward, cutting to the chase. What did you want to discuss with me through Zhang Hangzhang? Good.
Boss Zhou nodded and said, I appreciate the straightforwardness of young people, no beating around the bush.
The tiger is my man.
You broke one of his legs yesterday, and today you slapped him, claiming you don't even regard me highly.
What does this mean?
Zhang Bing chuckled, glancing at the tiger, who had regained his confidence and whose eyes were nearly spitting fire. You should first ask your wild dog what he did. Boss Zhou smiled with a hint of menace, his aura very strong. Before Zhang Bing arrived, the tiger had already informed him about the last stubborn homeowner, Zhang Yunfeng, whom he knew. As the behind-the-scenes big boss, his subordinates were supposed to act according to his wishes, but now one of them had been beaten.
If he didn't step in, who would still be willing to work for him? So it seems you want to stand up for that stubborn homeowner, giving me no face at all, huh? Boss Zhou's attitude was very aggressive. Zhang Bing did not back down, coldly replying, what do you mean by stubborn homeowner? Since you are a real estate tycoon in Binzhou,
You wouldn't even part with a mere 100,000, trying to settle for 5,000 instead.
My uncle Zhang won't accept it and even had him hospitalized. Besides, do I know you? Why should I give you face?
Upon hearing this, the tiger suddenly stood up, furious. Zhang Bing, what's your attitude?
In front of my boss, who do you think you are?
Zhang Bing was unfazed, sneering. What? Is your skin itching again, or do you not want the other leg? Just as it seemed a conflict was about to erupt, Jiang Zun immediately stood up to mediate.
Mr. Zhang, Boss Zhou, may I have a word? Both Boss Zhou and Zhang Bing nodded, giving Jiang Zun, the bank president, some face.
After pondering for a moment, Jiang Zun said, the issue arose from the Zhang family's ancestral home.
To be honest, I know that land is worth 100,000.
5,000 is indeed a bit of a bully,
and to have someone injured is truly not right.
Mr. Zhang and the daughter of the old Zhang family are friends, so helping out is understandable.
Boss Zhou, I think it would be better to follow Mr. Zhang's suggestion and settle for 500,000.
Mr.
Zhang, you have vented your anger by breaking the tiger's leg. How about we call it even?
Jiang Zun's words effectively provided both parties with a way out, but he was completely unaware that Zhang Bing didn't need a way out. He had already used mind reading to understand Boss Zhou's thoughts. He discovered that this person's misdeeds were numerous, and the vast fortune he had accumulated was built on violence and bloody means.
Do you think that's possible? Before Zhang Bing could respond, Boss Zhou was the first to oppose.
Jiang Zun, Zhou, never compromise or negotiate with anyone. That land is worth at most 100,000. 100,000 is already giving you face, giving this gentleman face. Jiang Zun felt a bit embarrassed and said, Boss Zhou, you shouldn't be short of that extra 400,000, right?
Moreover, it was indeed your man who injured Zhang Yunfeng.
Jiang Zun, Boss Zhou shouted angrily. What about the fact that this person broke the tiger's leg? Jiang Zun was momentarily at a loss for words. He was certainly leaning towards Zhang Bing's side.
Ha! Zhang Bing sneered, signaling Jiang Zun not to say anymore.
Then he looked at the furious real estate tycoon, Boss Zhou, and said, don't talk about 500,000. Even if you offer 5 million, that ancestral land won't be sold to you.
Do you understand? At this point, Boss Zhou was completely enraged. If this matter wasn't resolved, his losses would be severe.
Zhang Bing, it seems you are determined to go against me, Zhou, aren't you? If you want to understand it that way, that's fine, Zhang Bing retorted without backing down.
Good.
Boss Zhou gritted his teeth and threatened, you have 50 billion in deposits, right? Then let me tell you today, having money doesn't mean everything, at least not in the territory of Binzhou.
Ha!
Zhang Bing was unimpressed. He had already figured out the other party's intentions. He knew there was a big shot in Binzhou backing them up, and it seemed they were going to use their connections. However, he didn't care. He could also use his connections in Kyoto. It was just another act in Huangzhou, directly getting rid of Secretary Zhao of Huangzhou.
What do you want?
I'm here for the long haul.
If you want Zhang Uncle's ancestral land, fine, 500 million, not a cent less. You son of a...
Boss Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and started cursing.
Zhang Bing's expression darkened, and he retorted without courtesy, what the hell are you barking about?
Mr.
Zhang, Boss Zhou, everyone, calm down.
Jiang Zun, caught in the middle, was in a difficult position and wanted to mediate. But in this situation, it was clearly impossible.
Kid, just wait for it.
In Binzhou, no one dares to go against me, Zhou.
Fine, I'll wait. I'll be the first. How about that?
Boss Zhou gritted his teeth in hatred, staring intently at Zhang Bing.
All right, you've got guts. With that, Boss Zhou slammed the door and left.
The fierce tiger, seeing this, limped out right after him. Zhang Bing didn't stop him. He looked indifferent. Then he glanced at the table full of delicacies, untouched.
What are you all staring at?
We didn't come here just to eat. Let's dig in. Saying this, he plopped down into a chair. The four women smiled and sat down as well.
Not to mention, Binzhou's seafood is quite famous.
It would be a waste not to eat. No matter how good Kyoto's is, it can't be as fresh as the original.
Ting Ting, you should eat more.
Seeing Zhang Bing and the four women completely unconcerned, still in the mood to savor the seafood, Jiang Zun was almost in tears.
Mr.
Jiang Zun said with a long face, President Zhang, don't just stand there. Since you're here, it would be a waste not to eat. Come sit down and have some, Zhang Bing invited with a smile.
Sigh.
Jiang Zun had no mind to eat. He stood aside, unable to walk away or sit down to eat with them. He could only remain silent, waiting for Zhang Bing and the others to finish. Half an hour later, the five of them cleared the table of seafood.
Mr. Zhang, have you finished eating? Jiang Zun asked.
Yes, Binzhou's seafood is indeed good, better than Kyoto's, Zhang Bing praised. Jiang Zun was speechless, his face full of worry as he said, Mr. Zhang, I must speak frankly, you were indeed a bit impulsive just now.
Oh, are you talking about Boss Zhou? Zhang Bing replied nonchalantly.
Jiang Zun nodded and said, Boss Zhou becoming a real estate tycoon in Binzhou is not as simple as it seems. Behind him is our top big shot in Binzhou, Old Shui.
So what?
Zhang Bing countered. Jiang Zun shook his head repeatedly, sighing, although you are incredibly wealthy, a holder of our bank's black card, it is still limited to our bank's system.
You know, in Manhwa, just having a lot of money isn't always everything. I know that.
Zhang Bing was very calm. He had already learned some of Boss Zhou's dirty dealings through mind reading. He also knew this person had backing. Even without mind reading, he could guess it.
But if it's about backing, even in Kyoto, he wouldn't be afraid. A real estate tycoon from a small third-tier city in Binzhou, no matter how strong his backing is, can it be stronger than the richest man in Kyoto at that time, Ma Yinting? Then what about you? Jiang Zun sighed and said, that piece of land is very important for his real estate. If the last household isn't demolished, it can't be developed.
I think if we negotiate well, Boss Zhou should still agree to 500,000.
But you offered 5 billion, so... Zhang Bing wiped his mouth, smiled, and retorted, you think I'm deliberately making things difficult by offering 5 billion, right?
Jiang Zun nodded in acknowledgement. It wasn't just her. Qin Yuan, Lin Huanchua, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Tingting were also curious.
No one would agree to 5 billion.
What you don't know is, from what I understand, that piece of land has several hundred households, and the most any one household got was 20,000 in compensation. This 5 billion isn't for me, nor is it for Uncle Zhang, but for the common people who succumbed to the intimidation of that group of tigers.
Do you understand what I mean?
As soon as Zhang Bing finished speaking, Qin Yuan was the first to express her support.
I support it. I support it too. Me too. The women finally understood why Zhang Bing wanted 5 billion and expressed their support.
Jiang Zun was also a bit surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense.
In Binzhou, no one dared to go against Boss Zhou.
But Boss Zhou will definitely use his connections to deal with you, and at that time, I, as a small bank president, won't be able to help you, Jiang Zun said awkwardly. Zhang Bing chuckled, patted Jiang Zun on the shoulder, and said, it's fine, I have a good idea of some things, I won't blame you for anything. On the other side, after Boss Zhou and the tiger left angrily, they headed straight to a small courtyard in Binzhou.
This courtyard housed the top boss in Binzhou, Old Shui.
Boss Zhou had the tiger wait outside while he entered the courtyard alone. About an hour later, Boss Zhou walked out with a cold smile on his face.
Boss, how was it? The tiger hurriedly asked.
Humph, Boss Zhou said proudly, with Old Shui's support, that kid named Zhang dares to go against me, he's just asking for death.
The tiger also smiled brightly and asked, Boss, after we deal with that Zhang guy, those 4 women around him are quite good, can we reward the brothers then? Boss Zhou looked down on him and lectured, stop thinking about women all day, men should focus on their careers, got it?
The tiger chuckled, knowing that Boss Zhou had agreed. After Zhang Bing and the 5 finished eating, they sat down and learned some things about the top boss Old Shui from Jiang Zun. He also instructed Jiang Zun to gather statistics and contact all the families that were forcibly demolished, then they all left the restaurant together. They didn't head straight back to the hotel but drove straight to the seaside.
Binzhou is a coastal city with beautiful scenery.
At night, many people come to the beach to stroll and play. When Zhang Bing appeared with the 4 beauties, it immediately caused a stir, especially since all 4 beauties changed into bikinis, showcasing their perfect curves. Zhang Bing was also captivated, feeling a sense of wonder.
Even ancient emperors wouldn't have it better than this.
On the beach, countless eyes turned to look. Zhang Tingting and Lin Huanchua felt a bit shy, but Qin Yuan and Lu Ruyan were much more open and didn't mind. Zhang Bing sat on the beach, watching the 4 play and frolic, lost in thought. Now, every woman had a relationship with him. Lin Huanchua was his official girlfriend, having met his parents. The other 3 were secretive, but he guessed that all 4 women were tacitly aware of each other. He fantasized about what it would be like to have 4 beauties at the same time. That would truly be a heavenly experience. Just as he was lost in thought, he saw a muscular young man in the distance, accompanied by several bodyguard-like subordinates, walking towards 4 beautiful women. Zhang Bing immediately felt that something was about to happen. Sometimes, beauty can indeed bring disaster. Being too pretty and having an attractive figure can easily lead to trouble.
If one doesn't have strong power, it's hard to keep them safe.
The young man seemed to be well-mannered as he approached and struck up a conversation.
Ladies, may I get to know you?
The 4 women noticed his politeness and responded in kind.
Sorry, handsome, we're just having fun. Qin Yuan, the eldest sister, took the lead in declining. The young man didn't get angry and simply joined in.
The 4 women were momentarily taken aback but didn't know what to say, so they tacitly stepped back. As a result, the young man followed them like a sticky plaster.
Moreover, his eyes were fixated on their backsides and chests. Hey, what do you mean? Can you stop following us? Qin Yuan snapped, clearly angry.
The young man seemed particularly fond of Zhang Tingting's style and said, "This beautiful lady, let's be friends."
My name is Shui Kuan. I don't know you, and I don't want to be friends.
Please leave. Zhang Tingting rejected him. The young man cleared his throat, and the bodyguards who had come with him were quite understanding, inadvertently separating Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, and Wang Ruo from Zhang Tingting. He then stepped closer to Zhang Tingting, reaching out to take her hand.
I saw you can't swim, let me teach you. What are you doing?
Zhang Tingting immediately pulled away and shouted.
What do you want? I warn you not to bully Tingting. Get out of the way.
Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, and Lu Ruyan began to scold him, but they were blocked by Shui Kuan's bodyguards.
Don't delay our Kuan Xiao from making friends.
Don't worry, following Kuan Xiao is a good deal. The bodyguards prevented the three from helping Zhang Tingting.
At that moment, Zhang Bing couldn't sit still any longer.
He couldn't believe that in such a crowded place, bright as day, someone dared to publicly tease his woman.
What the hell do you want?
Zhang Bing rushed over and kicked one of the bodyguards away, shouting,
Bing Gu! Zhang Tingting was startled and instinctively rushed into Zhang Bing's arms.
Zhang Bing patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't be afraid. Shui Kuan, seeing that Zhang Bing was alone yet accompanied by 4 stunningly beautiful women, looked on with envy.
Brother, you have quite the fortune, but can you handle it all by yourself? Shui Kuan teased.
What the hell did you just say?
Zhang Bing was furious. Although Lin Huanxue was his official girlfriend, he was sincere towards the other 3 as well. He would never allow an outsider to insult them like that.
Kid, you better watch your words.
This is our Kuan Xiao, be honest.
A few of Shui Kuan's subordinates jumped out and scolded Zhang Bing.
Zhang Bing snorted coldly, looking at the young man named Shui Kuan, warning, if you dare to act recklessly again, do you believe I will hit you?
Ha!
Shui Kuan completely disregarded Zhang Bing, laughing disdainfully. Brother, I just want to be friends with this Tingting. Friends my ass, do you think I'm blind? Zhang Bing shouted angrily.
Saying that, he was about to leave with the 4 women, but Shui Kuan was still relentless and did not choose to back down because of Zhang Bing's anger.
Friend, my name is Shui Kuan. What does your name have to do with me?
If you harass any of them again, don't blame me for being rude.
At this point, Shui Kuan's bodyguards couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Do you want to get beaten?
Zhang Bing frowned, looking disdainfully at them.
What? Do you want to give it a try?
Forget it, Zhang Bing. Qin Yuan didn't want to get involved, and judging by the man's calm demeanor, ignoring everything, and the bodyguards he had when he left, he was probably someone of significance. Although she knew Zhang Bing had strength, it was better to avoid trouble.
Let's go.
Only then did Zhang Bing relent, but at that moment, Shui Kuan started to act strangely.
Looks like a coward.
This completely provoked Zhang Bing. He stopped and coldly stared at Shui Kuan.
Do you want to go one-on-one, or do you want your useless friends to join in? Kid, you're too arrogant. A few of Shui Kuan's bodyguards clenched their fists, ready to strike.
But Shui Kuan himself watched with a playful attitude and ordered, take it easy, don't let him lift his head in front of the beauties.
Is that so? Zhang Bing sneered.
Suddenly, he struck out, his speed too fast.
Shui Kuan's bodyguards didn't even have time to react before Zhang Bing kicked one of them flying.
In the next moment, Zhang Bing closed in on Shui Kuan and said coldly, now it's your turn.
Shui Kuan was shocked, unable to believe it.
His bodyguards were all retired special forces, definitely not weak, yet they hadn't even had a chance to react in front of Zhang Bing.
It seems you have some skills, but in this day and age, what's the use of being strong? Although Shui Kuan was surprised, he wasn't flustered at all.
Zhang Bing stared at him and warned, while I haven't lost my temper yet, you'd better shut up and get lost, don't bother them, or I won't be polite. Facing Zhang Bing's harsh warning, Shui Kuan didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he retorted, what are you going to do to me?
Of course, I'll hit you. Zhang Bing replied. Ha ha ha.
Shui Kuan laughed wildly, saying, interesting, it seems you don't know who I am.
Who you are has nothing to do with me. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Today, I, Shui Kuan, must make friends with them, how about it? Looks like you're asking for a beating.
Zhang Bing could no longer tolerate it. This was the first time he encountered such a calm pest. But the other party had indeed been exceptionally calm from start to finish, and in terms of language and behavior, he hadn't done anything particularly outrageous, so Zhang Bing couldn't just strike.
I want to see if you dare to lay a finger on me today. Shui Kuan was also stubborn, ignoring Zhang Bing's repeated warnings.
Instead, right in front of Zhang Bing, he stared directly at Zhang Tingting and commented, not bad, but this beauty suits my taste the most.
Beauty, let's be friends. You won't regret it. Zhang Tingting was also getting angry and retorted, what's wrong with you? I've told you already, I don't know you and don't want to be friends with you.
Saying this, Zhang Tingting called for Zhang Bing and the others to leave.
At that moment, Shui Kuan reached out to block Zhang Tingting.
This time, Zhang Bing was completely furious and kicked out in retaliation.
Shui Kuan instinctively tried to dodge, but Zhang Bing's speed was too fast.
He was kicked flying.
Young Master Kuan!
How dare you hit our young Master Kuan, you're dead. The bodyguards who had just been kicked away were furious, their faces filled with disbelief, and rushed over to help Shui Kuan up from the sand. Shui Kuan was now completely enraged, but he was also shocked by Zhang Bing's skills. You've got guts, you dare to lay a hand on me. Shui Kuan's face turned cold. If you dare to make a move again, I guarantee you'll regret it today, Zhang Bing coldly snorted. Just wait. Shui Kuan finally got angry and threatened, if you dare to lay a hand on me in Binzhou, I want you to kneel down and beg for my forgiveness later.
Zhang Bing chuckled mockingly, is that so? If you keep blabbering, I guarantee you'll be the one begging for mercy later. Shui Kuan snorted coldly and said, fine, I'll let you see what real strength is.
After saying that, he directly instructed a bodyguard to get his phone and make a call. Zhang Bing was unhurried as he walked over, then used his mind-reading ability to understand what kind of person this Shui Kuan was. Soon, he started to laugh.
It turned out that Shui Kuan was the direct grandson of Boss Zhou's backer, Old Shui.
No wonder he was so confident and calm. It all made sense now.
Alright, let me see what real strength is.
I'm waiting, Zhang Bing said, leading 4 women to sit down on a nearby beach. About 10 minutes later, lights began to flicker on the road leading to the beach, and a police car from the precinct drove over. A group of officers got out of the car, looked around, and headed straight for Shui Kuan. Seeing this, Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Tingting became a bit worried.
It seems this Shui Kuan has some background, Zhang Bing chuckled and said, so what?
Before long, Shui Kuan, accompanied by several officers, quickly approached Zhang Bing and his group of 5. As they got closer, they recognized that the leading officer was none other than Captain Wu Minghua.
At that moment, Wu Minghua also recognized Zhang Bing and instantly beamed with joy. Take the man back, leave the women, Shui Kuan ordered. Understood, young Master Kuan.
Wu Minghua was extremely excited, never expecting it to be Zhang Bing and his group. Last time at the restaurant, he had been forced by Zhang Bing to have his subordinate beaten up, and after learning about Zhang Bing's strength, he thought revenge was hopeless. After all, he was just a precinct captain. How could he provoke such a super rich person? He never expected that Zhang Bing would dare to hit Shui Kuan so soon.
Wasn't this just asking for trouble?
Wu Minghua waved his hand, and several officers immediately surrounded Zhang Bing and the others.
Oh, isn't this Mr. Zhang?
Wu Minghua sneered, full of arrogance. Zhang Bing glanced at the pompous Wu Minghua, knowing what he was thinking.
Mr. Zhang, no matter how rich you are, you can't hit people. And you even dared to hit young Master Kuan.
I'm sorry, but you can either come with us willingly, or we can take you in handcuffs.
Ha!
Zhang Bing stood up calmly and said, it seems the lesson I gave you last time wasn't enough.
Humph!
Wu Minghua shouted angrily, Zhang Bing, I told you before not to think that being rich makes you great.
You dare to hit young Master Kuan?
No matter how rich you are, this time you're finished.
Is that so?
Zhang Bing was unconcerned. He had just used his mind-reading ability to learn that Shui Kuan was the grandson of the top boss in Binzhou, Old Shui. Since he was already at odds with Boss Zhou, he would eventually have to confront Old Shui anyway. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon.
In that case, I'll reluctantly go with you and see what you can do to me.
You do know how to be practical, Wu Minghua said, waving his hand and ordering, take him away.
Wait.
Zhang Bing waved his hand and said, these 4 are also involved in this matter.
If you want to take me, you have to take us all together.
Hearing Zhang Bing's words, Wu Minghua was momentarily stunned.
Because Shui Kuan's order was to only capture Zhang Bing and leave the 4 women.
But Zhang Bing knew very well that if he went to the precinct alone, the 4 women would be in danger. He had already made up his mind. He just wanted to take the 4 women to the precinct for a night, just to experience it.
Yeah, if you want to take Zhang Bing, you have to take us all.
The 4 women shouted in unison. Wu Minghua was indecisive and looked at Shui Kuan. After pondering for a moment, Shui Kuan coldly nodded in agreement.
Soon, they changed their clothes and got into the precinct's car. They arrived at the detention room of the precinct just after 9 o'clock in the evening.
Zhang Bing and the 4 women appeared indifferent. It was their first time in such a place, and it was a new experience for them. Wu Minghua was outside reporting the situation to Shui Kuan.
Kuan Xiao, that's about it.
This Shang is very wealthy. He even beat a tiger and crippled its leg,
Wu Minghua said. Shui Kuan was very surprised after hearing this, but he didn't care.
Ha, Shui Kuan scoffed, being rich doesn't matter, just do as I instructed.
Okay, Kuan Xiao, whatever you say, I'll do it.
Wu Minghua felt very pleased. Shui Kuan's grandfather was a top boss in Binzhou. Now that Shui Kuan was personally involved, Wu Minghua thought that no matter how rich Zhang Bing was, he was doomed. Remember, let those women come to me on their own to plead for his release. Otherwise, keep him locked up and torture him.
Xue Kuan instructed, glancing at the 5 people inside the detention room who were laughing and playing. No problem, leave it to me, Wu Minghua assured, patting his chest. After that, Xue Kuan left with his bodyguards.
Wu Minghua couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately called Tiger to inform him of the situation. Excited, Tiger hobbled on his injured leg to share the good news with Boss Joe. He also personally notified Lu Ming, who had already gone home after work. Upon receiving the news, Lu Ming rushed to the hospital, thrilled and gleefully told Zhang Yunfeng. After arranging everything, Wu Minghua began to rub his hands together, contemplating how to torment Zhang Bing.
Zhang Bing, now you're finished, falling into my hands, heh.
Wu Minghua walked in with a cold smile.
Zhang Bing glanced at Wu Minghua and disdainfully said, "What, you want to settle personal scores?
Look at what you're saying, how can this be personal revenge, haha?
Once you're in my territory, I have the final say."
Wu Minghua threatened with various intimidations.
Oh really? Zhang Bing retorted sarcastically, "You're just a little team leader. What can you do to me?" Hoof. Wu Minghua snorted coldly, "Zhang, it seems you still don't know that Xue Kuan is the grandson of Xue Lao from Binzhou. If you dare to lay a hand on him, this time, no matter who it is, even President Zhang can't save you, your wealth won't help."
Oh, I'm so scared. Zhang Bing couldn't stop laughing. He already knew Xue Kuan was Xue Lao's grandson.
He entered the detention room out of boredom, wanting to experience it. Youth is youth. Do you think being rich makes you impressive? Damn it, your money is nothing in front of Xue Lao. Be honest, you better serve me well tonight.
As Wu Minghua said this, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to take matters into his own hands. Once inside the police station's detention room, he was in charge.
Zhang Bing sighed and said, "Before you plan to deal with me personally, let me make a phone call. I guarantee you'll be begging me to leave here later, believe it?"
Wu Minghua was taken aback but thought about how Zhang Bing had offended Xue Lao's own grandson. Wealth wouldn't help him now.
"Fine, kid, I'll let you make a call. Let's see who you can get to help you."
I'll tell you, even President Zhang can't save you. Zhang Bing ignored him and directly dialed Bai Xiaochun's number. After a brief conversation, he explained the situation in Binzhou.
Bai Xiaochun sighed and said, "A mere team leader at the police station, fine, just hand the phone to him."
Zhang Bing nodded and then smiled as he handed the phone to Wu Minghua. Wu Minghua looked down on it and asked, "Whose call is this?"
"You just answer it. If you don't, you'll regret it,"
Zhang Bing reminded him. Wu Minghua was skeptical but still took the phone to answer.
"Who are you?" "I'm Wu Minghua, the team leader of the Binzhou police station."
"No matter who you are, let me tell you, Zhang Bing hit Xue Lao's grandson, and no one is allowed to plead for him." Wu Minghua's attitude was very firm. Without waiting for Bai Xiaochun on the other end to speak, he launched into a tirade.
But the next second, Wu Minghua's expression changed dramatically.
He straightened up, his posture rigid, appearing extremely constrained.
"Yes, what you commanded is." In less than a minute, Bai Xiaochun hung up the phone.
Wu Minghua was left stunned, trembling all over, filled with terror, and already breaking out in a cold sweat. He shakily handed his phone to Zhang Bing, who took it and put it away.
"Captain Wu, how do you plan to deal with me tonight?" "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Mr. Zhang, I was blind, please spare me."
Wu Minghua was completely flustered. The things Bai Xiaochun had said during the call and the people mentioned were beyond his imagination. He couldn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention him, even the top boss in Binzhou, old Xue, wouldn't dare to imagine it.
"Don't!
I still appreciate your rebellious attitude just now,"
Zhang Bing teased.
Wu Minghua's face turned pale with fear as he trembled while opening the detention room door.
"Mr. Zhang, please spare me. I truly didn't recognize the mountain."
Zhang Bing exchanged a knowing smile with the 4 women, unwilling to leave the detention room.
"Mr. Zhang, please come out quickly, I was wrong."
Wu Minghua's voice was tinged with a sob, and in a moment of desperation, he knelt down to plead. Zhang Bing sighed, looking at Wu Minghua, a person without principles who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He found him very distasteful, but such people were the mainstream of society, found everywhere.
"All right, get up. I won't make it difficult for you."
Hearing Zhang Bing say this, Wu Minghua finally stood up, trembling.
"But remember, don't tell anyone about what happened just now. If you dare to leak even a word to the tiger, Boss Zhou, or that Xue Kuan and the others, you know the consequences." I won't, don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I absolutely won't," Wu Minghua hurriedly replied. He wasn't stupid. He knew that this time the tiger was likely to turn into a cat, and Boss Zhou, even old Xue, would be finished. "All right, remember to wait for my call tomorrow at any time, understand? I will notify you to bring a team to catch people." "Okay, you just command."
Seeing this, Zhang Bing felt there was nothing more to say, so he left with the 4 women.
After exiting the police station, Lin Huanshui asked, "Where are we going now?"
Zhang Bing chuckled and said, "Of course, back to the hotel to sleep. We have things to do tomorrow." The next day, at 9 in the morning, Zhang Bing and Lin Huanchue were the first to get up, followed by Zhang Tingting, Lu Ruyan, and Qin Yuan. When they returned to the hotel last night, Zhang Tingting had called Zhang Yunfeng as Zhang Bing instructed, telling him not to worry and to keep it confidential, not to tell anyone.
At this moment, in a private room at the Billion Grand Hotel, Boss Joe personally hosted a banquet for Shuekuan, the tiger, and others.
Last night, they had received news from Wu Minghua that Zhang Bing was finished and had already been locked up.
Young Master Kuan is still young Master Kuan. Just a casual word is enough, Boss Joe flattered Shuekuan.
Shuekuan, with a proud and calm expression, said, "That kid really has money, he does have some skills, but daring to take action against me, this time let him learn a good lesson." Of course, young Master Kuan, you are a person of great stature. That Zhang Bing is at most just a nouveau riche, the tiger chimed in. Now Shuekuan also learned that Zhang Bing had a grudge against Boss Joe, and that Boss Joe had even approached his grandfather. He didn't expect such a coincidence to happen to him, but that kid's women are indeed quite good. I really like one of them.
Shuekuan recalled Zhang Tingting's alluring figure, feeling a surge of desire. That's right, they are currently in the police station, locked up until that kid behaves, Boss Joe laughed. Just as a few people were conspiring and chatting happily, Tiger's phone rang. He stood up and stepped aside to answer the call. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he walked up to Boss Joe and leaned down to whisper, "Boss, our people have been caught." Boss Joe was surprised and asked, "Who dares to catch our people?" "The police." Tiger could hardly believe it. "How could the police catch my people?" Boss Joe expressed his doubt. Tiger continued, "I just got the call. It was Captain Wu Minghua from the police who led the operation, and they caught all the brothers who beat up that Zhang guy the other day." Both Boss Joe and Shuekuan were astonished and somewhat confused. "Immediately call Wu Minghua. I want to ask him personally who told him to do this," Boss Joe instructed Tiger. Tiger took out his phone and quickly connected to Wu Minghua. At that moment, Wu Minghua had just followed Zhang Bing's orders and had forcibly arrested everyone who had beaten Zhang Yunfeng that day, obeying Zhang Bing's instructions. "Mr. Zhang, Tiger is calling? Answer it," Zhang Bing signaled. Wu Minghua pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Soon, Boss Joe's furious voice came through. "Who told you to catch my people? Do you want to lose your job?" Wu Minghua cleared his throat and said, "Boss Joe, we are just following procedures." "Procedures my ass, let them go immediately," Boss Joe ordered. Wu Minghua did not respond directly but, following Zhang Bing's instructions, asked, "Boss Joe, where are you now?" "I have something I need to report to you in person. At the Billion Grand Hotel, get over here right now. If you don't give me an explanation, you can forget about being captain," Boss Joe said, giving the address before hanging up. "Mr. Zhang, what should we do next?" Wu Minghua asked. Zhang Bing smiled and said, "You stay on standby, I'm going to the Billion Grand Hotel now." "You can come later, do you understand what I mean?" "Got it," Wu Minghua replied. Inside the hotel room, after reprimanding Wu Minghua, Boss Joe did not think much of it and continued to drink with Shuekuan and Tiger. After a while, Boss Joe personally instructed Tiger again, saying, "While that Zhang guy is locked up, you take people to deal with the last stubborn one today. If you can't handle it, bring your head to see me." "Yes, boss," Tiger replied confidently. Meanwhile, Shuekuan was also getting impatient. He was eager to know if Wu Minghua had managed to force the four beauties to comply through torment last night. So he instructed, "Make a call to urge Wu Minghua to hurry up. Just tell him I have something to ask him." "Okay, young Master Kuan." Tiger did not dare to delay and quickly went to do as instructed. After a while, Zhang Bing arrived at the Billion Grand Hotel driving a Land Rover with the four beauties. He arrogantly parked the car at the hotel entrance and then led the four directly to the private room where Shuekuan and Boss Joe were. At that moment, the few people inside were enjoying their meal. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open. This unexpected turn of events left Shuekuan, Boss Joe, and Tiger momentarily stunned. But upon closer inspection, they realized it was Zhang Bing and the four beauties. "It's you!" the few exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be in the police detention room? Who let you out?" Shuekuan was furious. This was defiance against him. He had personally instructed Wu Minghua to keep Zhang Bing and the others locked up and had just been discussing how to ask Wu Minghua about the progress of the torment last night. He never expected Zhang Bing to show up with the four beauties directly. Looking at the astonished and furious expressions of Shuekuan, Boss Joe, and Tiger, Zhang Bing sneered disdainfully and slowly said, "Oh, so eager to start celebrating, huh?" As he spoke, Zhang Bing, accompanied by four beautiful women, completely ignored the people in the private room, moved a chair over, and sat down, crossing his legs and mockingly looking at the group. Shuekuan and Boss Joe's foreheads had turned dark with anger. "Call Wu Minghua immediately and tell him to come over right now." Shuekuan was furious. It was he who had personally instructed this last night, and now Zhang Bing and his group had come out.
which was a provocation to his authority. Boss Zhou, the tiger, was already dialing Wu Minghua's number, urging him to come over at once. Zhang Bing and the four beauties sat aside, mockingly watching the others. He had arranged everything last night, instructing Wu Minghua to directly capture those who had participated in beating Zhang Yunfeng early this morning. Then he prepared to come to this restaurant's private room first, with Wu Minghua and the others arriving later to make the arrests. However, they were only capturing the tiger, intending to take him away right in front of Xuekuan and Boss Zhou.
It seems you are more capable than we imagined.
Xuekuan's expression was not good. For a moment, he couldn't figure out how Zhang Bing and the others had left the detention room of the police station. Everything would only be clear when Wu Minghua arrived.
Zhang Bing disdainfully said, "There are many things you can't imagine."
About 10 minutes later, Wu Minghua arrived at the hotel with a group of police officers in a car. The group, fully armed, rushed in, exuding a strong presence. The hotel owner immediately approached to inquire about the reason but was met with a scolding from Wu Minghua. With such a large show of force and seriousness, anyone unaware would guess they were capturing some important criminal. According to Zhang Bing's instructions, Wu Minghua led his team straight to the private room where everyone was.
Xuekuan and Boss Zhou were furious on the spot. "Wu Minghua, what do you mean? Did you not hear what I said? Who told you to let these people out?"
Upon entering, Xuekuan angrily reprimanded without understanding the situation. Wu Minghua remained calm and said, "Young Master Kuan, as the captain of the police station, how to act and who to arrest is not something you have the right to interfere with." Upon hearing this, Xuekuan, Boss Zhou, and the tiger all widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had heard wrong.
Who didn't know that Xuekuan was the direct grandson of old Xue?
Just a casual word from him could make even a small police captain hesitate, let alone the station chief.
Nonsense! Boss Zhou slammed the table, roaring with rage. "Wu Minghua, you are just a small police captain, have you grown wings?"
Wu Minghua remained unperturbed, looking at Boss Zhou and said, "Boss Zhou, you have even less authority to command or interfere with our case."
"What did you just say?" Boss Zhou pointed at Wu Minghua.
Wu Minghua ignored him and turned to Zhang Bing for instructions.
"Mr. Zhang, what do you suggest we do?" Zhang Bing looked at the incredulous faces of Xuekuan, Boss Zhou, and the others.
Then he glanced at the tiger and said, "First, take the tiger back, investigate the assault thoroughly." "Understood," Wu Minghua replied, waving his hand as he led several officers over.
"Wu Minghua, you bastard, are you out of your mind?"
The tiger couldn't believe it and started cursing.
Boss Zhou was also furious, his anger reaching a boiling point.
In the past, Wu Minghua could be said to be their dog, easily manipulated by them.
"You dare to touch my people today?"
Facing Boss Zhou's threat, Wu Minghua remained unfazed and calmly said, "Boss Zhou, don't say it's your people. Even if you yourself are suspected of illegal activities, we will still arrest you without hesitation.
Tiger, you'd better behave and not resist, otherwise, we won't rule out using force." Under Wu Minghua's orders, several police officers directly moved against the tiger. Although the tiger was limping on one leg, he was still extremely arrogant.
He just didn't believe that Wu Minghua, a mere captain of the patrol bureau, would dare to arrest him in front of Boss Zhou and Xuekuan, so he directly resisted.
"Get him!"
With a command from Wu Minghua, two patrol officers wasted no time and took action. Xuekuan's face had turned dark with anger, his chest heaving violently as he roared, "Stop!
I said stop, did you hear me?"
Wu Minghua ignored him and said, "Kuan Shao, you'd better not meddle in our affairs. We have solid evidence that the tiger is suspected of assault and must be taken away for investigation."
"Are you deaf?" Xuekuan didn't care about that, shouting loudly, "Do you dare to disobey my orders?"
"Kuan Shao, anyone who breaks the law, regardless of whose orders it is, cannot be exempt.
Please do not interfere."
Wu Minghua forcefully pinned the tiger down, preparing to take him away.
All right, it's a rebellion, the sky in Binzhou is about to turn upside down, right?" Xuekuan, furious and embarrassed, clenched his fists and slammed them on the dining table.
At this moment, Zhang Bing saw that it was about time, stood up with a smile, and said, "What?
You really think you can cover the sky with one hand?" "Zhang Bing!" Boss Zhou slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Kuan Shao is the grandson of old Xue. Do you think your money means you can disregard old Xue?"
"Ha!" Zhang Bing remained unflustered. He had already arranged everything. First, he had his little brothers capture the tiger in the morning, and then he would have Wu Minghua take the tiger away in front of Xuekuan and Boss Zhou. After that, he would have Bai Xiaochun from Kyoto let old Xue come to deal with his grandson Xuekuan and Boss Zhou, resolving everything in one go.
So what if he is old Xue's grandson? Boss Zhou, don't say I didn't remind you. How's the 500 million coming along? If this drags on, you can forget about developing that property of yours. You can try.
Boss Zhou was still quite confident, believing that with old Xue backing him, he could ultimately handle Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing stopped talking and instructed Wu Minghua, take him away first.
Wu Minghua nodded and ordered his subordinates to forcibly escort the tiger away.
Wu Minghua, you dare. Wu Minghua, you'd better think clearly about the consequences.
Seeing this, Boss Zhou and Xue Kuan threatened and obstructed again.
Boss Zhou, Kuan Xiao, I'll say this up front. The tiger is suspected of assaulting someone and causing hospitalization, and the evidence is solid.
I'm following the procedure.
If you obstruct me, don't blame me for being rude.
You dare. What do you want to do? Be rude.
Boss Zhou was furious and was about to take action against Wu Minghua. Wu Minghua snorted coldly and forcefully responded, turning around to pin Boss Zhou down.
Even Boss Zhou himself couldn't believe this scene.
Xue Kuan was even more dumbfounded, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, saying, "All right, you little patrol bureau captain think you can turn the world upside down, just wait." Under Zhang Bing's instructions, Wu Minghua ignored him and forcibly escorted the cursing tiger out. Zhang Bing, accompanied by 4 beautiful women, showed no intention of leaving but sat there watching Xue Kuan make a phone call. As the direct grandson of old Xue, who was the top boss in Binzhou, Xue Kuan could say anything, and no one dared to disobey him. Yet today, even a mere patrol bureau captain like Wu Minghua could not be commanded. In front of him, Wu Minghua, under Zhang Bing's instructions, directly took the tiger away and even laid hands on Boss Zhou. Boss Zhou, known as a real estate tycoon in Binzhou, was widely recognized as being supported by old Xue. This was a great humiliation for Xue Kuan, so he stopped talking nonsense and directly called his grandfather. To his surprise, the call didn't go through, so Xue Kuan called his grandfather's secretary instead. This time, the call connected quickly, and after receiving Xue Kuan's call, the secretary briefly understood the situation. Xue Lao's secretary, Ding Qi, immediately put down everything he was doing and said he would come over right away.
Although Ding Qi's rank wasn't high, his influence and status were extraordinary because outsiders couldn't tell the difference. Was it Ding Qi's intention or Xue Lao's?
After hanging up the phone, Xue Kuan's face was filled with anger as he threatened, "Zhang Bing, just wait.
Although I don't know why Wu Minghua would listen to you for now, it doesn't matter. As long as you're still in Binzhou, with one word from me, no matter who you are, you will have to submit." Boss Zhou also shouted threats. "Kid, you have a lot of money, right? You want to extort me for 5 billion, huh? Good. Let's see about that later."
Boss Zhou had already started to hatch a crooked idea in his mind. He was in real estate development, and what he lacked the most was cash flow.
If he could take down Zhang Bing and make him bleed money, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone?
Of course, Zhang Bing could see through Boss Zhou's thoughts clearly. He sneered inwardly, cursing this Boss Zhou for being so calculating, actually wanting to seize his wealth, truly seeking death.
"It's fine, I'll just sit here and wait for your people to come."
About 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a center part hurried in.
The newcomer was indeed Xue Lao's secretary, Ding Qi. As soon as Ding Qi entered the private room, he immediately asked with concern, "Kuan Xiao, are you okay? Who bullied you?" Boss Zhou quickly chimed in, "Secretary Ding, it's this kid." Ding Qi frowned slightly, looked at Zhang Bing, and then coldly said, "Kid, do you not want to mix in anymore? You dare to bully Kuan Xiao? Ha ha ha." Zhang Bing laughed, mocking, "You guys are really something. Can you even turn it around and say I'm bullying him? Enough."
Xue Kuan didn't want to waste time anymore and quickly instructed, "Ding Qi, call the chief of the police station right now and tell all relevant personnel to come here immediately. I want to see if the relevant leaders of the police station still want to mix in, if they can't even manage a small team leader like Wu Minghua, damn it." Ding Qi nodded, quickly understood the situation, and took out his phone to call the chief of the Binzhou police station and others, instructing them to come to the private room of the Binzhou Grand Hotel immediately. Then Xue Kuan stared at Zhang Bing with a warning look and threatened, "Zhang Bing, right? I want to see who is backing you up. I want to see if a small team leader like Wu Minghua can turn the world upside down for you. Alright, then let's wait and see." Zhang Bing remained unafraid, continuing to sit there with a smile. At this moment, the entire Binzhou was in an uproar. Many big shots, after receiving Ding Qi's call, realized the seriousness of the situation, dropped their work, and rushed to the Binzhou Grand Hotel.
The first to arrive was the chief of the Binzhou police station, followed by other relevant personnel. Seeing the chief arrive, Xue Kuan pointed at him and started a tirade of insults. "If you can't even manage a small team leader, I think you should quit being the chief." Director Fang repeatedly nodded in acknowledgement and then personally called for Wu Minghua to come over immediately. A large group of Binzhou's big shots rushed over at Ding Qi's call, and facing the furious Xue Kuan, these usually high and mighty figures all nodded and bowed, being scolded by Xue Kuan like lapdogs. Of course, Zhang Bing, Qin Yuan, Lin Huanxue, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Tingting all watched this unfold. For the 5 of them, it was just a good show. Now they were just waiting for the top boss, Xue Lao, to arrive. Zhang Bing knew that Xue Lao was probably on the phone with someone from Kyoto right now,
likely scared to the point of trembling. 5 minutes later, Wu Minghua rushed over. "So that's team leader Wu Minghua?" Director Fong went up and slapped him, scolding, "You useless thing, do you still want to keep your job? Who told you to release people without permission? Who told you to capture Boss Joe's underlings, the Tiger Gang?" Being publicly reprimanded and insulted by his superior, Wu Minghua dared not say anything and could only seek help from Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing did not help immediately. He wanted to teach Wu Minghua a lesson. In the past, Wu Minghua had often assisted the Tiger Gang in their misdeeds, and now after receiving a slap and a scolding, he thought he could wash his hands of it. This was already a very light punishment. Immediately release those from the Tiger Gang, and arrest all of these people. Director Fong reprimanded sternly. Zhang Bing saw that it was about time and stood up, laughing loudly. He looked disdainfully at the group of big shots from Binzhou, feeling a wave of contempt in his heart. "Let's see how you deal with me today. Kid, you're quite wealthy, aren't you? Today, let's see if your money is of any use. Wu Minghua, what are you still dawdling for? Cuff them all." Director Fong was the most eager, jumping around the most. However, Wu Minghua lowered his head and refused, saying, "Director Fong, Mr. Zhang and the others haven't committed any crimes." As soon as Wu Minghua said this, it shocked Director Fong, Shuekun, Boss Zhou, Ding Qi, and the others. A mere squad leader actually dared to openly defy the director's orders, especially with so many important big shots present. "What the hell did you just say?" Director Fong exploded with rage, reaching out to slap Wu Minghua again. This time, Zhang Bing stepped forward, grabbing Director Fong's wrist and saying, "What do you want to do? Kid, do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Director Fong's arrogance was overwhelming as he shouted angrily, "What if I do? You think you can eat me?" Zhang Bing scoffed, calculating that the time should be about right. Bai Xiaochun must have already made arrangements in Kyoto, and perhaps old Shui was already on his way. "Fine, you've got guts. I want to see how tough your head is today." In his fury, Director Fong ordered Wu Minghua to cuff people again. However, Wu Minghua remained indifferent, and in anger, Director Fong immediately called for the riot squad. "Kid, just wait. And you bastard, openly defying a superior's orders, I'll strip you of your skin." Director Fong pointed at Zhang Bing, shouting. Zhang Bing smiled and said, "All right, I'll wait. You better hurry the riot squad up, or you might miss the good show." Little did they know, today was going to resolve this matter completely, and everyone present would soon be dumbfounded.